Malevolent spirits emerge, and the debts owed to the deceased linger. Hundreds of ghosts traverse the world, confining the souls of the nether realm. One is reincarnated into the mortal world, burdened with the debts of the departed, and is innately endowed with the ability to foresee death. Chapter 1. Foreseeing Death. My name is Zhang Yifeng, where E signifies ease and Feng denotes wind. Upon my arrival into this world, my father was laboring at a construction site, leaving only my grandmother and mother at home. It was my grandmother who personally attended to the birthing process. She recounted that the day I was born dawned with splendid weather, a clear azure sky. However, with my birth came a dramatic shift. As the skies darkened, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. The fowl in the village were in an uproar, and several large black dogs congregated at my doorstep, howling in disarray. After my mother brought me into the world, upon discovering I was a boy, my grandmother was elated, dancing with joy as she hurried to inform my father of the good news. However, once the call connected, her expression soured. The foreman from the construction site conveyed the tragic news that my father had fallen from a height, losing consciousness, and was being rushed to the hospital. Ultimately, my father could not be saved, and I never even had the chance to glimpse his face before he departed this life. I in the wake of this tragedy. Whispers spread through the village, with many claiming I was the harbinger of my father's demise. Each time my mother overheard such gossip, she would erupt into furious confrontations. As time passed, the villagers grew wary of my mother, ceasing their discussions about me. Upon my birth, I bore a birthmark on my left shoulder, resembling a string of prayer beads, though not large. It was undeniably conspicuous. Perhaps due to this peculiar mark, I have possessed an extraordinary ability since childhood. The foresight of others' deaths that I discovered this peculiar ability when I was merely 5 years old. A beggar, frail and decrepit, arrived in our village, holding a battered bowl while standing at the threshold of my home. My grandmother intended to offer him a morsel of food, but upon seeing him, I was seized by terror and began to wail uncontrollably, prompting my grandmother to shoo him away. Afterward, she inquired about the cause of my distress. I recounted to her that beside the old beggar stood a figure strikingly identical to him. Yet this doppelganger bore a grotesque visage, its flesh mangled and its body drenched in blood. My grandmother dismissed my account as mere folly, insisting that there was only one person present, with no such twin at his side. However, the very next day, an event unfolded that would confirm my vision. The old beggar was found dead beneath a gnarled tree at the eastern edge of our village. His face was unrecognizable, ravaged by some creature, and his body was soaked in blood, precisely mirroring the scene I had previously witnessed. During the height of summer, the corpse decayed rapidly. The village chief organized a collective effort to dispose of the beggar's remains in a makeshift graveyard on the hillside. Considering that he was a stranger, this act could hardly be deemed malevolent. My grandmother naturally participated in this endeavor, but due to certain taboos, she forbade my mother and me from joining. By the time she returned from the hillside, it was already afternoon. As soon as she entered the house, she ushered me into her room and sternly warned me not to disclose what I had seen, threatening punishment should I do so. At that tender age, I was quite fearful of my grandmother, so I nodded in compliance. Only then did she reveal a smile and offer me several pieces of delectable white rabbit candy. Initially, I believed this incident to be a mere coincidence, something that would soon be forgotten. Yet, a year later, I once again foresaw another's demise. That time, I had already commenced my schooling. One day after classes, as my companions and I traversed the path home, we passed by the crooked neck tree at the eastern edge of the village, where we encountered Uncle Jean. He was carrying a wicker basket and wielding a sickle, seemingly preparing to head to the fields. Everyone greeted him, yet I remained silent, for I noticed a figure trailing closely behind him, a person who bore an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Jean. This individual had a terrifying wound above his left eye, with the eyeball grotesquely dangling from the bridge of his nose. Overwhelmed by fear, I burst into tears, prompting Uncle Jean to inquire about my distress. Unable to articulate my fear, I continued to weep. In an attempt to console me. Uncle Jean hastily produced several large white rabbit milk candies, yet I dared not accept them, as the figure behind him was far too frightening, staring at me with a blank expression. Ultimately, Uncle Zhang, exasperated, enlisted the help of others to escort me home. Upon my arrival, my grandmother noticed my tears and asked if someone had bullied me. I shook my head, assuring her that was not the case, and recounted the unsettling scene I had witnessed. Upon hearing my account, my grandmother was taken aback, inquiring whether I had confided in anyone else. I replied in the negative, which seemed to relieve her, as she gently patted my head, urging me to keep the matter to myself. In a hurried manner, my a gentleman requested my birth date and time, and upon reviewing it, he informed my grandmother that there was little he could do regarding my situation. He further explained that my ability to perceive the deceased was influenced by the heavy resentment I carried within me. He remarked that, under normal circumstances, a person burdened with such profound resentment would have long succumbed to death, or, at the very least, would have suffered a severe illness that rendered them bedridden. Yet, I not only remained unharmed but also thrived with the vitality of an ordinary person. That my grandmother, still anxious, inquired whether this would pose a threat to my well-being. The gentleman reassured her, stating that the resentment I bore was likely inherited from a past life, and that it would dissipate after I passed my zodiac year, along with my peculiar ability. In essence, he conveyed that I could only wait, as there was little he could do to alter my fate. Unconvinced, my grandmother took me to seek the counsel of numerous capable individuals in a nearby village. Yet the consensus remained the same. I must simply wait until I reached my zodiac year. This zodiac year, however, diverges from the common understanding in our region. It is marked by two significant years, one at the age of 7 and another at 12. According to the elders, children possess a celestial vision capable of perceiving unclean entities following the first zodiac year. This celestial sight is affected by earthly matters and consequently shuts itself off. The year following the first zodiac year is often referred to as the year of ailments, as children are particularly prone to illness until the arrival of their second zodiac year. However, once the second zodiac year has passed, all will align harmoniously. My grandmother, resigned, brought me back home. The following day, the first fortune teller I consulted met an untimely demise. Under peculiar circumstance, she was found kneeling at my doorstep, his eyes wide open, hands clasped together. Now a lifeless corpse. That I was the first to discover him rising in the night to relieve myself. I opened the door only to be greeted by this shocking sight. The subsequent fortune tellers who came my way, though they survived, did not fare well either. Each suffered grievous accidents, emerging with missing limbs, an arm here, a leg there. This misfortune weighed heavily on my grandmother's heart, leading her to believe that I was the source of their calamities. She often brought eggs to visit them, an attempt to alleviate her guilt. Thus, the matter faded into silence. Though I retained the ability to foresee others' deaths, it waned after a few years following my second zodiac year, and I was left devoid of this gift. Had matters concluded there, it would have been for the best. Yet, on my 18th birthday, this peculiar ability resurfaced once more. Chapter 2. Dreams become reality. After my father's passing, my mother and grandmother toiled tirelessly to raise me and support my education. I did not disappoint their expectations, successfully enrolling in a local high school. On the first day of school, I had a disturbing dream in which our class monitor, Wang Buoqing, forcefully overpowered the school bell. Han Siyu, on her desk, robbing her of her innocence. Her cries for help echoed in despair, yet no one came to her aid. The classroom was devoid of any witnesses apart from the two of them. In the final moments of the dream, Han Siyu sat disheveled on the desk, her smooth thighs stained with blood. Her eyes brimmed with hatred, and her haunting voice reverberated in my ears. "You all must die. You all must die." I awoke from this nightmare, drenched in cold sweat, unable to suppress a shiver. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. Upon returning to school, I was relieved to see Han Siyu in good spirits, unharmed. I found it amusing that I had experienced such a bizarre dream. On the third day of school, Han Siyu accidentally tore her uniform and chose to wear casual attire instead. As she entered the classroom, the boys erupted in cheers, leaving her quite embarrassed. I too gasped, but not because of her beauty. Rather, her outfit bore an uncanny resemblance to what she wore in my dream. I instinctively turned to glance at Wang Buoqing, who was clad in his uniform, just as he was in my dream. An inexplicable sense of panic surged within me, as if I sensed that something was about to unfold. All day long, I found myself gazing at her, while my close friend Lu Cheng, seated beside me, mistakenly believed I was enchanted by Han Siyu and incessantly teased me. A day passed without any incident. That evening, I had another dream. I envisioned ourselves in the classroom, where Han Siyu approached to collect assignments. I noticed a band-aid adorning her right thumb. Seated at the back of the classroom, after she collected my work, she inadvertently brushed against Chun Karen's pencil case. The pencil case tumbled to the floor, spilling its contents. Pens and ink refills scattered everywhere. At this juncture, the dream morphed into the haunting recollection of that day of return, replaying the disturbing imagery of her being violated by Wang Buoqing, along with her mournful voice echoing incessantly in my mind. "You all must perish." I jolted awake, terror coursing through me, with sleep eluding me. Lu Cheng and I ventured out for breakfast. After our meal, we made our way to the classroom. Once everyone had arrived, Han Siyu commenced collecting assignments. When she reached my desk, I deliberately glanced at her thumb, and there it was, a band-aid just as in my dream. The same right hand, the same thumb. The pencil case. For reasons unknown, anxiety gripped me as I fixated on Chun Karen's pencil case. At that moment, Han Siyu turned. With a sudden motion, she inadvertently nudged Chun Karen's pencil case, which fell from the table. The contents scattered across the floor. How could this be? The scene from my dream had manifested so vividly. Did this mean that Han Siyu was destined to meet her demise? I trembled as I gazed at Wang Buoqing, who was fixated on Han Siyu, a strange smile curving his lips. A chill ran down my spine, and Lu Cheng inquired about my distress. With quivering lips, I uttered, "Han Siyu will die." Lu Cheng stared at me, bewildered, and asked, "What are you saying?" My body shook slightly as I gritted my teeth and insisted I saw it. I witnessed the scene of Han Siyu's demise. Lu Cheng, a fellow villager, was aware of my past ability to foresee the deaths of others. He patted my shoulder, offering comfort. "It's all right. You're merely overwhelmed by stress. Don't frighten yourself." Despite Lu Cheng's reassurances, a sense of inexplicable fear lingered within me. Years ago, a certain gentleman had foretold that after my second year of destiny, I would no longer possess this peculiar gift. Thus, I remained uncertain about Han Siyu's fate. Yet everything that had transpired felt eerily familiar, as if it had unfolded in a dream. A day passed, and, on the following day, tragedy struck. Han Siyu had perished, found lifeless in the classroom, having been violated by Wang Buoqing beforehand. Initially, no one suspected him, but deep down, I was acutely aware that he was the architect of Han Siyu's fate. Subsequently, the school authorities contacted the police, and Han Siyu's body was taken for examination. In the afternoon, the police returned and apprehended Wang Buoqing. In that moment, all fingers pointed towards him. Wang Buoqing, the class monitor, was a paragon in the eyes of students and teachers alike. Yet, none could have anticipated that he would commit such a heinous act. While everyone was engrossed in discussions about the matter, I sought out my teacher to request a leave of absence. Upon inquiry, the teacher asked what was troubling me, to which I replied that I was feeling unwell. In truth, I was terrified. The sight of Han Siyu's lifeless body haunted my thoughts. Her grotesque visage, seated at the table, perpetually etched in my mind, particularly her words echoing like a death knell in my ears. I did not attend afternoon classes, retreating to my dormitory early. During the evening session, while all my peers were in class, I remained in my dormitory, enveloped in slumber. In my dreams, another harrowing scene unfolded. I witnessed Wang Buoqing's demise, his countenance a ghastly sight, as if corroded by acid, his flesh grotesquely marred. He lay bare, his body riddled with wounds of various sizes, each incision crudely stitched, dark threads weaving through his flesh. The entirety of his being was bound by iron chains. Tethered to the frame of the bed, a macabre smile contorting his features. Despite his disfigured visage, the prominent white of his teeth betrayed his attempt at mirth. Once more, I jolted awake from my reverie, the sound of a QQ message resonating at that very moment. Startled, I nearly toppled from my bed. Gathering my composure, I glanced at my phone. It was a message from the class group. Were they not supposed to be in class at this hour? As I discerned the contents of the message and the identity of the sender, I was utterly taken aback. The message was from Wang Buqing, accompanied by a photograph in which he appeared. Yet, in the image, he had already succumbed to death, his lifeless form strikingly reminiscent of the vision I had encountered in my dream. I found myself startled once more. In the pitch-black room, an unsettling sensation enveloped me as if a pair of eyes were fixated upon me. Compelled by this disquiet, I flicked on the dormitory light, the illumination providing a semblance of comfort. I repeatedly reassured myself, reminding my mind that this was merely a creation of Wang Buqing's imagination. Just as I was about to respond, a girl from our class named Lu Lan sent a message. Wang Buqing, are you insane? You all deserve to die. At that moment, another message materialized on the screen. It was from Han Siu, and upon reading it, my mind erupted in a cacophony of confusion. Liu Lan, Unfa, Vito. Who the hell are you? Is it amusing to make jokes about the deceased? Chapter 3. The corpse under the bed. Han Siu remained silent, as did Wang Buqing, while Lu Lan unleashed a torrent of curses before finally ceasing her tirade. I tossed my phone aside, trembling as I nestled deeper into my blanket. It was only after Lu Cheng and the others finished their class that I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Once the class was over, the group chat erupted with activity. I glanced at my phone, noticing that everyone was inquiring about Lu Lan's outburst towards Wang Buqing. Lu Lan responded, claiming that it was because he had sent such repugnant and frightening photos. A flurry of question marks ensued, with Chun Karen asking Lu Lan, "What photos?" "I didn't see anything." Lu Lan insisted, "It's the photo above. You should scroll up to take a look." Lu Cheng, having burrowed under the covers while peering at his phone, chuckled and remarked, "Do you all think Lu Lan is insane? There's no photo at all. Yet she speaks of it as if it were a reality." I was taken aback and asked Lu Cheng if he had seen the photo. His bewilderment mirrored mine as he shook his head, indicating he hadn't. This didn't make sense. Wang Buqing hadn't retracted his message. So how could it be missing? I scrolled up through the chat history, and to my shock, there were neither Wang Buqing's messages nor Han Siu's. What was happening? Why had everything suddenly vanished? In a panic, I added Lu Lan back into the group and inquired whether she had seen that photo earlier. Lu Lan replied, "Yes, you saw it too, right? But I don't know what happened. I can't see the previous messages now. Could you send me the photo to help me prove it?" What? Her phone also lacked Wang Buqing's messages? With trembling hands, I replied to her that I no longer had it on my phone. Then there was silence on her end. I couldn't tell if she was startled. I chose not to inquire further. I tossed my phone aside, ignoring the incessant notifications from QQ, no matter how loud they rang. This situation felt exceedingly bizarre. I had indeed seen the photo just moments ago. If I had misinterpreted it, it could be excused, but Lu Lan had also witnessed it. It's one thing for a single person to be mistaken, but surely two individuals could not both err? A sense of unease began to creep into my mind, an ominous feeling that something was about to transpire. Lu Cheng and the others chatted for a while before extinguishing the lights and drifting off to sleep. I had had enough rest and wasn't able to fall asleep immediately. I endured until the middle of the night before finally succumbing to a drowsy slumber. Though I couldn't tell how long I had been asleep when I was jolted awake by the cold. In the midst of summer, I was inexplicably covered in goosebumps. With half-open eyes, I pulled the blanket tighter around me. In the haze of my drowsiness, I heard a series of snores. "Hey, keep it down," Lu Cheng, from the lower bunk, grumbled. As his voice pierced the air, the snoring ceased. However, mere moments later, the snoring returned, louder than before. The other two roommates began to scold the noise as well. Upon hearing their voices, I was instantly jolted awake from my sleepy stupor. There were only 4 of us in the dormitory, and all 3 of them had heard the snoring, which indicated that it wasn't one of them. But it wasn't me either. Who could it be? I shouted, "Who's snoring?" "It's not me." As soon as the words were uttered, Lu Cheng, who slept in the lower bunk, sat up with a fierce expression. He hastily descended from his bed to draw the curtains and switch on the light. Addressing the other 2 roommates, Lu Dei, Zhao Ji, "Which of you is snoring?" The 2, momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness, simultaneously protested, "It wasn't us." I thought it was you snoring just now. No sooner had the words left their lips than the two occupants of the upper bunks sprang up in alarm. Lu Cheng and I felt a chill run down our spines, for at that moment, the snoring grew increasingly louder. All four of us were now awake. How could there still be the sound of snoring? We held our breaths, scanning our surroundings in search of the source of the noise. It seemed to be coming from very close by. I climbed down from my bed to investigate, only to suddenly discover a chain near Lu Cheng's bedside. The sight of the chain instinctively reminded me of a photograph sent by Wang Boqing. Under the bed, trembling, I crouched down to peer beneath Lu Cheng's bed. What I saw rendered me utterly speechless. There lay Wang Boqing, lifeless, his appearance identical to that of my dream. Lu Cheng, noticing my pallor, also crouched down to take a look, with the other two roommates hastily joining us. In an instant, our dormitory erupted into piercing screams. Lu Dei and Zhao Zi's cries were relentless, while Lu Cheng and I managed to retain our composure. After collecting my thoughts, Lu Cheng pounded his chest and exclaimed angrily, "Stop screaming. I'm calling the supervisor." With a roar from Lu Cheng, Dei and his companion trembled as they burrowed back into their blankets, cocooning themselves tightly. Lu Cheng made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, the director arrived, accompanied by several male teachers. It seemed our commotion had disturbed other students, as a few had gathered at our dormitory door. The director shooed them away and closed the door before inquiring about the situation. Lu Cheng merely pointed to beneath the bed, hesitant to elaborate further. The director exchanged a glance with our physical education teacher, crouching down to peer under the bed. Upon seeing what lay there, they both shuddered momentarily, but quickly regained their composure. The director asked if we had disclosed this incident to anyone else, to which we all shook our heads in denial. He sighed with relief, instructing us not to share this with others, then directed the physical education teacher to procure a burlap sack, stating they needed to remove Wang Boqing's body without allowing other students to witness it. After a while, the teacher returned with the sack, and together we lifted Wang Boqing from the bed frame, placing him inside the burlap sack before carrying him out of the dormitory. Before departing, the director offered us some words of comfort, advising us to rest well and leave the matter to the police. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that the situation was far more complex. Once they had all left, Dei, still trembling, asked, "Do you think Han Siyu has returned as a ghost to seek revenge?" "What nonsense!" Lu Cheng shot him a glare. Unyielding, Dei retorted, "Then explain this. Wasn't he taken away by the police? How could he be dead? How could he appear in our dormitory? Could it be that he, even in death, could somehow manage to return to the dormitory and bind himself to the bed frame? Furthermore, how is it possible that he could snore even after passing away?" Enough chatter. As the director has stated, this matter is to be left to the police. Lu Cheng voiced these thoughts, yet he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Smoking is prohibited in the dormitory, and we typically abstain from it. Lu Cheng's actions were a clear indication of his fear. Dei and another individual requested a cigarette from Lu Cheng, and the three of them began to smoke one after another, remaining awake throughout the latter half of the night. Chapter 4. You are the exception. The following day, we four arrived at school bearing the telltale signs of sleeplessness. Throughout the day, the principal sought us out no less than 10 times, repeatedly inquiring whether we had divulged the events of the previous night. Although several classmates had questioned us, we remained tight-lipped. After all, who would believe such a tale? As school concluded in the afternoon, Lu Lan approached me, demanding to know if I had indeed witnessed Wang Boqing's photograph the night before. After a moment's hesitation, I ultimately denied it, insisting that I had not seen anything. She, however, was relentless, accusing me of deceit. I stood firm in my denial, fearing that revealing the truth might frighten her further. I attempted to soothe her, suggesting that her heightened anxiety might have led to a mere hallucination. Upon hearing this, Lu Lan stormed off in a huff. Meanwhile, Chun Karen, seated at the adjacent desk, jabbed my shoulder with her pen, observing Lu Lan's retreating figure. "Hey, Zhang Yifeng, what is your relationship with Lu Lan?" she inquired. I shook my head, replying, "There is no relationship." Chun Karen nodded skeptically. Lu Cheng leaned in closer, chuckling softly. "Look at Chun Karen. She's jealous, haha." I shot him a glare, retorting, "Jealous of what? You're just stirring up trouble." No, I'm serious. As someone who has been through this, I can tell at a glance if she is envious. You've got quite the charm. Even if she doesn't possess the beauty of Han Siyu, she is still the belle of our class. Perhaps you should contemplate how you plan to spend the evening. Are you really going back to the dormitory? The mere thought of Wang Buqing inexplicably appearing in our dorm sent a shiver of fear down my spine. Lu Cheng nonchalantly remarked that he had already decided on his evening destination and added that he would ensure my satisfaction. I chose to ignore him, as I still needed to attend evening self-study and planned to purchase some food first. At that moment, my QQ notifications chimed. Glancing at my phone, my heart skipped a beat. The message was from Wang Buqing. 8 p.m., men's restroom, don't miss it. After sending this message, his avatar faded away. Noticing my troubled expression, Lu Cheng inquired about my well-being. I remained silent and showed him my phone. He took a quick look and suggested it might be a prank. I nodded in agreement, but a sense of unease lingered within me. In my childhood, I had foreseen the demise of many, gradually desensitizing my fear. Yet, for reasons unknown, this time I felt an unsettling apprehension. To distract myself, Lu Cheng kindly invited me to dinner. I assumed it would be a proper meal, but it turned out to be a simple bowl of noodles at a nearby eatery. As we dined, he boasted, "Tonight, I treat you to noodles, and in the future, I shall treat you to exquisite delicacies." I chuckled lightly. Let us focus on the present. After our meal, we hurried back to the classroom, engaged in some playful banter, and resumed our studies. However, I began to experience stomach pains around 7:30 p.m., and despite my desperate need to use the restroom, I endured until class was dismissed. By nearly 8 p.m., I could no longer hold it in and asked the teacher for permission to leave. The old monk shot me a glare, accusing me of being a sluggish beast with an excess of waste, and berated me until he finally granted me permission to leave. I paid little heed to his words, completely forgetting the message that Wang Buqing had sent me. Upon reaching the restroom, I relieved myself and felt a considerable sense of comfort in my abdomen. The facilities at our school left much to be desired. The door of the stall in front of me was dilapidated, with some not even capable of closing properly. I settled into the last stall, where the moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating my position. As I squatted there, the door of the adjacent stall suddenly creaked. It seemed someone had entered, footsteps echoing intermittently. The sound of the approaching footsteps soon accompanied the distant creaking of another door. Who could be so idle as to select a stall one by one? I scoffed inwardly. As the footsteps neared my stall, they abruptly ceased, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. Who could be beside me? I lowered my gaze to peek underneath, only to find the neighboring stall empty. Was it possible that I had misheard? Dismissing the thought, I completed my business and pulled up my trousers. Just as I was about to push the door open, a pair of sneakers appeared on the floor outside. There was someone out there, pressing against the door with such force that I could not budge it. I knocked on the door and called out, "Could you please stop playing around? I need to return to class." The person outside remained silent, still blocking my exit. Growing impatient, I pleaded, "I truly must return to class. Would you kindly let me out? I did not commit murder." A voice from outside broke the silence, so familiar that my heart raced as I instinctively glanced at the pair of sneakers. It was Wang Buqing's voice. I had encountered spirits more than once or twice in my childhood. Although fear gripped me, it did not render me speechless. My hands involuntarily grasped the door, terrified that he might suddenly burst in. Summoning my courage, I ventured, "Wang, is it you?" "Yes, it is I." Wang Buqing's hollow voice echoed in my ears, "Zhang Yifeng. I did not kill anyone, I truly did not." "All right, I believe you. But could you refrain from seeking me out?" "Zhang Yifeng, help me. You are the only exception. Only you can assist me." "Help you? In what way?" Crack. Just as I finished speaking, the door creaked open slightly, causing me to pull it shut with all my might. Fortunately, I managed to hold the door in place as I swallowed hard. "Wang, if you have something to say, please do so." "Zhang Yifeng, only you can help me. You are the sole exception." Wang Buqing reiterated this phrase, leaving me perplexed. Just as I was about to inquire further, he continued, "The next one is Lulan." With that, the sneakers outside vanished. After a prolonged silence, had he departed? I called out to him a few times, but there was no response. Trembling, I finally pushed the door open just enough to peek outside. The restroom was empty, devoid of anyone but myself. I let out a sigh of relief, disregarding the need to wash my hands, and hurried back to the classroom. Upon returning to the classroom, I could not escape the reprimands of the old teacher, yet I paid it little mind. Once seated, I found myself glancing at Lu Lan intermittently. Wang Buqing had just mentioned that Lu Lan was next. What could that possibly signify? Was he insinuating that Lu Lan would be the next to meet a dire fate? However, I observed nothing unusual around her. In the past, whenever someone was destined for misfortune, I would invariably see a doppelganger lurking nearby. Yet, there was nothing of the sort near Lu Lan, leaving me perplexed. Could it be that Wang Buqing did not mean what I thought? After class, Chun Karen prodded me with her pen, inquiring why I was staring at Lu Lan. My cheeks flushed with embarrassment as I denied it. Chun Karen huffed and turned away, disregarding me completely. Chapter 5. Death by rebar. Upon exiting the classroom, we chose not to return to the dormitory, where only the four of us resided. Given the unsettling events of the previous night, a sense of trepidation lingered in the air. Initially, I assumed Lu Chang's intended destination would be a hotel or a similar establishment. Instead, he led me to an internet CAF. As tomorrow marked the weekend with no classes, I resolved to indulge in some leisure. As for El Dei and Zhao Ji, they vanished as soon as the bell rang, their whereabouts a mystery. Upon reaching the entrance of the CAF, I heard someone call my name from behind. Turning around, I was met by Chun Karen. Lu Chung leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I told you this girl has a crush on you. She even followed you here. I was taken aback. Could it be that Chun Karen truly harbored feelings for me? The thought prompted a wry smile. There were countless individuals more accomplished than I. Why would she ever be interested in me? Upon reflection, the only trait in which I surpassed those individuals was my appearance. Could it be that Chun Karen was infatuated with my looks? How utterly superficial. I, of all people, prided myself on valuing inner qualities over outer appearances. With her hands clasped behind her back, Chun Karen approached us with measured steps. Zhang Yifeng, why are you two skipping the dormitory after class to come to an internet CAF? I was about to offer an explanation when Lu Cheng slung his arm around my shoulders and quipped, "What is the matter, little sister-in-law? Are you worried I might abduct old Zhang?" Chun Karen's cheeks flushed crimson as she scoffed. How shameless. Who's your little sister-in-law? Lu Cheng chuckled heartily, engaging Chun Karen in a playful banter, his words flowing freely. I found myself at a loss for words amidst their lively exchange. After engaging in conversation for a while, two individuals suddenly emerged from the internet CAF. One was Lu Lan, and the other was a man wearing glasses, sporting a crew cut, and clad in our school's uniform. Given their intimate demeanor, it was apparent that he was her boyfriend. Lu Lan passed by us without casting a glance in our direction. After a few steps, she turned back to steal a glance at me. Her eyes harbored a hint of anger. Could it be that she was upset with me? Lu Cheng, noticing her gaze, gestured rudely at her, remarking that she acted as if someone owed her money, perpetually wearing a glum expression. Whatever, I replied nonchalantly. As I observed Lu Lan's retreating figure, I suddenly noticed another person behind her, someone who had not been there moments ago. With her back to me, I could not discern her features. Yet her attire mirrored Lu Lan's precisely. Her physique and hairstyle were identical as well. A steel bar pierced through her neck, staining her clothes with blood. It seemed she sensed my scrutiny and turned to glance at me, her lifeless eyes rolling within their sockets, accompanied by an unsettling smile. What was happening? I rubbed my eyes, and when I looked again, the figure had vanished. Lu Lan, entwined with her boyfriend, disappeared down the pathway. Lu Qing nudged me, inquiring about my fixation, to which I shook my head, indicating I had seen nothing. I refrained from sharing my unsettling vision with Lu Cheng, fearing it would frighten him. What I witnessed was undoubtedly not a mere illusion. Could it be that Lu Lan was fated to perish? Perishing by a steel bar? Yet, there were no construction sites nearby. Where could such a bar have come from? Having learned from the misfortunes of Han Siyu and Wang Buqing, I am confident that my foresight of death has returned. Therefore, Lu Lan is destined to perish. Although there are no construction sites nearby, tomorrow is the weekend, and Lu Lan may very well go out to enjoy herself with her boyfriend. Momentarily, I lost interest in visiting the internet CF, feeling a sense of unease. Old Lu, Perhaps we should refrain from indulging in games and instead seek out a nearby inn for a night stay. Those inns are exorbitantly priced. It would be more economical to spend the night at the CAF, Chun Karen interjected. Ah, Lu Chung rolled his eyes. If you too wish to book a room, by all means, do so without involving me. I would prefer the comfort of the internet CAF for the night. Who is booking a room? Chun Karen retorted. Her face flushed. As the study monitor, I bear the responsibility to oversee your studies, and I forbid you from visiting such establishments. Lu Chung, digging into his ear, replied. I understand. By the way, old Zhang, do you still have some money? No, but I have some here, Lu Chung replied. You. Chun Karen, exasperated by Lu Cheng's antics, stomped her foot, huffed, and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, she halted as Lu Chung chuckled. Old Zhang, make the most of this opportunity. Damn it, you could at least lend me some money. I protested. We share a card, and all the funds are in his possession. Lu Chung fished out 100 yuan in cash from his pocket, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous expression. I tucked the bill into my pocket and approached Chun Karen. Of course, I chose to ignore her, as I did not believe she would accompany me to a hotel. As she walked past me, she immediately caught up. Zhang Yifeng. What do you mean? Am I that unpleasant? No, I hastily shook my head. I still need to go to the hotel. Are you planning to accompany me? Chun Karen was momentarily speechless before she timidly replied, If you go, then I'll go too. Am I afraid of you? The moment her words fell, I nearly lost my balance, excitement surging within me. Could it be that tonight I would find myself at her mercy? Though I consider myself a respectable individual, I would gladly embrace it. However, her next statement sent a chill down my spine. She asked, Did you happen to see the woman behind Lulan? I was stunned for a moment before responding, You saw her too? Chun Karen became animated. So you can see her as well. What does she mean by as expected? Could she also possess this ability? I quickly inquired about her meaning, and she leaned closer, saying, Don't be afraid. But I have a special ability since childhood. I can foresee how others will perish. If I see someone with a doppelganger appearing beside them, that person will surely die within 48 hours. My heart raced. I thought I was the only one gifted with such a power, but it seems she shares it as well. So what should we do now? Is Lulan going to die? I exclaimed in a panic. Chun Karen shook her head. I don't know what to do either. Should we tell her directly? Do you think she would believe something like that? No. Then that settles it. After a moment of contemplation, I suggested, How about I keep her away from places with rebar? Chun Karen nodded and remarked, It seems there is no other option. I sent Lulan a message, cautioning her to avoid any area with exposed rebar. Moments later, she replied with a barrage of question marks, inquiring about my meaning. Even if I were to elucidate, she would likely remain skeptical. With a sense of helplessness, I responded, Just do not concern yourself with the details. Simply steer clear of places with rebar. After sending the message, I stowed away my phone and sought out a nearby inn. Chun Karen accompanied me, and I initially believed she intended to share the accommodation, which stirred a flicker of excitement within me. However, upon reaching the inn, she took her leave. Before departing, she handed me a piece of yellow paper folded into a triangular shape and instructed, If you hear any noises tonight, hold this talisman in your mouth and crawl beneath the bed. Under no circumstances should you emerge. Remember, regardless of the sounds you hear, adhere to this directive. Chapter 6. The midnight knocking clutching the talisman. I found myself perplexed by its significance. She offered no further explanation, merely assuring me that trusting her would yield no regret. And with a playful wink, she stirred an unexpected flutter within my heart. After watching her depart, I entered the inn. The matron at the front desk inquired about the number of rooms I required. When I replied with a single room, she muttered under her breath about 2 large men sharing a room. Although her words were barely audible, I caught them nonetheless. Turning to look behind me, I remarked that I was alone. There was no one else present. The matron, preoccupied with searching for something, glanced up upon hearing my response. Offering an embarrassed smile as she explained that her eyesight had betrayed her, she thought she had seen someone enter with me. I dismissed her concern with a casual "it's nothing," and once she handed me the key, I retreated to my room to rest. The inn's ambience was rather dismal, and the space felt cramped. I collapsed onto the bed, reluctant to rise again. After a brief moment of drifting into slumber, I was abruptly awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Upon opening it, I found a matron smiling broadly, inquiring if I desired any special services. When I asked her the price, she replied that an overnight stay would cost 800, while a quick rendezvous would be 300. Feeling in my pocket for a solitary 100 yuan, I resolutely stated, "Andy, I am a respectable person. Please do not compare me to others." The matron shot me a disdainful glance before turning to leave, muttering something about lacking money and the pretense of respectability. In a moment of indignation, I slammed the door shut and returned to bed, attempting to resume my slumber. Yet, scarcely had I reclined when the knocking began anew. I remained ensconced in my blankets, calling out loudly, "Annie, I truly do not require any special services." The knocking at the door abruptly ceased, and I exhaled in relief, drifting back to slumber. Yet, as soon as I closed my eyes, the knocking resumed. Growing increasingly impatient, I threw off the covers and descended from my bed to open the door. To my surprise, the hallway outside was empty, devoid of any presence. Peering into the shadowy corridor, I retrieved my phone and activated the flashlight, determined to uncover the prankster behind this disturbance. As I ventured into the middle of the hallway, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from behind me. I whirled around, only to find nothing amiss. A chilling breeze swept through, causing me to shiver as I cautiously advanced. Upon reaching the entrance of the corridor, I still found no one in sight. Remarkably swift, I mused to myself as I turned back, only to feel something collide with my foot. I glanced down to discover a black cat. One ill omen. In our village, it is quite rare for anyone to keep a black cat. As the elders claim, they bring misfortune. Though this notion may seem superstitious, I could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. Returning to my room, I shut the door firmly and burrowed back into my cocoon of warmth. This time, no matter who knocked, I resolved not to answer. With this thought, I closed my eyes and succumbed to sleep once more. Knock, knock, knock. The persistent visitor had returned. I turned over, choosing to ignore it. Yet the individual outside seemed intent on not letting me off so easily, their rhythmic knocking resonating through the air. Knock, 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 knock. I could endure it no longer, tossing and turning, even covering my head with a blanket, but that incessant sound continued to reverberate in my ears, unwavering and rhythmic. Once again, I slipped out of bed, this time refraining from opening the door. I approached the peephole on tiptoe and peered outside. At that moment, my heart sank. There was no one outside, yet the knocking persisted. My heartbeat quickened, a shiver coursed through my spine, and every hair on my body stood on end. No one was there, yet the sound lingered. I refused to believe it was anything other than a haunting. Trembling, I returned to my bed, suddenly recalling the talisman Chan Karen had given me. She had advised me that at the slightest disturbance, I should hold the talisman in my mouth and hide beneath the bed, remaining silent. Though I was uncertain of its efficacy, I had no other recourse. I placed the talisman in my mouth and immediately crawled beneath the bed. After lying there for a while, I felt a chill emanating from the talisman. However, I dared not spit it out and remained there in silence until the knocking abruptly ceased. Just as I believed the entity had departed, the door creaked open. In that instant, a pair of sneakers came into view, approaching the side of my bed. After circling the bed, they halted directly in front of my head. Zhang Yifeng, keep your distance, otherwise, you shall meet your demise, Wang Buoqing's voice echoed in the room. I was unaware of whom he referred to as she, nor did I dare to inquire, for I had spotted another pair of shoes by the door. They were small, red-embroidered shoes, inconceivably tiny. It was hard to fathom just how diminutive the feet of the wearer must be. The embroidered shoes were advancing menacingly towards Wang Buoqing, who stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding events. As the figure clad in embroidered shoes approached, their feet began to ascend, and in that moment they vanished. The wooden door creaked shut automatically, plunging the room into silence. I gasped for breath, my entire body trembling. Strangely, I found myself lying under the bed, eventually succumbing to sleep amidst my terror. Upon awakening the next day, I hurriedly crawled out from beneath the bed and spat out the talisman I had held in my mouth. To my astonishment, the talisman, which had remained in my mouth throughout the night, showed no sign of moisture from my saliva. It appeared unchanged, just as it had been when first placed in my mouth, the only difference being the absence of its icy chill. This talisman was indeed remarkable. I wrapped it in a few tissues and tucked it away in my pocket. After a casual wash-up, I made my way downstairs to check out. While checking out, I deliberately inquired with the elderly lady at the front desk if there had been any other guests the previous night. She mentioned 2 men had arrived and remarked on the challenges of the current business climate. I responded with a no, prompting her to ask if something was amiss. I scratched my head and replied that all was well. Upon leaving the inn, I first called Lu Chung, who sounded lethargic, evidently having spent a considerable amount of time gaming the previous night. I invited him to join me for a meal, but he declined with a curt response before hanging up. Just as I was about to call him back, I received a call from Chun Karen. She inquired if I was awake, to which I confirmed I was, and that I was currently at the inn's entrance. She asked me to wait a moment, as she had something to discuss with me. I was uncertain about what she intended to say, and, after abruptly ending the call, she arrived shortly thereafter. Clad in a white dress with her hair cascading down, she complimented her exquisitely delicate features, looking absolutely stunning. Approaching me without any hesitation, she took my hand and said, "Let's go for breakfast." Her boldness caused a flush to creep across my cheeks, making me feel somewhat awkward. Yet I was merely being coy. For who does not admire a beautiful girl? During my 3 years in high school, I harbored affections for 2 girls. One was her, and the other was Han Siu, both widely regarded as goddesses. Alas, Han Siu had passed away, and in such a tragic manner. With a twinge of sorrow, I followed Chun Karen as we walked. Along the way, we encountered several acquaintances, and I awkwardly remarked to Chun Karen, "Do you think we might be misunderstood?" Chapter 7. The King of Hell awaits your death at midnight. Follow your own path, and let them talk, was Chun Karen's response to me. She, a young woman unafraid, inspired me, a grown man, to cast aside my fears. Thus emboldened, I took her hand and led her to a delightful noodle shop. Having had little interaction with her before, I discovered that the goddess I admired was not as aloof as I had imagined. In fact, she was rather approachable. Yet, I found it hard to believe that she genuinely harbored feelings for me. If she truly did, why had she not expressed it during our 3 years of high school? Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired about the sudden closeness between us. Chun Karen, seemingly unfazed, replied, "What's wrong? Don't you like it? I assure you, many at school wish to be closer to me. Yet here I am, pursuing you, and you question my intentions. It's not that I doubt you." I shook my head. I merely find it hard to fathom that someone as beautiful as you would suddenly want to be so close to me. With a playful laugh, Chun Karen said, "I'll take that as a compliment. Oh, by the way, did anything strange happen to you last night?" As our noodles arrived, she took a bite and savored the flavor. Indeed, I eagerly recounted the events of the previous night. Upon finishing my tale, she remarked, "Now you understand why I wanted to give you the talisman for peace, right? Speaking of which, how did you know I would encounter those malevolent entities?" It was a guess. Chun Karen tossed her hair back nonchalantly. As a child, I had the ability to foresee death, which often attracted such unwelcome presences. In order to protect me, my parents sought the expertise of a master who performed rituals on my behalf. Since that time, this master has visited my home annually, each time bringing with him talismans for my safety. With these charms in my possession, I have scarcely encountered any malevolent spirits. Thus, do you believe I might still face such entities? I felt a surge of emotion. However, you have bestowed upon me these protective charms. What about your own safety? Chun Karen chuckled softly, assuring me, "I am quite all right. I have become immune to ghosts and am no longer afraid of such things." Despite her words, I was still deeply touched. After finishing our meal, she requested that I escort her back to her dormitory. As we approached the entrance to her residence hall, I mustered the courage to inquire if she harbored any feelings for me, adopting a light-hearted tone to mitigate any potential embarrassment should she reply in the negative. Yet, Chun Karen did not deny her feelings. Instead, she smiled and remarked, "I do not like pursuing others." Instinctively, I retorted, "Then allow me to pursue you." Her laughter grew even more infectious, though she feigned contemplation before eventually stating, "That could work, but whether I agree depends on your actions." Hope surged within me, igniting my excitement. Observing my reaction, Chun Karen playfully tousled her hair and said, "All right, you should head back now. If I have time this afternoon, I will reach out to you. It was a blatant temptation, yet I felt hesitant to act beneath the dormitory. I allowed her to enter first, and after ensuring she was safely inside, I departed. Upon reaching the roadside, I called Lu Cheng to inquire about his whereabouts. He informed me that he was still on campus and invited me to join him. After ending the call, I hurried over without delay. Upon my arrival at the school, the gatekeeper, an elderly gentleman, called out to me. This venerable man, Mr. Zhang, appeared to be in his 60s. He bore the misfortune of being blind in one eye, which, under normal circumstances, would render him ineligible for employment at the school. However, it is rumored that Mr. Zhang has rendered significant favors to the principal, which is why he has been allowed to remain in his position. This rumor is not without basis. Each time the principal encounters Mr. Zhang, he greets him with the utmost respect and inquires after his well-being. Over time, it has become a common belief among the staff that Mr. Zhang has a special bond with the principal, who is widely regarded as a man of gratitude and loyalty. Neither party has ever clarified the nature of their relationship, leaving me in a state of uncertainty. I paused and inquired what Mr. Zhang needed. Without uttering a word, he approached me and began to search my person. A strong odor of smoke and alcohol emanated from him, which I found quite unsettling, prompting me to instinctively step back. However, he seized my arm and extracted a talisman from my pocket. Mr. Zhang stared at me intently, demanding, "Where did this come from?" "It was a gift from a friend." "Is there a problem?" I replied. He scoffed. "A friend? Would a friend harbor ill intentions towards you?" His words left me momentarily stunned, and I hastily defended myself. "Sir, I assure you, this is merely an ordinary talisman for good fortune. There is no need for alarm." With a dismissive gesture, Mr. Zhang discarded the talisman onto the ground and trampled it beneath his feet. "A talisman? Humph. You, my boy, have been sold out and are still counting the coins for your betrayers. Do you truly believe this is a protective charm? Carrying this will eventually drain your vitality. Is it truly so bizarre?" I murmured to myself. Uncle Zhang shot me a fierce glare. "Your life or death is of no concern to me. But I must caution you. Keep your distance from that friend of yours, for she will inevitably bring you harm." After uttering this warning, he bent down to pick up the talisman and tucked it into his pocket, limping back towards the security office. I hesitated to ask for the talisman back. Even if I did, he would surely refuse. Given his demeanor, I could only anticipate a lengthy reprimand if I dared to ask. Perhaps it would be best to explain the situation to Chun Karen later. I trust she would comprehend my predicament. With this thought in mind, I hurried toward the playground. Lu Cheng and El Dei were engaged in a game of basketball. Upon noticing my arrival, they greeted me and inquired if I wished to join. I shook my head, declining their invitation. Lu Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow and approached me, asking, "Old Zhang, did you eat last night? What did you eat?" I was momentarily taken aback. Lu Cheng rolled his eyes. "What do you think? A lone man and woman at a hotel. What else could they have dined on?" "Huh. Do you think I am like you?" "Nonsense. You are beneath even me." Lu Cheng grumbled. "I wonder what Chun Karen sees in you. If we're talking about looks, I'm undoubtedly more handsome. Why does she not fancy me? Then why not pursue her? Forget it. One must not covet a brother's wife." At that moment, a few individuals emerged from the teaching building, among them Lu Lan and her boyfriend. As they descended the stairs, a sudden chill swept through the air, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Lu Lan's boyfriend took off his shirt and draped it over her shoulders. Lu Lan smiled and planted a kiss on his cheek. How bold of him to show such affection in front of the teacher. Lu Cheng glared enviously at the couple. Public displays of affection lead to swift demise. El Dei concurred with Lu Cheng, nodding in agreement. As El Dei spoke, a chilling gust of wind swept through, raising goosebumps on my arms. At that moment, a stick fell from the rooftop of the teaching building, hurtling directly towards Lu Lan. For the next few moments, my mind went blank, and I could hear the piercing screams of my classmates ringing in my ears. Chapter 8. No one can escape, startled from the cacophony of screams. Lu Lan lay sprawled on the ground. The object that had fallen from the rooftop of the teaching building was not merely a stick, but rather a steel bar, which, though not excessively long, had pierced through Lu Lan's neck. The surrounding individuals, splattered with blood, were rendered speechless. The men stood in shock while the women, let out piercing cries. Lu Lan's boyfriend, closest to her, gazed in horror at his hands, stained crimson, before letting out a scream and frantically dashing toward the school gates. Lu Chung and I hurried to Lu Lan's side, without hesitation. Lu Chung took out his phone to notify the teachers. The teachers instructed us to remain where we were, and soon they arrived, accompanied by the police. The officers swiftly transported the body away and subsequently took us to provide statements. They merely inquired about the circumstances of the incident, and I recounted everything in detail. Upon exiting the police station, we waited at the entrance for the director. After a few minutes, he finally emerged. Noticing we had not departed, he asked if we required assistance. Hesitating for a moment, I inquired how a steel bar had come to be on school grounds. The director explained it had been left over from a previous renovation of the faculty dormitory. I was rendered speechless. Despite all my calculations, I had not anticipated this possibility. Thus, Lu Lan met her untimely demise, her death mirroring the harrowing scene I had witnessed, pierced through the neck by the steel bar. A sense of unease settled within me. Upon returning to school, we requested the director to assign us a different dormitory. Perhaps fearing the lingering trauma of the previous incident, he acquiesced. After relocating our belongings and completing the task, it was already afternoon. As I lay on my bed, a whirlwind of anxiety swirled within me. Recalling the words spoken by Wang Buoqing in the restroom, I cannot shake the feeling that this situation is far from over. First came the death of Han Siyu, followed by Wang Buoqing and Lu Lan. Who shall be next? After a moment of contemplation, I received a call from Chun Karen, informing me that she was waiting downstairs at our dormitory. Upon peering out of the window, I saw her indeed standing below. I hurried down, and as soon as Chun Karen spotted me, she rushed towards me. I inquired about her visit, and she explained that upon hearing the news of Lu Lan's demise, she felt concerned for my well-being and wished to check on me. Aside from family, this was the first time I felt such genuine concern from someone of the opposite sex, and it warmed my heart. I smiled and assured her that I was perfectly fine. Chun Karen nodded and suggested that I accompany her for a stroll. With nothing pressing on my agenda, I agreed to wander around the vicinity of the school with her. The streets were particularly bustling at that hour, and as we navigated through the crowd, an awkward silence enveloped us, leaving me uncertain of what to say. I initiated some casual conversation, but Chun Karen seemed preoccupied, her mind evidently elsewhere. When I asked her what was troubling her, she hesitated before expressing her apprehension. Zhang Yifeng, I fear that more deaths will follow. First Han Siyu, then Wang Buoqing, Lu Lan. Their passings strike me as far from coincidental. I reassured her, it's all right, nothing will happen, though I too felt a lingering unease within. By the way, what happened to the talisman I gave you last time? You must keep it with you and not lose it. Speaking of which, I felt a bit sheepish admitting, well, the talisman was taken by the old security guard. He's an elderly man, and it hardly seems appropriate for me to reclaim it by force. No matter, she replied. It's merely a charm. I shall procure another from that master later. Regardless of the circumstances, I must apologize. It's quite all right. Ding dong. Just as we were exchanging pleasantries, my phone suddenly chimed. Both our phones rang simultaneously, and we exchanged a glance before hastily retrieving our devices. To my astonishment, the notification was a message on QQ, sent by Lu Lan. Hadn't she passed away? Could it be that her boyfriend was accessing her account? But why would he send me a message? Confused, I clicked to view the content, and my heart sank. Lu Lan had sent a photograph, one depicting herself. It was the very scene of her demise beneath the teaching building. My eyes widened in disbelief as I looked up at Chun Karen, who mirrored my astonishment. The expression in her eyes revealed that she too had received the same message from Lu Lan. It was evident that someone was orchestrating a sinister prank. I scanned the surroundings. Numerous individuals were engrossed in their phones, yet none were familiar to me. I couldn't possibly inspect each of their screens, could I? Chun Karen clenched her teeth, asserting, no, this doesn't feel like the work of a person. Previously, Wang Buoqing sent me his photograph, and then he met his end. Now, Lu Lan, too, has passed, and she sent a photo as well. What are the odds? Are you suggesting that those who send photographs are doomed? I scratched my head in contemplation, but that doesn't quite add up. Wang Buoqing sent a photo before his death, whereas Lu Lan sent hers after. The two situations do not align. Chun Karen pondered for a moment, stroking her chin. There must have been some hints. Think carefully before Lu Lan's demise. Aside from the scene witnessed by the two of us, did you receive any other indications? Upon her prompting, I recalled a prior incident in the restroom when Wang Buoqing had mentioned that the next to die would be Lu Lan. Wasn't that a clue? I relayed this to Chun Karen, who furrowed her brow and replied, I believe their deaths were not mere coincidences. Initially, I thought Han Siyu's untimely death was due to her unwillingness to depart, seeking vengeance. However, it appears that Han Siyu was also a victim. The one responsible for their demise is the same person, or rather, the same spirit. I truly admired Chun Karen's composure amidst such mysterious occurrences. Even when discussing ghosts, she remained unflappable, a quality I found elusive as my heart raced with anxiety, fearing that I might be the next victim. Noticing my distress, Chun Karen gently cradled my face and reassured me, do not be afraid. I am here. I will ensure your safety. I turned to call my mother, urging her to reach out to that master, the one with remarkable abilities. Trust me. All right, I nodded. Let us return. Chun Karen said nothing further and allowed me to escort her back to the dormitory. I watched her enter before departing. Upon my return to the dorm, I found Lu Cheng and the others engaged in a game of Dodiju. I had intended to join them, but at that moment, a message notification from QQ chimed. Perhaps still shaken, I became acutely aware of the sound. Upon hearing it, I promptly retrieved my phone. Upon closer inspection, a sense of bewilderment washed over me. The message emanated from Lu Dei, yet he was supposedly engrossed in a game of Dodiju. How could he possibly be messaging me? My gaze shifted to the message's content. Another photograph, but the individual depicted left me in a state of utter shock. The image portrayed Lu Dei, a ghastly scene unfolding before my eyes. A fan blade was grotesquely embedded in his forehead, a crimson torrent cascading down, staining the floor beneath. His face, too, was marred by the macabre artistry of blood. Could the next victim be Lu Dei? I stood there, paralyzed by disbelief. Time seemed to stretch into an eternity as I remained transfixed at the doorway, until Lu Cheng and the others beckoned me back to reality. Lu Cheng, noticing my disquiet, inquired about my well-being. With trembling hands, I presented my phone to him, the horrifying image displayed on its screen. Chapter 9. The Order of Death. Lu Cheng, with a look of bewilderment, took the phone and glanced at it, muttering, "There's nothing here." "What is going on with you?" "Nothing? How is that possible?" I responded, retrieving the phone only to discover that indeed, the message had vanished. I refreshed the screen several times, yet that message seemed to have never existed. It simply disappeared, eluding all my attempts to retrieve it. Frustrated, I flung the phone onto the bed and turned to El Dei, saying, "El Dei, for the next few days, steer clear of the fan. Do not go near it." Seeing my exaggerated expression, El Dei chuckled. "What is wrong? Have you been frightened into stupidity?" His playful demeanor only fueled my anger. "Do you not realize you could be in grave danger?" Only Lu Cheng remained serious, looking at me intently and asking, "What is it? Lao Zhang, have you seen something again?" I nodded gravely. El Dei is going to die, and it will be due to the fan. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's face turned ashen, remaining silent, while El Dei and Zhao Ji burst into laughter. El Dei mocked, "You've lost your mind, claiming I will die? I'm perfectly fine. Do you think I will just drop dead because you say so?" Lu Cheng shouted for them to be quiet, and both El Dei and Zhao Ji, intimidated by his imposing frame, immediately ceased their laughter. Lu Cheng took a deep breath and, somewhat awkwardly, explained, "Do not be afraid. Lao Zhang possesses a unique ability to perceive the circumstances of others' impending deaths. If he sees such a scene concerning someone, that individual is bound to perish within 48 hours. Come now, you speak of such mysticism. Who would ever believe that?" Zhao Ji muttered softly. I hastily interjected, "Lao Lu did not deceive you. It is true, I can indeed perceive those images. Do you recall the moment when Han Siyu perished? In truth, I foresaw her demise before arriving at the school. Initially, I could not fathom that she would die, and after 48 hours had elapsed without incident, I assumed it was merely a figment of my anxious imagination. Yet, to my dismay, Han Siyu ultimately met her end. The manner of her death was identical to the vision I had witnessed. Furthermore, I also foresaw Wang Boqing's demise, and shortly thereafter, he too passed away. And then there was Lu Lan. I had glimpsed the death of each of them in advance. My insistence left LV Day bewildered, and after a prolonged silence, he stammered, "You truly aren't deceiving me, are you? Lao Zhang, this matter is rather surreal, isn't it?" Ding dong. No sooner had LV Day finished speaking than his QQ notifications chimed. Instinctively, I snatched his phone, and upon inspecting the message, I found a photograph sent by Lu Lan, identical to the one she had previously sent to me. How peculiar! Why would she send it to LV Day? Noticing my dazed expression, LV Day quickly reclaimed his phone, only to be frightened enough to cast it aside. Lu Cheng picked up the phone and glanced at it, yet he appeared utterly perplexed, stating, "What is wrong with you? There is nothing here." "Nothing?" LV Day and I exclaimed in unison. Upon checking the phone again, the message had indeed vanished. LV Day's complexion darkened further, repeatedly muttering, "Impossible." Observing his reaction, a sudden realization struck me. When Wang Boqing passed away, he shared a photograph that was visible only to Lu Lan, alongside Chun Karen and myself. At that moment, Chun Karen denied having seen it, likely out of concern for Lu Lan's state of mind, just as I did. However, regardless of our attempts to deceive Lu Lan, she indeed saw the image. The reason Chun Karen and I could perceive it must be due to our unique ability. As for Lu Lan's ability to see it, I surmise it may be because she is the next to face death. Wang Boqing's demise was marked by a photograph visible to Lu Lan, who subsequently passed away. Following Lu Lan's death, the photograph became visible to El Dei, which surely indicates he is next in line. This realization is torturous for me. I have witnessed the demise of all these individuals without the power to intervene. I cannot allow El Dei to perish. With this thought in mind, I addressed El Dei. "El Dei, listen to me. I truly possess the foresight of others' deaths. However, I have only received the photograph of your death, and I have yet to witness the scene of your passing, which signifies that you are not destined to die just yet. As long as you keep your distance from the fan, you will be safe. Trust me." El Dei nodded anxiously, like a chick pecking at grains. "Old Zhang, you really haven't seen the scene of my death?" I shook my head, "No, at least not thus far. Just now, I received a message from you, accompanied by a photograph depicting your death scene. Yet, this is merely an image. And as you can see, there is certainly no such message on your phone indicating that you're not fated to die just now." El Dei glanced at his phone with trembling hands, then sighed in relief. "Old Zhang, I trust you. As long as I keep my distance from the fan, that should suffice, correct?" "Indeed, in theory, that is accurate," I replied. "All right, I shall dismantle the classroom fan tomorrow." El Dei patted his chest, as if envisioning a glimmer of hope. I remained silent. As long as he could uplift his spirits, that was sufficient. That evening, I engaged in an extensive conversation with Chun Karen. I shared my thoughts with her, and upon listening, she appeared slightly exhilarated, affirming, "It must be so." Yet, there was one aspect that puzzled me. Why did Wang Boqing choose to share the photo in the group chat instead of sending it privately to Lu Lan? By posting it in the group, only Lu Lan would see it, and her response would inevitably draw everyone's attention. Could it be that Wang Boqing intended to sound an alarm for us? What purpose would such an action serve? As I pondered this, Chun Karen suddenly inquired, "Zhang Yifeng, have you ever considered what might occur if you were to save someone on the brink of death?" Her words left me momentarily stunned. I had not contemplated this notion. Chun Karen continued, "Have you thought about the possibility that if we rescue someone destined to die, we may encounter misfortune ourselves? There's a saying, if the king of hell wishes for your demise at midnight, who can prolong your life until dawn? If you save someone fated to perish, might not the king of hell seek to include you on his list of the deceased?" Her words sent a chill down my spine. Indeed, if I were to save El Dei, would I be risking my own life? What if the king of hell took offense and summoned me to fill the void on his list of the departed? After a long pause, Chun Karen must have sensed my fear and quickly reassured me. "But do not be afraid. With me around, I shall ensure your safety. I have already asked my mother to contact that master, and we will receive news shortly." "Thank you, Chun Karen," I replied. "What did you say?" "Thank you?" Do we really need to express gratitude? We're like an old married couple now. Such playful banter, utterly unabashed. The following morning, I awoke early, preparing to dismantle the fan with El Day. However, when I glanced over at his bed, he was nowhere to be found, nor was Zhao Ji. Only Lu Cheng remained, soundly asleep. Chapter 10. The Inevitable Demise. I pulled Lu Cheng from his slumber, dragging the drowsy figure to school. Upon reaching the classroom door, I was met with the furious voice of our homeroom teacher. It seemed that El Day had already dismantled the fan, and by sheer coincidence, the teacher caught him in the act. After a scolding, the teacher refrained from imposing a monetary penalty. Once the fan was removed, I approached El Day and patted his shoulder, remarking on his swift actions. El Day, visibly shaken, replied, "When it comes to matters of life and death, how can I not take it to heart?" Indeed, with the fan absent from the classroom, El Day felt a sense of relief and became more engaged in the lesson. At noon, Chan Karen came over to sit with me, pushing Lu Cheng aside. Lu Cheng looked at us with a pitiful expression before summoning El Day and the others to go out and play. I too wished to join, but glancing at Chan Karen beside me, I ultimately decided against it. As Chun Karen and I chatted animatedly, our conversation unexpectedly continued right into class time, and I was astonished at the plethora of topics we covered. Just before class commenced, Lu Cheng and Zhao Ji returned, yet El Day was still missing. I inquired about his whereabouts, and Lu Cheng informed me that he had gone to borrow a book from the neighboring class, claiming he had forgotten his own. The neighboring class? I slammed my hand on the desk and stood up. Why didn't you go with him? Lu Cheng looked bewildered. It's just to borrow a book. Why should I accompany him? I felt a wave of despair wash over me. Our class has no fan, but the neighboring class does. How could you not understand? I rushed out of the classroom, my heart racing not out of mere panic, but from a deep-seated fear that something might befall El Day. Previously, I had never encountered anyone resembling him, yet they had just gone out to have fun. What if that identical figure had emerged? It felt like a deathly warning, and I had to remain vigilant at all times, ensuring that El Day was safe. Upon arriving at the doorway of the adjacent classroom, I heard screams emanating from within. Instinctively, I dashed inside, only to discover that they were merely engaged in playful antics, and no harm had occurred. I quickly spotted El Day, engrossed in conversation with his girlfriend. He noticed me too, raising his book and waving with a smile. A wave of relief washed over me. Thank goodness, everything was fine. Suddenly, a loud crack interrupted the moment. The ceiling fan above swayed precariously, dislodging a speck of dust. Alarmed, I shouted a warning to El Day, urging him to be cautious. He glanced up at the fan and hurried towards me. Fortunately, the fan merely swayed and did not fall. He patted his chest, exclaiming, "I completely forgot they had a fan in their classroom. I'll take care of that later. Why not just have your girlfriend fetch the books next time instead of going in yourself?" I suggested, moving towards the exit and urging El Day to follow swiftly. However, as I stepped outside, I realized he had not followed. Turning back to inquire about his hesitation, I froze in shock. Behind El Day stood a figure, an exact replica of him. The individual stood emotionless behind El Day, a fragment of a fan blade impaled in his forehead. His face and clothes stained crimson with blood. His pallid eyes darted about, as if searching for something. El Day touched the back of his neck, remarking that he felt a chill. Crack! The fan shuddered once more. I, in desperation, bellowed, "Get over here!" El Day, startled, scurried toward me, the figure trailing closely behind. Or rather, the figure was not running, but floating. The other students, alarmed by my outburst, were perplexed. However, they too noticed the precariously swaying fan. Those beneath it hastily grabbed their books and sought refuge, while the class monitor rushed to the switch, attempting to turn it off. Strangely, the switch was unresponsive. Despite repeated attempts, the fan persisted, its rotation intensifying, its wobbling growing more pronounced. The female students huddled together in terror, evacuating the danger zone. I tugged at El Day's sleeve, urging him to leave. He nodded, waving farewell to his girlfriend. Snap! At that precise moment, the fan plummeted. The blade spun rapidly, and as it struck the desk, it whirred and scraped across the surface. The others screamed in terror. Just then, a fragment of the fan blade struck the desk, snapping off at the base with a resounding crack. A shattered blade flew towards us, and before I could react, warmth enveloped my face. Beside me, Elday's eyes widened in horror as he fell backward. I was struck dumb, my visage smeared with his blood. Wiping my face, I turned in shock to Elday, only to discover that he had already lost his breath. The severed blade had embedded itself deep into his forehead, blood gushing forth and pooling around him. The figure that had been beside Elday vanished at the moment he collapsed. I was plunged into a state of sheer panic, rooted to the spot, unsure of what to do. Had I forcibly pulled him away moments before, he might have been spared, but I had not acted, and regret consumed me. Elday could have lived, yet here I stood. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over me, as if the earth itself were spinning. The air was filled with terrified screams. Numerous individuals rushed past me, some calling for teachers, others fleeing the classroom. I was jostled about, rendered unresponsive, like a statue frozen in place. I recalled the words of Chun Karen, "When the king of hell calls for you at midnight, who would dare to let you linger until dawn?" Was it possible that everything had been predestined? Could a mere blade bring forth death? Perhaps it could, but could it truly penetrate bone so deeply? Yet, the scene before me was undeniably theatrical. Elday had perished by the blade. The manner of his death mirrored the visions I had seen. The premonition of death had materialized. That afternoon, there were no classes at school. The following day, the school issued a notice suspending classes for 3 days due to a disturbance caused by Elday's parents. They held the school accountable for Elday's demise, claiming that it had failed to implement adequate safety measures and was unaware of the faulty fan. However, deep down, I understood that the school was not to blame, nor was the fan the root of the issue. Elday was destined to meet his fate by the fan. Even had he been elsewhere, he would have succumbed in a similar manner. Thus, Elday's life came to an untimely end, leaving a void among the 4 of us in the dormitory. One of us was gone, and the atmosphere was fraught with melancholy. The dormitory felt eerily empty, as if something essential was amiss. That evening, Chun Karen sought me out. She called and urged me to come downstairs to the dormitory, insisting that she had something urgent to discuss. My spirits were low, and I hesitated to go, but ultimately decided to heed her call. Upon reaching the ground floor, I spotted her silhouette and hurried over to inquire about her distress. Her complexion was ashen as she handed me her phone to show me something. The content displayed on the screen left me momentarily stunned, and I widened my eyes in astonishment as I turned to gaze at her. Chapter 11. There will be no mishap on Chun Karen's phone. There was a message from Elday containing a photograph of Elday's death scene. I had not yet received this message, yet Chun Karen had. I stared at her in surprise and then reassured her, saying, "It's all right. I received this message as well." As I had previously surmised, the reason we both received such messages was due to our physical constitution, serving as an ominous warning. Apart from the 2 of us, the next individual to receive such a photograph would be the next to meet their demise. Though I had not received the photograph, I could not disclose this to her, fearing it might frighten her. No matter how resilient she appeared, she was still a girl. Yet, it seemed fate was toying with me. No sooner had I uttered those words than my phone chimed with a message. Both my phone and Chun Karen's rang simultaneously. Upon glancing at my screen, I first saw the photograph sent by Elday, followed by another from Chun Karen. She was right beside me and had not sent any message. Yet it was indeed her account that had delivered it. Elday had sent me a photograph before his death, indicating that he was the next to perish. Now, Chun Karen had also sent me a photograph, which could only mean she was signaling that she would be the next. In the image, a knife was lodged in her abdomen, and she lay pale upon a bed that appeared to be from the dormitory. This suggested that Chun Karen would meet her end in her dormitory. I was momentarily stunned. Chun Karen was right beside me, and she had seen a message on my phone, perplexed as to why I had not received it. After a moment's pause, she muttered to herself, "Is it possible that those on the brink of death cannot receive their own death photos?" This was reminiscent of Elday, who automatically sent me a message on QQ. Yet he had no record of it on his phone, indicating that he was indeed unable to witness his own death photo. I gathered my thoughts. I had foreseen Han Siyu's demise, which served as an ominous warning. Similarly, I anticipated Wang Buoqing's death, and he had sent me a photo of his own passing. Then there was Lu Lan. Although she sent her photo posthumously, I had received prior knowledge of her impending death, marking yet another alarming signal. Next came El Dei, who sent a photo before his death, alerting me that he was the one who had perished, and then the image swiftly vanished. After his death, another photo was sent, which Chun Karen received first. Coincidentally, as I received the message, Chun Karen received another, indicating that El Dei had sent her one more photo than he had sent to me, thereby conveying the message to both of us that she would be the next to die. What on earth is happening? Han Siyu and the others were all victims. Who is the mastermind behind this? Yama, the king of hell? Regardless of the identity of this hidden orchestrator, I will not allow Chun Karen to perish. I shall remain by her side, watching over her at all times, ensuring she does not return to the dormitory or stray from my sight. Chun Karen stood frozen, murmuring, "Ami destina tudi?" I embraced her tightly, shedding the usual shyness, and whispered softly, "It's all right. I am here. Nothing will happen as long as we don't return to the dormitory. Where shall we go then?" Chun Karen lifted her gaze, blinking at me. "Anywhere is fine. We simply cannot return to the dormitory." "All right, you accompany me." A smile graced Chun Karen's face, and as I caressed her silky hair, I nodded in silence. Subsequently, I asked her to wait for a moment while I went back to my dorm to fetch several hundred yuan from Lu Chong, and then I headed to the hotel with Chun Karen. Along the way, I held her hand firmly, unwilling to loosen my grip, and she said nothing, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. However, I could not share in her laughter. My heart was burdened with an unsettling weight. Upon reaching the hotel, I initially planned to book 2 rooms, but Chun Karen insisted on just one, claiming she didn't want to lose sight of me. With her saying such, what more could I argue? After registering, we ascended to the 2nd floor with a room key. Chun Karen mentioned she felt a bit hungry and asked me to fetch her something to eat. I had intended to suggest we go together, fearing she might encounter some mishap, but she insisted on taking a shower. Reluctantly, I ventured out alone, hastily acquiring some snacks and dumplings before returning to the hotel. I was quite quick, driven by my concern for Chun Karen. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, I found she had yet to finish her shower, so I waited at the door. After a brief moment, she opened the door, and I entered, placing the food on the bedside table. I intended to turn and call out to her, but as I turned, I suddenly caught sight of a shadowy figure emerging behind her. The figure gradually revealed her visage, and the instant I discerned her features, I was rendered speechless. It was her, Chun Karen. Noticing my expression, she inquired what was amiss, even touching the back of her neck, remarking how it felt oddly chilly. In a sudden surge of instinct, I pulled her close and seized a snack from the bedside table, hurling it toward the shadowy figure while vehemently shouting, "Begone!" Chun Karen, nestled in my embrace, was taken aback. She glanced back and naturally beheld the apparition that bore an uncanny resemblance to her. The snack I flung past through the specter's form, inflicting no harm. Yet my outburst compelled her to slowly retreat, vanishing at the threshold. I hurried to shut the door, reassuring Chun Karen that she was safe with me. She chuckled lightly. "What are you so anxious about?" "I'm not worried at all. I fear for your safety," I uttered instinctively, causing her to pause. Suddenly, she rose on her toes, entwined her hands around my neck, and pressed her lips against mine. In that fleeting moment, my mind went blank. I had not anticipated such a response. By the time I regained my composure, Chun Karen had released me, smiling as she said, "Rest assured, as long as we evade danger for 48 hours, we shall be unharmed." Though her words were comforting, my unease lingered. After all, with Han Siu's fate as a cautionary tale, Chun Karen remained perilously vulnerable until the next destined soul met their demise. I endeavored to conceal my trepidation, forcing a smile as I urged Chun Karen to indulge in the snacks before they grew cold. Chun Karen nodded softly, savoring her dumplings as I sat beside her, captivated by the gracefulness of her eating. Once she finished, I tidied up the room, and we both reclined on the bed to rest. Naturally, neither of us had changed out of our clothes. After a brief moment of quiet, Chun Karen gently inquired, "Zhang Yifeng, what would you do if I couldn't escape?" After pondering her question, I replied, "That won't happen. You will surely evade it." I am speaking hypothetically, she retorted. Then I shall come down to find you. Ugh, who will wait to search for me? After her playful banter, she suddenly embraced me, saying, Zhang Yifeng, I will definitely manage to evade it, won't I? As long as you are here, nothing will go wrong, right? Chapter 12. Keep your distance from her as long as I am here. Nothing will go awry. Yet, deep within, I harbor uncertainty. Admittedly, I find myself somewhat selfish. At this moment, I find myself wishing for the next victim to appear swiftly, for in doing so, Chun Karen would be spared. Can I truly protect Chun Karen? I am uncertain. Did I not once assure El Dei with utmost conviction that he would be safe? Yet, in the end, he perished before my very eyes. Zhang Yifeng, as long as you are here, I fear nothing, Chun Karen declared, suddenly turning to pin me beneath her. Her delicate lips captured mine, leaving me flustered and at a loss. Observing my reaction, Chun Karen chuckled softly. I stammered, but, Karen, is this appropriate? In my usual banter with Lu Cheng and the others, I often recounted risque anecdotes with such vivid detail that one might assume I had lived them. In truth, I am merely a blank slate. No matter how much I comprehend, without experience, my knowledge is but empty rhetoric. In this moment, I felt a blend of exhilaration and anxiety, utterly bewildered. Chun Karen, perceiving my turmoil, gazed intently into my eyes. Her unwavering stare made me uneasy, yet she smiled and said, Zhang Yifeng, I see you clearly. You are unlike the others. I am willing to take this chance, because I do not know if I will see tomorrow. Karen, you need not worry. No matter what, I will ensure your safety. Not even a single hair on your head shall be harmed. Hearing her words stirred an uncomfortable feeling within me, compelling me to offer her this solace. She raised her hand to cover my mouth and whispered, Do not speak. I trust you. Upon concluding her words, her lips descended once more. After all, I am a man, and at such a moment, what sort of man would I be if I exhibited no reaction? My body gradually ignited with fervor. After sharing a kiss, I turned her over, gently pinning her beneath me, and with a tender caress, I removed her garments. In the soft glow of the light, Chun Karen appeared breathtakingly beautiful. I could hardly believe this was reality and not a mere dream, for she lay there, undeniably real beneath me. Although my desires surged within me, I retained enough composure to ask, gazing at her flushed cheeks, Are you truly unrepentant? Chun Karen smiled softly, assuring me that she had no regrets. My heart swelled with warmth as I leaned in to kiss her again. The following morning, I awoke to a beam of sunlight gracing my face. The gentle breeze was pleasant, and the sunlight fell at just the right angle, creating a delightful sensation. I turned to observe the slumbering Chun Karen, feeling a surge of warmth within me. She is my goddess, and I never fathomed we could reach this point together. I propped my right hand beneath my chin, silently admiring her beauty. Even in sleep, she radiated an enchanting allure. Unable to resist, I placed a soft kiss upon her forehead, eliciting a faint smile from her. Suddenly, she chuckled, murmuring silly, which startled me, causing my cheeks to flush with warmth. You're awake? I inquired. She nodded. I'm hungry. Shall we go out for a meal? Certainly, I replied, only to realize as I uncovered the blanket that I was unclothed. Hastily, I covered myself again and awkwardly said, could you please turn your head away? With a playful smile, Chun Karen pinched my waist, her eyes gently closed. Only after I had dressed did she open her eyes, slowly unveiling the blanket to don her own attire. As I stole glances at her from the side, she shot me an indignant look, inquiring whether I had not had my fill of the previous night's escapades. Her words only deepened my embarrassment, prompting a nervous laugh as I asked her what she wished to eat later. After a moment's contemplation, she declared dumplings. She reminisced about her childhood, when her affection for dumplings was profound. Each time her parents scolded her, or when she felt disheartened, her grandmother would prepare dumplings, and with each bite, her spirits would lift considerably. Though dumplings were not my favorite, I held no aversion towards them. By the time we finished our meal, the sun had already reached its zenith. She mentioned that she intended to visit her aunt's house shortly, asking me to wait for her at school. I felt a twinge of concern, but she reassured me, stating it was not a trip to the dormitory and that she would return swiftly. After some contemplation, I decided to accompany her to the car. As she departed, she informed me that her aunt's residence was nearby, and she could conveniently stop by her home to inquire if her mother had gotten in touch with that master. I cautioned her to be careful on the road and to call me upon her arrival. Once she was on her way, I dialed Liu Cheng to ascertain his whereabouts. He informed me that he was at school, as Liu Dai's parents had come to stir up trouble again. After ending the call, I hurried to the school. Upon reaching the entrance, I was met with a throng of people, at least 20 or 30, most of whom were bare-chested, exuding an air reminiscent of street gangsters. I pushed my way through the school gates, intending to find Liu Cheng, but was halted by Uncle Zhang's voice calling out to me. He drew me aside, scrutinizing me from head to toe before abruptly asking, "Have you lost your virginity?" What were you talking about?" I stammered, taken aback by the old man's directness, which made me feel quite awkward. He remained unfazed, retorting fiercely, "So, the one who gave you the amulet last time was a girl? And you even went to a hotel with her?" "Sir, I don't understand what you're saying," I replied, scratching my head defensively. "Humph, don't think I can't tell. I told you to stay away from her, but you wouldn't listen. Now, look, your vital energy is leaking out, isn't it?" I couldn't make heads or tails of what the old man was saying. "So I lost my virginity. So what? Vital energy leaking out? Was he reading too much into novels?" Before I could respond, he muttered to himself, "Luckily, I discovered it early. A few more times, and you'd be beyond saving." He retrieved a Buddha statue from his pocket and handed it to me, saying, "Here, take this. Listen to me, stay away from that girl, or she'll be the death of you sooner or later. I'm not interested in who that girl is, but she's definitely not an ordinary person. Don't think I don't know what's been happening at the school. I just don't want to get involved with such things. If you believe me, stay away from her. If you don't, just wait for death." I refused the Buddha statue, retorting indignantly, "Uncle Zhang, I know you mean well, but I really don't understand what you're saying. Besides, she's my girlfriend, and I don't want anyone talking badly about her." "Huh?" Uncle Zhang chuckled coldly. "Girlfriend? Your vital energy is almost completely drained by her, and you still call her girlfriend? People, they always regret it when they're on the verge of death." He forcibly pressed the Buddha statue into my hands, proclaiming, "This has been blessed. Carrying it with you will ensure your safety. As for any issues with your girlfriend, you shall find out by nightfall." I wished to avoid further entanglement with him, carelessly stowed the statue in my pocket, murmured a thank you, and departed. His words regarding Chun Karen irked me. Yet being an elder, I refrained from any confrontation. After leaving, I found Liu Cheng on the playground, where he and Zhao Ji sat on the stone steps, lost in their thoughts, oblivious to the world around them. Chapter 13. Surveillance. I approached the two of them and engaged in casual conversation. Elday had just left, and they were not as lively as before. I found myself initiating the dialogue, while they responded intermittently. After a while, Chun Karen messaged me to inform me that she had arrived home. I was unaware of her residence, but given her prompt arrival, it likely wasn't too far from the school. As the day gradually dimmed, Chun Karen returned. Upon her arrival, she promptly called me, and I hurried to meet her. Subsequently, we made our way to the hotel. If we could endure this day, the ordeal might finally come to an end. Tomorrow, as long as the next victim appeared, Chun Karen would be safe. We returned to the same room as yesterday. After entering, I took a shower and hung the small Buddha statue from my pocket on the bathroom door. Once I emerged from the shower, Chun Karen expressed her intention to wash up as well. I sat on the bed, occupied with my phone while waiting for her. Just as she reached the bathroom door, she suddenly shouted, prompting me to toss aside my phone and inquire about her distress. With a stern expression, she demanded to know the origin of the statue on the door. I explained that it had been given to me by Uncle Zhang, who claimed it could ward off evil spirits. Upon hearing this, Chun Karen's demeanor shifted to one of unease, urging me to dispose of the small Buddha statue immediately. I found her reaction puzzling, yet I refrained from probing further and discarded the statue into the trash bin. Only then did Chun Karen exhale in relief, her expression serious as she warned, "Zhang Yifeng, you must avoid that old man in the future. Steer clear of him whenever you see him." "What's wrong?" I asked, perplexed. Chun Karen explained that her mother had contacted a master, who revealed that the incidents at the school were being manipulated from the shadows. She remarked that the individual's skills were quite formidable, advising me to keep my distance if I ever encountered him. Enlightened, I inquired whether the master she referred to was Uncle Jean. Karen nodded, suggesting it was indeed possible. The master had forewarned her of an impending calamity, yet assured her that as long as she steered clear of jade-like ornaments, she would remain unharmed. The master's predictions seemed remarkably accurate. Karen now faced a life-threatening ordeal, indeed a significant tribulation. Upon hearing her, I quickly apologized, realizing my actions could have endangered her. Karen, with a smile, reassured me, suggesting I also maintain my distance from Uncle Jean during this time to avoid provoking him. She mentioned that once the master concluded his current duties, he would assist us. I nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was our only course of action for now. If the troubles at school were indeed orchestrated by Uncle Jean, there was little I could do without evidence. I certainly could not report him as a murderer without proof. Such an accusation would likely lead the police to deem me delusional and could attract Uncle Jean's scrutiny. Thus, we must wait for the master's arrival to formulate our next steps. In the meantime, my sole focus was to save those on the brink of death. While Karen took her bath, I discarded the Buddha statue outside. Once she finished bathing, we indulged in a passionate encounter. Despite her typically demure demeanor, she exhibited a wild side in such matters. The following day, I awoke feeling utterly drained. Karen teased me about my poor vitality, and I shot her a look, retorting that I was unsure who was so frenzied the previous night. Karen's cheeks flushed as she playfully pinched me. Neither of us had risen from our slumber. We lay entwined in each other's embrace until noon, lazily dragging ourselves from the bed. As I donned my attire, my phone suddenly chimed. Karen's phone chimed as well, and we exchanged a glance before hastily unlocking our devices. The message was from Zhao Ji, accompanied by a harrowing photograph in which he lay bloodied and disfigured on the road, his head shattered and brain matter strewn about. A wave of terror washed over me as I quickly glanced at Karen's phone, confirming she too had received the ominous message. This meant she was safe for the moment, but with the 48-hour deadline still looming, could it be that the old man had changed his mind, targeting another victim? Although Zhao Ji and I were not the closest of friends, he was indeed a good companion, and I could not allow harm to befall him. Gazing at the grim image, I declared with a steely resolve, I must uncover the evidence to ensure that old man is incarcerated. Karen wrapped her arms around me. Resting her head against my chest, we shall face this together. You cannot abandon me. Looking into her eyes, warmth unexpectedly blossomed in my heart. Upon returning to school, Karen headed to her dormitory while I made my way to mine. As I approached the entrance, I heard Zhao Ji's frantic cries. I flung open the door, and Lu Cheng turned to me. Zhao Ji leaped from his bed and rushed towards me, grasping my arm in desperation. Old Zhang, I've received a message from El Dei. He sent me a photograph of himself at the moment of his death, visible only to me, while old Lu cannot see it. Does this mean I am next to perish? Have you witnessed anything unusual or sensed an unseen presence beside me? I placed my hands gently on his shoulders, offering reassurance. It's all right. Don't be too agitated. I have a plan to save you. A plan? What kind of plan? Zhao Ji's excitement was palpable. I closed the door and drew the curtains, addressing both of them. I believe I have an inkling of who is responsible for the demise of Lu Dei and the others. If my suspicions are correct, the mastermind behind it all is none other than old Master Zhang, the gatekeeper of our school. Old Master Zhang? Lu Cheng and Zhao Ji were taken aback. I nodded affirmatively. Indeed. In fact, before you, it was Karen who met her end. She likely perished in the dormitory. However, for the past couple of days, I have been staying at a hotel instead of the dorms, which allowed her to escape a tragic fate. As for you, Zhao Ji, your demise occurred on the road. So as long as you avoid the streets and remain within the confines of the school, you should be safe. At this juncture, I added, furthermore, this evening, I intend to stealthily follow old Master Zhang to his home to uncover his true identity and seek out evidence to bring him to justice. I want to go too. I feel a bit frightened being alone at school. Zhao Ji exclaimed. The absence of the shadow that had been haunting him indicated that he was temporarily safe. Moreover, we could take a detour to avoid the streets, which would likely ensure Zhao Ji's safety. I nodded in agreement. As dusk fell, Karen invited me to go out. but I informed her that I had prior commitments without divulging the details, not wishing to cause her unnecessary worry. She did not press further, merely advising me to exercise caution and not to let my guard down. After nightfall, the three of us gathered at a food stall by the school gate, indulging in snacks while awaiting old Master Zhang's departure from work. School was not in session, so he should not be too late in finishing work. Around 7 o'clock, we finally caught sight of him. The old man securely locked the gate and turned, limping towards the east. We three quickly followed, maintaining a respectful distance. Mr. Zhang remained oblivious to our presence, engrossed in his forward journey. After all, with the throngs of people on the street, it was entirely reasonable that he did not notice us. After trailing behind him for 7 or 8 minutes, he turned into an alley. We hastily followed, winding through the twists and turns of the alley until we finally arrived at his home. Chapter 14. The Grim Reaper's urgency. The economic conditions of old Zhang's family were rather dire, residing in 2 dilapidated tile-roofed houses, with grass sprouting from the rooftops. We concealed ourselves at the corner of the alley, waiting for him to enter his home. I turned to Lu Cheng and said, "Old Lu, feign a request for directions and see if there is anything peculiar inside. Zhao Ji and I shall remain here in anticipation of your return." Lu Cheng nodded in silence. While Zhao Ji inquired why I was not accompanying him, I explained, "I have a history with this old fellow. Upon our first meeting, he is sure to engage me in an endless stream of trivialities. As for you, you are his intended target, making your presence even more perilous. Thus, it must be Lu Cheng who ventures forth. In comparison, Lu Cheng's undertaking posed minimal risk and would not attract old Zhang's attention." Lu Cheng concurred with my reasoning, straightening his attire and adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he approached the door. He glanced around before stepping inside, while Zhao Ji and I remained hidden at the corner, vigilant of the unfolding situation. Our appearance may have resembled that of thieves, as passers-by regarded us with suspicion. A man walked by, muttering to himself, bearing such a heavy burden of debts to the dead. It's a miracle he has lasted this long. I was oblivious to whom he referred and lacked the inclination to ponder it further. Instead, I scrutinized the man. He had long hair with a side fringe and donned ordinary casual attire, presenting himself as nothing more than an unremarkable individual. A rather unconventional one at that. To my astonishment, he headed straight for old Zhang's residence and entered with an air of familiarity. Observing his ease and familiarity with the surroundings, I found myself puzzled. Could this individual be the son of old Zhang? But wasn't he at common knowledge among the students at school that old Zhang had neither wife nor children? Who then was this man? After some contemplation, Lu Cheng emerged, and Zhao Ji nudged me, pointing at Lu Cheng while exclaiming his name. I snapped back to reality, waved at Lu Cheng, and inquired if he had made any discoveries. Lu Cheng glanced around, lowering his voice as he spoke. His home is filled with numerous herbs, the air thick with their scent. There is a conspicuous painting of a celestial master hanging on the wall. And while he was momentarily distracted, I sneaked into the back room and found it filled with paper effigies and horses. I intended to observe further, but suddenly a young man appeared, forcing me to abandon my exploration. That is sufficient, I thought to myself. I began to piece the puzzle together. Old Zhang was certainly not an ordinary man. How could a mere security guard possess such an abundance of herbs? Even if he had some medical knowledge, what was the purpose of a celestial master painting? And what are the paper effigies and horses in the back room? Zhao Ji, trembling beside me, remarked, "Paper effigies and horses? Could he be like those Taoists in the movies, using people's birth dates to summon paper effigies to kill from miles away? Have you watched too many movies?" I retorted with a roll of my eyes. Such fantastical occurrences are pure fiction. If there were any truth to them, wouldn't those wealthy individuals be in constant peril? After a moment of reflection, I addressed both of them. "Let us return for now. Rest assured, with me here, I will ensure that no harm befalls you." In a couple of days, Chun Karen plans to invite the master known to her mother, and after that, this matter will no longer concern us. At that point, we shall leave it to them to handle. Leaving Uncle Zhang's residence, we hurried back to our dormitory. I sent Chun Karen a message to assure her of my safety, and she responded promptly. We engaged in a lengthy conversation, filled with countless topics to discuss. The following day, The figure who was supposed to appear beside Zhao Ji never materialized, which was a positive development. As long as we could endure today, everything would be fine. Zhao Ji was in high spirits, having spent a considerable sum on an array of delicacies, and we indulged ourselves in the comforts of the dormitory. However, as night fell, I had anticipated a peaceful evening, yet fate had other plans. After our meal, Zhao Ji received a phone call from his girlfriend, who informed him that she had encountered some ruffians and was too frightened to leave the clothing store. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ji was determined to rush over. But I stopped him, cautioning that going now could put his life in jeopardy. Yet, whether it was arrogance or sheer obstinacy, he retorted angrily, "Hasn't it been fine all this time? The one in danger now is Xiao Dai. I must go." Lu Cheng, rising from the bed with a firm slap on the sheets, admonished him, "We must hold out until tomorrow morning. Only after 48 hours will the danger pass. If you venture out now, it is akin to courting death." Despite our dissuasions, Zhao Ji remained resolute in his decision to go. After a considerable effort, we had nearly swayed him, but a phone call from his girlfriend arrived, urging his immediate presence. This call undid all our previous efforts, and Zhao Ji became adamant about leaving. Reluctantly, Lu Cheng and I agreed to accompany him. They started ahead, and I changed my coat and locked the door before departing. Upon reaching the ground floor, I found them waiting for me by the roadside. As I hurried towards them, I halted abruptly. The spectral figure had materialized, standing behind Zhao Ji. The apparition's head was severed above the chin, a ghastly, smooth expanse with blood dripping from the lower jaw. Its limbs were grotesquely contorted, a truly horrifying sight. Lu Cheng and Zhao Ji, noticing my frozen stance, inquired about my distress. I urgently called out to Zhao Ji to come over. Lu Cheng's face paled, and he instinctively reached for Zhao Ji's hand, but Zhao Ji recoiled. His body stiffened, and he twisted to look behind him, his face ashen as he asked if I could see it too. I nodded, imploring him to come quickly. He hesitated, poised to move, when a screech of tires shattered the air. A black sedan careened towards them, its brakes seemingly failed. The driver desperately pumped the pedal, but the car continued unabated, its speed increasing. Zhao Ji, typically slow to react, displayed an unexpected agility, shoving Lu Cheng out of the way, sacrificing himself as the car struck him and sent him hurtling through the air, soaring high and far. When he fell, the ground emitted a sharp, resounding thud. As Zhao Ji's body struck the earth, blood splattered, painting the ground crimson. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, a small car once again hurtled toward Zhao Ji, the vehicle rolling over him, with one wheel crushing his head. A sickening crack echoed, and brain matter was scattered about. The car finally came to a halt after colliding with a large tree, its front end severely damaged, judging by the state of the vehicle. The driver was likely in grave peril as well. I paid no heed to the driver, rushing immediately to Zhao Ji. In the instant he was struck by the car, that shadow vanished. The shadow had claimed his life. He was dead, his demise mirroring the horrific sight I had just witnessed. Chapter 15. Temptation. The bystanders promptly summoned the authorities, and soon both the police and medical personnel arrived. It was evident that there was no hope for Zhao Ji. With the upper portion of his skull shattered, what could be done? As I witnessed his lifeless body being carried away, a profound sense of regret enveloped me. We should have restrained him with all our might. Yet, in a moment of empathetic reflection, I realized that had I been in his position, fully aware of the impending doom, I too would have relentlessly sought out Chun Karen. Perhaps this is what they often refer to, the folly of those ensnared by love, whose intellect seemingly diminishes. After Zhao Ji was taken away, the driver of the car was extricated from the wreckage. Strangely, despite the vehicle's tremendous velocity and the considerable damage to the front upon colliding with the tree, the driver emerged unscathed. He was a man, likely in his 30s, with only a scrape on his forehead, while the rest of his body bore no injuries. Upon exiting the car, he collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, prostrating himself in remorse towards the direction of Zhao Ji. I helped him to his feet and inquired why he had failed to brake, with tears streaming down his face. He responded, "I did press the brake. I truly did, but for some inexplicable reason, the car wouldn't stop. It only accelerated." His words left me speechless, unable to form a reply. Such is the cruel fate when the king of hell demands your life at the third watch of the night. Who can prolong it until the fifth? Helplessly, I cast a glance at Zhao Ji, and just then, his girlfriend appeared. From a distance, she spotted me and rushed over, inquiring about Zhao Ji's whereabouts. Upon seeing her, a surge of anger surged within me. Had it not been for her, Zhao Ji would not have ventured out, and consequently, he would still be alive. Yet I understood that no matter how fiercely I vented my anger towards her, it would not salvage Zhao Ji. I inhaled deeply and pointed at the ambulance, declaring, "He is dead." Zhao Ji's girlfriend was taken aback, watching as the ambulance rushed past, only to be halted by the police. Sighing, I surveyed the surroundings, preparing to depart from this place. Suddenly, I spotted the figure of Elder Zhang in the crowd. I tugged at Lu Cheng and gestured discreetly towards him. He followed my gaze and also discerned Elder Zhang. We discreetly withdrew from the throng and swiftly approached to encircle him. The old man ambled leisurely, a bag of fruit in hand. Our sudden approach startled him, and he looked at us with an expression of calm indifference, asking, "Is there something you need? Do not feign ignorance, old man. Why did you wish to kill Zhao Ji?" Lu Cheng, in a fit of anger, bluntly revealed the crux of the matter. Although Lu Cheng's inquiry was rather direct, it was precisely what I yearned to ask. Elder Zhang furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Kill?" Then, his demeanor shifted to one of delight. He smirked, his gaze fixed upon me. "Was it your little girlfriend who informed you?" "Indeed, it was you who orchestrated this." "Why did you do it?" I queried, under the impression that he had confessed. However, he retorted, "I did not kill him," all the while wearing a smirk as he stared at me. "You, young man, are quite ungrateful. I warned you to keep your distance from her, yet you disregarded my counsel. Look at you now. Your vitality is utterly depleted. If this continues, you may lose your life. To believe in her even when death is imminent. How foolish." "Spit." Lu Cheng spat disdainfully. "Do not attempt to argue. The police are over there. Do you believe I won't simply walk over and have them arrest you right now? Go ahead. I have done nothing wrong. What can the police do to me?" Grandpa Zhang chuckled softly. "Furthermore, I must reiterate my warning. Keep your distance from that little girlfriend of yours. There is still a chance for redemption, but in a couple of days, she will drain all the vitality from you." The previous remark was directed at Lu Cheng, while the latter was aimed at me. In regard to his words, I remained skeptical. Compared to Chun Karen, my faith in her was unwavering. She would never harm me, nor was she a puppet master orchestrating this chaos. After all, she had once been on the death list herself, nearly losing her life. If she were the mastermind, what purpose would it serve to gamble with her own existence? Lu Cheng was nearly provoked to violence by his words, but I restrained him, addressing the old man. "I do not care whether you are a murderer. Please refrain from harboring thoughts of harming my friend. Moreover, I will demonstrate who is in the right." Grandpa Zhang nodded. "I'll look forward to your proof. You are quite an intriguing young one. Very well. I shall reveal to you a method to ascertain whether your girlfriend harbors any issues." At this juncture, he paused, not continuing his thought. I urged him to proceed, but he merely smirked and replied, "Do you not trust your girlfriend? Why the rush?" I huffed, pulling Lu Cheng as I attempted to leave. Observing our exchange, old Zhang interjected, "At midnight, she will undoubtedly awaken. It is during this hour that the malevolent energy reaches its peak, providing her with the optimal opportunity to cast her spells and inflict harm. Whether she poses a threat will be determined by whether she stirs at 12. With that, old Zhang departed, his fruit in hand, humming a cheerful tune as he walked away. "Lao Zhang, do you believe Chinkaran is a problem?" Lu Cheng suddenly inquired. I immediately shook my head, asserting, "Certainly not. Karen has nearly faced death before. How could she possibly be a threat? Would she toy with her own life?" "That is indeed a valid point." Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. "So, would you consider trying old Zhang's method?" I hesitated for a moment. It was the sole means of proving Chun Karen's innocence. Though I held faith in her, I sought proof. If she were indeed blameless, I would have the confidence to confront that old man. That evening, I arranged to meet Chun Karen. She had already learned of Zhao Ji's demise, so upon receiving my call, she hurried over to offer her consolation. Lu Cheng returned to the dormitory, while I accompanied Chun Karen for a brief stroll. After walking for several minutes, I suggested we find a hotel to stay. Upon hearing this, Her face flushed crimson as she muttered something about shamelessness. I immediately grasped the implication and hastily clarified that it was not as she presumed. She then asked, "What do you mean?" I stammered for quite some time, failing to articulate my thoughts, which only succeeded in amusing her. Nevertheless, she ultimately accompanied me to the hotel. I did not touch her. We merely slept, and she nestled contentedly in my embrace. To be honest, at that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, akin to that of an old married couple. I wished fervently for time to freeze at that instant, allowing me to hold her like this forever. As I contemplated, a smile involuntarily spread across my face. Chun Karen inquired about the reason for my laughter, to which I shook my head and replied that there was nothing in particular. After lying in my arms for a while, she drifted off to sleep. Although I was weary, I refrained from succumbing to slumber, eagerly awaiting the arrival of midnight. After a spell, my resolve waned, and I succumbed to a deep sleep. I lost track of time, but suddenly felt a chill enveloping my body, jolting me awake from my dreams. When I reached beside me, I found the space beside me vacant. Chun Karen was no longer on the bed. Chapter 16. Meeting the parents suddenly. The words of the old Zhang echoed in my mind, causing a surge of anxiety within me. I hastily rose from my bed, switched on the light, and called out to Chun Karen several times. Her voice emerged from the bathroom, and upon hearing it, I let out a sigh of relief, questioning my earlier worries about her. What was I thinking? I chastised myself, dispelling that thought, and settled back onto my bed to rest. Before long, Chun Karen emerged from the bathroom, her face adorned with a mask, startling me in the moment she stepped out. Curiously, I inquired about the mask, to which she replied that she always carried it in her bag, and then asked me what was wrong. I glanced at her red leather bag, shook my head, and responded that it was nothing. Chun Karen lay beside me, gently touching my face with concern, and asked, "Did you have a nightmare? Why are you so tense?" I sighed and replied, "No, it's just that I'm feeling a bit down." She encouraged me to share my troubles, assuring me that there was no need to keep them hidden. I expressed my frustration. You wouldn't understand. I could have saved Zhao Ji, but at the crucial moment, I failed to stop him. If I had intervened, he would still be alive. At this point, my vexation deepened. Why do you think I possess the ability to foresee death? If I didn't have this gift, if I were unaware of who would die next, I wouldn't feel this way. For most, perhaps the supernatural is terrifying enough. Yet for me, it is not the specters that instill fear. It is the knowledge of who the next victim will be, coupled with the agony of being unable to save them. This constitutes a form of psychological torment, leading one to the brink of mental collapse, anticipating death, awaiting its arrival, and witnessing its inevitability. Yet, I have not succumbed. My endurance has proven remarkably resilient. Has it not? Chun Karen spoke softly, urging me to relinquish such thoughts, reminding me that we are together in this journey. She reassured me of her unwavering presence, just as I had once accompanied her. Without me, she mused, I would have already succumbed to despair. What foolishness is this? I embraced her tightly, a wave of sorrow washing over me. Partly, it stemmed from the loss of Zhao Ji, and partly from the gnawing uncertainty of who might be next to depart this world. Yet, I am certain that the ominous toll of death shall ring for me in due time. After Chun Karen applied a facial mask for a while, we drifted into a peaceful slumber, entwined in each other's arms. The following morning, due to the necessity of attending class, we rose early. Hand in hand, we made our way to school, indifferent to the scrutiny of others. It is worth mentioning that our school possesses a rather commendable trait. It does not disapprove of students engaging in romantic relationships. As long as academic performance remains unscathed, teachers tend to overlook such matters. However, if grades falter, intervention becomes inevitable. The spate of recent deaths at the school has instilled a pervasive sense of unease among students, with whispers suggesting that the spirit of Han Siyu has returned to exact vengeance. Such rumors have swiftly infiltrated every corner of the institution, and teachers have inevitably caught wind of them. Consequently, prior to our lessons, the principal delivered a lecture on political ideology, primarily advocating for scientific reasoning and urging us to eschew superstitious beliefs. While most students verbally acquiesced, clandestine discussions on the topic continued to flourish. The tumult surrounding El Dei has subsided, and I have heard that the school has incurred considerable financial losses. As for Zhaoji, he was not involved in any incidents on school grounds, thus the school bears no responsibility. However, the perpetrator has compensated his family handsomely. In the time that followed, the school finally experienced a period of tranquility, devoid of any further incidents. In the initial days, I was on edge, constantly fearing the arrival of ominous warnings or the sight of unsettling images. It became evident that my apprehensions were unfounded. Curiously, I initially suspected that the murderer was Zhang Dei, but as I interacted with him over this period, I discovered him to be quite amiable, exhibiting commendable conduct and demeanor that hardly suggested malevolence. When I encounter him, I exchange polite greetings, to which he responds without embarking on a lengthy lecture, as if nothing had transpired. A week later, on a Friday after school, I ventured out with Chun Karen for some shopping. With no classes the following day, Chun Karen invited me to accompany her home, mentioning that her mother wished to meet me. I was taken aback. Had she disclosed our relationship to her parents? Noticing my astonishment, she chuckled and asked if I was truly surprised, to which I shook my head and inquired whether her parents opposed her dating. Chun Karen replied affirmatively, stating that her parents had said as long as she maintained her studies and grades, they would not interfere. Moreover, after revealing our relationship, her mother urged her to bring me home for an introduction, assuring me that I need not be anxious, as her mother was quite amiable. What about your father? There's a saying, when it comes to marriage, the most challenging to win over is the mother-in-law. However, during the courtship, the most challenging figure to win over was my future father-in-law. My father worked in a different city and only returned home during the new year. I sighed with relief and promised her that I would accompany her home the following day. After a leisurely stroll, I escorted Chun Karen back to her dormitory. Shortly thereafter, my mother called to inquire whether I had classes at school over the weekend. I informed her that I did not, and she then asked if I would return home. After some contemplation, I decided to share my relationship with Chun Karen, including my plans to visit her family the next day. My mother was familiar with Chun Karen. She had attended a parent-teacher meeting at my school during our first year of high school. My mother had once remarked that I should seek a partner as beautiful as Chun Karen. At that time, I thought to myself, could someone like me ever be worthy of her? Ah, how my perspective has shifted. There's a saying that goes, a toad aspires to eat swan meat. A toad that does not wish for it is not a good toad. When my mother learned of my relationship with Chun Karen, instead of expressing joy, she questioned how I had managed to win her over, insinuating that I might have employed unscrupulous methods. In response, my mother earnestly advised, though our family may be humble, you must never resort to illegal means. I found myself in a state of bewilderment, retorting, Mother, am I truly that inadequate? She replied, do I not know how capable you are? After much explanation, my mother eventually believed me, though she remained skeptical that it was Chun Karen who had pursued me. I felt helpless, but refrained from further clarification. Ultimately, my mother sent me 1,000 yuan, urging me to buy some gifts for the visit, emphasizing that I should not go empty-handed, lest I leave a poor impression. Early the next morning, Chun Karen and I boarded the bus to her home. After a journey of over half an hour, we disembarked and proceeded to purchase some gifts. Once we finished, Chun Karen insisted that we grab a bite to eat before continuing on our way. We entered a dining establishment where I wasn't particularly hungry, so I observed as she enjoyed the dishes we had ordered. As we were eating, a sudden commotion erupted from a nearby table occupied by 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women. The reason for their quarrel was unclear, but it escalated quite intensely. Then, amidst the uproar, I noticed 4 indistinct figures materializing around them. As their faces became discernible, I instinctively grasped Chun Karen's hand and dashed outside. Chapter 17. An odd family and the specter of death. It seems the Grim Reaper has come to collect once more. I feel a sense of morbid déjà vu, akin to being in a perpetual Conan Doyle novel, where misfortune follows my every step. Just as I whisked Chun Karen away from the eatery, a heavy-duty truck careened into the establishment. The patrons seated nearest the entrance were struck with devastating force, their fate undoubtedly sealed. The impact shattered the windows into a myriad of fragments, filling the air with a cloud of debris. As the dust settled, I cautiously approached, my breath catching in my throat. Miraculously, the other diners appeared unscathed, though their faces were etched with terror as they stared at the truck. Beneath its wheels lay two lifeless forms. The force of the collision had sent two other bodies hurtling against a pillar, leaving a ghastly smear of blood upon its surface. The corpses at the base of the pillar were grotesquely contorted, limbs twisted at unnatural angles. One victim's head was wrenched askew, their face obscured by shards of glass, rendering them unrecognizable. A collective scream pierced the stunned silence, and chaos erupted within the restaurant as patrons scrambled to escape, fearing the imminent collapse of the building. I retrieved the gifts, compensated the proprietor with 100 yuan, and hastily departed with Chun Karen. Visibly shaken, Chun Karen remained largely silent during our journey, save for the occasional direction. After what seemed an eternity, we arrived at her residence. I gently cupped her face in my hands, offering reassurance. It's over now. Try to smile and not worry your mother. She nodded, managing a weak smile before proceeding to unlock the door. It was apparent that her family enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle, evident in the well-maintained state of their home. The two-story residence is exquisitely adorned, leaving me in a daze. Such a house may not be remarkable in the city, but in our village, only affluent families can afford to reside in it. In front of the house, on the right, stands a robust sycamore tree, while on the left, there flourishes a willow, both so grand that even two adults might struggle to encircle them. Nestled between these trees lies a well. As I passed by the well, Chun Karen knocked on the door, calling out for her mother. Before long, the door opened to reveal a woman in her 40s, undoubtedly Chun Karen's mother. She greeted me with a warm smile, exclaiming, "You must be Xiao Feng." "Come in." I replied with a nod and awkwardly stepped inside, placing the gift I had brought on the coffee table in the living room. Chun Karen's mother, in a courteous manner, remarked that it was unnecessary to bring gifts. Noticing my nervousness, Chun Karen quickly interjected, "Oh, come on, it's his first visit. How could he not bring something?" Her mother shot her a playful glare. "Am I not concerned about Xiao Feng? How could I frighten him? You always defend others." Afterward, she invited us to sit for a while before heading off to prepare a meal. Chun Karen and I settled on the sofa, engaging in a casual conversation. Though I must admit, I felt quite anxious, considering it was my first visit to my girlfriend's home. As we chatted, a sudden commotion echoed from the hallway, prompting me to glance over and catch sight of a small girl with a purplish complexion peering at us from around the staircase corner. She had two little braids, and the deep blue veins on her face were quite striking. If one were to encounter such an individual at night, they would undoubtedly be frightened beyond measure. Upon making eye contact with me, the little girl let out a startled cry and dashed upstairs. Chun Karen, having heard her exclamation, turned his head and quickly clarified, "That's my sister. I hope she didn't frighten you." "No, but what happened to her face?" I gestured animatedly towards my own visage. Chun Karen replied, "My sister has suffered from a peculiar illness since childhood, one that the hospital could not remedy. When she was 5, she lost her spirit. After my mother sought the help of a shaman to retrieve it, her mind became troubled. She speaks erratically and spends her days sequestered in her room, conversing with herself." As we spoke, the door swung open, and a provocatively dressed girl sauntered in. She sported a ponytail, and her attire left her midriff exposed. Her lower garments were scant, resembling a mere veil over her legs, which were bare save for a thin layer concealing the essentials. Her appearance was reminiscent of that of certain courtesans. The alluring girl entered and glanced at Chun Karen and me, grinning as she remarked, "Oh, Karen has brought a boyfriend home. Where are you from, young man?" I felt a tinge of distaste towards her, yet as she was a relative of Chun Karen, I suppressed my feelings. I forced a smile and replied, "I hail from Qinglin." The girl nodded and instructed us to take a seat for a moment before swaying her hips as she ascended the stairs. "Don't look." Chun Karen pinched my arm, exclaiming with irritation, "Is she really that captivating? It seems your eyes are about to pop out." I quickly shook my head, saying, "I haven't seen her. By the way, who is she? Could she possibly be your sister?" The woman appeared to be older than Chun Karen. Chun Karen nodded affirmatively, stating that she was indeed her sister, but added, "Although she is my sister, our relationship is not particularly good. She wastes her days associating with those ruffians. I once saw her exit a hotel with several men. My mother is unable to manage her. In any case, I find her utterly detestable. Nevertheless, she is still your sister, I remarked, scratching my head. Chun Karen pouted. What? Do you think she is more attractive than me? That her figure surpasses mine? No, no, no. You are far more beautiful, I exclaimed. After a brief conversation, Chun Karen's mother prepared the meal. During dinner, she served a bowl of rice with a few pieces of vegetables and carried it upstairs. Chun Karen mentioned that it was for her younger sister, who only consumes this modest amount of food each day and never descend from her room, preferring to remain hidden. Although I was puzzled, I refrained from probing further. As for Chun Karen's sister, she did not come downstairs for dinner, nor did she make any sound. I felt somewhat awkward during the meal, yet Chun Karen's mother was quite amiable and spoke gently. After we finished eating, several women arrived to invite her mother to go shopping. Once they departed, Chun Karen led me to her room, repeatedly cautioning me not to speak to her sister. Sensing a hint of jealousy in her demeanor, I nodded in acquiescence. Speaking of which, Chun Karen's sister is quite the character, frequently visiting Chun Karen's room and often teasing me with her words. As night falls, I find myself unable to sleep in the adjacent room, perhaps due to the atmosphere of Chun Karen's home. Restlessly tossing and turning, I am disturbed by the incessant sound of a bouncing ball outside. Upon opening the door to investigate, I discover that it is Chun Karen's younger sister, that little imp, playing with the ball, accompanied by eerie bursts of laughter. The sound of her laughter is genuinely unsettling, reminiscent of the chilling giggles one might hear in a horror film. Just as I finally begin to feel drowsy, a knock on the door interrupts my fleeting slumber. Chapter 18. Her face was damaged upon opening the door. I was greeted by Chun Karen's sister. Although my impression of her was far from favorable, I still offered a polite greeting, smiling as I asked, "Sister, is there something you need?" Draped in a white coat, she wore little underneath, the fabric almost translucent and undeniably alluring. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders as she winked at me. "It's quite chilly outside. Aren't you going to invite me in for a moment?" I quickly stepped aside, allowing her to sway her way inside, casually shutting the door behind her. Noticing her actions, I promptly said, "Sister, please just get to the point." With a playful smile, Chun Karen's sister replied, "Stop calling me sister. It feels distant. Just call me Zyron. Besides, can't I visit you without a reason? Karen is my sister, and now that she has a boyfriend, it is only natural for me to look out for her. Wouldn't you agree?" Internally, I scoffed at her intentions. Was this really her way of looking out for her sister, dressed so scantily for a watchful eye? And Zyron? Why not call her Zyron? As the saying goes, one must keep a smiling face while harboring thoughts of disdain. I maintained my cheerful demeanor and asked Zyron, "How do you plan to look out for her?" "Feel free to ask anything. I will not conceal any information from you." "Have you two been intimate?" Chun Zyron moved closer, blowing gently into my ear, sending a shiver down my spine. I understood her inquiry, yet feigned ignorance as I retorted, "What are you talking about? What do you mean by been intimate?" "Ah, engaging in a bit of playful banter with your elder sister, are we?" Feigning ignorance, yet sister dearest finds it quite amusing. With that, her hand trespassed upon forbidden territory. I recoiled with a start, disengaging myself and retreating a few paces. Before I could utter a word, she advanced once more, a vision of seductive allure, and threw herself upon me. "What do you fear? Kuran is fast asleep. She shall remain none the wiser. Sister, I implore you to maintain decorum," I uttered. As I stepped back, she closed the distance, employing her strength to thrust me onto the bed. Before I could even process what was happening, I found myself supine, a testament to the woman's formidable power. She seized the opportunity to pounce, her hand venturing downwards as she playfully quipped, "Denying it with your words, yet your body betrays a different truth, does it not?" Blast it all! Can I truly be blamed? Any man would elicit such a response, wouldn't he? As I braced myself to push her away, the door emitted a resounding click. Chun Zyron, straddling me, her hand clasped in a compromising position, the two of us presented a scene of unmistakable intimacy. This tableau was unfortunately witnessed by Chun Kuran, who stood aghast in the doorway. She stormed over, wrenching Chun Zyron from my person, and bellowed, "Chun Zyron, Have you no sense of shame? Chun Xiren raised the hand that had been grasping me, daintily licking her fingertips. With an air of seductive charm, she purred. Karan, are you displeased? I merely sought to assist you in discerning his true worth. As your sister, such a trifling favor is the least I could offer. Wouldn't you agree? Chun Ku Ran shoved her back, gesturing towards the exit as she declared. Out you go. Should you dare approach him again, you shall face my wrath. Chun Xiren rolled her eyes, muttering a sarcastic agreement before departing. She cast a flirtatious glance at me before swaying her hips as she exited. Chun Karen, visibly irate, slammed the door shut and sat beside me, pinching my arm. You actually engaged in such activities with her? If I hadn't arrived, would you two have started undressing? Of course not. I hastily clarified. Chun Karen maintained a scowl throughout my explanation, and once I finished, she pouted and inquired, Really, nothing happened? I raised my hand and extended 4 fingers in a vow, which finally eased her tension, though she retorted, You men are all the same, full of sweet talk. I smiled and suggested, If you don't believe me, why not come and verify for yourself? See if anything occurred. Her cheeks flushed, and she scolded me for being shameless, then warned that I must not converse with Chun Xiren, or else I would face dire consequences. I assured her, uttering some comforting words, and only then did she depart, reminding me to lock the door behind her. I nodded in agreement, seeing her off until she returned to her room, before finally shutting the door. No sooner had I done so than there was a knock. Upon opening the door, I found Chun Karen's younger sister, the little girl with a purple face. Little sister, what brings you here? I asked, relieved that it wasn't Chun Xiren. She clutched a tattered doll in her arms, looking up at me with sorrowful eyes. Brother, her face is broken. She pointed to the doll's face. The doll was merely an ordinary one, yet as I gazed at it, an unsettling feeling washed over me, as if it were gazing back. Its left cheek was stained with red ink, and its eyes were similarly tainted. The more I gazed, the more a chilling sensation enveloped me, though I masked my unease as I gently stroked the little girl's head, saying, Tomorrow, dear sister, I shall help you wash away the ink, shall I? Yet that was not ink, it was her tears. The conversation grew increasingly eerie, prompting me to swiftly divert the topic, offering her a few comforting words before sending her on her way. As she departed, cradling her doll, she wore a look of reluctance. After a few steps, she turned back and said, Brother, you mustn't go outside at night, nor should you gaze into the well. Mother warns that if you do, the little ones from the well might take you away. All right, I shall remember, I replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the multitude of concerns this child harbored. Once she was gone, I finally found solace in sleep. Yet, my slumber was far from restful. The cacophony outside was relentless. The sounds of barking dogs, crowing roosters, and lowing cattle filled the air, creating such a ruckus that I began to suspect a bandit incursion. However, no other households reacted. Even the Chin family remained unperturbed. Why should I, an outsider, concern myself with their indifference? I pulled the blanket over my head and closed my eyes, surrendering to sleep. After much effort, I finally drifted off, only to awaken in terror from a nightmare. That night, I dreamt of standing before the well on my doorstep. Beside the well was a little girl, circling the opening while calling out, Come catch me, and laughing merrily. Though she appeared alone, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was pursuing her from behind. At the conclusion of the dream, a pale hand unexpectedly emerged from the well, pulling the little girl inside. I remained unaware of her identity, as her features were perpetually obscured, her face shrouded in ambiguity. Upon witnessing her being drawn into the depths of the well, I rushed to her aid. As I approached the edge and peered inside, I found no trace of a person. Instead, there lay a doll with its left cheek stained crimson by ink. Hee 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 hee. The doll grinned at me, its laughter startling me awake. I sat up in bed and glanced outside, only to realize that dawn had arrived. I touched my forehead, drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 19. Raising Ghosts Upon Rising. My attention remained fixated on the well situated before Chun Karen's home, a persistent feeling lingering that something resided within its depths. I inquired of Chun Karen why her family maintained the well despite having access to tap water. She informed me that the well had existed since her birth. Although they currently utilized municipal water, the well's water served purposes such as laundry and cleaning. At noon, Chun Karen's mother departed to play mahjong, while Chun Ziren followed a group of young men. Chun Karen displayed evident displeasure upon their arrival. I harbored no fondness for those individuals, each sporting flamboyant hairstyles and dressed in an ostentatiously nonconformist manner, their bodies adorned with tattoos. They struck me as nothing short of societal delinquents. I could not fathom why Chun Ziren chose to associate with such company, especially as they left, their arms draped around her, exuding a semblance of camaraderie. With their departure, only Chun Karen, her sister, and I remained in the house. Recalling the doll from the previous night, I suggested to Chun Karen that we invite her sister to play. Yesterday, she had approached me with a grimy doll, and I had promised to clean it for her. However, Chun Karen vehemently shook her head, imploring me not to concern myself with her sister, claiming she often spoke to herself and exhibited erratic behavior. Though they were siblings, an inexplicable tension seemed to permeate their relationship. During lunch, it was just Chun Karen and me, enjoying our meal, when suddenly, my phone erupted with a notification. Upon checking, I discover a message from Han Siu. The phoenix tree connects to the Een, willow branches conjure spirits, souls arise from the well. How could Han Siu send me a message? Was she not long deceased? Moreover, what does this phrase mean? My dazed gaze drifted towards the doorway, where the phoenix tree cast its shadow. I was aware of this. The elders in the village often remarked that the phoenix tree is an ill-fated tree, unsuitable for planting at one's doorstep. As for the willow branches that can bind spirits, I had encountered this notion in Uncle Ying's films. However, the concept of souls emerging from wells eluded my understanding. What does that signify? Noticing my trance, Chun Karen inquired about my state of mind. I shook my head, assuring her that all was well. She seized my phone for a fleeting glance, then returned it to me, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why did I not receive it? Indeed, why had she not? Until now, every message had arrived simultaneously for both of us. Could it be that Han Siu was attempting to convey a message? Yet, she had been gone for so long. Why would she seek me out? We shared no significant bond. What could she possibly wish to communicate? Perplexed, I found myself ensnared in confusion. Yet, I understood the implications of the phoenix tree casting shadows and the willow branches binding spirits. I promptly inquired of Chun Karen when the tree in front of her home had been planted. Upon hearing my question, she hesitated, reluctant to respond. I paused momentarily before pressing further. Is there still something we must conceal from one another? Only then did Chun Karen relent. In truth, Han Siu's message was accurate. The phoenix tree indeed harbors shadows. The willow branches can indeed bind spirits, and souls can indeed manifest from wells. The soul within the well is, in fact, my fourth sister. It turned out that this was part of a larger scheme. Chun Karen had two sisters. Her third sister was the little girl with the purple face, and her fourth sister was a twin to the third. At the tender age of 3, two children were playing by a well when the younger sister accidentally fell in, only to be discovered lifeless. Ever since that tragic day, a heart-wrenching wail emanated from the well at the stroke of midnight. Being family, the remaining siblings felt no fear, only profound sorrow. However, the neighboring residents were gripped by terror. In desperation, Chun Karen's mother sought the help of a practitioner who, sensing their attachment to the lost sister, devised a ritual to allow her spirit to linger in the mortal realm, hidden from the grasp of the underworld's emissaries, yet binding her to the confines of the well, preventing her from wreaking havoc. Upon hearing Chun Karen's tale, I realized I had ventured into inappropriate inquiries and hastily offered my apologies. She smiled softly and reassured me that the past was behind her and that I need not keep secrets. My heart warmed at her words, and I vowed to her that I would never conceal anything from her in the future. Chun Karen nodded in understanding, and after our meal, we washed the dishes together. Subsequently, we ventured into her sister's room, where a small girl with a pallid complexion squatted in a corner, cradling a doll and engaging in a long soliloquy. Chun Karen tidied the room while I attempted to converse with the girl, yet she ignored me, seemingly oblivious to my presence. I discerned that she was not merely talking to herself. Rather, she appeared to be conversing with the doll, occasionally erupting into an eerie giggle. I endeavored to clean the doll, but she clutched it tightly, as though fearing I would wrest it away from her. After we finished tidying, the hour was still early, and I decided to take a brief rest. Perhaps due to the unrestful sleep of the previous night, I quickly succumbed to slumber as soon as I lay down. Uncertain of how long I had been asleep, I was suddenly aware of someone touching me. Groggily, I opened my eyes to find Chun Ziren unexpectedly perched on my bed. She wore no clothing, and I beheld all that was meant to be hidden. Struggling to rise, I found my body unresponsive, unable even to utter a word. Chun Ziren sat atop me, exuding a captivating allure. It must be said, her physique was truly remarkable, and her beauty undeniable. Gradually, I felt an involuntary reaction within me. Yet, I remained motionless. Before long, our encounter reached its conclusion. Chun Ziren lingered on me for a moment before descending to dress. Once clad, she leaned down and planted a kiss upon my face, whispering seductively in my ear, "I shall return to seek you out." At her words, I abruptly opened my eyes and sat upright in bed. To my dismay, it had merely been a dream. No, not merely a dream. Thankfully a dream. Otherwise, how could I face Chun Karen? I wiped the sweat from my brow and reassured myself that all was well with my body. Just then, Chun Karen entered the room. Noticing I had yet to rise, she pouted, "Still in bed? Do you think you're a pig?" I had not slept well the previous night, and I rubbed my head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chun Karen said nothing further, urging me to get up. After greeting her mother downstairs, we departed together. As we passed a well, I felt an urge to peer inside, but Chun Karen forbade me, stating that my constitution was rather peculiar and I might glimpse something unsavory within that could adversely affect me. I did not voice my thoughts, yet the actions of her parents could be deemed as nurturing a specter, perhaps. While I can empathize with their reluctance to part with their youngest daughter, the notion of harboring a ghost at one's doorstep feels rather peculiar. However, as the saying goes, one must embrace the entirety of what they love. And since I have chosen to be with her, I must accept all that comes with it, mustn't I? Ever since I departed from her home that day, my health has been steadily deteriorating. Almost every night, I find myself dreaming of the well at her doorstep, where a little girl frolics, giggles, and creates a joyous commotion. Chapter 20. The scheme of self-harm dreams are a universal experience, yet the phenomenon of recurring dreams over several consecutive days raises questions of normalcy. Since childhood, I have encountered numerous apparitions, primarily the spirits of deceased elders from my village, who have never troubled me, thus rendering my fear of ghosts less pronounced than that of the average person. However, after being plagued by this peculiar dream for several days, a sense of dread began to envelop me. It felt as though a pair of watchful eyes were perpetually fixed upon my back. Consequently, my nights were restless, and I found myself dozing off in class, garnering considerable reprimands from my teachers. Even Lu Chung, perplexed, inquired about my well-being, suggesting that I might be unwell. I merely shook my head, dismissing his concerns with indifference. That day after school, I intended to invite Chun Karen to spend some time together, but she declined, citing prior engagements. Reluctantly, I accompanied Lu Chung back to the dormitory. Upon reaching the school gate, I unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, a young man dressed in simple attire. Surveying the area with an air of curiosity, I recognized him from a previous encounter at Old Zhang's residence. As Lu Chung and I passed by, he suddenly placed a hand on my shoulder and said nonchalantly, "Brother, do you know Zhang Yifeng?" I paused momentarily, turning back to Lu Chung and then pointing to myself. I replied, "I am Zhang Yifeng. What business do you have with me?" The young man scrutinized me from head to toe and murmured, "So it is you. Uncle Zhang sent me to ensure your safety." "Uncle Zhang?" I inquired, wondering if he referred to the security guard at our school. He nodded affirmatively. Speaking of which, I find myself perplexed. I have not seen the old man Zhang these past few days. Where could he have vanished to? The young man, seemingly discerning my thoughts, elucidated. "You are wondering where Uncle Zhang has gone, correct? I cannot divulge that information. I am aware you suspect that the murder case at your school is connected to him, but I must clearly inform you that he is not involved. As for who is implicated, you would not believe me if I were to reveal it now." I understood he was alluding to Chun Karen, yet I steadfastly refused to accept that this matter had anything to do with her. After all, she had nearly met her demise previously. If she were indeed entangled in this affair, Why would she orchestrate such a drama herself? What purpose would it serve? I chose not to engage further on this topic and countered with a question. You mentioned earlier that Uncle Zhang sent you to safeguard my life. What does that mean? The young man shrugged. Your vital energy has been nearly depleted. Should it be drained any further, you would surely perish. Therefore, Uncle Zhang instructed me to protect you. To be candid, I found it difficult to trust his words. Had this been any other time, I would have turned on my heel and departed. Yet at this moment, I hesitated as I too sensed my body deteriorating over these past few days. After a brief pause, I inquired how he intended to protect me. He produced a talisman and handed it to me. Place this beneath your pillow while you sleep tonight. Additionally, do not venture outside, even if your girlfriend invites you to a rendezvous. Under no circumstances should you go. At this juncture, your life is of utmost importance. Do not let the thought of a tryst cloud your judgment and compel you to rush out impulsively. Goodness, could he not express himself with more tact? What did he mean by the thought of a tryst clouding one's judgment and rushing out impulsively? Despite the discontent brewing within me, I refrained from voicing it and accepted the talisman, clasping it in my hand. I inquired about his motivation for assisting me, to which he replied that it was the old man Zhang's directive, bearing no relevance to him. He further remarked that while I may have previously doubted Uncle Zhang, the time had come when disbelief was no longer an option, for my vital energy had already been extinguished once, and should it be extinguished again, my soul would depart from my body. If the last flicker of life were to be snuffed out, my demise would be inevitable. The stakes were high, trust or distrust. The choice was mine to make. Was this truly a matter of choice? Should I place my faith in him? A sense of uncertainty enveloped me. Lu Cheng whispered in my ear, Old Zhang, can he be trusted? With this talisman, won't you discern the truth? If it brings about an improvement in your condition, it would affirm Zhang's innocence, and we would have wronged him. Conversely, if the talisman proves ineffective and your health deteriorates further, it would implicate Zhang as the true villain. I gazed at Lu Cheng in silence, exclaiming internally, My friend, are you jesting with my life? Lu Cheng shrugged and countered, What other options do you possess? Indeed, I found myself devoid of alternatives. I stared at the talisman cradled in my palm, wrestling with my thoughts. If this talisman proved beneficial, it would exonerate the old man Zhang, thus casting Chen Karen as the true culprit. After much deliberation, I ultimately resolved to take the gamble. Observing my hesitation, the young man exhaled and prepared to depart. I hastily called out to him, inquiring about his name. He strode forward with nonchalance, not glancing back, and replied, I shall disclose it upon our next encounter. Upon returning to my dormitory, I placed the yellow talisman beneath my pillow and lay on my bed, engrossed in my phone. This evening, I am free from classes and can finally enjoy a well-deserved rest, provided that nightmares do not intrude. As dusk settles outside, I find myself engaged with my phone until a wave of drowsiness washes over me. Just as I am about to surrender to slumber, I receive a call from Chen Karen. She inquires about my whereabouts, and I inform her that I am in my dormitory. She urges me to join her for an outing, which leaves me somewhat perplexed. Had she not mentioned being busy earlier? How is she suddenly available now? Chen Karen clarifies that her tasks have been completed, and since there are no classes tonight, remaining idle in the dormitory seems rather dull. I'm still contemplating whether to accept her invitation when Lu Cheng vigorously shakes his head at me. He gestures towards the pillow, and I instantly grasp his meaning. Consequently, I decline Chen Karen's invitation, telling her that I'm feeling a bit fatigued and wish to rest early. Disappointed, Chen Karen responds, All right, then take care and make sure to cover yourself well to avoid catching a chill. After ending the call, Lu Cheng eagerly remarks, Old Zhang, I now believe there is something amiss with Chen Karen, something significant. Just think about it. With your appearance, what reason could she possibly have to be fond of you? The notion of her pursuing you is a scenario fit for fiction, not reality. What do you mean by with your appearance? I retort, visibly displeased. Lu Cheng, realizing his words were ungracious, coughs awkwardly and adds, That is not the crux of the matter. Hear me out. Many are enamored with Chen Karen. Countless individuals who surpass you in merit. What is it about you that has captured her interest? If she truly harbored affection for you, why did she not attempt to get closer during the first 2 years of high school? To my knowledge, prior to your relationship, the two of you seldom conversed. Did you not? With no prior connection, it seems rather peculiar for her to suddenly appear and desire to be your girlfriend. Do you not think she might have ulterior motives? Lu Cheng's analysis struck me as quite reasonable. However, I remain unconvinced that Chun Karen has any ill intentions. I remarked to Lu Cheng that Chun Karen had nearly perished before. How does one account for that? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Cheng replied, a ploy of self-sacrifice. Chapter 21. The dead of the dead, is there any significance to this? Why is she doing this? Moreover, if she intended to harm me, she could have acted long ago. Why has she chosen to prolong the situation? The deceased bore her no grudge. So what compels her to take their lives? Is there any motive for murder? Although Lu Cheng's reasoning holds some merit, I remain skeptical, and who could elucidate the thoughts I have expressed? Lu Cheng furrowed his brow and replied, I am merely speculating. Please do not be agitated. He then added, it is all the fault of that person at the school gate today, who has left me feeling quite unnerved. All right, it's nothing. Let us rest. I shook my head and covered myself with the blanket, surrendering to sleep. Perhaps due to the presence of a yellow talisman, I found tonight's slumber to be more restful than usual, and my heart was not as burdened with fear. Meanwhile, I pondered whether there was something amiss with Chun Karen. I would have my answer by dawn. I awaited the revelation, yet dreaded its implications, terrified that the culprit might indeed be Chun Karen. Despite my attempts to reassure myself and stave off overthinking, I found myself unable to restrain my thoughts. Eventually, I drifted into slumber. I am uncertain how long I slept, but I was suddenly stirred by the sound of a little girl's laughter. Hee hee hee, hee hee hee. I opened my eyes to the pitch-black surroundings, yearning to rise and turn on the light, but my body lay paralyzed. I attempted to call out for Lu Cheng, yet no words escaped my lips. I struggled desperately, exerting all my strength, but I remained immobile. Creak! At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and a figure appeared in the doorway. The individual's stature mirrored my own, and judging by the figure, it appeared to be a woman. Upon entering the room, she closed the door with a deliberate motion and advanced towards me, step by measured step. Inwardly, I cried out for deliverance 1,000 times, yet no sound escaped my lips. Reaching the bedside, the woman leaned in close and breathed a whisper into my ear. Have you been longing for your elder sister? The voice was unmistakably that of Chun Ziren. My eyes widened in disbelief as I feebly attempted to resist. She cackled with an eerie delight and began to caress my body. Her touch was frigid, yet it evoked a peculiar sensation of comfort as the icy coolness meandered across my skin. After a prolonged exploration, she proceeded to disrobe, first removing her own garments and then attempting to divest me of mine. I remained supine, incapable of movement, left entirely at her mercy, with both of us now unclad. After the deed was done, she rose from the bed and donned her attire. Turning back to me, she declared, your elder sister shall seek you out again. With these words, she departed. Gazing at the dormitory door, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. My eyes fluttered shut, and before long, I succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, it was Lu Cheng who roused me from my sleep. I glanced at the time and realized I was on the verge of being late. I scrambled out of bed, but as soon as I stood, a profound ache coursed through my body. The events of the previous night flooded back to me, and I cast a furtive glance at my person. To my surprise, my clothing remained undisturbed. Yet, I distinctly recalled Chun Ziren having removed my garments the night before. I inquired of Lu Cheng whether anyone else had visited our dormitory the previous night. Lu Cheng replied in the negative, assuring me that the dormitory door had been securely locked. I was dumbfounded. Could it have all been a dream? But if it were indeed a dream, it possessed an unsettling verisimilitude. I have an unsettling feeling, as if something is amiss, and it does not seem like a mere dream. Lu Cheng inquired about my distress, wondering if I had experienced another nightmare. I scratched my head, somewhat embarrassed, and recounted the events of the previous night. Upon hearing my tale, Lu Cheng slapped his thigh and exclaimed, you first heard the laughter of a little girl before witnessing someone enter the dormitory, correct? I affirmed, yes, so what? He responded, this indicates that the talisman is utterly ineffective. You must produce it. Let's take a leave of absence today and visit the old man Zhang. I hesitated, But if the talisman is indeed useless, why would he have given it to me? Moreover, I do not feel any discomfort. Liu Chang shot me a disapproving glance. He could very well be toying with us. Does not the villain in films often delight in such antics? This reasoning seemed rather juvenile. Yet I was genuinely inclined to pose a question to old Zhang. Why do I incessantly dream of that little girl? Ever since returning from Chun Karen's residence, this dream has haunted me. I sensed a connection to Chun Karen's home, though I remained uncertain. I believed old Zhang could elucidate this mystery. Consequently, Liu Cheng and I approached the director to request a sick leave. Observing my haggard appearance, the director appeared to take my plight seriously, advising me to seek medical attention and expressing numerous words of concern for my well-being. Perhaps the speaker was oblivious, but the listener was acutely aware. I felt a twinge of guilt, for I had deceived him. After departing from the school, we made our way to old Zhang's abode, a locale with which I was well acquainted. Before long, we arrived at his doorstep, and the door stood ajar, indicating that someone was within. Liu Cheng and I entered directly, and barely crossed the threshold when we heard the voice of a young man. Would you like to purchase spirit money or paper figures? We have stock available, but for new items, you'll have to wait. The young man emerged from the back room, his clothes strewn with paper scraps, leaving us curious about his previous activities. Upon noticing us, he appeared taken aback and muttered, "What are you doing here? Oh, why is the yang energy on you so diminished?" Liu Chang produced the yellow talisman and tossed it to him, stating, "The charm you provided is utterly ineffective. We have come to seek an explanation." The young man's brow furrowed as he picked up the talisman and examined it, remarking, "It seems the situation is more complex than expected." "What do you mean?" I inquired. He replied, "Please recount the events that have transpired over the past few days." I regarded him with caution, but he added, "You may choose not to trust me. That is entirely your prerogative." After a moment's hesitation, I decided to share my account. I began with my visit to Chun Karen's home, and upon finishing, he stroked his chin in contemplation. After a brief silence, he snapped his fingers and asked, "Might I have your birth date and time? What do you intend to do?" Liu Cheng interjected, pulling me behind him with a dark expression. The young man, maintaining an impassive demeanor, replied, as I said, "You may choose not to believe me, but if you wish to survive, you must place your trust in me." I tugged at Liu Cheng and reassured him, "It's all right. Let's consider this a desperate measure," before divulging my birth details to the young man. Following this, he fell silent once more, his eyes scrutinizing me intently. "You likely do not have a father, do you? To put it differently, you probably have never met your father, correct? If I am not mistaken, your father passed away at the moment of your birth. How could you possibly know that?" I gazed at him in astonishment. With a chuckle, he replied, "Emerging from a womb burdened with the debts of the deceased, such individuals possess an innate ability to foresee the demise of others. In essence, the cycle of life and death for every person is already predetermined by the heavens. The place of birth, the place of death, and the cause of death are meticulously recorded in the ledger of the underworld. Ordinarily, only the king of hell, who governs life and death, would possess this knowledge. However, those encumbered with the debts of the dead are exceptions, for they can perceive the recorded causes of death for each individual in the ledger of life and death. Chapter 22. Chun Karen's Dilemma. Few individuals bear the weight of debts incurred by the deceased. Throughout our nation's history, only 3 such individuals have emerged. By mere coincidence, you are one of them. What is a debt to the dead? Both Liu Cheng and I gazed at him in perplexity. I had never encountered the term debt to the dead, nor did I comprehend its meaning. However, his words conveyed an air of profundity. A debt to the dead refers to the obligations you owe from your previous life. To discuss this concept, one must delve into the realm of causality. In this world, every cause has an effect. For instance, if you take the life of another, you become burdened with karmic impediments, necessitating the performance of 3 virtuous deeds or more to absolve yourself of such burdens. The debts incurred are the cause. Failing to rectify these karmic obstacles will inevitably lead to retribution, which is the effect, reaping what you sow, as the saying goes. The young man, exuding an air of erudition, elaborated on this concept. Yet, I remained somewhat bewildered, grasping only the essence. "Are you suggesting that I owe numerous causes from my past life?" with no means to repay the effects in this one? The young man nodded affirmatively. That is roughly the implication. Generally speaking, debts from a previous life do not carry over into the present, unless one has committed unspeakable acts and accrued excessive karmic debts that cannot be repaid within a single lifetime, which would then manifest in this current existence. However, aside from that, there exists another possibility. Perhaps in your previous life, you were a virtuous individual who made promises to certain ethereal beings to fulfill their wishes, yet failed to do so. In your subsequent reincarnation, the resentment of those beings may cling to you, resulting in what is known as a debt to the deceased. Nonetheless, the likelihood of this occurrence is quite minimal. Such debts are not easily formed. Even if you made promises to thousands upon thousands of ethereal entities, it is improbable that a debt to the deceased would arise. What do we mean by ethereal beings? Both Lu Cheng and I were perplexed, feeling that he was indulging in fanciful tales. These beings refer to spirits and deities, which can harbor grievances. Should you fail to fulfill your commitments to them, they may pursue you. Of course, one could eradicate them, but this would require performing numerous virtuous deeds to atone for one's karmic transgressions. However, this contradicts your earlier assertion that debts to the deceased are not easily formed. Based on your previous statements, it seems they could manifest with relative ease. Lu Cheng voiced my thoughts, which I too wish to express. No, you are mistaken. Such debts are indeed challenging to establish. If you depart this world without purifying your karmic burdens, you shall descend to the underworld and face the trials of the 18 layers of hell. Only by cleansing your karma, there may you be granted the opportunity for rebirth. But if that is the case, would not such debts fail to materialize? I inquired further. The young man, growing somewhat impatient, replied, Why do you have so many questions? Is this 100,000 wise? Moreover, with the multitude of souls in the underworld, it is inevitable that a few may be overlooked. However, such instances are rare, and it just so happens that you were the one overlooked in your previous life. At this point, I finally grasped the situation. However, my purpose for being here was not to seek clarity on this matter. I hastily inquired, So, it is predetermined that I can foresee death, correct? But what does this have to do with the peculiar dreams I have been experiencing? The young man replied, Those burdened with debts to the deceased possess a unique vitality unlike others. At that moment, a strange smile crept across his face. Surely you have seen a Chinese ghost story? The malevolent spirits within it thrive by siphoning the vitality of the living. For those laden with such debts, their vitality is distinct, allowing the extraction of it to significantly enhance one's powers, at least doubling the rate compared to an ordinary person. His implication was that Chun Karen was some sort of monster. How absurd! Was it even conceivable that such creatures existed in this world? The notion of siphoning vitality belonged solely to the realm of cinema, and it was unfathomable to connect it with reality. The young man seemed to discern my skepticism and clarified, I do not mean to suggest that your girlfriend is a monster. However, practitioners of certain dark arts may indeed absorb human vitality for their own cultivation. He further elaborated, stating that while spirits can easily siphon vitality through mere mouth-to-mouth contact, those who practice dark arts must resort to more elaborate means. I comprehended the implications of his words, and a tumult of emotions surged within me. Was Chun Karen truly the kind of person he described? While it was one thing for her to draw upon my vitality, why would she resort to murder? When I posed this question to the young man, he admitted he did not know. In a state of disappointment, I asked him what I should do. As I had no desire to be haunted by dreams of that woman, Chun Ziren, every night. The young man assured me that this was a simple matter. Shortly, he would provide me with an object that I could wear around my neck to alleviate my troubles. I was at a loss for words after he revealed his offering. He presented me with a Buddha statue, the kind meant to be worn around the neck. This was not the first time I encountered such an object. The old man Zhang had once gifted me a similar one, but I had discarded it. I accepted the statue, and he demanded 200 yuan for me, justifying his actions with a lofty declaration that if he were to give it to me for free, I would owe him karmic debt. It was the first instance I had witnessed someone so brazenly collecting payment. However, upon reflection, I realized that he and I had no significant connection. and thus I had no grounds to expect his benevolence. Reluctantly, I handed over the money. As I departed from his home, I took the liberty to inquire about his name. He pocketed the money with a beaming smile and said, "My name is Chun Yen. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will offer you a discount." Hearing this, I suddenly felt a newfound appreciation for the old man Zhang, who at least did not demand payment. Upon returning to my dormitory, I gazed at Chun Karen's contact information, a sense of unease settling within me. Did she approach me solely to bring about my downfall? I remained unwilling to accept this notion. Lu Cheng, having noticed my distress, comforted me by patting my shoulder, offering solace for quite some time. Eventually, he turned serious and said, "No matter what, you must refrain from seeking out Chun Karen again." I, in a daze, asked him, "Do you truly believe there is something amiss with Chun Karen? Is Chun Yen genuinely trustworthy?" Lu Cheng replied, "My dear brother, do exercise your intellect. Your health has been deteriorating ever since you became acquainted with Chun Karen, has it not? Those peculiar dreams you have been experiencing also commenced after your visits to her home. Do you still believe Chun Karen is blameless? But why has she chosen now to act against me? We have been classmates since our first year of high school. Why do we not take action sooner?" In response to this question, Lu Cheng suggested that perhaps we were waiting for the opportune moment. I found myself unable to refute his words, nor did I know how to. During lunch, Chun Karen sent me numerous messages, all of which I chose not to reply to. After school in the afternoon, she called, yet I did not answer. She even sent a message stating she was downstairs in our dormitory, urging me to come down and meet her. I contemplated going, but Lu Cheng firmly restrained me, resolutely refusing to let me go. He pointed at the Buddha pendant around my neck and remarked that if it proved ineffective, I could seek her out later. I nodded in agreement, turned off my phone, and approached the window to look down. Chun Karen was still there. Observing her solitary figure stirred a sense of compassion within me, yet I managed to suppress my impulses. As night fell, I found myself once again immersed in that peculiar dream. Chapter 23. Enough of the act. Once again, the laughter of that little girl echoed through the air. Although her presence remained elusive, the sound reverberated in the dormitory, instilling a sense of dread within me, yet my body was paralyzed, akin to the sensation of being pressed by a ghost. After the laughter faded, the door creaked open, and Chun Ziren entered once more. Approaching my bedside with a playful smile, she inquired, "Have you missed your sister?" I remained silent, unable to utter a sound. She reached out, her icy palm gliding towards my chest, pulling away my clothing, her touch sending chills across my skin. At that moment, the Buddha statue resting on my chest radiated an intense warmth. Startled, Chun Ziren recoiled, letting out a shriek as she tumbled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Elated by the effectiveness of the statue, I felt a flicker of movement return to my body. Hastily, I grasped the statue and began to chant Amitabha Buddha in my heart. Uncertain of its efficacy, I clung to the hope that it would prove beneficial. Struggling to her feet, Chun Ziren gazed at me with a mixture of fear and astonishment, asking, "Where did you obtain that? What business is it of yours?" I retorted. Since the statue had proven useful, I no longer feared her presence. Clutching the statue, I rose from my bed, fury coursing through me as I demanded, "Tell me, was her approach to me part of your scheme?" Chun Ziren chuckled lightly. "What is this? Are you afraid? If I were to say yes, what would you do about it? You approached me, but why must you harm others? As for yourself, I shall return to seek you out." Footsteps echoed from outside the door, causing Chun Ziren to glance towards the entrance. Her expression shifted dramatically as she uttered a hasty remark and fled. Just as she departed, the footsteps at the door grew increasingly closer. My heart raced, fixated on the threshold. Suddenly, a pair of red embroidered shoes appeared at the entrance, shoes I recognized from a previous encounter at a hotel. At that moment, an unseen force pulled me down onto the bed, and I heard Wang Boqing's voice urgently whispering in my ear, "Don't look." His tone was laced with terror, each word trembling with fear. I longed to inquire about the unfolding events, yet I found myself immobilized, unable even to part my lips. The sound of footsteps resonated within the room, the unmistakable sound of the red embroidered shoes moving. Yet, no one was wearing them. How could they be in motion? I lay there, an unsettling chill creeping over me as the steps grew ever nearer. The rhythm continued, tap, tap, tap. Upon reaching the bedside, the shoes came to an abrupt halt. My heart raced wildly, nearly leaping into my throat. Strangely, after arriving at the edge of the bed, the shoes fell silent. The atmosphere thickened with an eerie stillness, so profound that I could hear the rapid thrum of my own heartbeat. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps returned, this time receding into the distance, suggesting the shoes were departing. I exhaled in relief, believing the ordeal had passed, only for a sudden chill to sweep through the room. Almost immediately, a woman's laughter echoed, a sound that bore no hint of joy, but rather carried a hauntingly desolate quality. The laughter lingered for quite some time before it finally faded away. In that fleeting moment of silence, I abruptly opened my eyes and sat up in bed. The dawn had already broken outside. Rubbing my head while seated, I realized that my clothes were still on. They had not been removed. Puzzled, I gazed at my body, recalling that Chanziren had indeed visited me the previous night and had taken off my garments. Yet now, could it be that it was merely a dream? Suddenly, the image of the embroidered shoes flashed through my mind, prompting me to glance at the floor. To my astonishment, I spotted a pair of shoe prints on the floor beside my bed. I froze, grappling with the implication that perhaps last night was not a figment of my imagination. Had those unattended embroidered shoes truly walked in on their own? A chill crept down my spine at this thought, and I hastily roused Lu Chung from his slumber. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he inquired about my distress. I informed him of the situation, pulling him up and pointing to the shoe prints on the floor. Someone entered last night, I asserted. Lu Chung instantly sprang from the bed, directing his gaze towards the spot I indicated. He promptly donned his shoes and crouched by the edge of the bed to investigate, even going so far as to collect a bit of ash with his fingers to examine it closely. After a moment, Lu Chung furrowed his brow and remarked, "These shoe prints are made of paper ash. Did you burn paper in the dormitory last night?" Of course, I was aware that this was paper ash. I retorted irritably. Besides, I burned yarn. I went to sleep at the same time as you did. Lu Cheng's expression tightened as he retrieved his phone to capture an image of the shoe prints. "Come on, let's find Xin Yin," he declared. I protested, "But we have class today." Lu Cheng shot me a glare. "After such an incident, you're still thinking about attending class? Moreover, considering our academic performance, it appears that attendance in class has little bearing on our results." I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided that it would be prudent to inform the director. Lu Cheng, unable to withstand my resolve, reluctantly picked up the phone to request leave from the director. He was quite the dramatist, fervently insisting to the director, "You have no idea. Director, old Zhang is gravely ill. He can't eat or drink and spend his nights in bed lamenting." The more I listened, the more it seemed he was afflicted with lovesickness. I gave him a gentle pat, urging him to temper his words. In the end, the director granted us leave, and we hurried off to find Chun Yin at old Zhang's residence. However, upon arriving, we discovered the door was locked. Where could he possibly be at this early hour? Lu Cheng and I waited outside for quite some time, without any sign of his return, and doubt began to creep into my mind. After a lengthy wait, with still no sign of Chun Yin, Lu Cheng suggested we grab a bite to eat. Feeling quite famished myself, I accompanied him to the breakfast shop near the school. By a stroke of coincidence, we encountered Chan Karen at the entrance of the shop. Upon seeing her, Lu Cheng's temper flared instantly, and he was poised to confront her. However, I restrained him, knowing full well that his temperament would inevitably lead to a quarrel with Chun Karen. With so many people around, a public dispute would surely attract unwanted attention. I certainly did not wish for others to perceive us, two grown men, as bullying a woman. Lu Cheng, in an agitated tone, questioned my intervention, and I tugged at him insistently, urging him to go inside and eat something while I handled the situation myself. Lu Cheng's heart was filled with reluctance. I solemnly declared that I could resolve the matter myself, and that he should not interfere with matters of the heart. Only then did he relent, letting out a sigh and walking into the breakfast shop with a displeased expression. Chun Karen looked at me in a daze and asked, "What is wrong with him? Why is he so angry?" I replied with an impassive face, "It's nothing. Why didn't you attend class? I thought you were unwell. How could I possibly go to class?" She responded, The performance was truly commendable. Had it not been for the events of last night, I might have believed her. I chuckled softly and said, Chun Karen, you need not continue the charade. There is no point in pretending any longer, for I am already aware of everything. Chapter 24. The malevolent spirit Chun Karen appeared somewhat bewildered, staring at me in a daze as she uttered, What are you talking about? What do you mean stop acting? I retorted, What am I acting for? As she reached out to grasp my arm, I brusquely shrugged her off. Still acting? Is it amusing? Ever since I returned from your home, I've been incessantly pursued by your sister and your younger sibling. Don't attempt to feign ignorance. It is evident that you covet the vitality I possess. If you require something from me, why not be forthright? Why resort to harming others? Despite the fury bubbling within me, I managed to lower my voice, striving for calm, as the crowd around us was considerable, and I wished to avoid drawing attention. Upon hearing my words, Chun Karen frowned and replied, My sister and my younger sibling are pursuing you? Why didn't you inform me? Are you all right? Please, spare me the theatrics. At this juncture, is it still worthwhile? I continued, Chun Karen, I genuinely hold affection for you, yet your actions leave me disheartened. Chun Karen paused, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhang Yifeng, if I were to claim that this matter bears no connection to me, and that the incidents at school were not of my doing, would you believe me? I let out a cold laugh. Do you truly think I would? Chun Karen began to weep, her gaze locked onto mine. Regardless of whether you believe me, these matters truly do not involve me. You know well that my relationship with my sister is fraught. She often mingles with unsavory characters, and I am unaware of what she has learned from them. As for your claims regarding vitality, I have never even heard of such a thing. Moreover, how can my younger sibling possibly pursue you? She is bound to that well. And how do you account for the incidents at school? How can you prove that those individuals were not slain by your hand? When they passed away, I was essentially with you, so far apart that it would have been impossible for me to have harmed them. I cannot believe her words any longer. I bitterly smiled, shaking my head as I took a step back, tearing the Buddhist statue from around my neck. Do you remember this statue? Previously, Mr. Zhang gifted me a similar one, claiming it could reveal the truth of one's character. How did you behave in that hotel room? You spoke of an impending calamity, insisting that only by avoiding jade and similar items could you escape your fate. At that time, I foolishly believed you, but looking back now, it is truly laughable. You were merely playing a tragic game, and I unwittingly participated in your charade. Is this truly how you feel? Chun Karen lowered her head in despondence. In truth, the fortune teller who once visited my family stated that he could help us retain Si Mei, but on the condition that he would take Dejia with him, promising to return her after a year. I vehemently opposed this, yet my parents disregarded my counsel and entrusted Dejia to him. Dejia was once a kind-hearted person, but after spending a year with him, she returned as though she had transformed into someone entirely different. Zhang Yifeng, the affairs at school do not concern me. Your entanglement with Si Mei may very well be the doing of Dejia. Tomorrow, I shall return home and seek clarity from Dejia. I will provide you with an explanation. Enough of this. Chun Karen, I am truly disheartened. I turned and entered the breakfast shop, where Lu Cheng had already prepared the meal, but had not eaten, seemingly waiting for me. I took a seat across from him, and he glanced outside, curiously inquiring about my conversation with Chun Karen. I shook my head and said nothing. Lu Cheng, noticing my dismal mood, refrained from probing further. After finishing breakfast, we made our way to old Zhang's house, which, surprisingly, stood ajar this time, allowing us to enter directly. Inside, Chun Yin was clad in nothing but shorts, his upper body adorned with a simple t-shirt as he sat on the floor crafting paper figurines. Upon seeing us, he smiled and remarked, Ah, you've arrived. So, how is my Buddha statue working for you? It's quite effective. Lu Cheng chuckled, unceremoniously pulling over a stool to sit beside Chen Yin. Master, it is indeed useful, but we have encountered a minor issue. A minor issue? Chen Yin questioned, puzzled. What problem could there be? Lu Cheng retrieved his phone, scrolling to the earlier photos to show Chen Yin. Master, look at this. We found it in our dormitory. Old Zhang had yet another nightmare last night, and upon waking, he discovered this peculiar object by his bedside. Chen Yin scrutinized the screen intently, his expression shifting dramatically. A vengeful spirit, How could there be such a spirit at your school? A vengeful spirit? Lu Cheng and I exchanged bewildered glances at Chun Yin. Master, how can you determine it is a vengeful spirit just by looking at a photo? Chun Yin shot us a disapproving glance. I hail from Longhu Mountain. How could I possibly misinterpret such matters? He then fixed his gaze upon me, inquiring, how did you come to attract a vengeful spirit? Generally speaking, debts are owed to their rightful claimants, so she ought not to seek you out. His question jolted my memory, reminding me of what Wang Buoqing had previously told me. I hastily remarked, Master, I once encountered an incident involving a ghost, a student from our school. He implored me for assistance and claimed that I was the exception, the only one capable of helping him. Chun Yin paused momentarily, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a while, he mumbled to himself, this old man. No wonder he was in such a hurry. It seems he has encountered a formidable character. If he wants to leave, let him go. But why drag me into this? He sighed, rubbing his temples, and said, I promised Uncle Zhang to ensure your safety. So rest assured, with me around, you shall not perish. I was perplexed by the nature of his relationship with the old man Zhang, and puzzled as to why Zhang would entrust him with my protection. We were neither family nor close friends. Why would he extend his assistance to me? Furthermore, promises can be reneged upon. Why was Chun Yin so insistent on aiding me? Did he truly place such weight on this commitment? Moreover, while I might be safe, what about others? With so many individuals in the school, they too could be in peril. I inquired of Chun Yin whether there was a way to banish the ghost. He retorted irritably, even if there were, I would not agree to it. I have no obligation to hunt ghosts for you. My sole task is to protect you. Besides, do you comprehend what a malevolent spirit is? Only those who died bearing immense grievances and hatred transform into such entities. Ultimately, they are also pitiable beings, having suffered injustice in life and facing annihilation in death. If you were in their position, would you wish for that? Though I lacked understanding of these matters, his words compelled me to feel a sudden sympathy for the malevolent spirits. I found myself pondering, what on earth was I thinking? I shook my head and inquired of Chun Yin how I might safeguard myself. With a dismissive air, Chun Yin replied, Isn't it merely a vengeful spirit? Quite simple, really. He then hurried to the back room and returned with a paper effigy, upon which he inscribed my birth date. Once completed, he handed the effigy to me. It stood nearly a meter tall. I placed it beside me and asked him its purpose. He stated, Just set this by the door before you sleep each night. Lu Cheng and I exchanged bewildered glances and asked him, Is that truly sufficient? Chapter 25. The next target Chun Yin nodded and said, That will suffice. As long as you refrain from venturing outside, I assure your safety. He further explained, when it comes to vengeful spirits, there's a principle that grievances have their origins and debts their rightful owners. If you bear no enmity toward her, she will not pursue you relentlessly. I nodded, albeit with skepticism, and inquired if this would require a fee. Chun Yin, slightly embarrassed by my question, scratched his head and replied, This is a gift for you. No charge. However, the connection between you and Uncle Zhang has been established, and in the future, you will owe a debt. Future matters could be addressed later. The immediate concern was to resolve the current predicament. I had formulated a plan in my mind. Following Chun Yin's instructions, I would place the paper figure at the entrance, ensuring that as long as we remained indoors, we would be unharmed, indicating the safety of the dormitory. Moreover, possessing the ability to foresee death, I could simply summon the next victim to our dormitory. However, a particularly vexing dilemma arose. If the next victim were male, it would be manageable. But should it be a female, I could not possibly invite her to spend the night in our dormitory at such a late hour. Nevertheless, I resolved to face whatever challenges came my way. After exchanging a few words with Chun Yin, we shouldered the paper figure and departed. Although the figure was not large, it was quite conspicuous. We exerted considerable effort to avoid attracting the attention of others while bringing the paper figure into the dormitory. The days swiftly passed, and there was no communication from Chun Karen, nor did I reach out to her. If one were to ask whether I harbored resentment toward her, I would certainly deny it. Although I felt a sense of betrayal, I could not conjure any hatred toward her. That evening, I closed the dormitory door and placed the paper figure behind it. In the stillness of the night, the presence of that object in my room was quite unsettling. The longer I gazed at the paper figure, the more it appeared to resemble a living being, as though it were fixated upon me. The two crimson dots on its cheeks, combined with its remarkably lifelike eyes, imbued the paper figure with an uncanny vitality. Even Lu Cheng was taken aback, exclaiming, "How much would such a thing cost?" In jest, I replied, "Don't worry about the price. When the time comes for you to need it, I shall certainly prepare a whole cart for you." Lu Cheng scoffed, insisting that if anyone were to use it, it would be me first. After our playful banter, I retired to bed. Perhaps due to the presence of that paper figure, I experienced a night devoid of nightmares, untroubled by any footsteps. And the laughter of the little girl was conspicuously absent, as was Chenziren. In essence, that night proved to be the most restful I had enjoyed in quite some time. The following day, I tucked the paper figure away beneath my bed before heading to school with Lu Cheng. Today, Chun Karen was absent, and I did not catch a glimpse of her the entire morning. During lunch, two girls who were relatively close to Chun Karen sought me out. Both were classmates of mine. One was named Zhang Shui, and the other Zhao Mei. Zhang Shui was the epitome of a gentlewoman, her speech soft and soothing, while Zhao Mei was quite the opposite, a veritable tomboy. The cafeteria was bustling with people, yet Zhao Mei paid no heed to the crowd, marching over to me and tugging at my shirt, declaring loudly, "Zhang Yifeng, come with me." Her booming voice startled me, causing Lu Cheng, who was sitting beside me, to nearly spew his food in surprise. Others merely added fuel to the fire, reveling in the spectacle without a care. I had no intention of accompanying Zhao Mei, yet she abruptly yanked me up from my seat. This girl, not particularly attractive, bore a face full of blemishes and possessed limbs as robust as a man's. She hardly resembled a typical girl. To make matters worse, I found myself outmatched in strength, and her sudden pull nearly sent me tumbling to the ground, eliciting boisterous laughter from a group of men nearby. Zhao Mei, exasperated, shouted at them, "What are you laughing at? What's so amusing?" Her commanding voice silenced the crowd. Zhang Shui stood to the side, feeling somewhat awkward, wanting to interject, but hesitating. I released Zhao Mei's grip and retorted with irritation, "Is there something wrong with discussing it here?" Zhao Mei, unfazed, bluntly declared, "You're leaving whether you like it or not. Zhang Yifeng. Don't make me drag you out." Her words ignited my anger. Had I grown up cowering in fear? Admittedly, I had been somewhat intimidated by her. I cast a pleading glance at Lu Cheng, who, with hands clasped, shook his head in a gesture of helplessness, appearing quite frightened. Reluctantly, I was led out of the cafeteria by Zhao Mei, while a few men attempted to follow, only to be silenced by her authoritative shout. Upon reaching the playground, Zhao Mei released my sleeve and coldly inquired, "Zhang Yifeng, what did you say to Karen?" I was taken aback, unsure of her meaning. She said, "Do not feign ignorance while you are fully aware. Last night, Chun Karen wept for an entire night and returned home early this morning. Are you not in a romantic relationship with her? Who else could have caused her such sorrow?" Chun Karen cried. For some reason, upon hearing that she had cried all night, I suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for her. Did I speak too harshly yesterday? She truly went home. Could it be that she is genuinely unaffected by this matter? I remained silent, and Zhao Mei nudged me, inquiring about what was going on. I shook my head and replied, "It's nothing. She hasn't confided in me. Perhaps something happened at home." Zhao Mei, unconvinced, I retorted casually, "I'll call her later to ask." Only then did Zhao Mei relent, threatening as she departed, "You better not have bullied Karen, or I shall have your skin." After Zhao Mei left, Zhang Shui, observing her distance, whispered to me, "Zhang Yifeng, that's just her temperament. Do not take it to heart." I smiled and assured her that it was nothing. Upon returning to the cafeteria, Lu Cheng inquired about the situation and why Zhao Mei had called me outside. I sighed and explained she was asking about Chun Karen. Lu Cheng, upon hearing this, refrained from probing further, for I had previously mentioned that matters of the heart were not to be discussed. We both understood each other well, aware of the boundaries that should not be crossed. After finishing our meal, we returned to the dormitory and lay down for a while. In a vast dormitory, it was only the two of us, creating a sense of emptiness. I lay on the bed for a while, gradually drifting into slumber. In my dreams, I witnessed a scene, the image of Zhao Mei's demise. I did not witness who took her life. I merely beheld her lifeless form. She had been dismembered, her limbs cast aside, and her head rolled far from her body, which bore numerous knife wounds. Standing beside her remains, I gazed in terror at her severed head. Initially facing downward, it suddenly began to roll, revealing a distorted visage that cried out to me in a haunting voice. "Save me! Zhang Yifeng, please save me!" In that instant, I jolted awake, finding Lu Cheng engrossed in his phone. My piercing scream startled him, causing him to fumble and drop the device onto the floor. He picked it up and inquired about my distress. Gasping for breath, I replied, "Zhao Mei, the next to perish will be Zhao Mei." Chapter 26. Such a coincidence, it truly is a case of fearing what one does not wish to confront. Just a moment ago, I was apprehensive that the next incident would involve a female student, and lo and behold, it came to pass. I couldn't possibly summon Zhao Mei to our dormitory. Could I? Setting aside whether she would even agree to come, the dormitory supervisor would certainly prevent her entry. With a headache, I accompanied Lu Cheng to the school, determined to ascertain Zhao Mei's presence on campus. Fortunately, she had not left. She was engrossed in her studies in the classroom. I longed to inform her that she was next on the list, yet I was at a loss for words. How could I approach her and declare, "You are the next to die"? That would be utterly ridiculous. Such a proclamation would surely earn me a swift slap from Zhao Mei. Lu Cheng was equally deep in thought about how to proceed. Eventually, we resolved to keep a close watch on Zhao Mei, ensuring she did not venture into any alleyways. For it was in a narrow passage where her fate had been sealed in my dream. The afternoon classes dragged on, dull and uninspiring, leading me to rest my head on the desk for a brief respite. At the end of the day, Lu Cheng and I hurried to the school entrance to keep vigil. Before long, Zhao Mei and Zhang Shui emerged, and we stealthily trailed behind them, only to find that they had no intention of going anywhere else but straight back to the dormitory. Even though there were evening classes to attend, Lu Cheng and I chose to forego rest to ensure Zhao Mei's safety. We meandered about the vicinity, ever vigilant for anyone exiting the dormitory. Time passed swiftly during our watch, and soon it was time for class again. Zhao Mei and Zhang Shui appeared shortly thereafter, walking in tandem, one following the other. As Lu Cheng and I hastened after Ma, one might have mistaken us for peculiar individuals. Upon reaching the school entrance and observing them enter, I finally exhaled in relief. Just as I intended to follow suit, a sudden collision on the road caught my attention. A black sedan had collided with a van, the sound of the impact resonating loudly, prompting the occupants of both vehicles to exit and engage in a heated argument. With a sense of morbid curiosity, I glanced towards the scene of the incident, only to be met by a familiar figure inside the black sedan. It was Han Siyu. The moment our eyes met, her face turned ashen, her eyes devoid of life, and she flashed me an eerie smile. Fear seized me, and I grasped Lu Cheng's hand, exclaiming, "Do you see that? Isn't that Han Siyu?" Lu Cheng turned to the direction I indicated, but the figure that had just been in the vehicle was now nowhere to be seen. He gazed at me in confusion and said, "Old Zhang, Han Siyu has been dead for a long time. Are you seeing things? Seeing things? Impossible." I rubbed my eyes and looked again, yet the sedan remained empty of Han Siyu's presence. Frustrated, I scanned the crowd once more and caught sight of her again. She stood across the street, her eyes rolling back as she waved at me, as if bidding farewell. I immediately pointed to that spot and shouted to Lu Cheng, "She is right there." However, when Lu Cheng glanced over, Han Siyu had vanished once more. I felt a surge of desperation. How could this be? Why did she disappear every time Lu Cheng looked? Lu Cheng observed my pallor, sensing my unease, and hesitantly inquired, Old Zhang, did you truly see Han Siyu?" "Indeed, I did," I replied, furrowing my brow as I gazed across the street. "Let us hasten to class. We shall treat this as if we had not witnessed it. Did your grandmother not often remind you that when confronted with such matters, one must refrain from alarm? Angering them may lead to their relentless pursuit." Lu Cheng, filled with trepidation, instinctively recoiled and tugged at my sleeve. Reluctant to concede, I cast another glance around, yet Han Siyu's figure eluded me once more. With a heavy heart, I resigned myself to entering the school alongside Lu Cheng. Upon returning to the classroom, my eyes fell upon Chun Karen's vacant seat. and an overwhelming sense of loss washed over me. Subconsciously, I glanced at Zhao Mei's desk, only to discover her absence as well. Suddenly, I sprang to my feet and, seizing the opportunity before the teacher's arrival, dashed to Zhang Shui's side to inquire about Zhao Mei's whereabouts. Zhang Shui informed me that Zhao Mei had stepped out to collect a package. I was momentarily taken aback. When as she left, I pressed Zhang Shui, who replied with confusion. She dashed out the moment she entered the gate. She has yet to return. Panic surged through me. Something was amiss. My expression shifted dramatically as I implored Zhang Shui, "Please assist me in requesting leave." Without waiting for her consent, I turned and yanked Lu Qing out of the classroom. Bewildered, Lu Cheng was dragged along, incessantly questioning the cause of my distress. "Zhao Mei has not arrived at school," I replied, my heart racing with dread. Lu Cheng comprehended the gravity of my words. Zhao Mei's absence signified a dire fate. Lu Cheng expressed his confusion, questioning how she could have exited the school after just entering. I pondered for a moment and concluded that she must have dashed out during the recent accident. How could I have overlooked such a possibility amidst my meticulous calculations? In the blink of an eye, Zhao Mei had slipped away right beneath our noses. Was this mere coincidence too fortuitous? My focus had been entirely on Han Siyu, leaving me oblivious to Zhao Mei's sudden departure, as I had never anticipated she would run out unexpectedly. This negligence on my part allowed her to escape, and the timing felt uncomfortably tight. Moreover, why did Han Siyu choose to appear at that precise moment, neither earlier nor later? Had it not been for her, I might not have lingered for so long. Bursting out of the school, I surveyed the throngs of people, feeling somewhat disoriented. In such a vast expanse, where could we possibly search for her? Furrowing my brow, I suggested to Lu Cheng that we split up and scour the alleys, particularly the darker ones, which we could not afford to overlook. Lu Cheng nodded and sprinted to the left while I dashed to the right. I traversed several alleys, yet Zhao Mei's figure remained elusive. Just as my anxiety surged and uncertainty loomed, my phone suddenly chimed. It was a message on QQ from none other than Zhao Mei. Why would she reach out to me? I quickly glanced at the message, which contained a photograph. The location depicted seemed strikingly familiar. After comparing it with the street sign before me, I realized it was indeed the very spot where I stood. Hastily, I replied, inquiring, "Where are you?" She responded to me swiftly, yet her reply was devoid of any words, merely presenting a series of photographs. The scene captured in the images depicted an intersection. I averted my gaze and looked ahead. Not far in front of me lay a crossroads. Growing increasingly impatient, I replied, "Where exactly are you?" There was no response. She remained silent. Suddenly, an unsettling realization dawned upon me. From the perspective of the photographs, they must have been taken from my very position. Yet, she was not by my side. How could these images have been captured? A chilling sensation enveloped me, sending shivers down my spine. An ominous premonition gripped my heart. I sensed that Zhao Mei was in peril. Without hesitation, I dashed towards the intersection, and the sound of the notification echoed once more. Chapter 27. A chilling wind. I found myself standing at a crossroads when a photograph arrived. The image urged me to turn right, and without hesitation, I pivoted and ran towards the designated location. Another photograph appeared, and I swiftly identified the place depicted within it, continuing my frantic pace until I arrived at the entrance of a dark, gusty alley. This alley appeared desolate, littered with a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched beneath my feet, emitting a crisp sound with every step. Upon reaching this point, my phone fell silent. No messages came through. Even in my ignorance, I understood the implication. Zhao Mei must be within the alley. Initially intent on seeking her out, I found myself hesitating. Though the alley was equipped with streetlights, their glow was feeble, and a cold wind occasionally swept through, sending shivers down my spine. After a moment of contemplation, I dialed Lu Cheng, relaying the address and instructing him to alert the authorities before making his way over. Once I ended the call, I grasped the Buddha pendant around my neck, silently reciting a prayer for protection before cautiously stepping inside. With each stride, the crisp, melodious crunch of leaves underfoot accompanied me. As I ventured deeper, the temperature dropped, and midway through, An unpleasant stench assaulted my senses. Meow. The stillness of the alley was abruptly pierced by the sound of a cat's meow. From a nearby trash bin, a filthy black cat leaped out, glancing at me before darting further into the shadows. Steeling my resolve, I pressed onward. Regardless of Zhao Mei's fate, I was determined, alive or dead. I must confront the truth. After approximately 3 minutes, I stumbled upon Zhao Mei's lifeless body. Just as in my dreams, she had been dismembered. My limbs lay askew, my body marred by numerous lacerations. As I peered into the realm of dreams, I beheld the severed head of Zhao Mei. The singular deviation from the dreamscape was that the head remained eerily still. A sudden yowl pierced the air. That accursed black cat leapt from the wall, landing squarely upon Zhao Mei's abdomen. In an instant, her midsection caved in, her dark attire becoming saturated with crimson, with blood even splattering forth. I stifled a gasp, suppressing the urge to retch, and hastily retreated. In my retreat, I seemed to have stepped upon something. Lowering my gaze, I discovered a severed finger. A wave of terror washed over me, nearly causing me to lose my balance. The black cat cast a strange glance my way before darting into the depths of the alley. I stood there, entranced by its departure, when suddenly, a shadow emerged from the murky recesses of the alley. Who goes there? I summoned my courage to inquire. A chilling, ghastly laughter echoed in response, sending shivers down my spine. That voice was all too familiar. Foresee. A tremor coursed through me, my body quaking in disbelief. Covering my chest, I inhaled deeply several times before stammering, Foresee, is that you? Zhang Yifeng, I feel so cold, came her reply, her beauty undiminished. Her voice melodious, yet now haunting, imbued with an icy chill. I quavered as I spoke, Foresee, do you harbor any unfulfilled wishes? You may confide in me. I shall assist you in any way I can. Another bout of eerie laughter ensued. Then come and keep me company, she said, laughter escaping her lips once more. Yet, her voice grew fainter as she began to retreat, her feet lifting from the ground, drifting away. I was momentarily taken aback. What did she mean by this? Was she intent on causing me harm? No, that could not be the case. If she wished to harm me, she would not be pulling away. After Foresee departed, I attempted to exit the alley, only to find myself immobile. I struggled with all my might, yet my body remained unresponsive. The temperature around me plummeted, and I stood in the alley, feeling the biting cold winds that raised goosebumps upon my skin. I wrestled against my stillness for what felt like an eternity. Even as veins in my forehead throbbed with exertion, my body remained unyielding. After what seemed like a century, I finally regained the ability to move. Not as a result of my struggles, but inexplicably I was suddenly free to act. Just then, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air. Liu Cheng rushed in, accompanied by a group of officers. They immediately pulled me aside, inquiring about any injuries. I shook my head, indicating I was unharmed. Liu Cheng proceeded to ask me a myriad of inconsequential questions, to which I responded with evasive remarks. Initially, I intended to leave, but the officers prevented our departure, cordoning off the area and retaining the majority of us for investigations, while a few were escorted to the police station. Throughout the journey, the female officer seated beside me offered soothing reassurances, urging me not to fear, as it was merely a matter of taking a statement. I was not truly afraid, though I felt a twinge of nervousness. At the police station, in the interrogation room, it was the same female officer who was tasked with my questioning. She first inquired about my home address, and after receiving my answer, remarked, surprisingly, you seem quite composed. Have you ever been to the police station before? No, this is my first time. I replied. That doesn't seem likely, but I trust you. How did you know there would be a homicide there? I furrowed my brow, at a loss for words. Sensing my difficulty in articulating, she stepped out to pour me a cup of tea, saying, drink some tea, don't be anxious, feel free to share anything. I accepted the tea and expressed my gratitude. The cup was warm in my hands, and, after a moment's hesitation, I said if I told you that I knew there would be a homicide because of a dream, would you believe me? A dream? The female officer paused, intrigued. What kind of dream? A prophetic dream of death, I replied. I had a very vivid dream in which my classmate, Zhao Mei, was killed and dismembered. It felt so real that I spent the entire afternoon observing her every move. When she didn't attend school that evening, I set out to find her, following the address from my dream. I refrained from telling the officer that I was able to locate the place because the deceased had sent me a message. Having learned from past experiences, I believed that if I took out my phone now, that message would vanish, visible only to me and not to anyone else. After listening, the officer did not react like the dramatic characters on television, shouting accusations of deceit. Instead, she remained calm, pondered for a moment, and then stepped aside to make a phone call. After concluding the phone call, she informed me, "You may need to remain here for a while, but rest assured, everything will be fine. We simply require a more thorough investigation regarding you." I responded with a simple acknowledgement and inquired if it were possible for Lu Chang to leave first. She consented. Upon exiting the interrogation room, I found Lu Chang waiting for me at the door. As soon as he saw me emerge, he hurried over and asked if he could depart. I instructed him to leave ahead of me. He glanced at the female officer nearby, seemingly apprehending the situation, and quickly asserted, "Officer, this matter has nothing to do with us." The female officer nodded in affirmation, stating, "I believe you. We merely need to conduct a more in-depth investigation regarding your friend. Everything will be all right." I reassured Lu Chang that there was no cause for concern and encouraged him to return to school. Chapter 28. Catastrophe of Blood after much persuasion. I finally managed to see Lu Chang off. The female officer arranged for someone to drive him home and specifically instructed him not to disclose any details about the matter. I sat in the police station for what felt like an eternity, during which the female officer engaged me in conversation. Approximately half an hour later, a man entered through the doorway. This individual was robust as an ox, possessing a presence that could easily intimidate those in the underworld. Upon his entrance, everyone rose to their feet, greeting him with a chorus of Captain Chun. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to sit, and then made his way directly towards us. He removed his coat, draping it over a chair, and settled into the seat opposite me, twisting his neck as he did so. "Is this the one?" The female officer nodded. "Indeed, this is him, Captain Chun. He is still a student." Captain Chun squinted at me, assessing my demeanor. I appeared remarkably composed. Surely, this was not my first visit to a police station. It is my first time. This detail I chose to conceal. He expressed a mild surprise with an "oh," and then, picking up a pen from the table, he tapped it lightly before inquiring, "Could you recount your dream in its entirety, without omitting a single detail?" Just as I was about to respond, another individual entered, interrupting my thoughts. It was Chun Yin, who upon entering boisterously exclaimed, "Captain Chun, long time no see." Captain Chun looked up in confusion, directing his gaze toward Chun Yin. In an instant, his expression transformed into one of delight, and he rose to greet him. The two embraced as if they were long-lost friends, and Captain Chun remarked, "It has been over 4 years, hasn't it?" "Almost there." Chun Yin nodded. "However, it seemed peculiar that you lot, who seldom approach without a significant reason, would seek me out at such a late hour merely for idle chatter." Returning to his seat, Captain Chun instructed the female officer beside me to step outside for a moment, then turned his serious gaze toward Chun Yin. The female officer understood and rose to leave, leaving me in a state of bewilderment, seated and at a loss. Chun Yin reassured me not to be anxious, then addressed Captain Chun. "Captain, you are indeed correct. I haven't come to engage in frivolous conversation. My purpose here is to advise you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter. I have taken it upon myself, and if you trust me, you may let it go." Upon hearing this, Captain Chun furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it? Is it yet another one of those situations?" Chun Yin nodded. "This fellow is quite peculiar. Should you intervene, you will become entangled in the consequences, and I presume you do not wish to invite unnecessary troubles upon yourself." Captain Chun, with a resigned gesture, rubbed his temples and conceded, "Very well. I will leave this matter in your hands." "Splendid. Then shall I take my leave with him?" Chun Yin replied. "Make yourself scarce, you little rascal," Captain Chun said with a wry smile. Chun Yin, unperturbed, patted my shoulder and motioned for me to follow him. Once outside the police station and walking along the street, my spirits were quite low. I had the capacity to save Zhao Mei, yet ultimately, I failed to do so, my negligence had led to her demise. Had I known it would come to this, I should have directly informed her of everything at the time, regardless of whether she would believe me. At the very least, I could have given her a precautionary warning. Chun Yin walked behind me, seemingly unable to contain his curiosity after I had remained silent for quite some time. He tapped my shoulder and inquired, "Aren't you curious as to why I sought you out?" "Why should I be curious?" It was Jean, the old man, who had tasked him with my protection, and he had come to the police station to extricate me from trouble. Was that not expected? While this line of thought was somewhat selfish, it was indeed how I felt at that moment. He responded with an exasperated gesture, flashing me a middle finger, and muttered FCK it. Before continuing, "I came to see you for two reasons. First, to ensure your safety, which, as it appears, is not at risk. Second, I need your assistance with a matter." "What matter?" I asked, gazing at him in confusion. "From the way you spoke to that big shot in the police station, it seemed you shared a good rapport. Why not approach him for help instead?" Chun Yin replied, "This is something only you can assist me with." I was puzzled, but it dawned on me later that he wanted me to arrange a meeting with our school's principal. When I asked him the purpose of this meeting, he simply stated it was a minor issue. Logically, I should have been inclined to help him, yet arranging a meeting with the principal posed a challenge, as he was rarely present at the school. Upon hearing this, Chun Yin contemplated for a moment and suggested that a phone number would suffice. I agreed and instructed him to await my news. Upon returning to school, my first course of action was to seek out the director. As soon as we met, the director launched into a tirade, berating me for taking leave due to illness without proper authorization, and inquired about Zhao Mei's whereabouts. Caught off guard, I blurted out that Zhao Mei had passed away, leaving the director momentarily speechless as he questioned me about what had transpired. I fabricated a trivial tale, stating, "I am uncertain of the circumstances. A relative of mine works at the police station, and just before our class commenced, he called to inform me that the body of Zhao Mei had been discovered in an alley. Although he does not recognize Zhao Mei, she had her student ID on her, and upon seeing it belonged to a student in our class, he reached out to me for confirmation." Upon hearing my account, the director's expression shifted, and he inquired how many individuals were aware of this matter. I replied, "Only Lu Cheng and I are privy to this information." The director then exhaled with relief and urged me to keep this matter confidential. I was taken aback. Did he truly think I was so inquisitive? I humored him and redirected the conversation, requesting the principal's contact number. Initially, he regarded me with suspicion, questioning my intent for needing the principal's number. I explained that it was for my relative at the police station. Once I secured the principal's contact information, I chose not to seek out Lu Cheng, but instead made my way directly to Old Zhang's residence. Upon entering, I was met with a peculiar odor. Chun Yin was once again engaged in crafting paper figures. Noticing my arrival, he abandoned his task, stood, and clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Did you obtain the contact information?" I nodded and relayed the number to him. After saving the number, he placed a call. Shortly thereafter, the voice on the other end belonged to an elderly man, presumably Old Zhang. Once the call connected, Old Zhang cleared his throat and inquired, "So, how is it? Has the matter been resolved?" I responded, "Not yet. The person you seek is not at the school." "Oh, then did you manage to acquire his contact information? What is it that you wish to convey? Please speak plainly without shrouding it in mystery. Moreover, I must trouble you with a request. Please contact Principal Wei and urge him to return to the school promptly. Additionally, instruct that young rascal surnamed Zhang to keep a vigilant watch over Principal Wei's activities. I have foreseen that he is about to encounter a calamity." "A calamity? How grave is it?" Chun Yin, seated casually with one leg crossed over the other, nonchalantly inquired while digging at his ear. "A disaster involving bloodshed." As soon as the elder Zhang finished speaking, Chun Yin abruptly ended the call. Chapter 29. I miss you, this wretched old man. Not only did he leave this troublesome matter to me, but he also expects me to alleviate the misfortunes of others. Is he not clearly dragging me into this predicament? Truly. Chun Yin began to voice his grievances, lamenting for quite some time. Yet he then turned to me and said, "Starting tomorrow, you must be vigilant regarding every action of your principal. Should you foresee his demise, you are to inform me immediately, understood? Are you suggesting that the principal is the next to perish?" I felt somewhat bewildered. Chun Yin nodded. revealing many facts of which I was previously unaware. Initially, he believed that the series of mysterious deaths at our school was linked to Chin Karen. However, it became evident that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Principal Wei maintained a cordial relationship with the old man Zhang, and with so many fatalities within the institution, Principal Wei was understandably anxious. Fearing for the safety of the school, he had sought the assistance of old man Zhang, who had agreed to help and discreetly investigated the connections between these tragedies. Yet, at a critical moment, old man Zhang abandoned the matter, leaving it in Chun Yan's hands. At first, Chun Yan thought his responsibility was merely to protect me. But he now realized he had been grievously deceived. He wished to flee like old man Zhang, yet he was already entangled in the web of this affair. There was no escape, no evasion. He was fated to confront this matter head-on. After Chun Yan finished speaking, I stood there in a daze, wide-eyed. Wait a moment, I interjected. You just mentioned that old man Zhang conducted investigations in secret. What did he uncover? Chun Yan, with a mix of laughter and exasperation, remarked, speaking of this, it is indeed the source of my utmost frustration. That old man, before I went to the police station to find you, disclosed to me the leads he had uncovered during his investigation. If he had revealed everything sooner, would I have been unnecessarily embroiled in this matter? Nevertheless, it appears he did uncover some significant information. Previously, we all believed that the school's murder case was linked to Chun Karen. However, it seems she is not as connected as we thought. There are other masterminds lurking behind this series of homicides. With a sudden clap, Chun Yan concluded, and I, in astonishment, exclaimed, are you implying that the murder case at the school has no ties to Chin Karen? If that is indeed the case, then have I unjustly accused her? Chun Yan, seemingly perceiving my thoughts, rolled his eyes and said, are you not thrilled? Are you not excited, thinking, this matter has nothing to do with my girlfriend? I must say, despite your decent looks, your intellect leaves much to be desired. Even if the murder case is unrelated to her, her interest in you is not born of affection. Let us not forget that the vitality within you has been drained by her. Regardless of the implications, hearing that the murder case was not linked to Chun Karen brought a sense of relief, akin to a heavy stone within my chest suddenly being lifted. All right, you should contact the principal to ensure his swift return. As for matters at the school, I will keep a vigilant eye. Should anything arise, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. With that, I hastily departed from his home. Upon returning to the dormitory, I found Lu Cheng still awake. The door creaked open, and he immediately rose to greet me. Upon seeing my face, he exhaled with relief and returned to his bed, saying, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. What is there to worry about? Do you think they could actually devour me? I chuckled softly, closed the door, and then retrieved the paper figure from beneath the bed, placing it against the door. I collapsed onto the bed to rest. By the way, I have something to share. I relayed all the information that Chun Yan had told me to Lu Cheng. We are brothers, and there are no secrets between us. After listening, Lu Cheng rubbed his forehead and murmured, goodness, it just keeps getting scarier. At this rate, how can we continue our studies? Can we? Of course not. The following day, Zhao Mei's family came to the school in an uproar. They firmly believed that if the school had allowed Zhao Mei to leave, she would not have met such a tragic fate. I felt they were engaging in a form of moral coercion. After all, it was merely time before class, and the school cannot restrict students during that period. Furthermore, if fate decrees that one must die at a certain hour, who would dare to prolong their life? With past tragedies as our cautionary tales, I maintained that even if Zhao Mei had remained within the school, she would have met her demise, perhaps in that alley, perhaps dismembered. Due to this incident, the school suspended classes once more, though it was uncertain how long the cessation would last. To prevent falling too far behind in our studies, the principal instructed us to study independently, assuring us that we could approach him with any questions. He also provided explanations for some of the more challenging problems in our group chat. Certainly, no matter how much explanation is provided, I find myself unable to comprehend it fully, at best grasping merely half of the content. When comparing my academic performance with Lu Cheng's, it becomes evident that we are both quite lacking. To illustrate the extent of our shortcomings, let me share that when we received our admission letters from the school, both Lu Cheng and I were utterly bewildered, never anticipating that we would both gain entrance to high school, becoming the sole high school students from our village. As the saying goes, we are the hope of our village. On the 5th day, the tumult surrounding Zhao Mei subsided. The school administration bore no responsibility for the incident, and the police assured us that they would swiftly apprehend the murderer. A farcical episode, we thought it had reached its conclusion. Yet, death has a penchant for jesting. The following morning, as I stood beneath the dormitory, I encountered the principal. Beside him, I beheld a sinister specter. His head was grotesquely affixed with nails, each longer than a finger. Additionally, his limbs were twisted at odd angles, presenting an eerie sight. The bloodied visage obscured his features. Yet I felt an unsettling awareness that as I gazed upon him, he too was observing me. I intended to greet the principal, but I was rendered speechless by terror. I called out to him, urging him not to wander aimlessly, and then, in his presence, I dialed Chun Yen. I succinctly informed him that there had been an incident in the dormitory. Chun Yen replied that he would arrive immediately and abruptly ended the call. The principal, looking utterly bewildered, inquired about the situation. Unsure of how to articulate my thoughts, I pondered for a moment before saying, "Principal, do you recall the person who called you that day, urging you to return promptly?" The principal replied affirmatively, mentioning that the individual claimed to be a relative of old Zhang. I nodded, acknowledging that he was indeed a relative of Uncle Zhang. He had matters to discuss with you, and you would soon understand upon his arrival. The principal furrowed his brow, perplexed by my intentions. I yearned to elucidate, yet such matters are often difficult to convey. The crux of the issue was whether he would believe me if I spoke. Chun Yen arrived promptly, bearing a message from the old man Zhang, the ominous words regarding Principal Wei's impending misfortune. Although Principal Wei appeared somewhat bewildered, he did not cast doubt on the old man's statement. He inquired of Chun Yen whether there was a remedy for the situation. Chun Yen pondered briefly, but ultimately could not devise a solution. Throughout this exchange, an unsettling shadow lingered closely behind Principal Wei. I felt a twinge of anxiety, and so did Principal Wei. Chun Yen, opting for a more direct approach, suggested, "Perhaps I should stay at your home for a while." At that moment, my phone chimed. A message from Chun Karen. "Zhang Yifeng, I miss you." Chapter 30. The woman in costume at 8 o'clock in the evening at the Jingda Hotel. We were to meet without fail. Glancing at the message, I tucked my phone away. When I looked up again, the mysterious figure beside Principal Wei had vanished. The two had reached an agreement, and Chun Yen would stay at his residence for a while. During this period, Principal Wei could not stray from Chun Yan's sight except to sleep. After they left, I went to buy a few buns to bring back to the dormitory. Lu Chung, without hesitation, devoured them eagerly. Oh, and Chun Karen had invited me to the Jingda Hotel at 8 o'clock. After finishing the buns, I let out a belch and lazily turned to Lu Chung. He tossed aside the bag and immediately urged me not to go, but after a moment's thought, he added, "Do you wish to go?" I nodded in affirmation. Lu Chung responded with a casual "oh" and said, "Then I shall accompany you." At 8 o'clock in the evening, we indeed went together. We waited at the entrance of the Jingda Hotel for quite some time, yet there was no sign of Chun Karen. Lu Chung looked around restlessly and muttered, "This girl wouldn't be fooling us, would she?" I reassured him, "I doubt it. Let's wait a bit longer." As I spoke, I sent a message to Chun Karen. Before long, she replied, "Look up." Instinctively, I raised my gaze and a figure appeared across the street. It was Chun Ziren. She raised her phone and flashed a smile. In that moment, I realized that Lu Chung and I had been deceived. It was not Chun Karen who had summoned me, but her. To be honest, not seeing Chun Karen left me with a slight sense of disappointment. Lu Chung clapped me on the shoulder and asked excitedly, "So, who is that girl?" She was waving at us. "Do you know her?" "It's Chun Karen's sister," I said nonchalantly. Lu Chung spat and remarked, "The way she's dressed is truly captivating." I rolled my eyes at him and retorted, "If you fancy her, just bed her. That woman is incredibly promiscuous. You'd definitely succeed." "Nah, I don't want my life force drained." Lu Chung shook his head, feeling apprehensive after recalling Chun Yan's words. Chun Ziren, clad in revealing leather attire that barely concealed her midriff, sauntered towards us. I inquired about Chun Karen's whereabouts. She feigned hurt, caressing my chest and lamenting, "I came all this way to see you, And you don't even care? You only ask about others. I am heartbroken. I don't have time for your games. Go bother someone else. I'm asking you. Were you the one who sent me the message? What if I was? What if I wasn't? You're insane. I scoffed and turned to Lu Cheng, saying, let's go. Seeing this, Chun Ziren said in a plaintive tone, Zhang Yifeng, are you truly this heartless? You weren't like that in bed. Damn it. She's bringing that up? How is that my fault? I couldn't even move back then. She was doing all the work. Well, that sounds weird, but that's how it was. Lu Cheng stared at me in astonishment and exclaimed, good heavens, Zhang, you slept with her? I glared at him and snapped. Slept with her? No way. She was the one who broke into our dorm. I'm uncertain how she managed to enter and exit so stealthily, yet I'm quite certain that she had indeed infiltrated our dormitory. With a hint of impatience, I pointed at Chin Ziren and reprimanded. Can you refrain from bothering me? Aren't there plenty of men around you? Surely they can't all be inadequate for your desires? I had heard rumors that she had once shared a hotel room with 4 or 5 men. My words dripped with sarcasm, yet Chin Ziren remained unfazed. Smiling slightly as she replied, you are correct. They do not satisfy me, but you might. With that, she winked at me. This statement bore dual meanings, a literal interpretation and a more suggestive implication regarding the inadequacy of those men's virility. I deemed this woman beyond redemption, and, casting her a disdainful glance, I shook my head. Fine, you are impressive. If they cannot satisfy you, then seek out more. Just refrain from pestering me in the future. Having said that, I felt a sense of relief. I clapped Lu Cheng on the back, and we turned to leave. Chun Ziren did not pursue us. Instead, she stood there, picking at her nails, and called out, Zhang Yifeng, let me convey a message from Chun Karen. Steer clear of the school. The matters within are beyond your capacity to handle. I chose to ignore her. With Chan Yin around, my safety was not a concern. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Cheng continued to ponder aloud. Old Zhang, what do you think of Chun Karen? She seems quite decent, yet how can her sister be so promiscuous? I shot him a look of exasperation. Why was he even concerned about such trivialities? As the hour grew late, after some playful banter, we both retired for the night. That night, I slept relatively soundly. I was awakened in the middle of the night by an urgent need to relieve myself. Suspecting that my stomach was upset from something I had eaten, my abdomen was in turmoil. But I paid it little mind and grabbed a flashlight to head to the restroom. After attending to my needs, I felt utterly drained, as if I had just given birth to a septuplet. I ambled back to the dormitory, and just as I reached the door, I was taken aback. There, at the entrance, lay a pair of red embroidered shoes. From within the dorm, a cacophony of sounds erupted. I quickly twisted the doorknob, only to discover that it was locked from the inside. The noise grew louder and more raucous, while my anxiety escalated. I pounded on the door, shouting, Lao Lu, open up, hurry. Yet, not only did he fail to respond, but the commotion intensified. Frustrated, I kicked the door with all my might, creating a tremendous racket. However, the occupants of the other dormitories remained unresponsive. I dashed to their rooms, hoping to enlist their aid, but found that all the doors were locked tight. My desperate cries yielded no reply. Reluctantly, I returned to our dormitory, and as I reached out to touch the door, it swung open. How peculiar! Without further thought, I stepped inside. The room was permeated with a strange odor, and there lay Lu Cheng on the bed, an expression of contentment etched upon his face. Beside him lay a paper figure, the very one Chun Yin had given us. I hurled the paper figure aside and slapped Lu Cheng across the face. He shuddered momentarily, and his bewildered gaze gradually sharpened. He sat up, covering his face, gazing at me in bewilderment, and uttered, Lao Zhang, why are you here? What happened to that woman? Woman? What woman? The moment I posed that question, a chill breeze swept past me, causing an involuntary shiver to run down my spine, raising goosebumps on my skin. Lu Qingdong looked around, bewildered, and said, there was a woman in a red dress, seemingly a performer. Her attire resembled a costume. There is no one here, I blurted out instinctively. Suddenly, I recalled the embroidered shoes at the entrance and hurried over to the door to glance at the floor. However, there were no embroidered shoes, only a pair of shoe prints. Returning to the room, I hoisted the paper figure onto my shoulder and urgently exclaimed, stop dozing. Quickly get in touch with Chun Yin. Chapter 31. A haunting wind. Lu Cheng, in a daze, nodded and clambered out of bed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he clutched his private parts and let out a pained cry. I inquired about his distress, to which he replied it hurt, loosening his waistband to take a glance. That sight startled me. His appendage had turned an ominous shade of black, reminiscent of a disease. How could this happen? Lu Cheng stared in shock at his predicament. Enough staring. Let us contact Xinyan first, I suggested. Yet, aside from visiting his home, I was at a loss for how to reach him. He was likely at Principal Wei's residence, but I had no knowledge of where that was. Just as I felt utterly bewildered, footsteps approached from outside. I hastily discarded the paper figure, shut the door, and shot Lu Cheng a glare. Hurry up and put on your trousers. Have you no shame? With a grimace, Lu Cheng hastily dressed, clutching his groin on the verge of tears. Under ordinary circumstances, his appearance would have sent me into fits of laughter, but now, humor eluded me. I crept to the door, straining to listen to the footsteps outside. Someone was approaching, heading in our direction. The footsteps halted at the dormitory door, followed by the sound of the doorknob turning. With a loud creak, the door swung open, revealing the figure outside. I was taken aback. It was Xinyan. At some point, he had donned a yellow robe, with a compass in his left hand and a peachwood sword in his right. His attire bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a Taoist priest from the movies. As Xinyan stepped into the dormitory, the principal followed closely behind. He glanced at us and sighed, "Damn it, I am still one step too late." "What happened?" Lu Cheng asked, his face etched with distress. Xinyan remained silent, forcefully kicking the door shut before tossing the peachwood sword and compass onto the bed. He turned to Lu Cheng and commanded, "Take off your pants." "Huh?" Lu Cheng and I exchanged bewildered glances. Yet, Xinyan spoke with utmost seriousness. "If you wish to survive, remove your trousers. Also, do you have a lighter? Burn the paper effigy." Yes. I retrieved a lighter from beneath Lu Cheng's pillow. Despite the principal's presence, the gravity of the situation overshadowed all else. Just as I was about to ignite the effigy, Xinyan halted me, instructing me to wait. He then produced a small bottle and tossed it to Lu Cheng, saying, "Apply this substance to your private area." The bottle contained a repulsive red liquid. Lu Cheng inquired about its nature, to which Xinyan replied, "Apply it, and you shall find out." Lu Cheng, unashamed, poured the liquid into his palm and without hesitation applied it. As the red liquid made contact, it produced a plume of white smoke and a series of crackling sounds. I could not ascertain the level of pain, but judging by Lu Cheng's grimace, it was undoubtedly excruciating. He clutched himself, howling in agony, while Xinyan merely shook his head, saying, "Not enough, pour on more." After a prolonged bout of anguish, Lu Cheng, trembling, continued to pour the liquid onto himself. This time, another cloud of white smoke emerged, though the crackling sounds diminished significantly. Xinyan insisted that Lu Cheng continue pouring, despite his protests. Lu Cheng, with a pitiful expression, pleaded, "Master, if I continue, can this thing still be used?" Xinyan replied, "Of course it can be used. Why wouldn't it? However, during this period, you must refrain from touching it. And certainly do not let your thumb princess tempt it. Otherwise, I will be unable to assist you." Lu Cheng paid little heed to the latter warning and continued pouring the crimson liquid, his hands ceaselessly wiping upwards. Once the bottle was nearly emptied, Xinyan called for a halt. He instructed me to fetch a basin of water, and without further inquiry, I hurried outside to fill it. Upon my return, he produced a pouch of powder from his pocket and sprinkled it into the basin. When I inquired about the substance, he replied, devoid of emotion, "Incense ash." After finishing with the ash, he directed Lu Cheng to cleanse himself. Lu Cheng attempted to shift his body and, discovering that his lower region was no longer painful, joyfully set the basin aside and began to wash. Once he completed the task, the water had turned a deep crimson and combined with the incense ash. It appeared particularly repulsive. Exhausted from the exertion, Lu Cheng collapsed onto the bed and, turning his head, questioned Xinyan about the nature of the red liquid. With a somewhat uneasy demeanor, Xinyan muttered, "Blood of extremine." "What is blood of extremine?" The three of us, including Principal Wei, simultaneously queried Xinyan. He coughed, clearly flustered, and confessed, "Menstrual blood, you know." "What?" Lu Cheng exclaimed, springing to his feet. This is menstrual blood? Indeed. The menstrual blood is a potent essence of the yin, capable of dispelling malevolent energies and warding off evil spirits. It can remedy your predicament, a trifling matter. With a decisive action, Chen Yin had scarcely finished speaking when Lu Cheng dashed out of the dormitory, carrying a basin. Perplexed, Chen Yin inquired about Lu Cheng's hasty exit. I rolled my eyes and remarked, "It's utterly disgusting. Naturally, he's going to dispose of it." Subsequently, I questioned Chen Yin about his unexpected visit to our dormitory. As it seemed rather coincidental, I had just intended to seek him out when he appeared. Chen Yin produced a paper effigy meticulously crafted from yellow paper and tossed it before me, explaining, "When you visited my home earlier, I requested your birth date and time. To ensure your safety, I created this. Should you encounter any life-threatening danger, it will react accordingly." I picked up the paper figure for inspection. Although it was fashioned from yellow paper, its upper half was an ominous shade of black. I inquired about its significance. He replied that the black portion symbolizes your yang energy. The lower the yang, the larger the black area becomes. I was momentarily bewildered. The figure's dark section enveloped nearly half of its form. What did this imply about my current state? Chen Yin admitted he was equally perplexed, his gaze scrutinizing me intently. "Despite exhibiting alarmingly low yang energy, you still appear as vibrant as a normal person. This is a first for me. Perhaps your experiences are limited." I scoffed, dismissing further discussion. "Let's take the paper figure by the door and find a place to incinerate it." Originally, Lu Cheng and Principal Wei intended to accompany us, but Chen Yin disallowed it, asserting it was inconvenient to bring them along. He instructed them to remain in the dormitory and not to wander aimlessly, affixing a talisman to the door before our departure. He proclaimed that as long as they stayed within the confines of the dormitory, no harm would befall them. Subsequently, I shouldered the paper effigy and followed Chen Yin to the crossroads. In the dead of night, the street was devoid of any specter, let alone a soul. Chen Yin surveyed the surroundings and urged me to ignite the effigy immediately. I cast the paper figure to the ground and set it ablaze. Once the flames extinguished, a sudden gust of wind arose, swirling the ashes into a vortex, reminiscent of a tornado, dispersing in all directions. Chen Yin produced a cigarette and inquired if I desired one. I merely shook my head in silence. The eerie atmosphere was too unsettling for me to contemplate smoking. The bizarre wind continued to twirl the ashes around, refusing to dissipate, as though manipulated by some unseen force. Chapter 32. Rituals of the altar in the stillness of the night. The wind howled like a tornado. Chen Yin, with a cigarette in his mouth, flicked the lighter, its sound resonating sharply in the silence, causing me to shudder involuntarily. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a series of smoke rings that, curiously, did not dissipate in the wind's embrace. The small whirlwinds around us began to draw closer, inducing a sense of unease within me, compelling me to edge nearer to Chen Yin. He took another drag from his cigarette, flicking the ash into the air, and spoke to the void. "That should suffice. I acknowledge the injustice of your demise. I have not extinguished you entirely, yet that does not grant you the liberty to act without restraint." Suddenly, the desolate surroundings were pierced by a chilling laughter, distinctly feminine, echoing eerily like the cackle of a deranged soul. Chen Yin remained unfazed, his gaze fixed ahead. I questioned, "What is the purpose of this?" Though I could not discern her response, it seemed Chen Yin was engaged in a dialogue with her, his expression shifting to one of inscrutable complexity. After a moment, he continued, "I recognize the injustice of your death, but grievances must have their rightful bearers, and here, you possess no creditor." "Oh, so you refuse to relent?" Though I had wished to remain uninvolved, I found myself entangled in this web of fate, unable to evade or escape it. Thus, I resolved to take charge of the situation. "You assert that karma does not exist?" A jest indeed. The notion that good and evil ultimately receive their due is not a matter of if, but rather when. This is the essence of karma. Where there is a cause, there must be an effect. Stubborn and unyielding, despite the lengthy discourse, it seems I have wasted my breath. "You refuse to relent, do you? Then let us see how this unfolds." Chen Yin discarded his cigarette, but into the air, a plume of blue smoke billowing forth from his lips. As the butt struck the ground, the surrounding wind abruptly ceased. Chunyin clapped his hands, twisted his neck, and let out a sigh of relief. "Who were you conversing with just now?" After a prolonged silence, Chunyin remained mute, persistently twisting his neck. I noticed beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if he had just engaged in strenuous labor. Recalling his earlier soliloquy, I instinctively shrank my neck and, with a hint of trepidation, inquired, "Were you speaking to ghosts?" Chunyin glanced at me and replied, "Indeed, conversing with spirits. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Why can't I see them?" I shook my head. "Fear? Perhaps if I were alone, I might feel fear. But with you here, I am merely anxious." Chunyin remarked, "You bear the debts of the deceased, allowing you to perceive certain lost souls. However, this particular ghost possesses some prowess, so it is natural for you not to see it." I did not grasp the intricacies of this, and simply nodded awkwardly. "By the way, you witnessed Principal Way's demise, didn't you? How'd he die? Share the details." I pondered for a moment and replied, "He was impaled by nails, his head riddled with them. Long nails." Chunyin furrowed his brow. "This is troublesome indeed. Let us return and discuss it." Upon returning to the dormitory, I found Principal Wei and Lu Cheng smoking. While Lu Cheng's smoking was quite ordinary, I was taken aback to see Principal Wei indulging in a cigarette, engaged in jovial conversation with Lu Cheng, perhaps noticing my gaze. Principal Wei chuckled and suggested, "If you're feeling a bit tense, a cigarette might ease the atmosphere." I remained silent as Chun Yin approached the bedside, donned his Taoist robe, and carefully stowed away the compass and peachwood sword. Turning to us, he declared, "Principal Wei, you and this lad will spend the night here. I, along with Zhang Yifeng, will be stepping out for a while and won't return until later. I shall come back to see you first thing tomorrow morning." I was perplexed by Chun Yan's intentions. Why was it always me? And why did he insist on my company? Principal Wei, visibly concerned, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Chunyin nodded. "Indeed, the situation is a bit complicated, but rest assured, this place is entirely secure." Upon hearing this, Principal Wei ceased his questioning, merely advising us to exercise caution. Once outside the dormitory, I queried Chun Yin about his reasons for involving me again. He simply remarked, "Because I want to." I was left speechless. Despite his words, I sensed there were deeper motives at play. We proceeded to the residence of the old man Zhang. Even now, I remained oblivious to the nature of his relationship with Zhang. Whenever I asked, he merely referred to him as a friend. I suspected there was something more between them, yet Chun Yin remained tight-lipped. Upon entering, Chun Yin gestured toward the paper figures in the corner and instructed, "Carry those 2 paper figures to the entrance, positioning one on the left and the other on the right." I complied, silently transporting the figures outside, unsure of his intentions. After positioning them as directed, he asked me to close the door, but not entirely, just leave a slight gap. I followed his instructions, and once completed, he told me to rest nearby for a moment. He busied himself, and it was not until half an hour later that he completed his tasks. Chun Yin procured a long table, draped with a yellow cloth at its center, upon which an intricate Bagua diagram was displayed. The table was adorned with various items: an incense burner with 3 sticks of incense inserted, a porcelain bowl brimming with glutinous rice, at the heart of which lay a single egg, inscribed with an array of intricate symbols. In front of the bowl were 2 red candles, entwined with a crimson thread, while the edges of the table were lined with yellow talismans. Additionally, a copper coin sword, a peachwood sword, and a stack of yellow paper were arranged upon the table. Having completed these preparations, Chun Yin emerged from the back room, carrying a wine jar, which he placed upon the table. He then returned to the back room and reappeared with a black wooden bowl filled with wine. Once everything was in order, he instructed me to extinguish the light and to stand behind him. Uncertain of his intentions, yet familiar with the tropes often portrayed in films, I complied. This seemed to align with the ritualistic practices depicted in cinema. However, I pondered what exact rite he intended to perform. I nervously nodded in response to his request to remain silent during the proceedings. Observing my apprehension, Chun Yin raised the peachwood sword with his right hand, positioning it vertically against his chest, while his left hand's index and middle fingers pressed upon the sword's tip. He then closed his eyes, reciting a series of incantations that were incomprehensible to me. After approximately 3 minutes, he casually lifted the wooden bowl and poured a small amount of wine into his mouth. Puffed. A mouthful of liquor was expelled, splashing onto the peachwood sword. Chunyin struck the sword against the table, and surprisingly, several yellow talismans adhered to it. He wielded the peachwood sword, sweeping it around the candle flame, then took another sip of liquor before spitting it out again. Strangely, the candle flame, now tainted with the liquor, flared up vigorously. Observing this, Chunyin swiftly pressed his left hand against the blade, making a quick slash. Several yellow talismans flew forth, heading towards the wooden door. With a crisp sound, they adhered perfectly to the door. "Rise!" Chunyin bellowed, placing the peachwood sword on the table and seizing a handful of glutinous rice, which he hurled towards the wooden door. Instantly, a gust of wind swept through the room as the rice scattered across the floor. Chapter 33. A conversation with Ghost. The room was filled with paper figures and horses, and as the wind blew, they emitted a crinkling sound. I stood nervously behind Chunyin, my eyes darting around the space. Chunyin stared at the doorway for a while, and when the wind subsided, he picked up a piece of yellow paper from the table and tore it into a human shape. With a swift motion, he released a flurry of paper figures into the air. He then took up a peachwood sword, gesturing it over the candle flame. After a series of motions, he thrust the sword toward the flame, and to my astonishment, a small flicker of fire landed on the tip of the blade. With his right hand gripping the sword and his left hand pressing down on its body, Chunyin made a decisive sweep, causing the flame to detach and soar toward the wooden door. Suddenly, the small flame expanded into a round fireball, hurtling toward us. Unperturbed, Chunyin raised a wooden bowl to his lips, taking a sip of wine, and then grabbed an egg, crushing it in his hand. As the fireball drew nearer, he sprayed the wine from his mouth, and the egg shattered against the fireball, followed by a handful of glutinous rice that he swiftly scattered. With a loud pop, the fireball fell to the ground, transforming into a small flicker of flame that gradually dimmed. As the rice settled on the floor, a gust of wind swung open the partially ajar wooden door, causing the two paper figures at the entrance to turn and gaze at us. This scene struck me as exceedingly bizarre. Those two paper figures appeared almost animated, performing the motion of looking back. Was this the behavior of inanimate objects? Then, with a bang, the wooden door slammed shut. In the room, an empty armchair shifted to block the door. To my shock, a face suddenly emerged from the chair, a woman's visage, covered in lump-like growths the size of fingers, with a viscous green liquid oozing from her mouth. Her face contorted with malice. She glared at us fiercely. "You foul Taoist, do you dare to challenge me?" Chunyin remained unperturbed, taking a handful of glutinous rice and chewing it slowly. As he chewed, he spoke, "Challenge? I acknowledge your grievances in life and do not wish to annihilate you completely. I invite you to come forth so we may negotiate. What will it take for you to depart from this school?" The malevolent spirit burst into a raucous laugh, her eyes wide with derision. "Depart? Have you not heard that inviting a deity is easy, but sending one away is quite another matter?" As she spoke, a foul stench emanated from her mouth, making it difficult for me to breathe. I took a step back, attempting to create some distance. Hearing her words, Chunyin furrowed his brow and inquired, "Invite? Are you suggesting that someone brought you here?" "Ha ha ha, what a joke. This has always been my territory. Foul Taoist, long before the establishment of this school. It was I who dwelt here. If that is the case, why have you not harmed anyone all these years? And why now do you seek to prey upon the innocent?" "Innocent? I have never regarded them as such. Every grievance has its source, and someone summoned me, signing a contract with me. It is my obligation to fulfill their desires, is it not?" At this point, the female specter erupted into another fit of manic laughter. "Foul Taoist, before attempting to deal with me, you should contemplate how to confront the entities buried beneath the school." "What does that mean?" I was taken aback. Aside from her, were there other entities within the school? How unfortunate I was to encounter such grotesque beings. Chunyin gripped the copper coin sword tightly in his right hand, swallowing the glutinous rice in his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on the female ghost. "There is no need for your concern. Just now, you mentioned that someone has made a pact with you. Who is that person? Stinking Taoist, have you lost your mind?" Do you truly believe I would divulge such information? She retorted, Of course, you could enter into a contract with me as well. Simply surrender your soul, and I shall reveal the identity of this individual. Is it a no then? Chun Yin positioned his left hand behind him, his index and middle fingers poised, ready for action. The female ghost erupted into another fit of maniacal laughter, showing no fear of Chun Yin. What, do you wish to challenge me? Alas, it is unfortunate. Since I can enter, I can just as easily depart. This wretched place cannot confine me. With a sudden explosion, the chair shattered, and the face vanished. Chun Yin staggered back a step, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. With a loud bang, the wooden door flung open, and a fierce wind swept through the room, toppling the paper figures and sending them into disarray. The two paper figures at the entrance fell simultaneously, their heads severed, their bodies igniting. Once the tempest subsided, beads of sweat emerged on Chun Yan's forehead, his left hand trembling faintly. The room fell silent, and Chun Yin, panting heavily, sank to the floor. I asked, my voice quivering, Has she gone? Chun Yin nodded gravely. Yes, she has left. This is troublesome. She is no ordinary vengeful spirit, and I may not be able to contain her alone. Moreover, from what she indicated, there exists an even more formidable entity within your school. But why would she choose to disclose this information to us? Logically speaking, she ought to be our adversary. Revealing this information to us serves no apparent benefit for her. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yin suddenly grasped the situation and remarked, This individual is not lacking in intelligence. She seeks to incite discord among us while simultaneously leveraging our strength to expel another malevolent entity. The complication lies in the fact that, even with the awareness of her manipulation, we must still play along, for the other sinister presence must also be eradicated. However, prior to that, we must ascertain the identity of the person who summoned her, as they undoubtedly possess knowledge of her origins. Once we unravel her background, the matter will become considerably more manageable. The challenge, however, is that with so many individuals within the school, how do we locate them? I scratched my head in frustration. The deceased individuals were all from your class. What does that imply? Are you suggesting that the person who summoned her is from our class? Yet within our class, there exists no profound enmity among classmates. So who would commit such a heinous act? Chun Yin nodded in agreement with my reasoning and added, for the next few days, You should temporarily vacate the dormitory. I fear that the one who summoned her may act out of desperation and turn against you. Although this female ghost possesses formidable powers, she is merely a bound spirit, unable to stray far from the school for an extended period. As long as you maintain your distance from the school, you should remain safe. But some classmates have also perished outside, I interjected. Then we must retreat even further. Grant me 3 days. I will investigate the origins of the female ghost and devise a means to dissipate her grievances before addressing the contractor of the malevolent force buried beneath the school. In truth, I cannot comprehend why it was necessary to alleviate the wrath of that vengeful spirit. It seemed to me that annihilating her outright would suffice. In response to this, Chun Yin uttered a profound statement. Those who are pitiable must possess their own faults, and those who are detestable must also have elements that evoke sympathy. In all matters, one should refrain from complete annihilation. This applies even to spirits. If they can be ferried across, let them be. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not force them onto a path of despair. Well, I cannot comprehend his meaning. Due to the late hour, I chose not to return to the dormitory and instead spent the night at old Zhang's house. The following morning, we promptly returned to the dormitory, where Principal Wei and Lu Cheng were already awake. Chun Yin conveyed to Principal Wei the information he had acquired from the female ghost the previous night. Upon hearing this, Principal Wei was incensed, for it was indeed individuals from our school who had summoned the ghost, resulting in the tragic demise of one of our classmates. Chapter 34. Mysterious Death. Although anger welled within him, he felt powerless to act. We remained oblivious to the identity of the individual who had forged a pact with that specter, nor did we comprehend the animosities that might exist between him and the principal. However, given that the principal was the specter's next target, there must surely be a reason behind it. On that day, Principal Wei dismissed all the students, granting the teachers a holiday as well. This decision stemmed from Chun Yan's insistence. As for Principal Wei, he was the intended victim, and even if he vacated the premises, the malevolent entity would undoubtedly seek to harm him by any means necessary. Thus, Chun Yan arranged for Principal Wei to accompany him for a few days. With all arrangements in place, Lu Cheng and I returned home. Upon reaching home, it was already noon. As I entered, the large black dog at the doorstep bounded towards me, panting and leaping about in excitement. I patted its head and proceeded into the house. My mother was busy cooking, while my grandmother tended to the chickens in the backyard. I announced my arrival with a hearty "Mom, I'm back." My mother emerged from the kitchen, staring at me in a daze. "Why are you back? Did school close for the holidays?" she inquired. I nodded, responding, "Yes, I'm not sure what happened, but the principal told us to wait for further notice." My mother nodded and suggested I take some time to rest. I dropped my backpack and ran to the backyard to help my grandmother with the chickens. After a brief absence, I noticed that my grandmother seemed older, her hair considerably grayer. While feeding the chickens, she engaged me in casual conversation about family matters and my experiences at school. During dinner, my mother asked, "What about Chun Karen? Why didn't you invite her over to play since school is out?" Mentioning Chun Karen left me feeling somewhat dejected. I was uncertain as to why she had not returned to class. The director inquired numerous times in the group, yet she received no response, and other classmates expressed their ignorance regarding the matter. I remained silent, but my mother, noticing my troubled demeanor, set aside her bowl and asked, "What's wrong? Have you had a disagreement with someone?" I nodded in affirmation. My mother gently patted my back and said, "It's merely a disagreement. Conflicts are a natural part of human interactions. You are still young and should devote your energy to your studies. There are plenty of wonderful girls out there, and you will surely meet them in due time." While my mother offered this comforting wisdom, my grandmother held a differing viewpoint. She rapped the table lightly and declared, "Do not heed your mother's words, Xiao Feng. When you encounter the right person, cherish them well. I wish to see my granddaughter-in-law." With my grandmother's insistence, my mother had little to add. I looked at the two of them, half amused and half exasperated, and replied, "Mother, grandmother, I am well aware of this. There is no need for your concern." After dinner, my mother instructed me to tend to the cattle, a task that would be incomplete without Lu Cheng. I messaged him, and without hesitation, he brought his family's large yellow cow along. Over the course of 3 days, our routines mirrored each other, rising early to work, eating, herding the cattle, returning home for another meal, and then sleeping. My mother and grandmother enjoyed watching television, spending long hours engrossed in their shows before retiring for the night. They had a penchant for palace dramas, a genre that did not captivate me. Thus, I would retire early as night fell. On the third night, I had a dream. The scene unfolded at the entrance of the school, where a black sedan was parked beside the gate. Inside the vehicle sat a figure, none other than the wife of our director. She was pregnant, her prominent belly resting as she sat in the passenger seat, while the director carried a bag of food towards her. At that very moment, a large truck barreled towards the sedan, resulting in a thunderous crash that sent the vehicle crashing against the wall, its front end crumpling upon impact. The truck's windshield shattered instantaneously upon collision, and a piece of metal flew from the passenger side, striking the sedan's rear window. With a resounding clang, the rear window shattered as well, the metal slicing through the back seat and landing on the director's wife's neck. By sheer misfortune, she had turned her head just at that moment, aligning perfectly with the trajectory of the metal. The shard penetrated deeply, leaving her wide-eyed and motionless in the passenger seat. Vivid crimson blood flowed from her neck, staining the metal. I awoke with a start from my slumber, gasping as I sat up, wiping the sweat from my forehead. I reflected on the unsettling dream that had just unfolded, a sense of unease settling in my heart. Did this dream portend the demise of the director's wife? Yet, the manner of her death seemed rather implausible. How could there be metal debris in the truck, especially in the passenger seat? Furthermore, how could a piece of metal penetrate the rear window? Even if it could breach the glass, the majority of the force would have been absorbed by the window. It seemed improbable that such an incident could be lethal. The more I pondered, the more I felt an unsettling dissonance. In desperation, I retrieved my phone and sent a message to the director inquiring about his whereabouts, but he was unavailable. My anxiety intensified, a growing sense of dread enveloping me. I could not allow any harm to befall the director's wife. I reached out to Lu Chung, and after we both got out of bed, we hurried back to school. My mother, believing we were headed to class, personally saw us off to the vehicle. As we departed, a sense of unease settled within me, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Lu Chung continuously reassured me that all would be well. Upon arriving at school, I caught sight of Mr. Zhang in the security booth. To my surprise, he had returned. I glanced around, but did not see the director's car, which eased my anxiety somewhat. I then stepped into the security booth and greeted Mr. Zhang. He appeared momentarily taken aback upon recognizing me and inquired, "What brings you back?" I promptly recounted the scene from my dream to him, and upon hearing it, Mr. Zhang furrowed his brow and gazed outside. At that moment, Chun Yin and Principal Wei arrived as well. They too paused in surprise upon seeing us. I was the first to inquire of Chun Yin whether he had uncovered the origins of the female ghost. He nodded affirmatively, stating that they planned to summon her for a conversation that evening. Should negotiations falter, they would take her into custody. Afterward, he asked how I'd come to be there, and I shared the details of my dream once more. Upon hearing this, Chun Yin instructed Mr. Zhang to remain vigilant and ensure that the class director did not approach the booth. He then called for the rest of us to accompany him to assist in moving some items. We followed Chun Yin to Old Zhang's residence, where we transported numerous paper figures and horses back to the school, along with a variety of other miscellaneous items. These were the tools used by Chun Yin during the previous ritual. Once at the school, they busied themselves with preparations while Lu Chung and I kept watch in the security booth. Uncertain of the cause, as I kept watch, a wave of drowsiness enveloped me. I turned to Lu Chung and said, "I shall rest for a moment. Please awaken me should anything arise." Lu Chung nodded in acknowledgement, urging me to sleep. I leaned over the table, barely closing my eyes before succumbing to slumber. Before long, I drifted into a deep sleep. This brief respite would ultimately lead to dire consequences. If only I could turn back time, regardless of how fatigued I felt then, I would have resisted the urge to sleep. Yet, events transpired as they did, and no amount of regret could alter the course. After a while, I was stirred by a voice calling my name, a man's voice. Groggily, I opened my eyes to behold a silhouette standing by the door. Chapter 35. The Arrival of Death. I awoke in a daze, and upon opening my eyes, I felt an intense, blinding light at the doorway. Amidst that radiance stood a shadowy figure, calling out to me, "Zhang Yifeng, Zhang Yifeng." The voice echoed in my ears, and as I rubbed my eyes, my mind began to clear considerably. Yet, when I looked again, there was no light, no figure at the door. Nevertheless, the voice had been undeniably real, and it sounded remarkably familiar, akin to that of our supervisor. I hastily rose, only to discover that Lu Chung, beside me, was also asleep, drooling all over the table. I nudged him, feeling a twinge of annoyance. "How could you be asleep too?" Lu Chung rubbed his eyes and responded, "How did I fall asleep? All right, how did that happen? Wasn't I on duty? How could I have dozed off? If you ask me, who should I ask?" I retorted, a hint of irritation in my tone. Lu Chung suddenly slapped his forehead as if recalling something. "Right? Just now, I think I heard someone calling my name." I glanced back, and then I fell asleep. Aside from the two of us, there was no one else in the security booth. Wait, a chill ran down my spine. Had I not seen a shadow earlier? If that figure hadn't called out to me, I might still be asleep. Panic surged within me, and I dashed out of the security booth to the entrance. Beside the gate, a black car was parked, and inside sat the supervisor's wife. An overwhelming wave of goosebumps coursed through me, and I hurried over to knock on the car window. It appears that the director's wife has succumbed to slumber. Despite my fervent attempts to rattle the glass, she remains unresponsive. In a state of desperation, I joined forces with Lu Chung, employing our feet to strike against the barrier with all our might. Yet the glass showed no sign of yielding. The director's wife sleeps soundly, impervious to the commotion surrounding her. I quickly reassured myself. Remain calm, remain composed. There must be alternative solutions. Casting a glance in the direction where the director had approached in my dream, I exclaimed, "Lao Lu, find a way to open the door." if necessary. Seek assistance from Chun Yin and the others. Lu Chung inquired, "Where are you going?" I merely replied that I was off to find the director, and then I took off running. Following the path from my dream, I veered to the left. After a brief sprint, I caught sight of the director. I hastened towards him, grasping his arm as I panted, "Director, where are your car keys?" Furrowing his brow, the director replied, "They are with me." "Why do you ask?" I stammered. "There has been an incident. Your wife is in trouble." Lacking a better explanation, I resorted to this ruse. Upon hearing this, the director discarded his food and dashed toward the school. I hurried after him, fervently hoping we would not be too late and that no further mishaps would occur. Upon reaching the school entrance, the director observed his vehicle parked perfectly and shot me a glare, saying, "What incident? Are you speaking nonsense?" "Everything seems fine." Just as I opened my mouth to clarify, a loud honking from a truck pierced the air. Turning my head, I beheld the colossal truck from my dreams, racing towards us with alarming speed. Although it was still a distance away, its velocity was unnerving, and within the realm of my dream, it was devoid of any occupants. I observed the people nearby in a state of panic, some shouting as they ran, urging others to flee, exclaiming that the truck was unmanned. In a fit of desperation, I turned to the director and cried out, "Hurry, director, quickly call your wife out. The truck is empty." The director, having recognized the imminent danger, altered his expression and swiftly darted towards the car. Logically, that truck should not have veered towards us, for it was on a straight path, and the road was indeed straight. Yet, in my dream, it was inexorably approaching us. The director reached the vehicle and tugged at the front door, only to find it locked, resistant to his efforts. He then attempted to open the rear door, and curiously, despite our earlier struggles, it yielded easily to his gentle pull. He climbed inside and roused his wife from her slumber. Disoriented, she gazed at him, utterly oblivious to the unfolding crisis. I turned my gaze back to the looming truck, urging hurry quickly. The director, now in a state of urgency, pulled at his wife, who, upon attempting to rise, discovered her legs were immobile. In a state of alarm, she looked at the director, beating her legs and exclaiming, "I can't move. My legs won't respond." Beep, beep, beep. A heavy truck approached, and the director and his wife glanced back, their faces pale, their hands moving with increased urgency. The director continuously pulled at his wife, who struggled to respond, her feet seemingly paralyzed. Suddenly, the truck, initially traveling straight, veered sharply in our direction, hurtling towards us at an alarming speed, with no one at the wheel. The director's wife screamed in terror, and I instinctively attempted to assist, only to find myself immobilized. In broad daylight, could this truly be a haunting? I tried again to move my legs, but they remained unresponsive. "Director," I called out in panic. He turned to face the oncoming truck, his eyes filled with despair. Despair, he was utterly defeated. Turning back, he embraced his wife across the seat. "My love, I cherish you," the director's wife screamed. Yet he managed to smile as he proclaimed his affection. In an instant, the truck collided with the car. My body regained mobility, and I instinctively dashed backward. When I glanced back, the two vehicles had collided. The front of the car was crumpled, and the director's wife cried out in horror as blood flowed from her lower body. At that moment, the truck's windshield shattered, and a piece of metal flew from the passenger side. With a resounding crash, the metal pierced the rear windshield, slicing through the seat and striking the director in the back of the neck. The metal penetrated deeply, and he succumbed to his injuries on the spot. The large truck came to a halt, and within the small car, one person had already succumbed to death. As for the director's wife, she had lapsed into unconsciousness. I stood frozen in disbelief, rooted to the spot. The director could have fled. He had the opportunity to leap from the back seat, thereby avoiding his tragic fate. Only now do I comprehend the meaning behind his desperate gaze at that moment. He had the chance to escape, yet he chose not to. It was his wife who should have perished, but he sacrificed his own life to save hers. "No!" I shouted in a pale-faced panic, rushing towards the vehicle. Inside, the director's blood stained the metal, while his hands clutched his wife tightly. She lay unconscious, a pool of crimson surrounding her. At that moment, Lu Chung and Chun Yin rushed out from the school. Together, we managed to extricate the director's wife from the vehicle and promptly called for emergency assistance. Chapter 36. The commoner Ji Xiaodai. As the medical team arrived, the police were not far behind. Leading the contingent was Captain Chun, who had previously shared jovial moments with Chun Yen. Given the gravity of the incident, his presence was requisite. Chun Yen pulled him aside to converse, and, after listening attentively, Captain Chun nodded and instructed his team to remove the body, hastily concluding the matter. Curious about their exchange, I inquired what Chun Yen had said to him. With a grim expression, Chun Yen replied, it was not prudent for them to intervene. I asked him to assist in managing the aftermath and to suppress the situation. Ultimately, the incident was dismissed under the pretext of a malfunctioning truck. However, many remained skeptical. They had witnessed the truck's peculiar behavior firsthand. The vehicle, which had been traveling straight, abruptly altered its course as it approached us. Could such bizarre occurrences truly exist? Moreover, even in the event of a collision, how could the truck's high windshield shatter due to external influence? And even if it did break, how could metal debris strike the back windshield of the sedan, which was considerably lower? Was it possible that the metal had eyes? These perplexing questions lingered in the minds of the onlookers, becoming fodder for conversation over meals. As for the family of the director, they had caused quite a stir at the police station, yet the authorities could not provide a satisfactory explanation. Surely, they could not disclose that it was a ghost seeking retribution. In light of the director's predicament, Chun Yen and his associates toiled for an extended period, consuming a significant amount of time. By the time we returned to school, it was already evening. After securing the main gate, we proceeded to the playground. Chun Yen meticulously arranged the tools for the ritual, and in contrast to the previous occasion, he now held a bell in his hand. Ding! Chun Yen held a bell in his left hand, casually tossing it into the air, causing it to chime melodiously. Elder Zhang stood beside him, supporting two paper figurines, one on each side. Chun Yen raised the bell above his head, shaking it incessantly. The sound resonated, and after a moment, he turned to Elder Zhang and nodded. The elder set down the paper figures and approached the long table, taking a handful of glutinous rice into his mouth before sitting down cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, continuously chewing the rice. Chun Yen placed the bell aside and lifted a wooden bowl, taking a sip of wine. With a splutter, the wine spewed forth as Elder Zhang, still with his eyes shut, intoned. The maiden Ji Xiaodai perished in the twilight of the Republic, once a paragon of virtue, yet her father succumbed to opium's allure, leading to their family's ruin. In a desperate attempt to repay debts, he lured her to a mountain village, selling her to others. Struggling in vain. She had no choice but to acquiesce. Believing this would be her fate, little did she know that her beauty would incite the desires of others, leading to her violation under the cover of night. When the trafficker discovered this, he subjected her to a brutal beating. From that moment on, she endured relentless torment, ultimately succumbing to despair and taking her own life. Clad in red, she swore an oath before the mirror, and after death, her spirit became entwined within it, wreaking havoc upon the land. Ultimately, a wandering scholar sealed her within the main mirror, trapping her here. Elder Zhang continued with a lengthy discourse, reiterating the tale of Ji Xiaodai's transgressions and the circumstances of her entrapment. As he spoke, a sudden gust of wind swept through the surroundings. On the playground, a multitude of shadowy figures appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Observing this, Chun Yen seized a handful of ghostly coins and flung them into the air. With a clatter, the coins danced through the air, scattering among the throng of figures. Lu Cheng and Principal Wei could not perceive the silhouette surrounding us. They whispered to me, inquiring if I had seen anything unusual. Feeling somewhat anxious, I replied, "Do not utter a word. We are encircled by people." Upon hearing this, Principal Wei swallowed hard and inched closer to me. Lu Cheng too shifted his stance, drawing nearer. Chun Yen scattered a handful of offerings, then produced another, chanting, "Path of the dead, the living must evade. Path of the living, the dead must hide. Having received the payment, each shall go their separate ways. From henceforth to disturb not one another. Should one disregard this counsel, let not be said that Chun offered no opportunity." The cluster of silhouettes began to approach us. Upon hearing Chun Yan's words, they halted in their tracks. Among the throng, I recognized several familiar faces: Wang Bocheng, Han Siyu, Zhao Ji, and El Dei. Those deceased classmates materialized one after another within the gathering. The ghostly banknotes, which had seemingly settled on the ground, appeared to reappear in their hands at the very moment of their descent. They lay on the earth, yet were also grasped by them. With the acquisition of these offerings, most of the silhouettes began to withdraw. Wang Buoqing and the others followed suit, turning back to gaze at me as they retreated. Under their scrutiny, I suddenly felt a dull ache in my left shoulder, where my birthmark twitched with a slight itch. I scratched at it, finding some relief. A veil of white mist enveloped the surroundings, and the figures of Wang Buoqing and the others gradually faded into the haze. Once all silhouettes had vanished, a singular figure emerged from the mist directly ahead. The sound of footsteps resonated, steady and rhythmic, drawing closer with each passing moment. Stepping out of the white mist, I finally discerned her identity. This woman, whom I did not recognize, was clad in a striking red bridal gown, her feet adorned with exquisite embroidered shoes that appeared stained with blood. She was stunning, possessing delicate cheekbones, refined features, and skin as smooth as porcelain. Both Principal Wei and Lu Cheng also noticed her presence. Lu Cheng, trembling, grasped my arm and stammered, Old Zhang, it's her, the one from our dormitory. Of course, I was well aware of her identity. I patted Lu Cheng's shoulder, signaling him to remain silent. Although I had encountered her once before and felt a sense of dread, my reaction was not as exaggerated as that of Lu Cheng and Principal Wei. From the words of the old man Zhang, it seemed this ghostly figure was named Ji Shaodai. She glared at us with a fierce expression. You foul Taoist, where did you hear about this? Chun Yin retorted. That is of no concern to you. Let me ask, was today's incident caused by you? Ji Shaodai burst into laughter. And if it was, what of it? If it wasn't, what then? Foul Taoist, mind your own business, or do not blame me for being unkind. Chun Yin brandished a peachwood sword and slammed it on the table. How audacious! Do you remember Ji Guiyin? At this, Ji Shaodai's face twitched momentarily. She then replied, I do not comprehend what you are referring to. Chun Yin pressed on, do not comprehend? At the tender age of 17, you were sold into a life of servitude, while your elder brother, Ji Guiyin, merely 19 at the time, descended into madness upon learning of your fate. In his desperate search for you, he ultimately uncovered only your lifeless form. From that moment onward, he severed ties with your father and took your mother away, striving to carve out a living. Years have swiftly passed. Do you know what kind of man he has become? Vile Taoist, whether you intend to kill me or torture me, spare me the theatrics. Ji Shaodai hesitated for a moment before suddenly lifting her head and roaring, extending her hands towards us as we floated closer. Rise! Chun Yin slammed the table, causing old Zhang to leap to his feet, swiftly turning to affix a talisman to Chun Yin's chest. Chun Yin shuddered, his eyes rolling back as he propelled himself towards Ji Shaodai. Like a monkey, he leaped and bounded, engaging in a fierce struggle with her. Chapter 37. A coffin, what does it mean to capture a ghost? I had assumed it involved tossing charms and chanting incantations, yet the figure before me, Chun Yin, was engaged in close combat with Ji Shaodai. He executed movements reminiscent of a monkey, alternating between attack and retreat, leaping and bounding, scratching both forward and backward. Due to his unarmed state, he soon bore several scratches inflicted by Ji Shaodai. Observing this, the old man Zhang seized a stick beside the paper horse and hurled it at Chun Yin. Upon noticing, Chun Yin performed a roll to catch the stick, then began to wield it with surprising skill, reminiscent of the Monkey King himself. From the glint in Chun Yin's eyes, it seemed as though he was no longer himself. I inquired of Zhang about the situation, and he explained that the being before us was not Chun Yin, but a wild immortal. Wild immortals are creatures that have attained a certain level of power. I was skeptical, nodding uncertainly, for I did not believe in the existence of such beings. Yet, the Chun Yin before me truly resembled a monkey. As the two continued their struggle, the surrounding white mist suddenly morphed into a dense black fog. In the absence of light, it would have been nearly impossible to discern this darkness. Upon its emergence, Ji Shaodai's pallid face twitched, and she swiftly distanced herself from Chun Yin. Previously, Chun Yin would have pursued her, but now he halted, placing his left hand on his forehead in a manner akin to the Monkey King, scanning his surroundings. He then let out a peculiar cry, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Ji Shaodai scoffed, "Wretched Taoist, there will be a day of reckoning. You shall pay the price." With that, she vanished into the black mist, quickly disappearing from our sight. Chun Yin rose from the ground, rubbing his head and inquiring about the situation, wondering why the wild spirit had fled. Old Zhang's face bore a grim expression as he glanced around, awkwardly stating that it was bad, as they had disturbed something beneath. Chun Yin swiftly stood up, surveying the surrounding dark mist, his brow furrowed in confusion at the overwhelming presence of resentment. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the incense burner on the table exploded, scattering ash everywhere. The wooden table collapsed in an instant, and the tools that had been placed upon it tumbled to the ground in disarray. The rest of us were taken aback, uncertain of what had transpired. Old Zhang hurriedly picked up the 3 incense sticks that had fallen, bowing towards each direction and apologizing for the disturbance caused that day. Afterward, he held the incense sticks in his hands and bowed 3 times towards the front. Strangely, once he completed the bows, the dark mist began to dissipate. Observing this, Old Zhang exhaled in relief and continued to murmur his thanks to the air, urging us to leave quickly. Placing the incense sticks on the ground, he signaled for us to tidy up our belongings. Once everything was gathered, he sternly instructed us to follow his lead. Throughout this entire episode, aside from Old Zhang and Xin Yin, the 3 of us remained bewildered, following along in a daze, completely unaware of what had just occurred. Upon leaving the school, I could no longer contain my curiosity and asked Xin Yin what exactly had happened. Chun Yin explained that the resentful entities below the school were far too powerful for us to contend with. What should we do? Wei, feeling anxious, inquired. After all, this was the school, he was the principal, and it was his domain that was in turmoil. How could he not be concerned? Chun Yin found himself at a loss, his gaze settling upon the elderly Zhang. After a moment of contemplation, the old man uttered a single word, "Dig." He then elaborated, "Tomorrow at noon, we shall excavate the entire playground. It is during this time that the yang energy is at its peak, and we shall unearth whatever lies beneath. I am curious to see what could harbor such potent resentment. What about Ji Shaodai?" I asked, my voice trembling. Zhang sighed. "This complicates matters. I had intended to subdue the female ghost first and then address the malevolent entity beneath the school. However, it seems this spirit possesses formidable resentment. Regardless, we must excavate it first and then deal with the ghost." Chun Yin interjected, "It may not be so simple. Having suffered at our hands, she will surely be on guard, making it difficult to summon her again. Let them come as they may, we shall confront them." Zhang sighed heavily. Curious, Principal Wei inquired, "Brother Zhang, when the school was established, nothing of significance was unearthed, and for many years there has been peace. Why now?" There must have been a skilled individual who suppressed the malevolence beneath the school. When you constructed the institution, you simply did not dig deep enough. Now that the seal has weakened, it would be peculiar if there were no disturbances. As evening fell, our group proceeded to Principal Wei's home, where his wife prepared several dishes, and we partook in a modest revelry with some drinks. Perhaps due to having indulged a bit too much, Principal Wei persistently implored the elderly Zhang, "Brother, you must assist me. This school is my very lifeblood. I cannot exist without it." The elder Zhang, far from feeling exasperated, offered continual words of comfort to Principal Wei. That night, Liu Cheng and I shared a room on the 2nd floor. Liu Cheng lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply by the window. Noticing a pensive expression on his face, I inquired about his thoughts. He shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. Just that the events of the past few days have been utterly bewildering. Old Zhang, perhaps we should return to the village. After all, this matter does not concern us." I dismissed this notion. "Old Liu, why don't you head back first? I wish to remain and assist them." Upon hearing my words, Liu Cheng sighed. "All right, I shall stay as well. I cannot leave you here all alone." The following noon, we gathered at the center of the playground, observing the excavator at work. Principal Wei anxiously inquired of Zhang, "Are those things truly buried beneath the playground?" Zhang nodded silently. Chun Yin reassured him, "Rest assured, Uncle Zhang has never been mistaken." After a prolonged period of digging, no significant findings emerged. The once expansive playground now lay pockmarked and desolate, evoking a sense of sorrow. Principal Wei, seeing no discoveries yet, anxiously pressed Chun Yin about the delay. Chun Yin, maintaining a calm demeanor, merely suggested we wait a little longer. After an extensive duration of further excavation, at last, something was unearthed, a coffin. The excavator driver shouted at us, prompting old Zhang to hastily instruct them to bring the coffin. These men were all hired by old Zhang, and upon hearing his command, they promptly began their task without hesitation. After considerable effort, they finally managed to lift the coffin. Some of the drivers seemed eager to join in the commotion, but old Zhang quickly intervened. You would be adversely affected by witnessing this. It is best not to look, he advised. As he spoke, he retrieved several talismans from his pocket and distributed them among the drivers. Burn these to ashes and mix them with water before swallowing. The drivers nodded submissively, accepting the talismans. Once they departed, we approached the coffin to examine it closely. Chapter 38. The nine-child confinement, the stone coffin, a sarcophagus of sorts, was adorned with peculiar engravings that resembled intertwined iron chains. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a symbol etched into the lid, though its features were obscured by the passage of time spent buried in the earth. Chun Yin requested my assistance in clearing the dirt from the crevices, and without hesitation, Lu Chang joined to help. Together, the three of us exerted considerable effort to cleanse the coffin surface. I initially suggested using water for a thorough wash, but old Zhang disapproved, cautioning that the contents of the coffin remained uncertain and should not be disturbed recklessly. After considerable toil, we deemed our task complete. Chun Yin approached the coffin, squinting as he scrutinized it. The corpse suppression talisman, he suddenly exclaimed. A zombie is imprisoned within. Do zombies possess grievances? I pondered. My familiarity with zombies was limited to cinematic portrayals, and I had always held a skeptical view regarding their existence. After all, every tale has its roots. The filmmakers must have drawn inspiration from some truth. Yet if zombies were indeed real, could the world maintain such tranquility? Chun Yin elucidated, zombies undoubtedly harbor grievances. While alive, they accumulate resentment that becomes trapped in their throats upon death, unable to be released or swallowed. This pent-up rage eventually manifests, rendering them ageless, impervious to weapons, and transcending the realms of existence, escaping the cycle of reincarnation. They are formidable adversaries. Upon Chun Yan's conclusion, old Zhang interjected, to suppress a corpse within a stone coffin. It is imperative to affix a corpse suppression talisman. It appears that this zombie is quite formidable. If my suspicions are correct, there are additional formations laid out within. I murmured to myself, contemplating the possibility of simply opening it. However, Chun Yin rolled his eyes, remarking that this coffin has been buried underground for so many years. It cannot be easily opened. His point was not without merit, and this complicated matters. We certainly could not leave the coffin here. After much deliberation, Chun Yin contacted team leader Chun to borrow some tools to pry open the coffin, large hammers and various heavy implements, along with some electric tools. I worriedly inquired whether opening it this way might disrupt the seal. What if the zombie within escaped? Chun Yin assured me, don't worry. As long as we do not come into contact with blood, she will not awaken, at least not for a while. Nodding and understanding, I stepped aside to observe their efforts. This fellow was rather ruthless, directly smashing the coffin lid to pieces. At the moment the lid shattered, I seemed to hear the sound of chains rattling. While Chun Yin was busy with this, old Zhang procured a new coffin to transport the zombie away, for the stone coffin was too heavy and cumbersome. With a loud bang, the coffin lid was pried open. Chun Yin clapped his hands and peered inside, exclaiming in astonishment. We hurried over to take a look. To our surprise, within the coffin lay another coffin, a pitch-black wooden one, accompanied by other peculiar items. Within the confines of the coffin, a multitude of iron chains crisscrossed, fastened to either side of the stone sarcophagus. Adorning these chains were desiccated infants, numbering approximately 8 or 9. A chilling dread washed over me as I beheld this scene. The hearts of these infants pierced by the chains, suspending them in this ghastly manner. The stone sarcophagus was of ample size, fully capable of containing these lifeless infants. Yet, I found this act of cruelty abhorrent. Why resort to the use of infants in the act of sealing? Even Headmaster Wei furrowed his brow at the sight, similarly repulsed by the cruelty of it all. He inquired of old Zhang as to the meaning of this, to which old Zhang sighed and replied, "Within the stone sarcophagus lies a wooden coffin, and upon the wooden coffin the corpses of infants are bound. The stone sarcophagus presses down upon the corpse, and a corpse talisman suppresses it. Verily, this zombie must have been a formidable adversary before its entombment." Uncomprehending, I sought clarification from Chun Yin, who elucidated, "This is a formation of extreme cruelty. While a stone sarcophagus, coupled with a corpse-suppressing talisman, can indeed confine a corpse, should the zombie prove too powerful, these measures alone would prove insufficient. Thus, those who established the seal resorted to a grave taboo of Taoist magic, the 9 infants corpse-binding array. As the name suggests, the 9 infants corpse-binding array necessitates 9 infants, and these infants must be male. Using these male infants as a catalyst, the chains pierce their hearts, and their virile blood washes over the coffin. Only in this manner can the zombie within be suppressed. This formation is a great taboo, for those who employ it shall suffer a fatal backlash, resulting in their demise. I believe that the individual who sealed this zombie must be an exceptionally formidable elder. The 9 infants corpse trapping formation is not something an ordinary person could wield. This elder employed the formation to confine it, indicating that the zombie within is undoubtedly a formidable entity. However, is it not excessively cruel? These children are all new lives, extinguished so abruptly. My heart aches at the thought, and I can scarcely fathom how the one who cast the seal could have acted in such a manner. Yet, Chun Yin calmly replied, "If these infants are not sacrificed, many more lives will be lost." The elder who established the seal likely acted out of desperation, and he too perished in the process. Surely, it pained him as well. I took a deep breath. Chun Yin's reasoning was not without merit. "So, what shall we do next?" Principal Wei inquired, his expression grave. "Burn it," old Zhang declared. "The only option is to incinerate it, while the zombie remains dormant within. Setting it ablaze is our best choice. But if such a powerful individual could not find a solution, how can we possibly destroy it with fire now? I do not know. We can only attempt it. If that fails, we shall devise another plan." With that, Chun Yin added, "Let us first open the coffin and discern what lies within." Chun Yin shattered the stone coffin, extracting the wooden coffin from within. The wooden coffin was uncovered without a lid, easily pushed aside by us. The moment the coffin was opened, a plume of black mist surged forth, prompting Chun Yin and old Zhang to swiftly push us aside and retreat a few steps. Once the black mist dissipated, we leaned in to peer inside. In my recollection, zombies are typically depicted as monstrous beings with grotesque features. However, when I beheld the corpse lying within, I was rendered speechless. There lay a woman, strikingly beautiful, adorned in a pristine white dress. Beneath her neatly cut bangs, her delicate features were framed by cascading locks of hair that spread elegantly across the coffin, resembling a celestial portrait, a vision of ethereal grace. She was truly breathtaking. Both Lu Cheng and I were entranced, and even Principal Wei stared in astonishment. "Is this truly a zombie?" I asked, my voice filled with disbelief. Chun Yin playfully tapped my head, cautioning, "Stop staring, or you might end up with a nosebleed. While she appears so enchanting now, once she is tainted with blood, it will be you who seems captivating to her." My face flushed with warmth, and I shot Chun Yin a glare. "Lao Wei, please fetch a vehicle. We must transport her to my home at once." Chapter 39. A joyful decision. Once the elderly Zhang had given his instructions, Principal Wei nodded repeatedly before stepping aside to make a phone call. We remained in place for a brief moment. Bored by the inactivity, I recalled the peculiar occurrences surrounding the director's death. Before he passed, I had dozed off in the security booth and was roused by someone whose identity remained shrouded in mystery. Yet the voice unmistakably belonged to the director. I inquired of Chun Yin, questioning who it was that called me when the director was still alive. Chun Yin responded, affirming that it was indeed the director who had summoned me, and remarked on the vastness of the world, where the inexplicable often occurs. Some souls engage in inexplicable actions before their demise. I was perplexed by his words, prompting him to provide an example. He recounted a tale of a young man laboring in a distant locale, seemingly in good health. Yet his parents dreamt of him returning to bid them farewell. The following day, that young man met with a tragic accident and perished. Such events are undeniably bewildering. In a way, my ability to foresee others' deaths is equally unfathomable. After a brief conversation, Principal Wei summoned the vehicle. A small truck arrived, and together we hoisted the coffin onto it. The driver hurriedly set off towards the home of the elderly Zhang. The coffin was the same one, and the additional coffin procured by Zhang was also taken back. This endeavor required a significant expenditure. Upon our arrival, we transported the new coffin to the back room, while the coffin that housed the female corpse was consumed by flames. As the fire burned, Principal Wei and I awaited outside, while Chunyin and old Zhang guarded the interior. To be frank, I felt it was a pity to incinerate it, not because of the coffin itself, but due to the maiden contained within. Surely, she must have been a refined young lady in her lifetime, given her exquisite beauty and youthful radiance. However, judging by her appearance, she seemed to be rather young, perhaps in her 20s. How could such youth succumb to death? Chunyin remarked that a zombie is born from the grievances of the heavens and earth, coupled with the resentment trapped within their throat. What transpired in her life to foster such bitterness? The adage that beautiful women often meet untimely and certainly holds some truth. After waiting for over half an hour, the door finally creaked open. Chunyin and old Zhang inhaled the fresh air deeply, only to be seized by a fit of coughing that made their bodies tremble. I inquired with Chunyin about the status of the burning. Had it been successful? With a grimace, Chunyin replied, "It won't burn. No matter how intense the flames, it simply refuses to be consumed." As soon as he finished speaking, old Zhang chimed in, "However, our efforts were not in vain. At the very least, we have dissipated some of the resentment within the coffin." "Nonsense." Chunyin rubbed his neck, discomfort etched across his face. "Keeping it is ultimately a disaster. Uncle Zhang, if worst comes to worst, we should transport this to Longhu Mountain. There exists a place dedicated to subduing zombies." Old Zhang hesitated for a moment before asking Chunyin if it was feasible to go to Longhu Mountain. Chunyin fell silent, and after a brief pause, he sighed. "Regardless of the circumstances, I was once a disciple of Longhu Mountain. They will not make things difficult for me." Old Zhang nodded, acknowledging that is reassuring. For now, it appears we have no other option. Upon witnessing their appearance, curiosity welled within me, prompting me to step closer for a glimpse. After dousing the area with copious amounts of gasoline, how could it be that not even a corpse was consumed by the flames? Just a moment ago, such was my contemplation, yet in the next my thoughts shifted. Indeed, this corpse remained unscathed. The coffin had been reduced to ashes, yet the female body lay intact amidst the inferno, the flames raging around her without so much as singeing her. It was truly a peculiar sight. I yearned to capture this scene with my phone, but refrained, opting instead to inquire with Chunyin about the situation. Chunyin shrugged, expressing his ignorance. There was no trace of resentment left in her. She simply could not be burned. Old Zhang sighed, suggesting they extinguish the flames first. The room had been meticulously tidied, all belongings relocated to the back room. Old Zhang rummaged for some time, before finally locating a fire extinguisher. I was taken aback upon seeing it, surprised that the old man kept one on hand. Chunyin, however, was unfazed, remarking, with so many paper figures and horses around, what if a fire were to ignite? It wouldn't be wise to sleep without a fire extinguisher at hand. Fair enough, his reasoning was sound. Once the fire was quelled, I noticed the beams were blackened from smoke. Had the beams been lower, they surely would have caught fire. It must be said, Chunyin and old Zhang exhibited remarkable courage, daring to set a fire within their own home. Gazing upon the inky black beams of the room, I turned my attention to the lifeless female form before me. She remained strikingly beautiful, untouched by the smoky haze that surrounded her. Not even her pristine white gown bore any signs of contamination. The dress stood out vividly against the dark ashes. However, a heavy scent of gasoline clung to her. We carefully lifted her into the new coffin that old Zhang had prepared. As I placed her inside, my hand brushed against her face. It was smooth and remarkably elastic, entirely devoid of the pallor typically associated with the deceased. A whimsical thought crossed my mind, and I quickly murmured an apology. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Once we had arranged the body, we tidied up the front room and brought out the paper effigies. Just as we completed these tasks, Chun Yin received a phone call. He eagerly answered and stepped aside to converse. From his side of the exchange, it seemed the caller was assisting him in locating someone. After hanging up, Chun Yin, visibly elated, exclaimed, "Great news, Uncle Zhang. We've found Ji Guiyun." Ji Guiyun, the brother of Ji Shaodai? I inquired, puzzled. I thought you had already located him. Chun Yin shot me a glance of exasperation. If we had found him, would it still be this troublesome? Ji Guiyun is a crucial figure in dealing with Ji Shaodai. We cannot afford to be careless. Uncle Zhang, you must accompany me to meet Ji Guiyun. Is it far? Old Zhang asked. Chun Yin scratched his head. A bit far. In Hunan. And what about the body? I interjected. Chun Yin remarked. The matter regarding the corpse must be postponed for a couple of days. Even if Long Hushan agrees to take it, they won't arrive anytime soon. At this juncture, Chun Yin cast a mischievous grin in my direction. I've assisted you on numerous occasions. Would you not lend me a hand this once? During our absence, please ensure the safety of this zombie. I instinctively recoiled, questioning, why must it be me? Besides, couldn't one of you handle it alone? Why is it necessary for both of us to go? Not at all, Chun Yin replied, wagging his index finger with conviction. There is a rationale behind my decision to bring Uncle Zhang along. Moreover, what are you afraid of? This creature, despite being a zombie, is currently no different from a lifeless corpse. As long as it does not come into contact with fresh blood, it shall remain dormant. For added safety, you ought to draw a corpse-restraining talisman to keep it subdued. Indeed, it seems that old Zhang had taken all necessary precautions. However, a troubling thought crossed my mind. From his words, it appeared that they had unequivocally decided my involvement. I quickly waved my hands in protest, saying, I have not yet agreed. And yet you have both reached this cheerful conclusion? Chapter 40. The visit from the ghostly classmate Chun Yin shamelessly nodded, saying, of course, otherwise. Would I need to consult with you? I looked helplessly at Lu Cheng, hoping that this fellow would stay and keep me company. To my surprise, he repeatedly waved his hands, exclaiming, Old Zhang, don't look at me for this. Guarding a corpse is quite terrifying. As you know, I have a timid disposition. Wait, what did you just say? Repeat that. I have a timid disposition. You really have no shame. Lu Cheng chuckled. Well, that is true. However, Old Zhang, Master Chun has stated that as long as we do not come into contact with blood, the zombie will not revive. So what are you afraid of? The Master has assisted us countless times. Surely you can help him just this once. It's not a monumental task, is it? Upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, Chun Yin gave him a thumbs up. This child is indeed teachable. Young one, you should take cues from him. Great. It seems you two are not the ones on watch. You merely stand there and speak without concern. I rolled my eyes and remarked, what about Principal Wei? He can't possibly join you, can he? Chun Yin nodded again. Of course, why not? Principal Wei has a car. We need to take his vehicle. So, it seems I am no longer needed? Not at all. We need you to guard the corpse. And so, the arrangement was made, and I became the reluctant scapegoat. That afternoon, Chun Yin and the others departed, leaving Lu Cheng and me to stand vigil. During the day, Lu Cheng would come over to chat, but by nightfall, he would dash away, leaving me behind. Before departing, Chun Yin instructed me to light 3 incense sticks at the entrance every evening at 7:30, to bow respectfully to the surroundings before closing the door. When shutting the door, it must not be completely closed. The 3 incense sticks should be wedged in the crack. To soothe my tender spirit, he solemnly patted my shoulder and assured me that he would promptly reach out to Longhu Mountain. On the evening of the second day, I lit the 3 incense sticks, bowed, and secured them in the door's crevice. I then retreated indoors to play on my phone, keeping vigil over the piles of paper figurines and corpses, feeling an eerie chill enveloping the room. I could hardly fathom how Chun Yin had acclimated to such an atmosphere. Furthermore, the female corpse emitted a nauseating scent of gasoline, an odor I'd grown weary of. Yet, I could not simply strip her of her garments for laundering. I had to endure steeling myself against the discomfort. After a while of distraction with my phone, I was suddenly jolted by a sound resembling chewing. It seemed to emanate from the entrance. Could it be a mouse? I cautiously approached the wooden door and peered outside. To my astonishment, I was met with the sight of a small boy, his entire form aglow in an eerie green light. He was unclothed, crouched at the threshold, gnawing on the 3 incense sticks. What could be so delectable? A ghost. I was instantly rendered speechless, covering my mouth in shock, wanting to retreat. At that moment, he lifted his gaze towards me, his expression blank, blinking his large eyes at me. Strangely enough, in that instant, he appeared rather endearing. Suddenly, he let out a peculiar shriek, not my own, but his. Following that bizarre cry, he vanished. This unexpected encounter left me utterly bewildered. How could a ghost behave in such a manner? I had yet to call out, so why was it responding? I hurried back to the back room and turned on all the lights. The pitch-black space was instantly illuminated, and I finally exhaled in relief. Pulling up a chair, I had scarcely settled when a chill breeze swept through the room. The wooden door creaked open, blown by the wind, prompting me to spring up and hurriedly close it. Upon turning back, I noticed the light in the room began to sway. This lamp, I could only guess, had not been replaced in many years. With its movement, a cloud of dust cascaded down. I pinched my nose and coughed, feeling an unsettling chill creep down my spine. Zhang Yifeng. In this eerie atmosphere, a voice echoed abruptly throughout the room. I could hear it, yet see no one. I took a few steps back, pressing against the wall. Who is speaking? It's me. Don't you remember? The voice emanated from my left. Turning my gaze, I was astonished to see a wooden horse among the paper figures. Slowly twisting its head, its mouth opening and closing, Zhang Yifeng helped me. It was Wang Buqing's voice. Wang Buqing. Can you please come out and talk? No, I'm afraid I might frighten you. How could that be? I want to be scared. If you're afraid to show yourself, that is far more terrifying. Well, we are coming out now, okay? The moment the words left his lips, I realized something was amiss. In the next instant, the paper figures in the room began to tremble, and the chairs abruptly aligned towards them, forming a row. On those chairs, vague silhouettes began to materialize. Indeed, they were my deceased classmates. Due to the scarcity of stools, the remaining students settled upon the paper beneath them. Their faces were pallid, all uniformly gazing in my direction. In truth, spirits are not unlike humans. They merely possess a slightly more ashen complexion. They do not appear particularly frightening, yet for reasons unbeknownst to me, a sense of dread enveloped my heart, and I was gripped by anxiety. Seat, Hansiyu commanded. Rising to her feet and gesturing with her hand, the stool beneath her soared towards me. I grasped it, trembling, and stammered, I won't sit. You all can take a seat. Hansiyu, her expression rigid, shook her head in refusal, insisting, you must sit. Faced with her demeanor, I felt compelled to comply and shifted the stool beneath me. Well, it's been quite some time. I faltered, uncertain of what to say, and offered them a shaky greeting. Wang Buqing nodded, his face unwavering as he inquired, is there incense? Huh? Yes, indeed. I shall fetch it immediately. I hastily rose and dashed to the back room to retrieve the incense. I brought out an entire bundle, without division, igniting it and placing it in a censer. From the censer, a wisp of purple smoke gradually emerged, wafting towards them. They closed their eyes and began to inhale, appearing to relish the moment. Everyone, did you come to see me for something? I asked, my heart racing at the sight before me. Wang Buqing opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon me, said, Zhang Yifeng, assist us. Assist you with what? Shatter that mirror. Once it is broken, we shall be able to descend to the underworld and be reborn. Hansiyu interjected suddenly, addressing my question. Her words sent a shiver down my spine, prompting me to urgently inquire about the whereabouts of the mirror. The mirror was in the possession of the contractor. She was. Before I could finish my sentence, the lights began to flicker violently, accompanied by a chilling gust that rendered my eyes unable to open. Once the eerie wind subsided, the flickering ceased, yet Wang Buqing and the others had vanished. Just moments ago, they had been seated opposite me, but now, that space lay desolate and empty. What was happening? I felt a sense of bewilderment. Had they departed so abruptly? Surely, they could have at least informed me of the identity of the individual negotiating with the female specter. Furrowing my brow, I stared vacantly at the paper figure before me for a while, then approached to collect the incense burner. I extinguished the smoldering incense, and, as I carried the burner into the back room, my foot suddenly slipped, sending me crashing towards the coffin. Quite fortuitously, my nose collided with the coffin's surface. Chapter 41. A night of madness rising from the ground, with blood streaming from my nose. I tilted my head back and pinched my nose as I hurried to the outer room in search of tissues. Once I had plugged my nostrils, I dashed back to the rear room, a wave of anxiety washing over me. Chun Yin had warned that the zombie must not be tainted by fresh blood, otherwise, it would resurrect. I had just bumped into the coffin. Could it be? Yet, it seemed I was overthinking. For even if my nasal blood had touched the coffin, it would not have dripped onto that wretched creature. Strangely, upon my return to the rear room, I inspected the coffin and found no traces of blood. The dark, ominous coffin bore no signs of contamination whatsoever. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief, cleaning up the blood on the floor and tidying the incense burner. Having completed these tasks, my phone buzzed to life. It was a message from Chun Karen. Zhang Yifeng, I miss you. Damn, not this again. Chun Ziren, are you out of your mind? Shouldn't one refrain from using the same tactic twice? After responding, it wasn't too long before she replied, this time with a voice message. Zhang Yifeng, can we meet? It truly was Chun Karen's voice. I was taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, I quickly replied, where are you? At the school gate. All right, I'll be there shortly. Putting my phone away and securing the doors and windows, I rushed towards the school. For reasons unknown, I was filled with a fervent desire to see her. I had so much to ask, so much to share. Yet when I laid my eyes upon her, words eluded me. She stood at the school entrance, adorned in a casual white ensemble, her hair tied back in a ponytail, with a sideswept fringe framing her face, radiating beauty and vitality. Upon spotting me, she rushed forward and enveloped me in her embrace. In that moment, I found myself at a loss for words. I yearned to inquire whether she had ever loved me, to ask if her approach was driven by ulterior motives, to wonder where she had been in recent days. However, as she nestled into my arms, those questions remained unspoken. She held me close and whispered softly, Zhang Yifeng, I have missed you, truly missed you. After a moment's hesitation, I gradually raised my hand and gently patted her back. I have missed you too. I hesitated once more and leaned in to whisper, Karen, how have you been lately? Chun Karen, biting her lip, replied, Zhang Yifeng, please don't ask. Don't inquire about anything. Just hold me like this. I was perplexed by her behavior, yet I complied, saying nothing, simply holding her tightly. When I lifted my gaze, I spotted Shinziren not far off, watching us intently. I wished to inform Chun Karen of her presence, but she silenced me, urging me to remain quiet. I nodded foolishly, while Chun Ziren, standing at a distance, offered me a fleeting smile and gestured farewell with her hand. I was bewildered by this exchange. Having completed her gesture, she slipped her hands into her pockets and turned away. Nestled in my embrace, Chun Karen suddenly declared, Zhang Yifeng, I love you. Those words warmed my heart, allowing me to cast aside all previous discontent. I confessed my love to her, and she smiled before suddenly leaning in to kiss me. Savoring her sweet embrace for what felt like an eternity, we eventually parted reluctantly. Taking my hand, she said, Zhang Yifeng, shall we start anew? Let's pretend the past never happened, shall we? I nodded in agreement, yes. Chun Karen smiled again, her joy radiating brightly. Witnessing her happiness brought me a measure of joy as well. She then led me out for a stroll, her demeanor reminiscent of a child. She eagerly entered clothing stores, yet only to browse, not to purchase. When I encouraged her to buy what she liked, she refused. We then ventured to a restaurant. Although I felt a sense of joy, an inexplicable discomfort lingered within me, a sentiment I could not articulate. After our meal, we went to the cinema. Initially, I intended to suggest a comedy, but she insisted on watching A Chinese Odyssey. Although classified as a comedy, I found little humor in it, and by the film's conclusion, she was in tears. This film was indeed not a comedy. Reminiscent of Stephen Chow's poignant assertion that he has spent a lifetime creating tragic films while others label them comedies. By the end, many in the theater were in tears. I did not cry, nor did I laugh, feeling a profound sense of melancholy. To my surprise, the cinema was still screening A Chinese Odyssey. As we exited, Chun Karen suddenly asked, Zhang Yifeng, it's time to go home. If I were to ask you to accompany me for an overnight stay at a hotel, would you? After finishing her statement, she added, if you think I will harm you, you can book 2 rooms. To be honest, I hesitated for a moment upon hearing her initial words. However, upon hearing her subsequent remark, I embraced her without a moment's hesitation and whispered, what are you saying? Whether you harm me or not is irrelevant. Come, let us go to the hotel. My dear, I intend to make it so that you cannot rise from bed tomorrow. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, you're shameless. We went to the hotel, the same one as before. The lady at the reception recognized us and, upon seeing us together, teased, it's been quite a while since I last saw you two. I thought you had left this area. Unintentionally spoken, yet deeply felt. Her words seemed to evoke a realization in Chun Karen, causing her face to redden once more. After exchanging pleasantries with the lady, she cheerfully remarked while paying, we are longtime customers. Please give us a discount. We were assigned the same room as before. After taking a shower, Chun Karen and I lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. I was unsure of what to say, creating an awkward silence. After a brief pause, Chun Karen suddenly asked Zhang Yifeng, aren't you afraid that I might harm you? Would you? I countered. Chun Karen shook her head, saying never, not ever. Then that settles it. Do you remember what I said earlier? Earlier? Yes. I said I would make it so that you cannot rise from bed tomorrow. With a smile, I turned over, pinning her beneath me. This gesture signifies my trust in her, indicating that I have cast aside the events of the past. She closed her eyes and expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. I said nothing and gently pressed my lips against hers. That night was nothing short of wild. After much tumult, we finally embraced and drifted into slumber. In that moment, my mind was a blank slate, devoid of any thoughts. Even the possibility of her deceiving me once more, drawing away my vitality, I accepted it all. Upon waking the next day, I reached out to my side, my heart suddenly sinking. It was empty. There was no one beside me. I swiftly opened my eyes and glanced over. Indeed, there was no one there. I called out a few times, but received no reply. Sensing something amiss, I hurriedly dressed and dashed downstairs. I inquired with the receptionist about Chun Karen's whereabouts, and she informed me that she had left early in the morning, asking me to deliver this to you. With that, she handed me a letter. Chapter 42. Strange sound from the coffin, I departed with a fleeting farewell, a mere handful of words that sent a chill through my heart. She was gone. Where could she be headed? I took out my phone to call her, but there was no answer. I sent her a message, yet she was offline. In a daze, I found myself lost in thought, recalling the gesture with which Chun Ziren waved goodbye. It dawned on me that she was bidding me farewell. What Chun Karen had said about starting anew was merely a fleeting night, for at dawn, she had vanished. Could this be considered a silent departure? I stood momentarily stunned, and after vacating the room, I returned to the old man's abode, my spirits heavy. Regardless of the circumstances, I needed to find her. Yet, where could she have gone? Where should I even begin my search? Throughout my journey, the question echoed in my mind, but no answers materialized. Upon returning to the old man's house, I was taken aback as soon as I opened the door. The room was in disarray, turned upside down by unseen hands. Instinctively, I thought of a burglar and rushed inside to check for any missing items. Oddly enough, nothing appeared to be stolen. Was this thief unhinged, breaking into someone's home without taking anything? Then it struck me, the zombie. I dashed to the back room, and to my relief, the coffin remained intact, untouched. The lid was closed, showing no signs of having been opened. This was perplexing. Could it truly have been a thief? I stood there in a stupor for a considerable time. At that moment, Lu Cheng arrived. He entered and coughed a few times, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "What on earth did you do last night, old Zhang? How did it end up like this?" Upon reaching this point, he looked at me with a face full of terror, exclaiming, "You didn't by any chance do something with that corpse, did you?" I glared at him and shook my head, replying, "I wasn't home last night. I returned this morning to find it like this." Lu Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that the zombie has resurrected? "No, I've checked," I scratched my head and continued. "It must have been a thief who broke in, yet nothing seems to be missing." Lu Cheng exhaled in relief and waved his hand dismissively. "As long as it's not a zombie reincarnated, and since nothing was taken, let us just forget about it. However, I suspect this thief was somewhat inept, stumbling in without surveying the situation first. What success can such a thief achieve? Moreover, this room is filled with paper figures and horses. Anyone would feel uneasy upon entering. I believe he merely peeked in and then fled. So, do thieves really have levels? I mused while tidying up the room. Indeed, some thieves spend their lives stealing mere trifles, while those notorious bandits are on an entirely different scale. If one were to fall under the gaze of such a bandit, they would surely face ruin. Lu Cheng brought over a substantial amount of food, and, after organizing the room, he handed me some buns and fried dough sticks, but not a single cup of soy milk. By the way, when will Master Chun and the others return? It's been 3 days without a word, and I've been living outside. If they don't come back soon, my wallet won't hold up. Why'd you go live outside? There's a place to sleep here, isn't there? Do not worry. I merely wish to vent my frustrations. If it were truly up to me to reside here, I would rather not. After finishing our meal, Lu Cheng and I decided to take a stroll outside, as remaining indoors was quite tiresome, especially with that female corpse nearby, whose scent of gasoline was utterly unbearable. At People Square, Lu Cheng and I squatted by the flower bed, our gazes fixed upon the passing young women. I turned to Lu Cheng and suggested, once this matter has settled, we should pay a visit to Chun Karen's home. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng shifted his attention from the alluring legs of a girl to me, asking, what's the matter? Are you thinking of Chun Karen? Perhaps, I replied, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. Last night, she sought my company, but this morning she left a note and vanished without a word. What did she say? Lu Cheng inquired. She mentioned that she was leaving, urged me not to dwell on it, and added something about fate bringing us together again. Her words, I mused, indicated her departure from Shuichang County, signaling her desire for me not to seek her out. I understood this notion perfectly. However, a sense of reluctance lingered within me. Regardless of the circumstances, I felt an urge to catch a glimpse of her, whether she was at home or not, so that I could find some closure. Lu Cheng nodded in agreement, exclaiming, you truly are impossible. Let us return. Lingering here serves no purpose. I reached out and patted Lu Cheng on the shoulder, to which he let out a dramatic yelp, covering his shoulder and complaining, take it easy, will you? My shoulder is injured. His demeanor seemed genuine, prompting me to ask, what happened? With a pained expression, he explained, I spent the night at an internet CAF. As soon as I entered the alley, someone struck me from behind with a brick. It hurt like hell. Who did this? Today, I shall rectify the situation for you. Enough of this. A drunken woman and I, a grown man, should not engage in a confrontation, especially with a woman inebriated to the point of madness. If it were anyone else, they would have already dealt with her. Look at her now. She seems to have no significant issues. At least she can still chatter away with me. Upon returning home, Chun Yin called, informing me that they would arrive tomorrow afternoon. The thought of having to wait another day filled me with a sense of melancholy. As night fell, the skies darkened, and Lu Cheng made his exit. At 7:30, I dutifully ventured outside with 3 incense sticks to pay homage to the 4 directions. After placing them in the doorframe, I hastily returned indoors. Following the events of the previous night, I felt a twinge of anxiety, constantly pondering, would Wang Boqing and the others return? However, I soon realized my concerns were unfounded. The room remained tranquil, devoid of any disturbances. Not even the little ghost that usually nibbled on the incense at the entrance. The image of him fleeing in fright from me last night brings a smile to my face. Perhaps he was too terrified to return. After sitting for a while, I retired to bed. In the middle of the night, I was stirred awake by an odd noise. It resembled the sound of a mouse scratching wood. I opened my eyes and listened intently. The sound seemed to emanate from the back room. I deliberately coughed loudly, and after the sound subsided, the scratching ceased. A sense of triumph washed over me. How dare you challenge me? Just as sleepiness overcame me and I turned over to resume slumber, the noise returned once more. That accursed old Zhang, not even keeping a cat, and look how wild the mice have become. It was at this moment that I suddenly realized something amiss. The sound I heard was that of something scratching wood, but what wooden objects could possibly be in the room? Moreover, it was the back room. Instinctively, I thought a coffin. Good heavens, my little ancestor. I pray you are not so starved as to contemplate feasting on a corpse. I hastily rose, turned on the light, and rushed to the back room. Upon entering, the sound grew even louder, emanating from within the coffin. It was rather amusing, for I felt no fear at that moment. I simply thought a mouse had indeed made its way into the coffin, recalling a tale from my hometown of mice gnawing at a corpse. Approaching the coffin, I knocked on the lid, hoping to scare the mouse away. To my astonishment, not only did the sound not cease, but it grew increasingly frantic. I struck the coffin lid with greater force, and just then, with a resounding bang, the lid sprang open. Chapter 43. The resurrection of a zombie. The coffin lid soared 2 meters into the air, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. In my moment of panic, a hand emerged from the coffin, seizing my right hand with an iron grip. Before I could comprehend the situation, I was yanked into the coffin. Just as I fell in, a white figure leapt from the coffin, executing a somersault in midair, and then descended upon me. With a muffled grunt, as I opened my eyes, the zombie was staring intently at me, its mouth agape as it lunged forward to bite. The fangs grazed my lips, and in that instant, my mind exploded with a deafening buzz, plunging me into a state of dizziness. Had I been bitten? I felt no pain, only the sensation of my lips being fiercely drawn upon, as if something was draining away from me. Is this the end? Would I become a zombie? Would I transform into a ghoul, with a ghastly visage and ravenous fangs? Would I lose all sense of kinship? I dared not contemplate further. My hands instinctively flailed against her, yet I was pinned beneath her, utterly powerless and drained of strength. Gradually, I slipped into unconsciousness, and, as my eyelids fluttered shut, a singular thought consumed my mind. I am dead. Suddenly, after what felt like an eternity, a cacophony of noises stirred me from my slumber. I slowly opened my eyes, and the first sight that greeted me was the wooden beams above. I reached out to touch my body. It radiated warmth. I probed my teeth. They had not elongated. I pressed my hand against my chest. My heart was still beating. I am alive. I gasped in astonishment as I sat up within the coffin. But in the next moment, I was struck dumb. Though I had not perished, the zombie had indeed resurrected. She resembled a zombie from a film, hopping about the room with her hands raised. Upon spotting me, she leapt in my direction. I let out a scream and tumbled out of the coffin, only to find my legs giving way as I landed, collapsing onto the floor. Bang, bang, bang. The female corpse approached, and I scrambled to the corner, hurling paper figures at her while pleading, "Stay back. Do not drink my blood. It is not worth tasting. Damn Chinyin, why haven't you returned yet?" The paper figures I cast posed no threat to the female corpse. She bounded right in front of me, her body inching closer. She floated toward me on tiptoes, her hands reaching for my ears. I initially thought she meant to strangle me and attempted to resist, but soon realized that my hands had lost their strength, trembling and refusing to rise. This is it, I thought. Just moments ago, I was relieved to be alive, and now I was facing death once more. I decided to shut my eyes, afraid to look, yet after a while, she still hadn't harmed me. I squinted, peeking through a narrow gap to observe her. She was staring back at me, her bright eyes blinking. She drew near, her face approaching mine. "Mother, grandmother, I do not wish to die. I have yet to provide for you in your old age. I do not want to perish." Suddenly, she pressed her lips against mine, not biting, merely holding them there, her wide eyes fixed on me. I was bewildered, unsure of her intentions. After a moment, she released me, licking her lips with an expression of lingering desire, and then floated closer once more. I turned my face away and cried out, "Annie, if you wish to kill me, please do so swiftly. Spare me this torment, will you?" She halted, refraining from further action. I quickly added, "No, no, no. Auntie, you can understand my words, can't you? I do not wish to die. I have elderly relatives to care for and no offspring of my own. Yet, I still hope to have children before my demise." With a sudden leap backward, she took 2 steps away, igniting a flicker of hope within me. Could it be that she comprehended my plea? I clasped my hands together in gratitude, sincerely uttering, "Thank you, Annie, thank you." She tilted her head, staring at me blankly. No, it seemed she did not grasp my words. Tentatively, I inquired, "Annie, do you understand what I am saying? If so, please jump once. If not, jump twice." She remained unresponsive, continuing to gaze at me with her head tilted. Trembling, I rose from the ground, leaning against the wall as I pointed toward the doorway, saying, May I leave? Still, there was no reaction. Indeed, she could not understand. It was clear that remaining here was perilous. Thus, I cautiously extended my foot, inching toward the door. No response. She remained unmoved. I quickened my pace, and as I reached the threshold, I exclaimed and dashed outside. By this time, daylight had broken, and just as I entered the front room, she sprang out after me. Upon witnessing the sunlight filtering in, a wave of relief washed over me. Even the undead fear the sun. How could I not prevail against you? With determined strides, I rushed to the door and flung it open. Sunlight suddenly streamed in, and I turned to her, saying, "Come over here, if you're capable. Weren't you quite fierce just a moment ago?" Thud, thud, thud. She leaped towards me, a faint smile gracing her lips. In truth, she was quite beautiful, and when she smiled, she had two delightful dimples. However, the prominent fangs marred her appearance, casting a shadow over her charm. As I watched her draw closer to the sunlight, a sense of joy blossomed within me. Zombies are indeed zombies, large-breasted yet dim-witted. Yet to my astonishment, she seemed utterly unfazed by the sunlight, bounding about with an exuberance that was disconcerting. My bravado faltered, and I retreated several paces, exclaiming, "Annie, I was wrong. I was merely jesting. Please don't follow me." With that, I took off in a sprint. However, her speed was astonishing, and she quickly caught up. Fortunately, the alley was deserted at this early hour. Had anyone witnessed this scene, it would have been quite the scandal. Breathless, I halted and faced the zombie, lamenting, "Dear Annie, must you follow me? My blood is not worth drinking. I haven't bathed in a month, and I am rather odorous. To drink my blood would be beneath your dignity." She smiled and hopped closer to me. "Can you not comprehend human speech?" I thought. Alas, she truly seemed unable to understand. Just then, an elderly woman strolled into the alley and, upon seeing our commotion, chuckled, "Oh, are you filming a scene, young man? Or perhaps indulging in some cosplay?" In this day and age, even grandmothers seem to understand cosplay. I fell to my knees with a thud, pleading with the elderly lady before me. "Please, take me with you. Anywhere will suffice." She clutched her chest, regarding me with a gaze that suggested I was a peculiar sight. I am a respectable person, after all. With that remark, she hastily departed. "Don't abandon me. Wait for me." I quickly rose and followed her. Thus, on that early morning, a peculiar scene unfolded. An elderly lady sprinting ahead, a rather dubious man trailing closely behind, accompanied by a bouncy, adorable girl. One might excuse my inability to outrun a zombie, but to be outpaced by that elderly lady was truly disheartening. She soon vanished from my sight. As I dashed past a fork in the road, a large black dog emerged, startling me, and for a moment, I feared it might bite. However, my assumptions were misplaced. It circumvented me and charged towards the lifeless body. Chapter 44. You are a zombie, not a husky after all. This creature possesses a spark of life. I cannot allow it to fall into the hands of a female corpse. Coming to a halt, I attempted to call the large black dog with a few sharp sounds. Yet it ignored me and rushed towards the female corpse, barking fervently. Remarkably, the corpse recoiled in fear from the dog's barks, retreating a few steps. Without hesitation, the black dog lunged forward, seizing the hem of her dress. She continued to back away, but the dog held its grip firmly. Who would have thought you would be in such a predicament? In a fit of triumph, I raised my middle finger at her, then casually tucked my hands into my pockets and turned to leave. Suddenly, the female corpse emitted an odd cry, startling me into glancing back. To my surprise, she was trying to evade the black dog, clearly terrified of it. I intended to walk away, but she called out again, seemingly pleading for my assistance. "You frightened me earlier, and now the tables have turned." I cast a fleeting glance before retracting my gaze. My outstretched foot halted mid-motion. Hearing the dog's furious barking, an unexpected wave of compassion washed over me, making it difficult to abandon her to this fate. Upon realizing this thought, I swiftly slapped myself across the face. What am I thinking? She is a zombie. She deserves her fate. How could I feel pity for her? But if I simply walked away? What if others witnessed this scene? They would surely rush to her aid, oblivious to her true nature as a zombie. What if she ended up biting them to death? Contemplating this, I begrudgingly picked up a stone and tossed it towards the black dog, though my intention was merely to frighten it, not to strike it. The large black dog released the female corpse and turned to bark furiously at me. "Oh, so you think you're intimidating?" I picked up a stone and hurled it beside it. The dog trembled in fear, and seizing the moment, I charged towards it, causing it to flee in terror. "You think I can't handle a zombie, yet I can't deal with you?" The black dog dashed away but glanced back at me. I mimicked the action of picking up a stone, and it bolted off without a backward glance. "All right, it's over." I sighed and turned to the corpse. To my surprise, she leaned closer to me, her entire body pressing against mine, trembling slightly. It turned out she was so afraid of dogs. In that instant, I realized she wasn't as terrifying as I had thought. I stood frozen, at a loss for words. This isn't quite right, is it?" She couldn't comprehend my words and remained indifferent, leaning against me all the same. In that moment, she felt like a child, but the next moment, regret washed over me. "Oh dear, I implore you, please don't follow me anymore." As I walked down the street, a bag of instant noodles in hand, she trailed behind me the entire time. Our presence attracted many curious glances, with some even capturing the scene on their phones. Upon returning home, whether I was on my phone, watching television, or taking a stroll, she remained steadfastly at my heels, unwavering in her companionship. I truly didn't know how to handle the situation. It seemed she had made up her mind about me. The most absurd part was that she even followed me to the restroom. If I hadn't closed the door, she would have undoubtedly come right in. Strangely enough, I overheard others expressing envy. This person is truly fortunate, blessed with such a beautiful girlfriend who follows him everywhere. Why can't I find a girlfriend as splendid? Unfortunately, his words caught the attention of the plump girl beside him, who seized his ear and exclaimed, "What? Am I not beautiful? So, being with me means you're out of luck." I was utterly speechless, dejectedly sitting at the threshold of my home. Meanwhile, she was bouncing around inside, eagerly approaching anything that caught her eye to inspect. To this day, I remain perplexed by this situation. How did she suddenly come back to life? Furthermore, according to Chunyin, she ought to be quite the formidable zombie. Yet, have you ever encountered a formidable zombie that fears dogs? What baffles me the most is her unexpected revival. Could it be that when I knocked on the coffin, my nasal blood inadvertently fell upon it? Even so, the blood did not land on her. Beyond this, I can conjure no other explanations. Sighing, I prepared instant noodles. 3 minutes later, I lifted the lid and savored the contents. Suddenly, she leaped beside me, gesturing towards the noodles. I cautiously moved the bowl aside, saying, "What are you doing? These are mine." With a playful ah-woo, she jumped in front of the noodles, lowering her head to sniff them. I hesitated for a moment, lifting a few strands and asking, "Would you like to eat?" She responded with eager sounds, though she could not comprehend my words, nor I hers. It was clear she desired the noodles. "You're a zombie. What instant noodles do you eat?" Though I uttered these words, I still brought the noodles to her lips. She opened her mouth to take a bite, but instantly spat it out, jumping back in disdain. Holding the bowl of noodles, I scowled and said, "If you don't want to eat, then don't. How am I supposed to eat what you just rejected?" She hopped a few times, her face etched with sorrow. I glanced at the noodles, then back at her, tentatively asking, "Are you hungry?" I completely failed to comprehend her response. Shaking my head, I set the noodles down and solemnly addressed her. "You are a zombie, a fearsome one at that. Zombies don't sound like that. You resemble a silly dog." At that moment, a figure appeared at the door. Lu Chung. He dashed in with exuberance. Old Zhang, everyone in the alley is talking about you. They say you brought back a beautiful girl. Where is she? Let me see." No sooner had he spoken than he halted, staring in shock at the zombie behind me. I cleared my throat and pointed at her, saying, "She's right here. Do you see her?" "Oh my!" Lu Chung screamed, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. He fainted just like that. Half an hour later, "Old Zhang, tell me this isn't real. Please say this is a dream." Lu Chung sat on the bed, his gaze blankly fixed on the girl corpse that was jumping around behind me. I solemnly patted his shoulder. "This is not a dream. It is very real. She has come back to life." "Oh my goodness," he collapsed again. I slapped him a few times and said exasperatedly, "If you faint once more, I shall smite you. Lu Cheng, with his face covered, whimpered, Brother, I saw nothing. Please spare me. I shall keep silent. Enough of this nonsense. I sat to one side, rubbing my head, feeling somewhat at a loss. I truly do not understand why she came back to life. I recounted the events to him, and upon hearing, he stared in astonishment and exclaimed, What? She kissed you? And lay in a coffin? Does that mean you too? Get lost. Coughing slightly, Lu Cheng shrugged and remarked, This matter can only be resolved upon their return. As we spoke, the female corpse leapt towards us, emitting a primal growl from her throat. Chapter 45. The fusion of corpse chi and yang chi. Lu Cheng and I huddled together, trembling as we crouched by the bedside, gazing at the corpse before us. I swallowed hard and muttered, Aunt, what do you intend to do? With a deafening roar, she opened her mouth. The sound akin to that of a ferocious beast. Lu Cheng, startled, clutched his ears and exclaimed, Don't eat me. My blood is not palatable. The corpse let out another growl, but did not advance. Suddenly, I comprehended her intent and, with a quivering voice, inquired, Are you hungry? With a guttural cry, she lifted her head, and I exhaled in relief, patting Lu Cheng on the shoulder. Old Lu, go fetch some pig's blood. Will that even work? Will she consume it? Lu Cheng scratched his head in confusion. Impatient, I insisted, Let us not overthink it. We need to address the immediate problem. Do you wish to be bitten by her? With a resounding thud, Lu Cheng bolted from the room. The corpse leaped aside, ignoring me entirely. I let out a heavy sigh, sinking into the corner, utterly drained. Before long, Lu Cheng returned with a portion of pig's blood, having opted for a pre-prepared dish to save time. Gazing at the steaming pig's blood porridge, I frowned and said, How we feed this to her? Lu Cheng shook his head, replying, I've brought the food. You figure out how to feed her. After much contemplation, I could devise no better method than to spoon-feed her like a child. Fortunately, she accepted the offering without resistance or playfulness. With each spoonful I offered, she swallowed obediently. The porridge was scalding hot, yet she swallowed it down without a hint of discomfort. Lu Cheng, witnessing this curious spectacle, found it amusing and requested to try it himself. However, the moment I handed him the bowl, the female corpse let out an irate growl, causing Lu Cheng to hastily return the porridge. Strangely, as soon as it returned to my hands, she became docile once more. Lu Cheng wiped his forehead, bemused, and remarked, What's going on? It seems that even feeding porridge requires a certain person. Am I truly so fragile that even a zombie looks down upon me? No worries, brother. I don't disdain you, I replied. Oh, come off it, Lu Cheng retorted with a smirk. By the way, why does she listen to you so obediently? Are the two of you involved in some clandestine affair? Hey, forget I said anything. I was merely jesting. Upon seeing the female corpse display her formidable demeanor, Lu Cheng instantly cowered. To be honest, I was equally perplexed. Ever since her revival, she had adhered to my side, even accompanying me to the restroom. I felt a wave of frustration wash over me, utterly baffled by the situation. Lu Cheng, half amused and half exasperated, patted my shoulder, assuring me that once Chan Yin and the others returned, they would surely resolve the matter. This thought irked me. Chen Yin had promised to arrive in the afternoon, but who knew exactly when that would be? After finishing the pig's blood porridge, I disposed of the bowl and spoon, and as I moved, the female corpse followed suit immediately. Gazing out at the splendid weather, I felt a sense of helplessness. I had merely discarded the remnants. There was no need for her to trail behind me. She leapt playfully, a smile gracing her face, revealing two charming dimples. If only you were not a zombie. With a sigh, I lowered my head and suddenly sensed something amiss. As I leaned closer to her, I was astonished to exclaim, Oh, why is there no longer the smell of gasoline on you? Wasn't it quite strong before? At that moment, Lu Cheng happened to witness this scene. He emerged from the back room, paused at the doorway, and promptly covered his eyes, declaring, I saw nothing. You all carry on. I shot him a glare, questioning his thoughts. Yet, I couldn't help but feel curious about the situation. Her previous gasoline scent had completely vanished, replaced by a delightful fragrance. That afternoon, Chen Yin and his companions returned home. He had called me in advance and, upon arrival, brought along an elderly gentleman. The old man, with his snow-white hair and deeply lined face, was clad in a traditional Zhongshan suit. As they disembarked, Lu Cheng and I blocked the entrance. Chunyin looked at us, puzzled, and inquired about our predicament. I held the door, bursting into laughter to mask my embarrassment. Then I asked old Chun if, just hypothetically, if I were to get into trouble, would you give me a beating? Chunyin, bewildered, replied, "What does my getting involved in your troubles matter? Why would I hit you?" I retorted, "What if this situation pertains to you?" He paused before responding. "What exactly is going on? Just tell me. I can handle it." "Really? Are you certain?" Lu Cheng interjected, draping his arm around my shoulder and barricading the door firmly. Chun Yan's expression darkened as he pressed, "What is the situation?" "See." Lu Cheng and I simultaneously stepped aside, revealing a clear passage. The female corpse stood right behind us. When I caught sight of Chun Yan, she offered a fleeting smile. Chun Yan was initially taken aback. Then his expression transformed into one of horror as he pointed at the corpse and exclaimed, Revived? Indeed. Both Lu Cheng and I nodded in unison. Chun Yin took a step back, promptly producing a talisman, appearing ready for a fierce confrontation. I quickly intervened, urging him to allow me to finish my explanation. 5 minutes later, we sat within the confines of the room, observing the corpse that was bouncing about. Chun Yin, appearing pained, inquired, "Are you saying she bit you?" I shook my head, replying, "I cannot ascertain if she did. After being dragged into the coffin, I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, she was already frolicking around the room." No sooner had I finished speaking than old Zhang approached, requesting my hand. He opened my palm and delicately pricked it with his nail before prying open my eyelids for inspection. Finally, Chinyan asked, "What is the verdict? Is there any infection from the corpse's venom?" Old Zhang marveled. "Remarkable, simply remarkable. There is no infection from the corpse's venom. Yet there exists a presence of corpse energy within him. To put it simply, his vital energy has been partially siphoned by the zombie, while he, in turn, has absorbed some of the zombie's energy. But how can corpse energy reside within a living body? Is there a mistake?" Old Zhang shook his head, asserting, "There is no error. Indeed, there is corpse energy within him. However, one peculiar aspect stands out. Typically, those burdened by the debts of the deceased do not possess such unique capabilities. Why is he able to retain this corpse energy without any adverse effects?" Chunyan pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze to inquire, "Young one, has anyone from your family ever been a Taoist priest or something of that nature?" I replied in the negative. Instantly, a silence enveloped them, as if they were deep in contemplation. Anxiously, I pressed on, "I cannot comprehend your discourse. But is there any way you could assist me in expelling this corpse energy? It cannot possibly be beneficial for it to linger within me. Can it?" To this, he responded, "I'm unsure how to address this. I can expel corpse poison, but I have never encountered a situation such as yours, and I do not know how to eliminate corpse energy." Hearing Chun Yan's words, I placed my hopes on the old man Zhang, only to find him shaking his head as well. Chapter 46. Teaching her to walk, I was suddenly filled with frustration, since there seemed to be no solution. I certainly couldn't allow this zombie to follow me indefinitely. I pointed at her and said to Chun Yan, "You cannot help me dispel the corpse energy, but surely you can find a way to make her stop trailing me?" To my surprise, Chun Yan shook his head and shrugged, saying, "It's not that I do not wish to assist you, but rather that I am incapable of doing so. There exists her corpse energy within you, and your yang energy within her. She is destined to follow you." It was distressing, exceedingly distressing. Chun Yin continued, "This is the law of causality. From the moment you resurrected her, you too became entangled in this fate, much like the matter concerning Ji Shao Dai. Once I became involved in that affair, I could not escape its consequences. The situation grew even more vexing. While I was troubled, she was merrily bounding about on the other side. An idea suddenly struck me, and I remarked, if nothing else works, why not simply eliminate her? Is it truly that complicated? Chun Yin immediately shook his head. That is not an option. I cannot ascertain the extent of her power, and it would be unwise to act recklessly. What if you anger her, and she unleashes her fury? Her? I forced a bitter smile. Brother, have you ever seen a formidable zombie that fears dogs? That also cannot be the case. If she were not formidable, the predecessors would not have employed the 9 infants corpse confinement array. So, it seems that I am indeed unable to shake off this zombie. After contemplating for a moment, Chunyin finally offered some consolation. Do not lose heart. I will devise a plan. Until I can expel the corpse energy from your body, you must allow her to accompany you. Within her, your vital energy resides. No matter where you flee, she shall always find you. Am I then merely a fool in this situation? Chunyin has also offered to assist me in securing accommodation, promising to cover the rent, while my sole responsibility is to oversee this zombie. A wave of headache washed over me at the thought of being tasked with watching a zombie. What if she were to suddenly go on a rampage and take my life? Chunyin shook his head, assuring me, no, she carries your vital energy within her. In her subconscious, you are her companion, her friend, her family. Thus, she would never harm you. His words left me in a state of bewilderment, torn between amusement and dismay. Speaking of which, how shall we address the matter of Ji Xiaodai? I decided to change the subject, no longer wanting to dwell on that issue. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards the elderly gentleman in the Zhongshan suit. Chunyin inquired, Mr. Ji, are you certain you wish to meet her? You are already separated by the veil of death. Confronting your physical form may not be in your best interest. Ji Guiyun, seated nearby, pondered thoughtfully for a moment before sighing and smiling softly. Decades have passed. I have lived enough. My only wish in this life is to see Xiaodai. Whether in life or in death, just a glimpse of her would bring me contentment. Chunyin nodded in agreement. If that is the case, we shall visit the school tonight. As the evening was still far off, Chunyin first helped me find a place to stay, conveniently located not far from Zhang Laoda's residence. He covered the rent, and as I moved in, the zombie trailed closely behind me. I found it somewhat unsettling to share a roof with her, so I asked Lu Cheng to accompany me. To my dismay, this fellow was utterly unwilling, resolutely so. I found myself at an impasse. Once everything was arranged, they departed. I wandered around, taking stock of the house. Compared to our dormitory, this room was decidedly superior, consisting of 2 chambers and a washroom. One room served as a sleeping quarters, while the other was designated for cooking. As for the female corpse's resting place, well, would she even sleep? She was perpetually bouncing about, as if slumber were a foreign concept. In her new abode, she leaped and frolicked, much to my annoyance. Yet I was powerless to intervene, for she had absorbed my vitality. However, this could not persist indefinitely. It was unreasonable to expect her to accompany me to class. A solution was imperative. I approached her, stating, could you please refrain from jumping? Such behavior will raise eyebrows. She tilted her head, oblivious to my words. Alas, the barrier of language rendered communication futile. I inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by frustration. It was essential that I instigate a change. I pressed her raised hands down gently, attempting to project a smile as I said, lower your hands. That way, others won't find you peculiar. Just as I succeeded in lowering her hands, she raised them once more. Patience, I told myself. I must remain calm and proceed methodically. Positioning myself behind her, I pressed her hands down again and firmly grasped them to prevent any further elevation. She struggled briefly, her strength surpassing mine, effortlessly lifting her hands once more. Goodness, I could hardly believe I was unable to manage even a corpse. I once again pressed her hands down and immediately enveloped her in an embrace from behind. I swear, my sole intention in doing this was to prevent her from raising her hand. Nothing more. Ah, she whimpered and struggled. I held her tightly, murmuring, I told you, you are a zombie, not a husky. You mustn't make such sounds anymore. Do you understand? Ah, can't you comprehend human speech? Ah, you big-headed creature. Do you dare to challenge me? I'll slap you. Slap. You? What? Did she just speak? I was momentarily taken aback, staring in disbelief as I asked, what did you just say? Ah, indeed. I heard her utter words just now, but in the next moment, she reverted to her husky demeanor. After much effort, her hand finally fell to her side. Satisfied, I said, yes, just like that. Now I will teach you how to walk. I gazed at her perfectly straight legs, feeling quite at a loss. How do I teach this? I attempted to lift her foot, only to discover it was rigid and utterly immovable. You do this. Mimic my movements. Alas, she seemed unable to comprehend, tilting her head in confusion. What could I do? Communication was indeed a challenge. But what about the night? I certainly couldn't take her with me to school, could I? The more I pondered, the more my head ached. So I decided to lie down and not think about it. If worse came to worst, I simply wouldn't go out tonight. I rested for a while, and when I awoke, the sky had already darkened. Lu Cheng sent me a message, inquiring about my well-being and whether I was adjusting. I promptly replied, "Get lost. Roll as far away as you can." Wait, that's not right. I set down my phone and glanced around. Where is she? Where did she go? A sudden panic engulfed me, prompting me to leap out of bed. Upon rushing into the kitchen, I discovered her there. Remarkably, she was walking. I stood frozen at the doorway, astonished that she was not jumping, but rather attempting to walk. Although her legs appeared rigid and unbending, her gait was peculiar. Yet, she was earnestly trying to move forward, her hands remaining at her sides. How had she suddenly gained this insight? Could it be that my previous words had resonated with her? Did she truly comprehend what I had said? It seemed she had noticed my presence, raising her gaze to meet mine with a smile. Gradually, she began to shuffle her feet towards me. Chapter 47. The gamble of affection. After taking just a couple of steps, she stumbled forward unexpectedly. I hurried to support her, inadvertently brushing my hand against her waist. To my surprise, I felt something hard nestled there. It seemed to be an emblem or a badge concealed beneath her clothing. Yet, I hesitated to retrieve it, realizing that she was not merely a human. Why should I feel embarrassed? As I contemplated this, my hand instinctively moved toward her waist, but at the moment of contact, I hesitated once more. After all, she was a girl. Was it appropriate for me to act in such a manner? Lost in my thoughts, I noticed her gaze fixed intently upon me. In an instant, she unexpectedly captured my lips with hers. My eyes widened in astonishment as our gazes locked. I quickly pushed her away, covering my mouth and exclaiming, "Don't act recklessly. I have a family. This is impossible." "Family?" she suddenly uttered, leaving me momentarily stunned. "What did you say? Please repeat that." "Family." Did she truly understand my words? Overjoyed, I asked, "Since you comprehend my speech, could you show me what you have at your waist?" "Waist? T?" she repeated vacantly, standing still as if frozen. I gestured toward my own waist, indicating, "Right here." "This, here?" she inquired, confirming my indication. Slowly, she raised her hand to her waist, the motion deliberate and mechanical, reminiscent of a robot. I anticipated that she might reveal the object, but instead, she seemed perplexed, her hand resting on her waist without further action. Indeed, a zombie is a zombie, boastful in form, yet devoid of intellect. I sighed, and suddenly my phone buzzed again. It was a message from Lu Cheng. "We're heading to school. Are you coming?" I replied, "Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." Putting away my phone, I turned to the female corpse and said, "Stay here and wait for me. I'll be back soon." She stared blankly at me, showing no reaction. I was uncertain of her intentions and simply turned to leave. As soon as I did, she followed me, jumping once more. I pointed at her sternly and said, "No jumping. You may only walk." She seemed to understand and gradually adjusted her pace. Seeing this, I quickly shut the door, locked it, and dashed away. At last, I had escaped her presence, wiping the sweat from my brow as I jogged. Upon arriving at school, they had already set up the altar. However, this time, the proceedings were different from before. In front of the table stood a scarecrow, its forehead adorned with a piece of yellow paper covered in dense writing. A cursory glance revealed it contained the birth chart of Ji Shaodai. Chun Yin and the old man Zhang held bells in their hands, shaking them while circling the scarecrow. They chanted incantations I could not comprehend, and after a considerable time, Chun Yin lifted a wooden bowl and spat a mouthful of wine toward the scarecrow. Meanwhile, the old man Zhang continued his recitation from a book, standing off to the side. After about half an hour, the temperature around us suddenly dropped, and a thick white mist began to rise, enveloping us. Zhang Yifeng, Zhang Yifeng. In the expansive playground, I was abruptly called by someone. Just as I was about to turn around, the old man Zhang shouted, "Don't look back." Startled by his admonition, I inquired about the situation. Before Zhang could respond, Lu Cheng remarked, "Did I just hear someone calling me?" Principal Wei chimed in. I heard it too. I was taken aback, realizing they had all heard it as well. Zhang explained, "If you turn around, 2 of the 3 flames upon you will be extinguished, and then the surrounding malevolent spirits will ensnare you." As he spoke, The white mist thickened around us. Zhang pointed to the paper figures behind us and instructed, "Carry these and position yourselves in the southeast and west directions." I swiftly lifted the paper figure and stood to the west, while Lu Cheng and Principal Wei followed suit. Zhang took a book and moved to the north, while Ji Guiyun, the pivotal character, stood before the table. The mist encircled us, drawing nearer. Soon, I was enveloped by the dense fog, obscuring my view of Lu Cheng and the others. Silence. Utter silence. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew still, devoid of any sound. However, this tranquility lasted less than a minute before it was shattered by a shrill voice. "Wretched Taoist, it's you again." It was Ji Shaodai's voice. As her words resonated, a multitude of silhouettes emerged from the mist. I could not discern Ji Shaodai's location. Her voice faded after mere moments. Following that, I heard Chun Yin reciting an incantation. I held my breath, beads of sweat forming in the palms of my hands. "I miss you, brother." After a considerable pause, I suddenly heard the voice of Ji Guiyun. As he uttered these words, the surrounding mist dissipated significantly. Ji Guiyun, holding a scarecrow, shouted toward the front, "Xiao Dai, I miss you." "Miss me? When I was sold, why did you not express your longing for me?" The voice emerged from the fog. Yet the figure of Ji Xiao Dai remained elusive. Her words were laced with resentment, and upon hearing them, Ji Guiyun's eyes reddened. "When our father sold you, we were all unaware. By the time my mother and I learned of it, I immediately set out to find you. But after much searching, I could not discover your whereabouts. When I finally found you, you had already departed. Liar, you are lying." Ji Xiao Dai's voice grew increasingly hysterical, her silhouette gradually manifesting within the mist. Upon seeing her, Ji Guiyun's tears fell freely, and he sighed quietly. "Xiao Dai, it has been so many years. Let it go." "Ha, let it go." Ji Xiao Dai chuckled. "If it were you who had been sold, if it were you who endured such torment, you would feel just as I do. Our father is dead. Our mother is gone. What will it take for you to relinquish this?" An elderly man in his 80s, tears streaming down his face, evoked an indescribable sympathy. "Ye ji si I odiri tautit." "Death, if you are willing to die, I shall relent." "Really?" Ji Guiyun sighed. "As long as you do not harm others, I can relinquish this life of mine at any moment. Do not feign innocence. Why do you not take action?" Ji Guiyun discarded the scarecrow and slowly approached her. "Alas, I wished to intervene, but old Zhang halted me," shaking his head. Anxiety coursed through me as I regarded Ji Guiyun. Surely he could not be contemplating death. I called out to Chun Yin. "Surely you must devise a plan. We cannot simply watch him perish." "No, he will not die," Chun Yin replied. "It is a gamble. He is wagering, and so am I. They are, after all, siblings. Ji Shaodai would not harm him. Her resentment stems from her father and those scoundrels, not from her brother. I wager she will not have the heart to do it." "What? You are gambling? Go ahead with your bet. But do not toy with human lives." Ji Guiyun approached Ji Shaodai. His eyes reddened and declared, "A life for a life. Brother owes you this." Chapter 48. Taoist scripture surrounded by swirling white mist. The air was thick with spirits, yet among them, Ji Shaodai stood out most distinctly. Dressed in vibrant hues of purple and red, her striking visage and curvaceous form captured attention. However, it was not she who drew the most notice, but rather Ji Guiyun, an elderly man in his 80s, precariously positioned at the edge of the pit from which we had unearthed the coffin. A single misstep would undoubtedly send him plummeting into the abyss, and given his frail stature, a fall would most likely prove fatal. Fortuitously, Ji Shaodai stood directly above the pit, her gaze fixated on Ji Guiyun, her face a mask of animosity. This family had caused my demise. Such was the thought that surged from her subconscious, a torrent of betrayal from being abandoned by her father, and the indignities suffered at the hands of men in the mountains, resentments and grievances erupting in that fleeting moment. Her hand slowly reached toward Ji Guiyun, yet he remained unmoved, steadfast in his place. Despite his advanced age, he stood upright, seemingly awaiting either an assault or a retreat from Ji Shaodai. No, it was neither. He awaited an answer, clinging to the belief that Ji Shaodai was still the innocent little girl from yesteryears, the one who would trail behind him, calling him brother. My heart raced, apprehensive that Ji Shaodai might strike at any moment. This vengeful spirit wielded considerable power, as evidenced by the various fates that had befallen Han Siyu and the others. The surrounding spirits began to encroach upon Ji Guiyun, but Ji Shaodai barked an order for them to retreat. Instantly, they withdrew, and a faint smile crept across Chun Yan's face. As I approached him, I inquired about the source of his amusement, to which he replied, "I have emerged victorious." I found myself bewildered, uncertain of his meaning. On that side, Ji Shaodai grasped Ji Guiyun firmly. With a wicked smile, she asked, "What more can you say?" Ji Guiyun closed his eyes and moved his lips. "Father said he regrets it, regrets selling you. He kicked his addiction and, with great joy, went to redeem you, only to bring back your lifeless body. He wept for you daily, while Mother remarked that he deserved it, declaring that it should have been him, not you. Father took it to heart. He secretly sought vengeance for you, but eventually his body was returned to us. After all, she could not bear such a blow, so she followed him into the abyss. I have longed to see you, dearly, be in life or death. I have vigilantly held onto your memory, hoping that one day you would awaken to glance at me, to converse with me. Years have passed, yet you remain still. You deceived me. You deceived me. You are lying to me." Suddenly, a fierce wind surged around us, and Lu Chunli approached, trembling as he wrapped his arm around my shoulder. The gust sent chills down my spine. Chun Yin discarded the bell in his hand and coldly remarked, "How will you know if he is lying unless you squeeze?" Do not presume I lacked the courage. I was beside myself, consumed by madness. Ji Xiaodia's hair was wildly tousled by the wind, her eyes fixated on us. "Do it, brother owes you." At that moment, Ji Guiyun's words undoubtedly provoked Ji Shaodai, causing me to sweat in apprehension for him. Yet at that instant, an itch began anew on my left shoulder. I reached to scratch it, but the more I scratched, the more intense the heat became. I could even feel small bumps forming around the bone. What was happening? I scratched at it several times before feeling a modicum of relief. Yet the area of the birthmark became searingly hot. Ji Guiyun kept his eyes shut, awaiting Ji Shaodai's response. With a steely resolve, Ji Shaodai pressed down firmly. Just as I prepared to shout for her to stop, she unexpectedly withdrew her hand. "You may leave." Ji Xiaodia's gaze was devoid of light. "My transformation has nothing to do with you. Shaodai, cease this. Do not continue to harm the innocent. I am allowing you to depart." "Enough, enough," Chun Yin interjected. "Every grievance has its origin, and those who once persecuted you are long dead. Perhaps they are suffering in the underworld now. What purpose does your turmoil serve? We have come here today to persuade you to be reborn. Do you truly believe I cannot contend with you? You are mistaken. I am more than capable. Yet I have refrained from doing so. I leveraged connections to uncover your lineage and traveled great distances to find your brother. Tell me, what was my motivation? Was it not for you? Listen to my counsel. If rebirth is your destiny, embrace it. What is there to gain by remaining in the mortal realm?" Ji Shaodai remained silent, prompting Chun Yin to continue. "Your silence indicates you are receptive to my words. If so, let go. However, if you cannot let go, your brother is willing to exchange his life for yours. If you truly cannot relinquish your burdens, then take his life." Ji Shaodai cast a glance at Chun Yin. "Cursed Taoist, spare me your nonsensical chatter. Even if I were to agree to be reborn, do you think my mere consent would suffice? I have taken so many lives, I would surely face punishment in the underworld. In that case, I would rather remain in the world of the living. I can perform a ritual to alleviate your burdens, thereby allowing you to endure less suffering in the afterlife. Are you truly so benevolent? It's worth a try." Ji Shaodai fell silent, momentarily at a loss for what choice to make. Ji Guiyun urged once more to let go, and Ji Shaodai's heart softened. She raised her gaze to Ji Guiyun and asked, "Is it true that he died at the hands of those villains in his quest for vengeance on my behalf? Is it true that you searched for me for so long?" Ji Guiyun nodded, his voice trembling as he replied, "Shaodai, when have I ever deceived you?" Ji Shaodai was rendered speechless, and, after a brief pause, she slowly spoke, "Since we have already been separated by the realms of life and death, why must we persist in this painful entanglement? Have you come to terms with it?" Chun Yin inquired. Ji Shao I nodded. Chunyin turned to old Zhang, saying, Uncle Zhang, please provide them with the scriptures for the ritual. The greater the number, the more powerful the effect. Upon hearing this, old Zhang handed the book to me, and Lu Cheng, in principal way, leaned in to take a look. Isn't this scripture a bit too lengthy? Chunyin asked. When he inquired if I had any issues, I gritted my teeth and replied that I had no problems, only that it was somewhat long. Chunyin disregarded my comment and said, Since there are no issues, let us begin reciting. He and old Zhang sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed as they chanted. Seeing this, the three of us also sat down to join in the recitation. At that moment, the compassionate celestial sovereign, present across the boundless realms, convenes the revered celestial beings to expound upon the myriad causes and conditions. At this juncture, a transcendent being known as the Master of Marvelous Conduct steps forth to articulate. I now gaze upon the Desire Realm, the Fengdu Mount, the Blood Lake of the 24 Hells, the sharp blades of the 18 Hells, the iron enclosure of the uninterrupted Hell, the 3 rivers foresees, and the 9 Jiang springs of the Twisted Hell, the ferocious tides, the raging currents, and the quicksand Hell, wherein one may encounter molten copper pouring forth, or be met with keen saws that rend flesh, embracing copper pillars until the skin is scorched, or reclining upon iron beds until the flesh decays. This scripture is known as the Sutra of the Celestial Sovereign of Compassionate Deliverance, which articulates the extraction of sins from the blood lake of Fengdu. Although I did not comprehend its essence, as I recited it for a while, an uncanny familiarity welled up within me. The scripture seemed reminiscent of something I had heard before, yet I was acutely aware that I had never encountered it. As the verses resonated, the birthmark on my back grew increasingly fervent, intensifying in heat. Gradually, my entire being became ablaze. Chapter 49. A master emerges from home in the depths of my being. It felt as though a presence was calling out to me. The voice was peculiar, indistinguishable as male or female. It resonated from my heart, yet seemed to emanate from a shroud of mist. Under this enchanting summons, my body ignited with a fervor akin to being engulfed in flames. I shifted the book in my hands, and Lu Cheng deftly caught it, continuing to recite. Meanwhile, I found myself rising involuntarily. The voice beckoning me transformed from a singular entity into a multitude, calling my name in a cacophony that surged forth from the ethereal fog. Strangely, I was the only one who could hear it. Others remained seated in their meditative poses, oblivious. At that moment, another voice manifested in my mind, reciting a scripture that diverged from the text of the book. Under its influence, I gradually opened my mouth and began to chant along, my body moving uncontrollably toward the mist. Supreme decree, transcend the solitary soul, all spirits and phantoms, beneficiaries of the 4 lives. Those with head shall transcend. Those without shall be born, spear and knife, slay and drown, suspended by ropes, in life and in death, both hidden and revealed, the grievances of the deceased, the debts of the living, obediently kneel before my altar. The hexagrams shine forth, illuminating your path, transcend to the other realm, be it male or female. You shall bear the weight, in wealth or in poverty, by your own summons. The decree is made. Hasten, hasten, transcend to life anew. As I softly chanted, I became enveloped in the mist. The vengeful spirits, upon catching sight of me, transformed their gazes to one of benevolence. Even Ji Shao I, who had exuded menace moments prior, now regarded me with a gentler demeanor. Yet, rather than mere gentleness, it was more akin to an entrancing haze. A multitude of spirits gazed at me with a dazed, ethereal expression. I stood amidst them as they encircled me. I gently closed my eyes and continued to chant the incantation. As the words resonated, a sudden clattering of iron chains echoed around me. Chunyin and the others abruptly opened their eyes, gazing at me in astonishment. I was bewildered by the unfolding events and yearned to cease, yet my mouth seemed to act independently, persistently uttering the spell, while my body grew increasingly heated. Amidst the white mist, a group of figures emerged, their forms obscured from my view, but I discerned their dark silhouettes. I could sense their gaze fixated upon me. Witnessing this scene, Chunyin gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Uncle Zhang, I can't be mistaken, can I?" This individual has summoned the ghostly soldiers. The old man Zhang stared at me, equally astonished. In my long life, I have never encountered anyone capable of invoking the spectral army through a chant. This young lad is undoubtedly extraordinary. He must hail from a lineage of remarkable individuals, perhaps even holding some stature in the underworld. Chun Yin shook his head, his heart racing. He pressed a hand to his chest, saying, "Goodness gracious, must it be so formidable? Just by reciting a spell, he can summon the ghostly soldiers? What kind of position does that entail?" I persisted in my incantation amidst the mist, unable to pause. In that instant, it felt as though my body was no longer my own, as if another presence resided within me. I heard his voice, reverberating in my mind, continuously reciting the spell. Each utterance of the incantation was accompanied by a haunting call, mingled with cries of anguish that seemed both near and distant. I am uncertain of the origin of the voice, unaware of the identity of the one who calls, yet this sound evokes a profound sense of familiarity within me, reminiscent yet elusive, as if I have encountered it before but cannot recall where. As I pondered, the heat on my left shoulder intensified. My body felt as if it were aflame, with my temperature rising sharply. Suddenly, warmth flooded my nose, and an uncontrollable stream of blood began to flow. I attempted to wipe it away, but as I raised my hand, a wave of dizziness overcame me, leaving me disoriented. With a resounding thud, the world around me faded to black as I collapsed heavily onto the ground. Upon awakening, my first sight was the ceiling above. Rubbing my head, I sat up and surveyed my surroundings, realizing this was indeed my home. Chen Yin, Lu Cheng, and the elderly Zhang were seated nearby, enjoying their meal. I coughed softly, but went unnoticed. A second cough drew their attention. Dropping their utensils, Chen Yin hastily approached, taking a seat beside me, inquiring, "How do you feel, little one? What happened? How did you end up home?" I rubbed my throbbing head in confusion. Chen Yin responded, "I was just about to ask you the same. Are you pretending with me? Your family must have had someone significant in the past. Be honest with me. What did your ancestors do? Even if it's not illustrious. Surely there were notable figures in your lineage." To this, I genuinely shook my head, replying, "Not at all. My grandmother has always said that our ancestors were farmers for generations, unable to read a single character. It is only in my generation that we have a high school graduate." I felt a swell of pride as I spoke this truth. Chun Yin, however, remained skeptical, and Lu Cheng shared the same sentiment. Lu Cheng pointed at me and said, "Old Zhang, spare us the pretense. We grew up together. How can you conceal anything from me?" It's rather disheartening. I felt a surge of confusion, utterly bewildered by their words. Observing my distress, Lu Cheng adopted a stern expression and continued, "Old Zhang, are you still playing coy? Last night, you were astonishingly impressive. Initially, I thought you had fallen under some spell. Yet, you simply stood up, muttered a few incantations, and summoned the spectral soldiers from the underworld. Are you implying that the shadow, shrouded in mist, was one of these spectral soldiers?" I recalled seeing a silhouette, but I had not discerned its true form. Lu Cheng exclaimed, "Indeed, after traversing the world for many years, it was my first encounter with someone who could invoke spectral soldiers through a chant. Thus, I dare assert that your family must have a notable lineage, certainly possessing some standing in the netherworld. Otherwise, how could you command such respect?" Moreover, he inquired about the origin of the chant I recited, remarking that it was not the sacred text of the supreme deity of mercy. Chen Yin regarded me with a serious expression. My bewilderment deepened, and with a mix of laughter and tears, I responded, "I truly have no idea what transpired. Last night, I suddenly heard someone calling my name, and then I ventured into the mist." Chen Yin, still unsatisfied, pressed for more details. However, the old man Zhang waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need for further inquiries. It seems he genuinely knows nothing of the matter. Presumably, his family is aware, but has chosen not to disclose it to him." With a sigh of disappointment, Lu Cheng lamented, "What a pity, old Zhang, that you remain in the dark." He then asked, "By the way, how are you feeling now? Last night, you were afflicted with a high fever. Your body felt as if it had been exhumed from a crematorium." What a peculiar metaphor. I shot him a glance, then shook my head, assuring him that I was fine. I too was bewildered by the sudden onset of my fever last night, which escalated without any forewarning. It grew so intense that it caused my nose to bleed. I surveyed the room, but did not see the figures of Principal Wei or Ji Guiyun. I inquired of Chun Yin about their whereabouts, to which he replied, "Where else could they be?" Early this morning, Mr. Ji's family came to take him home. When he first arrived, he had concealed his visit from his family, only informing his son midway through the journey, claiming he was going out for a leisurely trip. Now that the matter is resolved, he called his son last night to ask him to come pick him up, and as soon as dawn broke, they arrived with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 50. Her name is Xia Xiaoyu. As for Principal Wei, Chunyin mentioned that he had returned home last night. The spirits accompanying Ji Xiaodai were escorted to the underworld by the Yin soldiers, thereby nullifying Principal Wei's impending calamity. He was likely reveling in joy at this moment. I stretched lazily and yawned, remarking, "It seems that the ordeal has finally passed, hasn't it?" Chunyin nodded in agreement. "It appears to be resolved. However, the individual who forged the contract with Ji Xiaodai has yet to reveal themselves. With Ji Xiaodai gone, regardless of who the contractor is, they can no longer continue their malevolent deeds. Thus, this matter need not be revisited, for even if we were to capture that person, what grounds would we have to imprison them? Colluding with ghosts to commit murder? Surely, that would be absurd. Would the police truly believe such a tale? Even if they did, would others accept it? If the accused staunchly claims their innocence, what recourse would we have? Though it was disheartening, the situation ultimately concluded here. The identity of the contractor mattered little now, as long as they ceased their harmful actions. I rose and shared a few bites of food with them. As men, how could a meal be complete without wine? With a few exchanged words, the wine was soon on the table. My tolerance for alcohol is not particularly high, yet I can gauge my limits well, refraining from further drinking once I feel the effects. Chun Yin and Lu Cheng, however, boasted of their resilience, claiming to be impervious to intoxication. Eventually, they began to compare their endurance, and after some contemplation, they realized such competition was futile, prompting them to start a playful bout. This was merely a trivial amusement from our side, one I did not comprehend, so I merely observed. Throughout this time, the female corpse continued to bounce around the room, seemingly tireless, able to leap from morning until night. After I left last night, she remained in the house. Chun Yin mentioned that when they brought me back, she was practicing walking. I felt a surge of happiness in my heart, for her efforts in learning indicated that she had absorbed what I had conveyed to her. Nevertheless, a zombie is still a zombie. She would often bounce about, yet the moment I hummed a note, she would immediately become docile, abandoning her playful hops to attempt walking instead. As the evening progressed, the effects of the alcohol took hold. Chun Yin and Lu Cheng succumbed to slumber at the table, murmuring between dreams, "Help me up. I can still drink. I'm not drunk." Observing their state, old Zhang contemplated carrying Chun Yin home, but ultimately refrained, as the latter was too heavy and struggled too much, inciting a desire in me to deliver a good thrashing. I tossed both of them onto the bed to sleep and tidied up the room, while old Zhang departed for home early. Once everything was in order, I glanced at the female corpse beside me, my curiosity piqued by the wooden plaque at her waist. I pulled her into the kitchen, urging her to retrieve it herself, but she was too inept. Her hands could not bend properly. It wasn't that she lacked the ability, but rather that she could only bend slightly, unable to move with the freedom of an ordinary person. This predicament left me in a quandary. After a moment of contemplation, I spoke to her. "I'll take it myself. Don't hold it against me. I mean no harm." With that, I reached out and began to peel away her clothing. I had anticipated discovering something significant, yet to my surprise, she wore another garment beneath. At her waist, she bore two items, a token and a dagger. I removed two items and assisted her in dressing. Throughout the process, she stood quietly, neither fussing nor complaining. Once she was properly attired, I took the dagger and the token, stepping aside to observe. The dagger was remarkably sharp, its edges smooth, yet it bore peculiar engravings that eluded my understanding. Instinctively, I sensed the peril it posed, prompting me to cast it aside and examine the token instead. This token was not crafted from wood. It appeared to be iron and was rather weighty. Its surface was intricately carved, adorned with inscriptions on both sides. The front displayed the character for summer, while the reverse bore two characters arranged vertically, dawn above and barley below. Summer Dawn Barley? I mused aloud, glancing up at her. Is your name Summer Dawn Barley? She tilted her head, seemingly perplexed by my words. This token surely seemed valuable. What manner of person were you in life? Judging by this token, she must have belonged to a family of great wealth. Alas, such a young life extinguished and now reduced to this form. I sighed inwardly. 2 days later, school resumed, and students returned to their dormitories one by one. I remained in this rented room, spending my days conversing with Summer Dawn Barley. During moments of ennui, I endeavored to teach her to walk and to speak. Each time she grasped a new skill, a sense of elation filled me. For these were the fruits of my labor. Yet, she remained a zombie. Despite my earnest efforts to teach her to articulate, her speech remained halting, only managing to stammer out a few words. However, she possesses her own merits. At the very least, she does not drain my vitality. When hunger strikes, I purchase pig's blood porridge for her. Initially, I intended to teach her how to eat it, but her hands lacked the flexibility required for self-feeding, leaving me no choice but to feed her myself. On the 4th day, the class group chat erupted in commotion, as classes were set to resume the following day. After such a prolonged hiatus from lessons, everyone had indulged in ample leisure time, and that evening, the incessant notifications from QQ echoed as they boasted about their experiences during this interlude. Who cannot boast? Yet, I found little interest in their chatter. When it comes to boasting, who could rival me? In recent days, I have encountered numerous spirits and even performed rituals to guide them. Who can surpass that? But that is not the pinnacle of my experiences. The most extraordinary feat is that I have cohabited with a zombie. Who can compare with me? Observing the group engaged in their boastful banter, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Youth is often marked by impulsiveness. Tonight, the moon hangs full and luminous. Gazing out at the splendid scenery, I pondered the futility of staying indoors. It would be far better to venture out for a breath of fresh air. I messaged Lu Chung, who instructed me to wait for him at the school gate. With my phone in hand, I waved to Xia Xiaoyao. Little Xia, given your exemplary behavior these past few days, how about I take you out for a stroll? Xia Xiaoyao remained silent, her face adorned with a smile that seemed to be her only expression. I raised my hand and said to her, going out is fine, but we must establish 3 rules. First, you must not engage with anyone else. Only accompany me. Second, you cannot make a ruckus in the streets. Third, I have yet to determine the 3rd rule. I will let you know once I do. Oh, woo. She let out a fierce shout, and I responded with a resigned sigh, pointing at her. Do not howl. Oh, are you not listening? She retorted. With a playful smile, she retracted her 2 prominent fangs, tightening her lips as she leisurely approached the entrance. This was indeed my accomplishment. I felt that her fangs, when displayed, were excessively conspicuous, so I encouraged her to conceal them. Initially, she was at a loss on how to proceed, but I endeavored to teach her, repeating the lesson over 100 times until she finally mastered it. 10 minutes later, we stood at the school gate, waiting for Lu Chung, who had yet to arrive. I messaged him, but he did not reply. Just as my patience began to wane, he emerged, accompanied by 3 other men from the school. Chapter 51. The fortunate ones drink for free Luga. I must say, do I not know what old John looks like? Does he truly possess a girlfriend of ethereal beauty? Do not jest with me. Should he have such a stunning partner, I would willingly broadcast myself consuming excrement. As Lu Chong and his companions strolled along, engrossed in conversation, they appeared oblivious to my presence, their voices resonating quite loudly. Upon hearing those familiar tones, I suspected they belonged to our class. I remained silent, discreetly observing them boast. The one who had just spoken, the bespectacled lad, is named Yang Zifeng, our class's vice monitor, short and stout with a buzz cut. As for the other 2, I am unacquainted with them. They seem to belong to another class, clad in school uniforms. Upon hearing the chubby fellow's words, Lu Chung affectionately draped an arm over his shoulder and remarked, "Eating excrement, is it? Cao Tiangui, Wing Fu. Bear witness for me. Shortly, I shall compel him to live stream this act in the alley beside our school, where dog waste abounds. Come on, Lugo. I've just eaten. Spare me the disgust." Zhao Tiangue replied, patting his chest and feigning a gagging motion. Their conversation irked me, and with my arms crossed, I retorted, "What? Am I truly so inconspicuous? A person of my stature stands at the entrance, and you fail to notice me? And my words? They turned their gazes towards me. Lu Chang chuckled, clapping his hands as he approached. Oh, I simply didn't notice you, old Zhang. Allow me to introduce you. These are my newly acquired underlings. The chubby one needs no introduction. We are quite familiar. The other two are from Class 3. Do not let their height deceive you. They are fierce in a brawl. This fellow, once the self-proclaimed leader in the dormitory, had managed to bamboozle both El Dei and Zhao Zhiling into a state of bewilderment. Now that he has departed, he has begun to dupe others once again. Squinting my eyes, I remarked, "How can you be so oblivious?" Lu Cheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let us not dwell on that." Speaking of whom that? He was referring to Xia Xiaoyu, but as he spoke, he suddenly halted, his eyes wide in astonishment as he gazed behind me. With a clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "Pang Dun, did you see? I told you old Zhang's girlfriend is stunning. Let me introduce her. This is old Zhang's girlfriend. Her name is..." Lu Cheng winked at me, and I replied, somewhat exasperated, "Xia Xiaoyu." Yes, Xia Xiaoyu. This is Miss Xia Xiaoyu, old Zhang's girlfriend. Pang Dun, I wasn't deceiving you. Was I? Judge for yourself how beautiful she is. I will certainly enable the live stream for you. Now, please fulfill your earlier promise. I assure you, with your voracious appetite, you will undoubtedly become a sensation overnight, and you won't even have to attend classes tomorrow. Yang Zifeng and two other young men stared at Xia Xiaoyu, utterly flabbergasted. After a moment, Yang Zifeng slapped his chubby cheeks and exclaimed, "Am I dreaming? This is truly old Zhang's girlfriend? She looks like she stepped straight out of drama." Their astonished reactions left me somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend Lu Cheng's intentions. I tugged at him and inquired, "What are you up to? When did she become my girlfriend? Don't spout nonsense." Lu Cheng patted my hand and whispered, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have it all under control. Tomorrow, classes commence, and thus today, my companions must indulge in fine dining and revelry. After all, enjoyment entails expenditure, does it not? Are you inclined to spend? If not, just observe my lead." Turning to Yang Zifeng, Lu Cheng remarked, "Fatty, do you believe now? With Zhang Ji's prowess, how could you still harbor doubts? His creations are invariably exquisite. Do you not know? With Chen Ku and then Xia Xiaoyu, who among them is not a beauty?" Indeed, Lu Cheng's flattery lifted my spirits. It felt exhilarating to bask in such ostentation. Yang Zifeng adjusted his glasses and swallowed nervously. "I believe you, brother. As for my earlier remarks, consider them mere folly. You know I am not one to keep my word." Lu Cheng chuckled, patting him on the back. "Enough of that self-deprecation. By associating with me, you shall certainly find a girlfriend like this in due time. Old Zhang is a testament to that, understand?" "Understood, brother." The trio nodded eagerly, akin to chicks pecking a grain. I sighed inwardly, wondering what enchantment Lu Cheng had cast upon them. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, I sensed he was plotting something. With a sly grin, Lu Cheng continued, "Fatty, finding a girlfriend is not a matter to be rushed. Look at your excellent grades. Surely, a multitude of women will soon flock to you. But before that, you must first ensure that Lu Ge is well taken care of." "How do I do that, brother? I am not in the business of selling myself." "Come on, am I that kind of person? An opportunity lies before you. Classes begin tomorrow. Tonight, your Lu Ge intends to enjoy himself thoroughly, but such enjoyment requires a financial investment, does it not?" Yang Zifeng clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Lu Ge, I know a place that will surely delight you." "What place?" I inquired. "Just follow me." Yang Zifeng chuckled as he took the lead. Initially, they intended to take a taxi, but I declined, as Xia Xiaoyu's legs could not bend like those of an ordinary person, making it impossible for her to enter a vehicle. However, I could not articulate this, so I simply suggested that we save our money. Walking is also a form of exercise, and we could benefit from some physical activity. What a considerate person. Yang Zifeng commended me with a thumbs up, then turned to Xia Xiaoyu. "But can your sister-in-law manage to walk?" "Old Zhang, don't worry about the expenses. I have plenty of money." I glanced at Xia Xiaoyu, who looked at me with curiosity, about to break into a smile. I quickly covered her mouth and said to Yang Zifeng, "Your sister-in-law is in great health. Not only can she walk, but she could run all the way here. Moreover, her throat is a bit uncomfortable, so please refrain from speaking to her." If you have any questions, just ask me. A smile from Xia Xiaoyu would inevitably reveal her zombie-like teeth, and I could not allow Yang Zifeng and the others to notice. After walking for about half an hour, we arrived at the entrance of a peculiar little shop. The establishment was not very large, yet its decor was quite distinctive, and the shop's name was rather unusual: Mood Stories. Lu Cheng asked Yang Zifeng what kind of place this was, to which Yang Zifeng replied, "This is a place for drinking." With a chuckle, he added, "Do you know why we came here?" Before we could respond, he continued, "Here, drinking does not cost anything. No, I mean, those with a connection can drink for free. I am quite familiar with the proprietress. She is rather peculiar. Those deemed fortunate do not pay for their drinks, while those without such fortune are charged 1,000 yuan per cup." I found myself somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend. However, I chose not to inquire further, as the matter of expense was of no concern to me. Just as we were about to enter, two women suddenly emerged from within, one of whom was cradling a child. Upon seeing this, Yang Zifeng cheerfully approached and exclaimed, "Sister Z, we have come a drink." The woman holding the child smiled at us, saying, "Ah, Xiaofeng has arrived. You all go in first. I'll be back shortly." Chapter 52. A disagreeable encounter. As soon as the woman departed, we hurriedly made our entrance. The establishment was bustling with patrons, yet most were merely gathered in small clusters, idly holding their drinks without consuming them. The table nearest the bar stood out conspicuously, as it was populated by a larger group. From the moment we stepped in, their gaze was fixed upon me. No, it wasn't me they were observing, but rather, it seemed they were intently scrutinizing Xia Xiaoyong. Xia Xiaoyong, usually so demure, suddenly exhibited a sharp intensity in her demeanor as she entered, locking eyes with the group. A palpable tension filled the air, reminiscent of gunpowder, suggesting an impending confrontation. Mistaking her demeanor for nervousness, I gently patted her shoulder, attempting to reassure her. "Do not be anxious. Although there are quite a few people you must acclimatize, I shall frequently bring you out in the future." She turned to regard me, and under normal circumstances, a smile would have graced her lips. However, at that moment, her expression was devoid of emotion, her fervent gaze unsettling me. Lu Cheng and the others settled into their seats. Noticing my hesitation, they called out, "Old Zhang, what are you doing? Come and sit with us." I promptly turned back to Xia Xiaoyong, urging, "Let us go." Yet, she slightly shook her head, retreating a couple of steps with a stiffness in her movements. Confusion washed over me as I pondered her unusual behavior. Just as I was about to speak, the table of onlookers rose to their feet. One man from their group approached us, and Xia Xiaoyong's eyes remained fixed upon him. Her body trembled slightly, and a low growl escaped her throat. I positioned myself protectively behind her and addressed the man. "May I inquire what you need?" The man chuckled. "No trouble at all. Brother, what is your surname? We are strangers, and there is no need for us to know each other. Since there is nothing at hand, let us part ways." Under ordinary circumstances, I would not speak so bluntly, yet at this moment, I cannot shake the unsettling feeling that this individual before me harbors ill intent. The man, however, remained unfazed by my demeanor. He produced a cigarette and offered one to me. I politely declined, gesturing that I do not smoke. He nodded slightly, placing the cigarette between his lips, and then retrieved a silver lighter from his pocket. With a flick, the flame ignited the cigarette, and he took a deep drag, exhaling the smoke towards me. I instinctively covered my mouth and took a step back, perplexed by his intentions. Lu Cheng, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, rose and pointed at the man, saying, "What are you doing? Is there something you need? If not, kindly refrain from causing trouble." The man shrugged and smiled, tucking the lighter away. Subsequently, he approached me and whispered, "Now that the realms of life and death are separated, why persist in this earthly entanglement? Some matters are beyond your capacity to handle. Do not feign ignorance. You understand, and deep down, you are well aware." I instinctively glanced at Xia Xiaoyu, recognizing his implication. "But do you think I desire to be entangled with her? I too am a loss. Her corpse's energy resides within me, while my life force dwells within her. As long as we are intertwined, we are fated to remain inextricably linked." After a moment of contemplation, I turned to Lu Cheng and said, "Old Lu, you all enjoy your drinks. I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng hurriedly stood up and exclaimed, "No, old Zhang. If you leave, it will lose all its charm." I cast a glance at the man and then at Lu Cheng, offering a resigned smile. "You all carry on. I'll take my leave for now, as I have some matters to attend to." Just then, Chen Yan's voice drifted in from outside the door. Clad in a black trench coat with a slicked-back hairstyle, he entered with an unmistakable air, and I immediately caught a whiff of an unusual scent. Upon seeing Chen Yan, the man froze momentarily before breaking into a grin. "I thought it was someone else. It's been years. Where have you been?" Chen Yan chuckled. "I've been around Shui Cheng, just prefer to stay out of the limelight." The man nodded and glanced at me. "Do you know this kid?" "Yes, but let us not delve into it. After all these years, it's best to let things be. Since he is your friend, I have nothing further to say. Young man, I assume you're here for a drink? Feel free. Everything here is complimentary." I stood there, taken aback and utterly bewildered. His demeanor suggested a familiarity with Chen Yan. It seemed their bond ran deep. Coming back to my senses, I sheepishly inquired, "So, all the drinks are free?" The man nodded, but before he could elaborate, Chen Yan placed a hand on my shoulder and said, "Let us save the drinking for another day. We have other matters to address. Come along with me, young one." The man frowned at Chen Yan, questioning, "What do you mean? Is it that our little sanctuary cannot accommodate your grand presence?" Chen Yan smiled apologetically, saying, No, Xiaoma, please do not misunderstand. I truly have matters to attend to today. Drinking can be done at any time. Another day, I shall treat you all to a proper feast. All right, since you insist, I shall not keep you any longer. Do come by when you have the time. We're not strangers, after all. I understand. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Yan shot me a glance, signaling, "Why are you still standing there like a fool? Let's go." I nodded repeatedly and exchanged a brief greeting with Lu Cheng. Though somewhat regretful, did not insist on my staying. I was hoping to enjoy a fun evening, but this is rather disappointing. Well, since Master Chen has business with you, you should return. Come on, you make it sound like we haven't seen each other in decades. As I followed Chen Yan out of the small shop, he finally wrapped his arm around mine, saying with irritation, "You've got some guts bringing that girl out. Aren't you afraid she might suddenly snap? Think of the risks involved. If she were to lose control, how many people could be harmed? Have you considered that?" His words left me momentarily stunned. I had never contemplated such possibilities. After his admonition, I realized I had indeed been rather reckless. I glanced back at Xiaoyu trailing behind us. Well, he had a point. I doubted she would ever lose control. After all, based on our interactions thus far, she had been quite well behaved. This is all harmless, isn't it? Besides, I genuinely believe she is becoming more human-like. Now she can walk, and who knows? In time, she might even engage in conversation and dine like a normal person. Chen Yan shot me a piercing glance, remaining silent for a considerable time, which made me feel increasingly uneasy under his stare. He sighed, rubbing his forehead, and said, "It's better to be cautious than to be complacent. Neither of us can predict the outcome of this matter. I trust you haven't developed feelings for her, have you? Remember this. A zombie is a zombie. No matter what, it lacks humanity, or else it wouldn't be called a zombie. Furthermore, I only asked you to keep an eye on her, not to take her out for strolls. I will find a way to expel the deathly aura from you, and I will also work on extracting the yang energy from her. Once the issue is resolved, the two of you will no longer be connected. Do you understand?" Chapter 53. The matter is not yet resolved. I earnestly wished for a swift resolution that would allow me to sever ties with her. I extended my middle finger towards Chen Yan in a gesture of defiance. That would be for the best. I fear that if you continue to associate with her, you may develop feelings. Ultimately, you must remember that she is forever a zombie. Zombies are zombies, devoid of humanity, eternally. At this juncture, Chen Yan let out a soft sigh, seemingly lost in thought, as if recollections had swept over him, his gaze clouded with an indescribable emotion. I glanced back at Xiaoyu, who appeared oblivious to the conversation between Chen Yan and me, idly surveying her surroundings. After a moment's reflection, I interrupted his reverie. "Did you not mention earlier that you had something to discuss? What is it?" Chen Yan shook his head. "Nothing of great importance. I had intended to chat with you, but upon entering your house, I found it empty, and she was absent as well. I surmised that you must have taken her out, and I was concerned you might find yourself in a predicament, so I decided to come and check on you." "How did you know I was at that little shop?" It seems you are quite familiar with the people there. What is your connection to them? Nothing substantial. I wouldn't even classify them as friends. Merely acquaintances from a few encounters. As for how I knew of your whereabouts, that is quite simple. I possess your birth details. I can find you wherever you may be. As we conversed, we ambled along, unknowingly arriving at the threshold of my home. Chinyan glanced at the time while standing on the steps, and then turned to me, saying, "Well, it's getting late. I shall take my leave now. Tomorrow, when you go to class, make sure to lock the door and leave the key on the windowsill, weighted down with something. I cannot rest easy knowing it's left at home while you are away. I must come by frequently to check." In truth, I felt this was unnecessary, as Xia Xiaoyu had been quite well-behaved lately, and I was confident in her ability to stay home alone. However, Chun Yin remained apprehensive. Reluctantly, I placed the key in the corner of the window and secured it with a stone, which finally assuaged his worries. Before departing, he reminded me, and in the future, avoid the heartfelt stories and refrain from engaging with anyone there. You carry the weight of a debt to the deceased, and you are a treasure in the eyes of those who practice the way. Though they mean you no harm, it is best to steer clear, just to be safe. After all, the individuals who frequent that place come from all walks of life. Once Chun Yin had left, I returned to my room and lay on the bed, watching a television series on my phone. In the corner of the room, Xia Xiaoyu was practicing her walking. Despite her significant progress, her gait still seemed peculiar and awkward. As she approached the bedside, a piece of traditional opera began playing from my phone, not something I intended to watch, but rather a serendipitous swipe. Upon hearing the music, Xia Xiaoyu abruptly halted. I initially thought she had something to say, but to my surprise, she was fixated on the screen. "Do you enjoy watching this?" I asked, pointing at the phone with a look of astonishment. She smiled and nodded, which further astonished me. I had not anticipated her appreciation for such art. I rose and invited her to sit beside me, and with stiff movements, she awkwardly maneuvered her body and settled down next to me. I raised the phone a little higher, ensuring she could see it more comfortably. She was utterly absorbed in the screen, her eyes unblinking. While she was engrossed in her phone, I found myself observing her. There was something peculiar about her attire. It seemed so out of place compared to modern clothing. I couldn't help but think that if she continued to dress this way in public, she would undoubtedly attract attention. With this thought in mind, I suggested, "How about I buy you some new clothes?" "New clothes?" she repeated slowly, tilting her head and enunciating each word. I nodded in agreement, yet shook my head in resignation, sighing, "Never mind, even if I bought them, you wouldn't wear them anyway. If only you weren't a zombie. How wonderful that would be." Alas, as I sighed, curiosity piqued within me about how she had become a zombie. I murmured softly, "What torment did you endure in life? Why did you transform into a zombie?" "Zombie," she echoed, her words deliberate and measured. At that moment, my phone chimed unexpectedly. A glance revealed a message from Zhang Shui, Chun Karen's close friend. "Zhang Yifeng, could you do me a favor?" "What favor?" I inquired. "Could you bring me something? I'm at." She sent me a picture, depicting a scene not far from where I was. I told her to wait a moment before tossing the phone to Xia Xiaoyu. "You stay home and enjoy your opera. I'll be back shortly." She did not respond, her gaze fixed firmly on her phone. I exhaled softly, closed the door gently, and departed. As I stepped outside, a cold gust of wind swept over me, sending a shiver down my spine. I wrapped my arms around myself and made my way toward the alley. As I rounded a corner, the streetlight flickered ominously, emitting a crackling sound that transformed the alley into a realm of shifting shadows. Suddenly, a figure appeared at my feet. Startled, I glanced back, only to find the shadow had vanished in an instant. A cat's meow pierced the air, and I noticed a black cat observing me from a distance. Where did this cat come from? It nearly startled me to death. I exhaled deeply, patting my chest in relief. Just as I began to relax, the streetlight abruptly extinguished, igniting sparks as it did so. I stood beneath the flickering light, bewildered by the sudden change. The light, mischievous in nature, remained off for less than 2 seconds before it flickered back to life, though the crackling sound persisted. As the alley darkened, my vision faded, and I could no longer see the cat. When the light returned, the black cat had vanished, but in its place stood a figure. "Han, see you." Upon seeing her, I instantly understood the situation. Summoning my courage, I asked Han, see you?" Was it you who messaged me using Zhang Shui's QQ just now? Han Siyu nodded slightly. Zhang Yifeng, I beg you to help me. I want to be reborn. I wish to cycle through life again. I cannot bear to remain in the mortal realm. Please, I implore you to assist me. Her words left me momentarily stunned. What was happening? How could this be? Hadn't the spectral beings taken all the souls to the underworld that fateful night? I gazed at Han Siyu in confusion and asked, did you not descend to the underworld that night? Han Siyu shook her head, a trace of sorrow mingling with her pallid visage. We were trapped within the mirror. Only by locating that mirror can we be rescued. Zhang Yifeng, will you assist me? Please, first tell me where the mirror is and also, who established the contract with Ji Shaodai? The mirror lies in the well at Chun Karen's doorstep. As for the identity of the contractor, I cannot disclose it. Revealing such would lead to our utter demise. No sooner had she spoken than her expression shifted abruptly, and in a frantic tone, she declared, I must leave now. Zhang Yifeng, I implore you to help me. You must aid me. Bang! The instant her words fell, the streetlight erupted in a burst of light. I shielded my head and darted aside, and when I dared to look up again, Han Siyu had vanished without a trace. Chapter 54. The empty hallway and the broken array, a cold breeze swept through as I stood in the alley. Lost in thought about the words spoken by Han Siyu moments ago. The mirror, they're trapped within it. Yet this very mirror resides in Chun Karen's home. What connection does this matter hold with Chun Karen? The ancient adage speaks of the sycamore drawing in spirits and the willow branches conjuring phantoms. There are whispers of a ghost residing in the well at Chun Karen's doorstep, that ghost being her sister. If that were the case, it would stand to reason that they would not allow others to approach that well. Yet the contractor not only drew near to it, but also placed a mirror inside. What does this indicate? It suggests an awareness of the ghost's presence within the well, implying an intentional act, and further signifies a deep-seated connection with the Chun family. Otherwise, Chun Karen's mother would not have permitted him to place the mirror there. But what benefit does this confer upon him? To seal Han Siyu and the others, preventing their rebirth. Such an act seems devoid of any advantage for him. This is intricate. The individual who forged a contract with Ji Shaodai is no ordinary person. His ability to confine Han Siyu and her companions indicates that he is akin to Chun Yen. Yet, do we have such an individual in our class? A throbbing headache began to form. Had this been earlier, I would have readily dismissed this notion, but now, I find myself unable to do so. On the contrary, I am inclined to believe that there exists such a person among us. Just as with Chun Karen, before becoming acquainted with her, I perceived her as an ordinary girl. Yet thereafter, setting aside the question of whether she bears the debt of the deceased, her very identity leaves me in a state of bewilderment. She should, like me, bear the burden of the deceased. Otherwise, she would not possess the ability to foresee death as I do. This, in itself, is not particularly alarming. The crux of the matter lies in her identity. She had previously claimed that her mother was acquainted with a master, but upon reflection, it seems she was deceiving me. The so-called master must refer to her mother. This thought suddenly sparked an idea in my mind. Could the contract holder be her mother? With this notion in mind, I hastily made my way home. Upon returning, I found Xia Xiaoyu still engrossed in her phone. I took it from her, insisting that she could look later. As I approached the door, I dialed Chun Yen. He answered promptly, his languid voice emanating from the device. Hey, why are you still awake at this hour? I replied, my heart racing, brother, I think I have discovered the identity of the contract holder. Whoever it is, as long as they mean no harm, why worry? No, it's not that simple. The matter is far from resolved. My deceased classmates have not been reincarnated. They're trapped within the mirror that Ji Shaodai once inhabited. And what a mirror! Who is the contract holder? It sounds like your classmates have sought you out. Of course, I asked, but she said she couldn't divulge anything, or else they would be doomed. However, I suspect the contract holder might be Chun Karen's mother, for the mirror resides in her home. There was a brief silence on Chun Yan's end, and after a moment, he replied slowly, Here's the plan. Tomorrow after school, I will wait for you at the school gate, and together we shall visit Chun Karen's house. All right, that sounds good. Having reached an understanding, I set my phone aside and retired to my room for some rest. The following day, upon awakening, I found Xia Xiaoyu still moving about in the room. After getting up and freshening up, I turned to Xiao Yu and said, "I'm off to school now. You stay home and don't cause any trouble." Upon arriving in class, most of the students had gathered, yet numerous seats remained vacant. Those seats belonged to Han Siyu and her companions. I glanced back at Chun Karen's seat, which was equally unoccupied, save for Zhang Shui sitting beside it. Noticing my gaze, Zhang Shui assumed I was looking at her and offered a polite smile in return. During lunchtime, Lu Cheng approached me, revealing that Zhang Shui had confessed her feelings to him the previous night. I couldn't help but chuckle and teased. "So what is your answer?" Lu Cheng, feeling bashful, replied, "Not yet. Do I strike you as someone who is easily swayed by appearances?" I told her I needed some time to think. "Come now, don't be coy. I can only imagine your delight," I remarked. "This is precisely where you falter. If you know something, why not just voice it?" Lu Cheng blushed, then playfully nudged me. "Old Zhang, let me share a secret. When pursuing a girl, don't cling too tightly. It will only annoy her. Midway through your pursuit, try to give her some space. If she harbors any feelings for you or holds a decent impression, she will certainly reach out. This is an immutable truth, akin to the age-old law of attraction. And what if the girl is the one pursuing? It is quite simple. Like myself, do not hastily agree. It is preferable to suggest taking some time to consider, as this will convey to her that you are a person of integrity and reliability. But what if it is a case of a man pursuing a man, or a woman pursuing a woman? Let us disregard that notion. As school dismissed in the afternoon, I hastily exited the campus. I took a leave of absence from the evening study session, for it would be impossible to return if I were to visit Chun Karen's home. Accompanying me was Lu Cheng, though he was now joined by Zhang Shui, which took me by surprise. What had happened to his intentions of contemplation? What had become of his supposed reliability? This fellow held Zhang Shui's hand as they ventured out for a meal, completely oblivious to Chun Yin waiting at the school gate. Upon exiting the gate, I parted ways with them, making my way directly to Chun Yin. He retained the same appearance as yesterday, and from a distance, I could already detect the scent of hair gel. Approaching him while pinching my nose, I remarked, "What is the purpose of this attire? You are not attempting to impress anyone, are you?" Chun Yin cast me a disdainful glance and retorted, "Well, you know, do you not find my outfit handsome? Who do I resemble? Tian Peng? Get lost." With an irritated tone, Chun Yin continued, "I am like Fa Ge, Chow Yun Fat. Does it not bear resemblance?" His words left me momentarily taken aback, and I slapped my forehead with a sigh. Upon boarding the bus to Chun Karen's residence, the other passengers kept their distance, and a few women regarded him with evident disdain. Yet, Chun Yin remained utterly indifferent to their gazes. After half an hour, we disembarked, and while I vaguely recalled the route to Chun Karen's home, my memory was not entirely clear. After some exploration, we finally managed to find the correct path. Upon arriving at Chun Karen's doorstep, Chun Yin adjusted his collar and, glancing awkwardly at the well, remarked, "Raising a little ghost. Now, that is quite a grand undertaking." However, it was not a ghost, but rather Chun Karen's younger sister, who had passed away prematurely. The family, unwilling to part with her, had kept her in the well. After this revelation, I continued, "You wait here. I shall go and call upon Chun Karen's mother. It would be remiss not to greet her after coming this far." Chun Yin seized my arm, saying, "Do not bother. There is no one at home." "Really?" I asked, perplexed. Chun Yin cast a glance at the house, then at the surrounding sycamores and willows, and chuckled awkwardly. "The people have departed, the formation has collapsed, and it seems rather well kept." "What does that mean?" I inquired, struggling to grasp Chun Yin's implication. "Nothing much. With the people gone and the formation broken, the little ghost within should have been taken away as well." "Are you suggesting that the Chun family has left entirely?" Chapter 55. 3 moves, a show of authority. Standing before the well, I raised my gaze towards the second floor. Indeed, the curtains had vanished, leaving everything impeccably tidy, and the windows were firmly shut. Yet, why had they departed so abruptly? Confounded, I inquired of Chun Yin, who pondered for a moment before scratching his head and replying, "Perhaps the plan has changed." "A plan? What plan?" "You wouldn't comprehend if I told you. The waters in our circle run too deep, and many matters will forever elude your understanding." Very well. Since he had stated it so, I deemed it unnecessary to press further. Let us first retrieve the mirror. Approaching the edge of the well, I leaned in to peer inside. The darkness within obscured all sight. I picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it in, hoping to gauge the water level. Upon throwing it, I heard no ripples. I then hurled a larger stone, yet still silence reigned. Chun Yin, arms crossed and with a contemplative smile, remarked, "Stop throwing. There is no water inside." "How do you know?" "You didn't hear any sound of water either. But how can a well be declared devoid of water without reason? There are many things that you simply wouldn't understand. Best not to ask." Chun Yin shook his head. "Let us go. The mirror cannot possibly be inside." I nodded slightly, feeling as though this venture had been in vain. Yet, a sense of reluctance lingered within me. Shall we not search a bit more? Perhaps the mirror is nearby. Chun Yin cast a glance at me, saying, "Are you foolish?" The other party clearly anticipated our arrival here and took the mirror away in advance. If you were in his position, would you leave the mirror nearby? This assertion did possess a certain degree of logic. As we returned to the bus station, I could no longer bear the odor emanating from Chun Yin, prompting me to keep my distance from him. However, he seemed unperturbed, lighting a cigarette. He looked at me sheepishly and remarked, "You clearly had no childhood." At this point, he became animated, narrowing his eyes as he took several puffs of smoke and began recounting tales of his youth. "I grew up in Longhu Mountain. On the surface, it appears vast and luxurious, but in reality, the inhabitants are exceedingly impoverished, unable even to afford a television. I particularly enjoyed descending the mountain for missions, as each task required me to stay in a hotel, which meant access to a television, a delight for me. During that time, the films of Brother F.A. were all the rage. I recall one film where he injured his hand without applying medicine, opting instead to pour gunpowder over it. The sound and sensation of that explosion were exhilarating. As he spoke, he revealed his arm, displaying a large scar. Pointing to it, he said, "Do you see this? This is what it means to be a man." Once, while executing a mission alone, I sustained an injury and used this method to staunch the bleeding. Believe it or not, it was remarkably effective. "Does it truly stop the bleeding?" I inquired, running my fingers over the scar that marred his entire arm. Feeling a sense of fear, Chun Yin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it did the trick. At that moment, I was overwhelmed by pain and lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself lying in a hospital bed, my hands unblemished, devoid of any traces of blood. "Was this a result of your own efforts to staunch the bleeding?" I gazed at him in silence. After lingering at the station for a while, the bus arrived and I boarded it, returning to school half an hour later. I chose not to attend class, but instead accompanied Chun Yin to the residence of the elderly Mr. Zhang. As we reached the doorstep, Chun Yin's expression stiffened. There lay a pile of ashes at the entrance, accompanied by 2 half-burned paper figures. Chun Yin's countenance hardened as he strode purposefully into the house, and I followed closely behind. Upon entering, I was taken aback. The room was in disarray, engulfed in a haze of chaos. Mr. Zhang was crouched in the corner, a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Chun Yin rushed over to assist him, asking with concern, "Are you all right, uncle?" Mr. Zhang shook his head, resting one hand on Chun Yin's arm while the other clutched his waist as he struggled to rise. Chun Yin helped him to the bed in the back room before inquiring, "What happened? How did it come to this?" Mr. Zhang remained silent for a moment, then produced a piece of yellow paper from his pocket and handed it to Chun Yin. As Chun Yin took the yellow paper, I leaned in to catch a glimpse of its contents, which bore 4 conspicuous characters written in blood-red ink. "Mind your own business." Is this a declaration of war against us? They certainly hold themselves in high regard. Chun Yin tore the yellow paper into shreds and casually discarded it into the trash bin. After catching his breath, Mr. Zhang recounted the events that had transpired shortly after our departure. The incident occurred 20 minutes later while Mr. Zhang was at work when he suddenly received a phone call. The other party claimed to be a delivery person, standing right outside his door, insisting that he return home to sign for a package. Old Zhang, perplexed as he had not ordered any delivery, assumed it was a package for Chun Yin and requested that the individual leave the item at his doorstep. To his surprise, the person insisted that it was not permissible and demanded that Old Zhang personally sign for it. Old Zhang suggested that the delivery be made to the 4th middle school instead, yet the individual remained reluctant. Citing his busy schedule and urging Old Zhang to hurry home to sign. Left with no alternative, old Zhang decided to rush back home, taking advantage of the spare time he had. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he found no delivery person nor any parcel awaiting him. Just as he contemplated this mystery, the bell hanging on his door rang. Suddenly, he realized he had been deceived. At this juncture, Chunyin glanced outside and remarked with a frown, "The soul bell is tolled? It seems this person has obtained your birth date and is attempting to engage in a contest of magic with you." Old Zhang nodded, acknowledging, "How could I be unaware of their intentions? I am merely curious as to how they acquired my birth date." Chunyin shrugged. "If the individual possesses some influence, uncovering your birth date is not a daunting task." Old Zhang continued, "Initially, I had no desire to confront him, but having taken my birth date, I am left with no choice but to engage in this contest." "But you lost." Indeed, his skill surpassed mine. I was defeated after merely 3 exchanges. Hearing this, Chunyin stroked his chin and chuckled. "This is quite intriguing. This fellow is audacious, displaying such arrogance." I inquired, perplexed. "Arrogant? In what manner is he arrogant?" Chunyin remarked, "If it takes him more than 3 moves to defeat old Zhang, it serves 2 purposes: to showcase his prowess and to instill a sense of intimidation in us, discouraging us from meddling in affairs that do not concern us." Upon hearing this, I was struck by the audacity and arrogance of our opponent. "What do you intend to do?" I inquired, uncertain of old Zhang's capabilities. However, the fact that the adversary could subdue him within 3 moves clearly indicated formidable strength. I glanced at Chunyin with concern. Unfazed, Chunyin boldly declared, "When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them with soldiers. When water comes, we shall divert it with earth. There is nothing to fear. If he dares to boast before me, I will ensure he learns how to spell regret." Chapter 56. The rift is formed rather than perceiving the other party as arrogant and overbearing. I find Chunyin's audacity even more striking. His self-assured demeanor evokes a sense of admiration within me. I had previously harbored concerns about him, but now I find myself a loss for words. Chunyin instructed the old man, Zhang, to rest comfortably in bed, assuring him that he would handle the remaining matters. The old man offered no objections, merely advising Chunyin to exercise caution. I initially intended to return home, but Chunyin called me back, requesting my assistance in tidying up the house. We toiled for the better part of the day before finally restoring order, accumulating a pile of useless scraps of paper, which Chunyin promptly set ablaze. On my way home, I stopped to purchase a bowl of pig's blood soup to bring back. This time, I refrained from feeding Xia Xiaoyu myself, allowing her to attempt it independently. Her hand's range of motion had improved significantly compared to before, yet her movements remained stiff, resulting in only a meager amount reaching her mouth. This was the source of my greatest frustration. I had exhausted every method and patiently instructed her, yet it was not a matter of her inability to learn, but rather her hand's limitations. Witnessing her struggle to eat, my heart ached, and I felt a strong urge to feed her. However, she recoiled from my approach, gripping the spoon tightly and desperately attempting to bring it to her lips. Though not much was swallowed, a considerable amount adorned her mouth. As she ate, I wiped her lips clean. After much effort, she finally finished her meal. I lit a cigarette, crouching at the door to observe her. Both of us being zombies. I pondered why she was so inept. Rubbing my temples, I recalled the formidable zombies portrayed in films, and then glanced back at her. She, as a zombie, was even afraid of dogs. Understanding my words, she emitted a soft, plaintive sound. I couldn't help but chuckle, flicking the cigarette but aside as I remarked, "I said you fear dogs, not that you are one." "Ah, you really ought to temper that temper of yours. Being a zombie requires a certain acceptance of the role." She nodded slightly, opening her mouth yet not uttering a sound. I must admit, she was indeed becoming more human-like. Reflecting on the words Chun Yin had once shared with me, I realized I could not adhere to that sentiment. What does it truly mean to be a zombie? Devoid of humanity? Look at Xia Xiaoyao. For instance, she is quite remarkable. She does not feed on human blood, does not bite, nor does she stir up trouble. Compared to other zombies, isn't that a semblance of humanity? Rising to sit on the bed, I smiled at her and said, "You must strive to improve. One day, when you can move about freely like a normal person, I shall take you out for an adventure." I envisioned that scene in my mind. She was so beautiful. If she were to adorn herself, she would surely be breathtakingly enchanting. When the time comes, I would take her out, and I could only imagine how many would envy me. Lost in daydreams, I even pictured bringing her home. Imagining the astonishment on my mother's and grandmother's faces made me break into a silly grin. She seated herself beside me, gazing at me quizzically, her large, glistening eyes blinking in a rhythmic manner. After extinguishing the cigarette, she suddenly yawned and leaned against my shoulder. It was the first time I had witnessed her yawn, leaving me momentarily bewildered. Do zombies yawn too? Do they experience fatigue? I simply watched her, allowing her to rest against me. Gradually, she closed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. After a moment of bewilderment, she remained still. I gently tapped her and whispered, "Xia xia." There was no response. She seemed to have fallen asleep. Can zombies truly slumber? I found it hard to believe. I must ask Chinyin about this later. Seeing her asleep, I laid her gently on the bed and settled down beside her. Despite lying there for considerable time, sleep eluded me. The light from outside streamed through the window, illuminating the room. I turned to glance at her and suddenly noticed something at the corner of her eye. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a tear. I reached out to wipe it away, wondering if she was having a nightmare. Regardless of the cause, I foolishly reassured her, "It's all right, I'm here. Nothing will happen. Sleep peacefully." A smile lingered on her face, and her dimples were pronounced. I playfully rubbed her cheek and closed my eyes, attempting to drift off. However, after a long while, I still found myself restless. I lay there for some time, feeling a dull ache in my left shoulder, accompanied by a slight itch. I scratched at it, only to discover a cluster of small bumps where my birthmark was. A surge of anxiety gripped me. Could it be some strange affliction? I scratched a few more times until the itching subsided. Strangely, while the discomfort in my left shoulder faded, the small bumps I had just felt had vanished. What had been there moments ago was now gone. Could it have been an illusion? Regardless, the absence of discomfort was a blessing. Perhaps it was the brightness that kept me tossing and turning for a long time, until I finally succumbed to a hazy sleep. That night, I dreamt once more. This time the scene was set in the principal's house. The headmaster's wife stood at the entrance, gently pushing the door open and stepping inside, whereupon a piercing shriek echoed. The headmaster had 2 sons. The elder was of school age, while the younger had only just learned to walk. The cause of the headmaster's wife's cry was the demise of her youngest son. His small form was completely divested of clothing, his head bristling with nails, suspended upside down from the wall by ropes tied to his feet. The elongated nails, embedded in his skull, did not yield a single drop of blood. Yet the child's body was etched with crimson streaks where the ropes had cruelly bitten into his flesh. At this juncture, I abruptly awoke, bolting upright in bed. The sudden movement appeared to have aggravated a tendon in my left shoulder, which throbbed with intense pain. Clutching my shoulder, I groaned, massaging it vigorously with my right hand until the ache subsided. Subsequently, I glanced at Xia Xiaoyu, who was awake and observing me. I simply told her to continue sleeping, then retrieved my phone and moved away. I placed a call to Chen Yin, who answered with evident reluctance. Before he could speak, I urgently requested, "Give me Headmaster Wei's phone number." Chen Yin replied languidly, "What's this about? Calling me so early just for a number? Quickly, it's urgent. Something might happen to Headmaster Wei's son." My words instantly jolted Chen Yin into full alertness. "You've seen something again?" "Yes, Headmaster Wei's son is dead, and the manner of his death is eerily similar to the previous vision. What a damn mess. Can't we have a moment of peace? With those vengeful spirits dispatched, who else would dare to stir trouble?" "Ah, yes, the one bound by a contract with Ji Xiaodai." Chen Yin hesitated, and after a long pause, he spoke in a deep voice. "Damn it, this grudge has been formed. First, he laid hands on Uncle Zhang, and now he targets the Wei family. Does he think I'm a nonentity? If he wishes to play, then I shall indulge him." At this point, he turned to me and said, "You should attend your classes. This matter does not concern you. I will get in touch with Principal Wei. Leave this to me." I felt a twinge of concern, but knowing there was little I could do, I reluctantly relinquished my involvement. After ending the call, I fell into deep contemplation, struggling to understand why this contractor sought to take lives. If he had a grudge against the principal, that would be comprehensible, but surely he could not harbor animosity towards Han Siyu and the others. Who on earth could this person be? Chapter 57. Insufficient numbers, so we improvised previously. I suspected Chun Karen's mother, but now that possibility seems rather slim. The waters run too deep, obscured from sight. Frustrated, I sat down on the bed, my mind in disarray, uncertain whether Chun Yin could salvage Principal Wei's son. Noticing my melancholic demeanor, Xia Xiaoyu slowly rose, extended her hand towards me, and gave me a thumbs up, uttering 2 words. Keep it up. I managed a wry smile, gently ruffling her hair as I replied, I'm off to class now. Stay well at home, and I shall bring you pig's blood congee when I return at night. After freshening up, I hurried to school. Upon arriving at the school entrance, I encountered Lu Cheng, who was strolling hand in hand with Zhang Shui, seemingly oblivious to the existence of others, engrossed in laughter and conversation. I approached and called out to him. Upon recognizing me, he smiled and said, Old Zhang, you've come at just the right time. I need to discuss something with you. He then turned to Zhang Shui, instructing, You go ahead inside. I have matters to discuss with old Zhang. Zhang Shui, visibly displeased, pouted, What could possibly be so important that I can't know? Why must I leave? Not at all. It's merely a matter for us men. It's better if you don't hear it. You might regret it. Please go inside and be obedient. If you're all talk. She relented. Fine. I'll go in first, but you better hurry. Once Zhang Shui entered, Lu Cheng wore a smug expression, as if to say, See, my girlfriend is so compliant. I cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, What a lack of ambition before inquiring. What is it that you wish to discuss with me in such a secretive manner? Is your family suddenly flourishing, or have you stumbled upon a treasure? Pray, do not tell me you have truly struck it rich. Lu Cheng, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, Brother, if I were to strike it rich, would I still be standing here? I would be the first to rush to our teacher, declaring my newfound wealth, proclaiming my intent to abandon my studies and forego classes, tossing my books at his face for good measure. Just imagine the satisfaction of it. Very well then, what is it that you wish to convey? It is not a momentous matter. I simply need your assistance this evening. What kind of assistance? I require your help in a brawl. A few rascals from a neighboring class have taken a fancy to Zhang Shui, delivering her breakfast daily. Despite her having made it clear that she has a boyfriend, they remain undeterred, showing utter disregard for me. They even challenged me to a fight last night, scheduling it for this evening. I suspect they have gathered quite a number of their friends, while our side may be few, but each is fiercer than the last. Upon hearing this, I nodded slightly. Very well. When shall we go, and where will this take place? Lu Cheng pondered for a moment before responding, after evening study sessions. In the alley beside the Internet CAF. There is only one Internet CAF in that vicinity, and the adjacent alley is rather narrow. If a fight were to ensue, it would not provide ample space for proper engagement. As I voiced this concern, Lu Cheng gave me a light shove, rolling his eyes. With their numbers, are we to seek a spacious venue for them to thrash us? In that alley, regardless of how many they bring, we shall not be intimidated. In this light, his reasoning held some merit. Having reached an understanding, we ambled into the school with our shoulders linked. Throughout the day's lessons, my mind wandered aimlessly. Several times, I was summoned by the teacher to answer questions, yet I found myself utterly oblivious to the subject matter at hand. In frustration, the teacher had me stand in the corner, but even then, my thoughts strayed far from the lesson. As noon approached, I eagerly dialed Principal Chan Yin to inquire if everything was all right, as I had not seen him all morning, which left me feeling somewhat uneasy. Chen reassured me that all was well and urged me to focus on my studies, claiming that with him around, nothing would go amiss. After lunch, upon returning to the classroom, Zhang Shui approached me, inquiring whether I had been in touch with Chun Karen. I replied in the negative, and she departed, visibly disappointed. As I settled back into my seat, she added that if Chun Karen were to contact me, I should inform her at once, or alternatively, have her reach out to Zhang. It was evident that she missed Chun Karen quite dearly, a sentiment I could understand, as they were close friends. Much like my bond with Lu Cheng, if he were to suddenly vanish, I would undoubtedly worry and miss him as well. Before long, classes resumed, and I found myself paying earnest attention during the afternoon sessions. With Chun Yin present, my mind was considerably more at ease. Surely, with him around, the adversary would refrain from brazenly committing acts of violence. Evidently, my presumptions were misguided, and profoundly so. That very evening, following the conclusion of self-study, Lu Cheng and I hastened to the internet cafe. We lingered in the alleyway adjacent to the cafe for a considerable duration, awaiting the arrival of those summoned by Lu Cheng. Eventually, a group of approximately 7 or 8 individuals gradually materialized. Among them, I recognized only Zhao Tiangue and Wang Fu. After meticulously counting heads to ensure the entire contingent had assembled, Lu Cheng produced cigarettes, distributing one to each person. Subsequently, he drew Zhao Tiangue aside, inquiring about the reliability of the assembled individuals. Zhao Tiangue affirmed their dependability with unwavering conviction. Following a further interval of anticipation, the individuals whom Lu Cheng sought to confront finally appeared. I was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the opposing force, which numbered over 20, each brandishing a club or rod. In stark contrast, our side was not only outnumbered, but also armed with makeshift weapons scavenged from desks and benches. Leading the opposing faction was a man with closely cropped hair, wielding a steel pipe. He immediately confronted Lu Cheng, exclaiming, "You cowardly cur, seeking to engage in a brawl in such a confined space? Is this truly a suitable venue for a confrontation? If you possess any semblance of courage, meet us behind the school, where the expanse is ample. Do you accept the challenge? Declare your intentions forthrightly." "To hell with you," Lu Cheng retorted, delivering a swift kick to the man's abdomen without hesitation. The man, clutching his midsection, recoiled slightly before advancing with his steel pipe. "You dare strike me? Today, I shall ensure you depart this place supine." As the man with the crew cut made his move, those behind him surged forward. We found ourselves retreating with our sticks, until we were cornered against the wall, leaving us no choice but to confront them head-on. I must admit, Lu Cheng's choice of location was indeed a shrewd one. Despite the numerical advantage of our adversaries, their comrades were unable to reach us, unable to penetrate our defenses. Lu Cheng was remarkably fierce, disregarding everyone else and focusing solely on the man with the crew cut. Even as several individuals wielding steel pipes struck him, he remained unfazed, determined to subdue his primary target. The crew cut man was clearly overconfident, wielding a steel pipe yet unable to best Lu Cheng. With a swift movement, Lu Cheng brought him crashing to the ground, delivering blows to his forehead, embodying his mantra, "Just do it, spare the theatrics." After enduring a few strikes from Lu Cheng, the crew cut man was left defenseless, merely shielding his head. His companions, one and all, charged at Lu Cheng while I swung my stick in front of him, attempting to shield him, even as I endured several blows from the steel pipes myself. Chapter 58. Decisive action. The prone, close-cropped man swiftly reached his breaking point, his face rendered unrecognizable by the torrent of blood. Lu Cheng's assault was merciless, bordering on savage. He relentlessly hammered the man's face with the club, rendering his attempts to shield himself futile. The man's arms, now a mottled purple, offered scant protection. Unable to endure further punishment, he desperately cried out, "Wait, wait, have the guts to let me up. Let you up, let you up, I'll let you up." Lu Cheng roared, raining blows upon him. "Stop, stop, this is going too far," I shouted, seeing the man teetering on the brink. At my cry, the others ceased their attack. Lu Cheng cast aside the club, delivering a final kick to the man's abdomen, and spat, "Tui, punk, you're out of your league with your grandpa." Lu Cheng, too, bore wounds. A stream of blood cascaded down his left cheek, the result of a blow to the head. The close-cropped man was hoisted up by his comrades, revealing a face swollen beyond recognition, his eyes mere slits. He mumbled, "Damn you, meet me behind the school, you coward." Lu Cheng, incensed, retorted, "Coward? Fine, I accept. We'll settle it behind the school, one-on-one. Anyone who calls for help is a son of a." The buzz-cut man undoubtedly stood no chance against Lu Cheng. He trembled slightly, gritting his teeth as he said, "If you dare challenge me, you better watch your step from now on, lest you get run over by a car one day. Are you trying to intimidate me?" Lu Cheng picked up a stick, assuming a threatening posture, prompting the 2 companions of the buzz-cut man to hurriedly pull him back. "All right, you think you're tough? This isn't over." Just hope I don't cross paths with you alone on the street, or I'll make you regret it. The buzz-cut man mumbled before turning to his companions, instructing, "Let us go." That group shot us a furious glance before assisting the buzz-cut man out of the alley. Their demeanor was nothing short of comical. Once they exited, we collapsed onto the ground in laughter. I patted Lu Cheng on the shoulder, chuckling, "You really outdid yourself. Lao Lu, picking such a spot. Those folks behind, didn't he even have to lift a finger to finish things?" Lu Cheng wiped his face and grinned, "Of course. You should know who I am." There's a saying, strategizing from within ensures victory from afar. All right, brother, let's not boast any longer. The deed is done. Let us go get some medicine. I'm in agony. Wang Fu, having taken a few hits, had a swollen lip. Noticing this, Lu Cheng retrieved 300 yuan and tossed it to him, saying, "Use this to buy some medicine for everyone. If it's not enough, come back to me." Wang Fu repeatedly waved his hands, refusing the money. "I have enough money. I can't possibly use yours, brother. Just take it, will you? Don't pretend to be so refined. Hastily apply ointment to your wounds. Once you're presentable, meet me at the open-air food stalls near People's Square. I'm treating the lads to a feast." With that, Wang Fu pocketed the money and beckoned his comrades to depart. Following their exit, Lu Cheng and I also took our leave. The earlier altercation had left me throbbing with pain, despite the absence of blood. My arms and face bore the brunt, now adorned with unsightly bruises. As we traversed the thoroughfare, passers-by instinctively gave us a wide berth. We initially retreated to our dormitory to change into fresh attire and cleanse ourselves of the accumulated grime. My garments, fortunately unscathed, required only a thorough washing. I stationed myself at the entrance to await Lu Cheng, who emerged shortly thereafter. Upon exiting the dormitory, we proceeded to collect Zhang Shui, Lu Cheng insisting that no repast would be complete without her presence. He then cast a smug glance in my direction, prompting my exasperated retort, "One more boast, and I'll unleash Xia Xiaoyu upon you." Lu Cheng recoiled, his voice trembling as he conceded, "All right, brother, I was merely affecting a pretense. Simply disregard my ostentation." After a brief interlude beneath the women's dormitory, Zhang Shui materialized, and the three of us made our way directly to People's Square. In close proximity to the square's rear, a night market thrived, teeming with numerous open-air eateries. Upon our arrival, we promptly sighted Wang Fu and his cohort. The preceding skirmish, in truth, lacked significant intensity. Owing to the confined space, our assembled ranks effectively filled the alleyway. Despite being outnumbered, we sustained minimal injuries. Consequently, Wang Fu and his companions had merely expunged the grime from their persons and procured some liniment for contusions. A few individuals appeared quite spirited. After we approached, Wang Fu looked at Lu Cheng with envy and inquired, "Brother, is this your sister-in-law?" "Indeed. Can't you tell?" Lu Cheng responded, wrapping his arm around Zhang Shui's waist, as if to ensure their relationship was unmistakable. Wang Fu chuckled, nodding in agreement. "I can see that. Brother, if that little brat dares to harass your sister-in-law again, just let me know, and I will make sure to teach him a lesson." As soon as Wang Fu finished speaking, Zhang Shui turned to Lu Cheng and questioned, "So you want to fight, did you?" Lu Cheng replied with a smile, "It won't happen again, just this once." Zhang Shui shot him a glance, but the thought that he acted for her sake warmed her heart. "Please refrain from fighting in the future. Just look at what you've become." "Understood." Soon after, our group casually found a stall to settle in. We ordered a variety of dishes, and before long, the food was served. No meal is complete without alcohol, so Lu Cheng ordered a crate of beer, toasting each of them in turn. The others were quite agreeable, reciprocating Lu Cheng's gestures and even suggesting they might follow him in the future. As the drinks began to take effect, the group started to boast animatedly, with Lu Cheng expressing his desire to create a gang and inviting them to join him. The others were invigorated by the idea, clapping their hands in unison, declaring to Lu Cheng, "Brother, as long as you accept us, we are ready to follow you." "Without a doubt, after witnessing how you dealt with that brat earlier, I am completely convinced." Lu Cheng raised his glass and chuckled. "Let me impart a piece of advice. When engaging in a fight, do not resort to lethal force. Instead, learn to use your wits. If someone has aggrieved you, retaliate against them with full force, disregarding others. inflict a decisive blow to instill lasting fear and deter future provocations, such as the sagacious council. Having concluded our repast and libations, Zhang Shui retired to the dormitory. Given the profound inebriation of the others, I deemed it imprudent to escort them to their lodgings. Instead, I conveyed them to a modest inn, the kind that dispenses with the formality of identification. With the arrangements finalized, I commenced my journey homeward, mindful of Xia Xiaoyu's presence and her unmet need for sustenance. As I emerged from the inn, I cast a backward glance at their chamber, wondering if they would be able to rouse themselves promptly on the morrow after this eventful night. With a shake of my head, I hastened toward the school. Nearing the vicinity, I was taken aback by a sight in the distance. A throng of individuals stood assembled at the school entrance, and upon spotting me, they advanced in my direction with menacing intent. Recognizing the figure at the vanguard, I took to my heels and fled in the opposite direction. Chapter 59. The rampage of Xia Xiaoyu the instigator was one of those who had been brawling with us in the alley, and several others who were present at that time followed closely behind him. Observing this situation, it was evident to me what was afoot. This group was unwilling to concede defeat and had come to the school gate to confront us. By unfortunate coincidence, I became the target of their ire. At that moment, if I did not flee, it would be sheer folly. As soon as they noticed my escape, they hurried after me, with the ringleader shouting, "You little coward, don't run. Weren't you quite the tough guy just now? Show me your bravado again. You think you can get away with what you did to my brother? I swear, if I don't break your legs today, it would be an affront to my brother." I ran for my life, cursing as I went, "To hell with you. If you have the guts, let us settle this one-on-one. Whoever calls for help is the real coward." In truth, I knew I stood little chance against him. By merely glancing at his stature, I could tell he could easily overpower someone like me. My intent was merely to buy myself some time, hoping to gain even a minute's respite. Upon hearing my challenge, he readily accepted. "So you want a one-on-one? Fine, let's go to that spot we were just at one-on-one. And whoever calls for help is a loser. Only a fool would agree to such a proposition." I refrained from responding and darted into a narrow alleyway. The lighting in this alley was dim, and it branched off into numerous paths. I was not foolish enough to run straight ahead. Every intersection, I turned, twisting and winding my way through until I finally managed to shake them off. I crouched beside a dumpster and quickly retrieved my phone to call Lu Cheng. He was likely asleep, as I tried several times without success. In a fit of urgency, I decided to call Chun Yin instead. The fellow answered the phone rather swiftly. It connected almost immediately after dialing. I was uncertain of his location, but the background noise suggested a bustling environment. Once the call was established, I could no longer afford to ponder. I urgently implored him to come to my aid. He inquired about the situation, and I replied in haste, "I am cornered. There are approximately 20 individuals against me, and I am utterly alone. Please hurry to my rescue." Chun Yin asked where I was. I glanced around, a wave of despair washing over me, for I had no inkling of my surroundings. In my frantic escape moments ago, I had lost all sense of place. Chun Yin urged me to remain calm and find a suitable hiding spot. He then abruptly ended the call, leaving me uncertain if he would be able to reach me. I tucked my phone away and was about to rise when several figures appeared at the intersection. Instinctively, I began to retreat, but halted after just a few steps. The path behind me was also blocked. The individual who had taunted me earlier approached leisurely, mocking me as he walked. "Run? Why don't you? Go ahead, try running again. I thought you were quite the sprinter. Enough of this nonsense. Let us just get on with it." I adopted Lu Cheng's bravado, holding my head high as I addressed him. Though I knew I could not match them in strength, I refused to yield in spirit. They slowly encircled me, and the sight sent my heart racing with trepidation. I resolved to buy some time, to delay as long as possible. Every second counted, and I hoped fervently that Chun Yin would arrive in time. Pointing at the leader of the group, I demanded, "Have the courage to tell me your name and class." As the saying goes, I do not engage with nameless individuals. He grinned at me and replied, "Remember my name, for I am Lin Hao of Class 5. Alas, remember the name of your great-grandfather. Your great-grandfather's name is Zhang Yifeng. Grandson, do you have a medal for a one-on-one confrontation?" Lin Hao cast a disdainful glance in my direction. Why engage in a solitary duel when a collective assault is an option? With that, he advanced and delivered a kick to my abdomen. I clutched my stomach and recoiled, only to be propelled forward by someone behind me. Given the circumstances, there was no alternative but to engage. I inhaled deeply, recalling Lu Cheng's words, "Whoever provokes you, deal with them decisively. Disregard the others." Bearing this in mind, I charged ferociously toward Lin Hao, intending to knock him to the ground and pummel him relentlessly, ignoring any blows from the others and focusing solely on him. However, reality proved harsh. Instead of subduing Lin Hao, he twisted my neck, spun me around, and tripped me, sending me sprawling onto the ground. The instant I hit the ground, I knew I was doomed and instinctively shielded my head with my hands. Subsequently, the group encircled me and began kicking me mercilessly. My head absorbed several blows, and while the pain was intense, I had no recourse but to endure their onslaught. Initially, I managed to grit my teeth and remain silent, but their actions grew increasingly excessive. The more I remained silent, the more brutal their attacks became. Soon, I could no longer bear it, yet they showed no signs of relenting. One of them even remarked, "Brother, if we continue, someone could die." I had hoped that Lin Hao would show some restraint, but instead, he retorted, "Go on, beat him to within an inch of his life. Break his arms and legs if you have to. After him, we'll deal with the other one. No one present will be spared today." Upon hearing this, I was incensed. After beating me, he intended to attack Lu Cheng as well. I turned over and grasped his foot, ready to bite down. Lin Hao let out a scream, delivering a kick to my forehead. The blow left me dazed, stars dancing in my vision, my head spinning in a whirlwind. Consequently, I was numb to the pain. No matter how fiercely they struck, I felt nothing. After lying on the ground for about 5 minutes, they finally ceased their assault. Lin Hao pointed at me and instructed a nearby bald-headed man, "Lift his foot. Today, I shall ruin him." Upon hearing this, the bald man's expression shifted uneasily, as it seemed this was his first encounter with such brutality. He timidly replied, "Brother Hao, isn't that a bit extreme? What if the police get involved?" Lin Hao scoffed dismissively. "Police? What do they matter? Do as I say. If trouble arises, I will take the fall, and you shall not be implicated." Only then did the bald man hesitantly approach, lifting my foot despite his trepidation. Turning back to Lin Hao, he said, "Brother, that's not what I meant. If you don't believe me, I can do it myself." "Enough with the nonsense," Lin Hao retorted, rolling up his sleeves as he approached. He glanced down at my foot and coldly remarked, "Zhang Yifeng, is it? Tell your friends that those who engage in this life will inevitably face the consequences." I shook my head weakly, muttering, "If you're capable, go ahead and kill me. Otherwise, I will make you pay in due time." Lin Hao laughed heartily. "Just you?" His foot pressed down on mine. "How many kicks do you think you can endure? 1? 2? Spare me the meaningless chatter." Just as I was about to finish my sentence, the streetlight in the alley abruptly extinguished. The light emitted a crackling sound, and gradually, the entire alley was enveloped in this dissonant noise. Although the distant streetlights remained lit, they flickered erratically. Reminiscent of the moment I encountered Han Siyu. At that moment, an eerie sound suddenly resonated from the surroundings, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. This noise sent everyone into a state of panic, their eyes darting around in alarm. The bald man carrying me, with a look of fear on his face, exclaimed, "Brother, what is happening?" Lin Hao retorted, "How would I know?" No sooner had he spoken than a shadow appeared at the mouth of the alley. Roar. Chapter 60. A different Xia Xiaoyu. The alley was shrouded in darkness, with flickering lights casting an eerie glow. A figure stood at the entrance, emitting a roar reminiscent of a wild beast. The gathered crowd turned their gaze towards this silhouette. Lin Hao, the leader among them, was uncertain of the stranger's identity, but stepped forward nonetheless, addressing the figure. "Who are you? Where do you come from? Get lost. Can't you see we are busy here?" The figure remained unmoved, steadfast in its position. Observing this, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, with the bald young man exclaiming, "Brother, this person is clearly disregarding you. Let me go handle her." Lin Hao intervened, raising a hand to halt the bald young man, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the figure ahead. "No matter who you are, this matter does not concern you. I advise you to leave at once. And should you ignore my words, do not blame me for being unkind." The figure, however, showed no intention of retreating. Instead, it advanced, closing the distance. Infuriated, Lin Hao commanded the bald young man to drive her away. Eager for action, the bald young man rolled up his sleeves and approached her. Xia, Xia. Despite the dimness of the alley, I recognized her instantly. Her distinctive appearance was too conspicuous to overlook. I was taken aback by her presence. Wasn't she supposed to be at home? Why had she come here? As I watched the bald young man stride towards her, anxiety surged within me. Xia Xiaoyu was a zombie. The bald young man stood no chance against her. Yet, my concern was not for his safety, but rather for the potential chaos that Xia Xiaoyu might unleash if she lost control. Yet I found myself trampled upon the ground. And no matter how frantic my heart felt, it was utterly futile, for I lacked the strength to rise. The bald-headed boy, evidently unaware of the gravity of the situation, quickened his pace, nearly breaking into a run, while Xia Xiaoyu matched his speed, outpacing him. Was this movement truly executed by her? I was momentarily dazed. Had her body become so agile? Xia, don't. I called out in a state of desperation, but Xia Xiaoyu paid no heed. Lin Hao, upon hearing my plea, chuckled mockingly, stepping on my face as he remarked, "Is this your girlfriend? Quite a fine figure she has. What a pity, ha ha ha." Damn it. How could he still find amusement in such a dire situation? The bald-headed boy lunged forward with a yell, colliding with Xia Xiaoyu. In an instant, he was sent flying through the air, and before he even touched the ground, Xia Xiaoyu had already reached the spot where he would land, delivering a kick to his body. With a resounding thud, the bald-headed boy crashed into the trash can, his shiny head making first contact, and a crimson liquid instantly splattered upon the metal surface. What on earth? Had that fellow indulged too much, unable to best even a woman? As Lin Hao witnessed the bald-headed boy's fate, the expression on his face gradually stiffened. He turned to those behind him and declared, "Go on. Whoever takes him down will earn my gratitude." Those who had hesitated before were now resolute upon hearing Lin Hao's proposition. A throng of individuals surged toward Xia Xiaoyu with an intensity akin to that of a frenzy. Xia Xiaoyu cast a frigid gaze upon them, and suddenly, she threw her head back and let out a piercing howl, her two fangs glistening under the light. In an instant, she plunged into the crowd, and before they could comprehend the situation, they found themselves sprawled on the ground. Lin Hao rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before him. "Get up, all of you rise. What are you doing?" Unable to subdue a mere woman, he berated, but the figures on the ground ignored him, preoccupied with clutching their stomachs in agony. After dispatching her adversaries, Xia Xiaoyu turned her cold gaze towards Lin Hao and coldly inquired, "Was it you who spoke of breaking his legs just now?" Her articulation was precise, each word imbued with strength. This was a stark departure from her previous demeanor. In this moment, she appeared utterly unfamiliar, so much so that I hardly recognized her. Upon hearing her words, Lin Hao scoffed dismissively. "So what if it was me? Don't think that just because you've practiced a few moves, I would fear you. I've navigated these streets for years, and I've never feared anyone more formidable than you. Don't think that your attire and appearance intimidate me." He continued his tirade. Yet a sense of trepidation gripped my heart for him. The Xia Xiaoyu before me seemed a different entity altogether. His bravado was tantamount to courting death. "Have you finished?" Xia Xiaoyu interjected suddenly after Lin Hao's monologue. "Huh?" Lin Hao looked at her, bewildered, realizing that despite his lengthy rant, she remained unfazed. At that moment, among the group of people lying on the ground, one managed to rise. He picked up a stone and, limping, made his way towards Xia Xiaoyu, who was too engrossed in conversation with Lin Hao to notice the situation unfolding behind her. "Be careful," I gasped, and almost instantaneously as my words fell, that individual raised his hand and aimed to strike Xia Xiaoyu's head. Xia Xiaoyu caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye, swiftly turned to evade, and then seized him by the throat. The man was lifted off the ground by her, and soon his face began to change color. As he rolled his eyes back in distress, she casually tossed him aside. Lin Hao, startled by the turn of events, removed his foot from my lap, swallowed hard, and, trembling, pointed at Xia Xiaoyu, stuttering, "What do you intend to do? Don't act recklessly. Do you have any idea who my father is? If something happens to me, none of you will escape unharmed. Not even the police will dare to disregard my father's authority. You still dare to approach? Don't think I'm afraid of you. Stay back, or I'll crush him underfoot." As he spoke, he retreated, clearly flustered and incoherent. Ignoring his words, Xia Xiaoyu let out a fierce roar and charged toward him. I barely saw a shadow flash past my head, and then Lin Hao was sent flying. Despite his considerable size and strength, he appeared feeble before Xia Xiaoyu. He fell to the ground, unable to rise, effectively vanquished by her prowess. Xia Xiaoyu seemed unyielding. Slowly advancing toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious, showing no signs of response. Observing his condition, I realized that if Xia Xiaoyao were to act again, it would surely lead to a fatal outcome. Gritting my teeth, I struggled to rise from the ground, determined to prevent Xia Xiaoyao from taking further action. Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance of the alley. Chun Yin. "Stop!" Chun Yin shouted, pulling a talisman from his pocket and rushing towards Xia Xiaoyao. For what I had just witnessed, I doubted Chun Yin could overpower her. However, to my astonishment, Xia Xiaoyao remained motionless. Chun Yin reached her, affixed the talisman to her forehead, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, inquiring if I was unharmed. I coughed a few times, clutching my chest, and shook my head as I approached him. "What on earth is happening? Have you brought her out again?" Chapter 61. A curious tale. Chun Yin appeared grave and quite irate. I sensed that if I were to utter a word, he might very well strike me. Shaking my head, I rubbed my aching chest and replied, "It is not I who brought her here. I am equally perplexed. Just moments ago, I was held down and assaulted by these individuals, and just as I was beginning to rally my strength, she arrived." Chun Yin furrowed his brow, surveying the individuals strewn about. "So, did she orchestrate all of this? Is there any other explanation? Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, that scoundrel Lin Hao would surely have met his demise." Chun Yin nodded slightly, pondering, "That is indeed strange. If you did not bring her, how did she come to be here?" As the thought crossed his mind, he added, "It is evident she came to your aid. I surmise she must have sensed your peril, prompting her to seek you out." "Sense my peril? Is that truly possible? Did Xia Xiaoyao genuinely rush here for my sake? But how could she have discerned that I was in danger?" I inquired of Chun Yin. He elucidated, "It is likely due to the vitality residing within her, though the particulars elude me. However, I am confident she sensed your danger and hastened to your side." As we spoke, my gaze fell upon Xia Xiaoyao. A talisman was affixed to her forehead, and logically, she should have been rendered immobile like a zombie from the movies. Yet, astonishingly, she was puffing up, attempting to blow the talisman away. I tapped Chun Yin, my mouth agape as I pointed at Xia Xiaoyao, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? She shouldn't be able to move." Chun Yin, witnessing Xia Xiaoyao's actions, was equally taken aback. "What's going on here? Isn't she afraid of the talisman?" Xia Xiaoyu blew away the talisman paper and turned to look at me. At that moment, she seemed to revert to her previous Na'vi self, entirely unlike the formidable persona she exhibited just moments ago. To prove her transformation, I waved my hand in front of her eyes. "Xiao Xia, Xiao Xia." Her head followed my hand's movement, and upon hearing my voice, she blinked, gazing at me with a dazed expression. Indeed, there was a change. The girl before me was not the same as the one from earlier. Chun Yin observed my peculiar antics and asked, puzzled, what was wrong. I, feeling bewildered, replied, She seems a bit different." "Different in what way?" I couldn't articulate it. She wasn't like this before. I sighed in frustration, unable to pinpoint what was different. All I knew was that she had been incredibly powerful earlier, unlike the foolishness she displayed now. Chun Yin rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical of my words. "You seem to have been struck dumb. But on a different note, I find her increasingly intriguing. She can perceive your danger through your breath of life, and on top of that, she came out to save you. If you tell me nothing happened between you two, I simply want to believe it." I desperately explained, "Brother, I swear on my life, nothing happened between us. If you don't believe me, come over to my house tonight to sleep." Chun Yin immediately shook his head. "All right, I was just joking. If you really wanted to go, I certainly want tea. However, you ought to pay closer attention to her lately. She has grown fearless even of talismans. If she were to suddenly lash out again one day, it could lead to complications." I nodded slightly and cast a casual glance at Xia Xiaoyu, who stood silently beside me. her gaze fixed on me with an expression of bewilderment. To be honest, I find myself preferring her current demeanor to the fierce version I had just witnessed. Subsequently, we departed from that place, with Chun Yin and I escorting Xia Xiaoyu back. The once agile Xia Xiaoyu now moved with an extreme stiffness, her pace significantly slowed. Chun Yin strode ahead with his hands tucked into his pockets, while I walked behind, offering support to Xia Xiaoyu in an effort to hasten her steps. Upon reaching the school gate, I asked Chun Yin to wait for me momentarily, then crossed the street to procure a bowl of pig blood porridge for Xia Xiaoyu. Upon seeing the porridge in my hands, Chun Yin couldn't resist making a remark. Even after being battered like that, you're still thinking of buying her food. The more I look, the more you seem like her little boyfriend. I quickly clarified, brother, it's fine to joke about other things, but please refrain from this. I have someone I truly care for. Chun Yin shrugged. Liking someone is different from loving them, you know? Throughout life, one may develop affections for many. Yet when it comes to genuine love, there are only a select few. You might think I'm being unfaithful, but I speak the truth. Ultimately, regardless of how many people you have sincerely loved, only one will accompany you into old age. His words carried the weight of experience, as if he had his own stories to tell. What is this? Do you have tales of your own? As we conversed while walking, Chun Yin suddenly paused, a wry smile crossing his face. I had grown up in Longhu Mountain, where my master instilled in me the ideals of vanquishing demons and the notion that good and evil cannot coexist. I, too, was quite diligent, accompanying my senior brothers on missions from a young age, each one fraught with peril. Eventually, emboldened by experience, I yearned to venture beyond Longhu Mountain and explore the world outside. Isn't it splendid to venture out? What is the matter? Does your master not permit you to leave? I inquired. At this juncture, Chun Yin hesitated, revealing a tale worth telling. With a sigh, he continued, perhaps I was indeed allowed to leave, but upon stepping out of the mountain, I encountered her. It is rather amusing to recount. I had always believed that malevolent spirits were irredeemably evil, forever cast as antagonists, and that I was destined to uphold righteousness by banishing demons. Yet during one mission, having sustained injuries, I was rescued by a rather skilled little ghost, who subsequently helped me eliminate the very demon I was tasked to vanquish. Thus began our acquaintance, which eventually blossomed into something deeper. By the way, do you have a cigarette? Please, just one. In the midst of his tale, he suddenly asked for a cigarette, to which I replied, somewhat bemused, that I did not possess any. He then resumed, never mind then, I shall continue with my story. Back then, our bond was exceptionally strong. Her presence transformed my worldview entirely. I began to perceive that not all spirits and demons were inherently malevolent, and my fondness for her grew increasingly profound. However, it wasn't long before my master became aware of my sentiments. He summoned me back repeatedly, and when I failed to comply, he enlisted the aid of my fellow disciples to apprehend me. Ultimately, I was captured and returned, and upon my arrival, I found myself confined within a chamber, unable to venture outside. It was only when I received news of her that I learned of her tragic demise, her spirit having departed from this world. In that moment, an overwhelming desire to see her, even if just for a fleeting glance, consumed me. In my desperation, I engaged in a heated argument with my master. In a fit of rage, he cast me into a cave for contemplation and reflection. Strangely enough, after spending some time in that solitude, I did indeed find a measure of calm. Chapter 62. The Unbearable Past. Everyone possesses a segment of their past that is too painful to revisit, regardless of whether those memories are good or bad. They linger in one's mind, much like the experiences of Chun Yin. Yet, to me, his narrative remains merely a tale, for I have not lived through it and will never grasp the profound feelings he endured. Chun Yin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he spoke. I understand that even if I were to emerge from this place, I could not save her, nor alter the tragic fate that befell her. Thus, I refrained from causing a scene and devoted myself to the study of Taoist arts, all the while vowing that once I had acquired sufficient power, I would seek vengeance for her. However, by the time I finally stepped outside, the one who had wronged her was already deceased. Her father had avenged her, yet I had intended to pay him a visit, for we had once shared love and companionship. How could I not extend my respects? But to my dismay, her father, despite avenging her, did not survive to return. What is the point of visiting the deceased? Consequently, I remained in Shuichang, hiding away in Uncle Zhang's home. Despite numerous summons from Longhu Mountain over the years, I chose to ignore them. Time passed, and their assessment of me was one of ingratitude, even denying my status as their disciple. Nevertheless, such matters are of little consequence now. The title of Longhu Mountain Disciple is merely a label. Without the weight of that title upon me, I find life somewhat easier. Is that all there is to it? I asked, my voice tinged with confusion as I absorbed his words. Instantly, I regretted my inquiry, for this was Chun Yan's source of anguish, a sentiment I could not fathom. Yet I had dared to question him about it. Chun Yan shot me an irritated glance, exclaiming, "What do you mean this is the end? Are you hoping I should perish too? Then perhaps we could engage in a dramatic reincarnation and stage a grand love story?" I muttered softly, "Isn't that how it goes in the movies?" While we conversed, Xiao Xiaoyu fixated on the pig's blood porridge in my hand. Noticing her gaze, Chun Yan, already displeased, turned to her and remarked, "Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is food. You all seem to live carefree lives, while I am worn out like a dog, having to protect the principal's family and find ways to help you all release your respective burdens. What kind of fate is this for me? After 2 years of peace, this incident erupts into such a significant affair. I must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of misfortune to be entangled in your chaos." He continued, "Well, let us play around, but this matter has nothing to do with her." With a scoff, he added, "You're clearly smitten with her." Amid the banter, we unknowingly arrived home. Chun Yan, expressing his frustration, decided to leave. I didn't insist he stay. After all, it was getting late, and classes awaited us the next day. However, out of courtesy, I thanked him before he departed. Regardless of the circumstances, he had come out for my sake. In response to my gratitude, Chun Yan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Don't mention it. If you truly wish to thank me, just take good care of her. If she changes in any way, let me know. And please, do not stir up trouble outside. Otherwise, she will surely go on a rampage again." After Chun Yan departed, I returned to my room to take a shower. When I emerged, having changed into fresh attire, I found Xia Xiaoyu sitting on the bed, staring vacantly at the bowl of pig's blood porridge on the table. I wiped my face with a warm towel and settled down beside her. "What is the matter? If you wish to eat, then go ahead. Must I grant you permission?" Xia Xiaoyu turned to look at me, her face breaking into a silly grin. Perhaps it was due to our prolonged acquaintance, but her expression made it abundantly clear what she desired. I draped the towel around my neck, took up a spoon, and served the porridge before her, chuckling, "At your age, still needing me to feed you?" She took the spoon into her mouth, swallowing the porridge eagerly, her face alight with joy. This delightful exchange continued until the bowl was empty. Discarding the spoon into the trash, I reclined on the bed to rest. Just as I settled in, Lu Cheng's call came through. I answered this unreliable fellow's phone call, and he inquired, "What is up, Lao Zhang? Why did you ring me?" His voice suggested he was still half asleep. "Nothing much, just a reminder not to sleep too deeply. You have class tomorrow." Initially, I had intended to share the tale of my recent mishap, but reconsidering, I chose to remain silent. I knew he would undoubtedly drag the conversation on, and it was late. I needed my rest. "All right then, I'll hang up. I'm feeling quite drowsy." Beep, beep, beep. As soon as he finished speaking, the call ended, and I cast my phone aside, closing my eyes to sleep. Not long after falling asleep, I was suddenly stirred by a noise beside me. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered that Xia Xiaoyu had lain down. She blinked and gazed at me intently, which made me feel quite shy. I managed to utter a good night before turning my head away, unable to meet her gaze. Perhaps due to the recent altercation, I did not toss and turn as I had the previous night. I merely closed my eyes and soon drifted off to sleep. The following morning, I awoke to find Xia Xiaoyu already moving about the room. Observing her nimble movements, I found it hard to fathom why she had suddenly transformed the night before, becoming so agile and articulate. The contrast between then and now was striking. It was as if I were witnessing 2 entirely different individuals. I pondered this conundrum, but ultimately settled on a rather dismissive explanation. Perhaps her concern for me had awakened some latent strength within her, as one often reads in novels. After washing up and preparing to leave, Xia Xiaoyu raised her thumb in encouragement, wishing me luck. I smiled and told her to wait for my return. However, as I closed the door, a troubling realization struck me. Hadn't I locked it the night before? How had she managed to open it? Had she suddenly become clever? Or, after the fight, had she reverted to her previous state of confusion, unable to comprehend it? I once again offered myself a flimsy excuse. It must have been my presence that temporarily sharpened her wits. Upon arriving at school, I found my classmates engrossed in discussions about Lin Hao, claiming he had crossed paths with someone powerful and was now hospitalized. Little did they know, I was the very subject of their gossip. Naturally, I was not foolish enough to flaunt this knowledge. Not long after I settled into my seat, Lu Chengkai hurriedly approached me. As soon as he sat down, he gasped, "Damn, I almost arrived late. Fortunately, I ran swiftly." I remarked, "Who told you to drink so much?" He sighed, seemingly about to say something, when suddenly he stared at me in astonishment. "Oh my goodness, Lao Zhang, what happened to you? How did this come to be?" I pulled him aside, gesturing for him to lower his voice, and then recounted the events of the previous night. After hearing, he incredulously exclaimed, "What did you just say? Xia Xiao you want to rescue you? Well, that girl is worth her weight. She actually knows how to save you. You think you're like her, making countless calls and no one answers? Well, I dozed off, otherwise I would have surely come to your rescue on a rainbow cloud. Enough of that. By the way, Lin Hao is hospitalized, and no one knows I'm involved. You mustn't tell anyone." Lu Cheng patted his chest, assuring me, "I am not one to gossip. I can discern what should be shared and what should remain unsaid." Chapter 63. The vengeful spirit Lu Cheng was certainly not the type to be loose-lipped, yet there were certain details regarding my beating that I had not disclosed to her. For instance, the transformation of Xia Xiaoyao and the incident where I was pinned to the ground by a group of individuals. These were matters I chose to withhold. Firstly, even if I were to mention Xia Xiaoyao, Lu Cheng would likely dismiss it as unbelievable, and even if she did believe me, it would serve no purpose, as we remained unable to elucidate the reasons behind Xia Xiaoyao's peculiar change. Secondly, if I were to recount the incident of my beating in its entirety, Lu Cheng would undoubtedly seek vengeance on my behalf. Last night, Lin Hao was presumably taken to the hospital by his gang of friends. Although he was hospitalized, Lu Cheng harbored no intentions of letting him off lightly. He draped an arm around my shoulder and said, "Old Zhang, let us pay him a visit at the hospital once he is discharged." I refrained from agreeing. After all, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, and besides, Lin Hao was already facing dire consequences, was he not? With the passing of our former director, our class had acquired a new one, who was rumored to arrive early this morning. At this moment, the students were all abuzz with excitement, speculating whether the new director would be male or female. As boys, we naturally hoped for a female director. This playful banter elicited disdainful glances from the girls in our class. Before long, the bell rang to signal the start of class. Just as the sound faded, a female teacher entered the room, books in hand. Ah, this must be the new director. As she stepped inside, we all stood and applauded. We anticipated a courteous response, given our warm welcome. However, she offered no such kindness. Upon entering the classroom, she tossed her books onto the desk and admonished us in a loud voice, "Quiet down and sit down, all of you." Once we settled in our seats, she turned to the blackboard and inscribed her name. Luo Cc. Ugh, what a repulsive name. Lu Cheng glanced at her and spat on the ground. I gently nudged him, urging him to keep his voice down lest she overhear us. After finishing her name, Luo Cc turned around, her gaze icy as she addressed us. "I am your new supervisor. You may refer to me as Teacher Luo. Now, it's your turn to introduce yourselves one by one." Despite their reluctance, the classmates stood up and turned to present themselves. Once the introductions concluded, the class commenced. This fierce woman had a rather unpleasant temperament, and neither Lu Cheng nor I dared to rest our heads on our desks. Even though we could hardly comprehend her words, we pretended to listen attentively nonetheless. During lunch, we found ourselves discussing her. In comparison, our former teacher seemed far more agreeable, though regrettably, he had departed. After our meal, Chunyan called me, inviting me to dinner at Principal Wei's residence that evening. I readily accepted, grateful for the reprieve from cooking. As school let out, I called upon Lu Cheng to accompany me, but he refused, insisting on staying with Zhang Shui. Very well, I would go alone. I dialed Chunyan, inquiring if he was currently at Principal Wei's home. Yes, why? He replied, sounding puzzled. I'll be there shortly, I said. What is the purpose of your visit? Chunyin asked, bewildered. Didn't you invite me for dinner? I retorted. Invite you to dinner? When did that happen? He questioned, incredulous. This afternoon, I responded, perplexed, thinking to myself that perhaps he had lost his senses. Chunyin was increasingly perplexed. He pondered aloud. I have been sleeping all afternoon. What did I ever call you? At that moment, Chunyin suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, Brother Wei, we must turn back home immediately. Home? Was he not at Principal Wei's residence? Just as I was about to inquire further, the call abruptly ended, and almost instantaneously, a notification from QQ chimed, indicating a new friend request. The profile picture belonged to a small penguin, with a low-level, clearly a newly created account. I casually clicked to accept the request, preparing to ask who they were when a message arrived from them. A vengeful spirit demands retribution. Following that, a photograph was sent. The image depicted the gruesome fate of Principal Wei's son, identical to what I had previously witnessed. Something was terribly amiss. I had no time to clarify the identity of the sender, for I understood that even if I did, they might not provide a satisfactory response. I hurried to the roadside and hailed a taxi to Principal Wei's house. As I alighted, a vehicle approached head-on. It was Principal Wei's car. Chunyin and Principal Wei stepped out, and the three of us exchanged bewildered glances, staring at one another in astonishment. What brings you here? Chunyin was the first to break the silence. Let's not discuss that for now. Principal Wei, where is your wife? I gestured anxiously, my heart racing as I looked toward Principal Wei. How did you return? Just as he finished speaking, a woman emerged from behind the car. Who else could it be but his wife? Mrs. Wei held a package in her hands and, upon noticing our bewildered expressions, curiously inquired. The moment I saw her, a thought flashed through my mind. Everyone was absent from home, and it was a disaster. Principal Wei furiously pointed at Mrs. Wei and exclaimed, Where have you been? At such a critical moment, where did you go? Mrs. Wei, bewildered by her husband's anger, replied helplessly, I went out to collect a package. What on earth is wrong? Just tell me. What could possibly be wrong? How dare you even ask? Principal Wei retorted, raising his hand as if to strike her. Chunyin hastily seized Principal Wei's hand, shaking his head. Do not be hasty. The formation I set up has yet to be broken. We should check inside first. Despite her usual naivety, Mrs. Wei understood the gravity of the situation from Chunyin's words. She discarded the package in her hand and rushed towards the closed door in a panic. As she approached the entrance, a vivid image flashed through my mind, her standing at the door. The scene and reality overlapped. If all went as I feared, upon opening the door, she would encounter that horrifying sight and scream. Anxiety gripped me. I hoped it wouldn't unfold as it did in my dream. With a click, the door swung open, and Mrs. Wei dashed inside first, followed by a piercing scream. Indeed, the scene from my dream had ultimately materialized. Principal Wei's son lay lifeless, impaled with nails, hanging on the wall. My dream had once again transformed into reality. Mrs. Wei collapsed onto the floor, weeping uncontrollably, while Principal Wei, weakened by the shock, nearly fell to the ground, only to be steadied by Chunyin's quick reflexes. My son, Principal Wei managed to utter after a prolonged silence. Neither Chunyin nor I uttered a word, uncertain of what to say. The occurrence weighed heavily on Chunyin's heart, not merely due to the actions of Principal Wei and his associates, but because the contract killer had committed murder right under his nose. He had meticulously set up a protective formation, which, in theory, should have rendered the contract killer powerless to act. Yet, here we were. The formation remained intact. Yet the child had still not been spared. Chunyin approached, untying the ropes binding the child, and after cradling the little one in his arms, he fixed his gaze upon the child's head. With a solemn expression, he pried open the child's mouth. To his horror, he discovered a deceased cockroach lodged within. Chapter 64. The Cult of Darkness. Chunyin discarded the lifeless cockroach, his countenance imbued with an unprecedented gravity. I inquired about the significance of placing a cockroach in the child's mouth, to which he elucidated, soul-devouring. This is no ordinary cockroach. It is a venomous, cursed insect, intended to shatter the child's spirit. Upon hearing Chunyin's words, Principal Wei and his wife wept even more profusely. Observing their despair, Chun Yin hastily reassured Principal Wei. Though your son has passed, his soul has yet to be consumed. Do not grieve excessively. If fate permits, he shall return to you in his next life. Mrs. Wei, through her tears, implored, is that truly the case? Chun Yin affirmed with a nod. Yet, despite his comforting words, Mrs. Wei's sorrow remained profound. The child had not even survived his first birth year, and according to our customs, he could not be interred with the proper rites. He could only be wrapped in a grass mat and hastily buried in a pit within the mountains, devoid of any ceremonial observance. Naturally, even in disposal, one must heed the principles of feng shui. Chun Yin, being an adept in such matters, was entrusted with this task. That evening, we did not linger at Principal Wei's home. Chun Yin instructed them to prepare the necessary materials, promising to assist with the child's funeral arrangements the following day. As we departed, I queried Chun Yin about his earlier demeanor, noting that I had never witnessed him so solemn before. Chun Yin nodded and sighed, saying, "They must have discerned something. It's just inconvenient for me to disclose it to them." It turned out that the principal's son had already been rendered a mere shadow of his former self. Chun Yin's deception was born from a desire to spare them from excessive sorrow. The death itself was already a profound grief, and to learn that the soul had been shattered afterward would surely lead to their utter devastation. After all, that was his own flesh and blood. Upon hearing Chun Yin's words, I exclaimed in frustration, "Who could be so ruthless? What animosity exists between him and the principal? This is utterly exasperating. Today it is the principal's son. Who will it be next time?" I felt a sense of despair, for I could foresee who the next victim would be, yet I was powerless to intervene. All I could do was watch helplessly as various calamities unfolded before me, witnessing their demise one by one. At that moment, Chun Yin suddenly declared, "No more lives will be lost." I looked at him in confusion and asked, "How do you know?" Chun Yin replied, "The thread of causality has been severed. It is because of you that I became entangled in this web of fate, and now, with the thread of causality linked to you having been cut, it signifies that this matter has reached its conclusion. What is this thread of causality? Why has it manifested in my life?" I felt bewildered. Chun Yin's words were too profound for me to grasp their meaning. I had mentioned to you before that causality exists. Where there is a cause, there is an effect. Every action taken by a person is intertwined with the fabric of causality. Take the matter of school as an example. Originally, you had no connection to this issue, yet due to your ability to foresee the demise of others, you found yourself entangled. Now that the threads of causality surrounding you have vanished, it signifies that you shall no longer foresee the deaths of others, indicating that this matter has come to a close. I nodded, partially bewildered, yet comprehending. But if that is the case, does it not mean that those who have perished died in vain? I felt a sense of injustice. If the contracted individual were indeed one of my classmates, how could I come to terms with the fact that he had taken so many lives while continuing to meet me daily as if nothing had transpired? He continues his studies unscathed, living without consequence. Where is the justice in that? What troubled me most was our ignorance of his identity while he toyed with us from the shadows. Regarding my predicament, Chun Yin expressed his own helplessness. He added that although we did not know who the contractor was, he was aware of the forces backing him. I quickly inquired about these forces. Chun Yin replied, "The underworld sect, a nefarious cult that has only emerged in recent years." A cult? I had some knowledge of this. Throughout history, numerous cult organizations, both large and small, have arisen. Such cults often propagate their sinister doctrines, much like the notorious Falun Gong, which led many to their demise in the past. Chun Yin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is a cult. However, this cult differs from your typical understanding. They do not merely propagate their evil teachings indiscriminately. The members of the underworld sect are all exceptionally skilled, and their sorcery is quite profound. This organization has only recently emerged, yet has already caused considerable upheaval. However, it subsequently vanished without a trace, as if it had evaporated from the mortal realm. The Longhu Mountain sect dispatched numerous disciples to search for the whereabouts of the Ming sect, yet all their efforts ended in futility. I harbor no interest in the origins of this Ming sect. I'm merely aware that the emperor is subject to the same laws as the common people. No matter how formidable they may be, they cannot act with impunity. Should we not investigate the identity of the contractor? We ought to unearth him, if only to provide those deceased with some semblance of closure. Upon hearing my words, Chun Yin regarded me as though I were a simpleton. Are you a superhero? Surely not. What does this matter have to do with you? The threads of fate binding you have already dissipated. Why would you wish to entangle yourself further? Moreover, you speak as if it were simple, but how would one actually go about the investigation? Do you even know if the person in question is a classmate of yours? Tell me, how would you uncover this? Frustrated, I exclaimed, this situation is truly vexing. Chun Yin patted my shoulder and remarked, from this point on, it is highly unlikely that anyone will perish, but do not assume that this matter is resolved. Your issues with Xia Xiaoyu are far from over. As if the situation were not already distressing enough, he had to bring that up. I waved my hand dismissively, expressing my impatience. You should first address the situation with Principal Wei. His son has been murdered, and he is probably consumed with thoughts of revenge. Chun Yin assured me he would handle matters concerning the Wei family, and urged me to return to my studies without worry. Can one truly find peace of mind so easily? The following day, news of Principal Wei's son's death had spread throughout the school, prompting a collective visit to offer condolences to Principal Wei. They were only aware that the son of Principal Wei had died, yet no one knew the circumstances surrounding his demise. Principal Wei himself refrained from disclosing any details, as it was hardly a matter of pride. Initially, Principal Wei contemplated reporting the incident to the authorities, hoping to bring the perpetrator to justice. However, he was dissuaded by Chun Yin, whose words seemed to extinguish the principal's resolve. Later, Chun Yin confided in me that even if Principal Wei had contacted the police, it would have proven futile, for the antagonist had never directly engaged in the act. In essence, they had orchestrated the death from the shadows, leaving the police with no tangible evidence to pursue. Chapter 65. The incident with Grandma. The matters concerning the school may indeed come to a close, for during the subsequent period, no one sustained any harm, not even in the slightest. This gradually led me to believe that the contractor was not one of my classmates. If he truly were, why would he have ceased his actions so abruptly? Even if there were compelling reasons, what would compel him to remain in class? To complete his studies? How absurd. According to Chun Yin, the underworld sect ought to be formidable. Why would someone associated with it linger to pursue an education? In any case, this ordeal has finally passed. After assisting Principal Wei with his affairs, Chun Yin suddenly vanished without a word, leaving even old Zhang in the dark about his whereabouts. Principal Wei himself was unaware. He mentioned that once the matters concerning his son were resolved, Chun Yin departed. They had specifically invited him to dine before his departure, yet Chun Yin declined, leaving in haste. During Chun Yin's absence, the contractor did not stir. He had previously added me on QQ, but after sending a particular message, his profile turned gray, and he has not been online since. I encountered Chun Yin again a month later, just as the time to pay rent approached. My funds were dwindling, and I had initially planned to borrow some money from Lu Cheng to manage the situation. However, on the very day rent was due, Chun Yin returned. That day, there was no evening study session, and after classes, I made my way home. Just as I reached the school gate, Chun Yin suddenly called me. Upon seeing his number, I answered without hesitation. He inquired whether I had finished class and urged me to hurry home. From his tone, it seemed as though he was at my home. I abruptly hung up the phone and hurried back. Upon reaching the entrance of the alley, I caught sight of his figure. I inquired about his whereabouts during this time, but instead of answering, he asked whether Xia Xiaoyu had exhibited any erratic behavior lately. I shook my head in response, stating that she had been quite well behaved. Pleased with my answer, Chun Yin nodded slightly before continuing. I made a trip back to Longhu Mountain recently to report on the matters concerning the underworld sect and took the liberty to inquire if there was a means to dispel the corpse energy. Eagerly, I asked, and what was the outcome? Chun Yin shrugged. Longhu Mountain does have records on how to eliminate corpse energy, but your situation is rather unique. Generally speaking, corpse energy does not merge with yang energy, making it relatively easy to expel. However, the critical issue is that your yang and corpse energies have intertwined, a scenario not documented by Longhu Mountain, leaving me uncertain on how to proceed. A sense of disappointment washed over me. Did this mean I would have to continue looking after Xia Xiaoyu? As dusk fell and a gentle breeze brought a chill, I opened the door to let Chunyin inside. Upon opening the door, Xia Xiaoyu stood behind it, seemingly prepared to answer. She was dressed in a grayish-white casual outfit, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Witnessing this scene, Chunyin stood stunned for a moment before rubbing his eyes in disbelief and exclaiming, "Am I mistaking someone? Is this truly Xia Xiaoyu?" But of course it was her. I was not surprised by Chunyin's reaction. Previously, when Lu Cheng had visited and seen Xia Xiaoyu in this attire, he too had been taken aback. What is happening? How has she learned to dress herself? Don't tell me it was you who taught her. Certainly, it was not I who instructed her. I really that sordid? I shot him a glance, and then clarified. I noticed she had been wearing that same outfit for quite some time, so I took her out to purchase several new ensembles. And I asked the female attendant at the clothing store to assist her with the changes. How did you communicate this to the attendant? I simply stated that she is my sister, and then explained that she's afflicted with a severe illness, making her limbs cumbersome, and kindly requested her assistance in changing. Oh, and I even arranged for someone to help her bathe. However, it is rather strange that despite not bathing for so long, she not only lacks any unpleasant odor, but actually smells quite delightful. Chunyin looked at me in utter disbelief, then entered the room and sat on the bed. Rubbing his forehead, he remarked, "You truly are remarkable, so thoughtful to buy her clothes and hire someone to help her bathe. Why do you not treat me with such kindness? You left without a word, didn't you? If you were to stay here, I would certainly treat you well," I said with a mischievous grin. Chunyin rolled his eyes, saying, "What am I to say to you? You actually bought clothes for a zombie and arranged for her to bathe. Goodness, you must be a fool. Young man, you must honestly tell me, do you have feelings for her?" I raised my hand in a gesture of oath, shaking my head. "Absolutely not. I would never deceive you. Stop the nonsense." Chunyin glanced at Xia Xiaoyao, standing beside me, and awkwardly continued, "Let us talk about my situation. My hasty departure a month ago was, of course, due to my own reasons. Upon my return to Longhu Mountain, I specifically investigated the identity of Xia Xiaoyao. What did you discover? Do not interrupt. Allow me to finish. Longhu Mountain is a significant sect, and not only in the world at large, but particularly in China. Wherever one may be in this vast nation, any individual of notable prowess is likely recorded by Longhu Mountain, which even sends individuals to ascertain the origins of such prominent figures. Logically, the one who sealed Xia Xiaoyao employed the 9 infants corpse trapping formation, indicating that she is an exceptionally formidable zombie. Given her strength, one would expect Longhu Mountain to have documentation regarding her. However, I meticulously scoured all historical records of Longhu Mountain and found no trace of Xia Xiaoyao's origins. So, what does this imply? It suggests that Xia Xiaoyao's identity is rather enigmatic. Strangely, she gives off the impression of an utterly ordinary zombie, completely inconspicuous. Yet, the critical point is that her seal was enforced through the 9 infants corpse trapping formation, which perplexes me. What are you trying to convey, brother? I am momentarily taken aback by his words. Chunyin sighed and looked at me, saying, "I do not intend to convey anything in particular. I merely urge you to exercise caution around her. In her subconscious, you are regarded as family, and she poses no threat to you. However, this may not hold true for others. Henceforth, refrain from having anyone assist her with changing clothes. Should anything untoward occur, can you assume responsibility?" Before I could respond, Chunyin continued, "Additionally, I have already settled your rent here. Shortly, I will visit Uncle Zhang before departing. I will devise a solution for the matter concerning you and Xia Xiaoyao as soon as possible. During this period, I appreciate your cooperation. Are you leaving so soon? In truth, whether Xia Xiaoyu follows me has become less significant. I have grown accustomed to it." Chunyin nodded, indicating that he had other matters to attend to. After a brief conversation at my home, he took his leave. I made no effort to detain him, for he had pressing obligations, and I was of no assistance to him. Once Chunyin departed, my mother called me. I initially thought she was missing me, but upon answering, I was left utterly astonished. Something had happened to my grandmother. Chapter 66. Holding my breath, my grandmother, in her 70s, has always enjoyed robust health. Compared to other elderly individuals of her age, she has always had a hearty appetite and never suffered from any serious ailments. Even the neighbors in our village have often remarked on her good fortune and blessed life. Yet, how could it be that misfortune has suddenly befallen her? My mother informed me that my grandmother has been bedridden for several days. Concerned that this news might disrupt my studies, she refrained from mentioning it to me. However, in recent days, my grandmother has been murmuring my name in her sleep, often calling out for me, tears streaming down her cheeks. We have visited the hospital, but the doctors could find no discernible issues. They assured us that my grandmother's health was quite sound. When the hospital yielded no answers, our neighbors suggested that my mother consult a fortune teller, suspecting that perhaps some malevolent spirit had been attracted to her. After seeking the advice of 2 or 3 practitioners, they all declared that my grandmother was beyond saving, claiming her time was up and that she was merely clinging to life. As this was recounted, my mother began to weep. Xiaofeng, she sobbed, grandmother may not have much time left. She calls for you daily. She must be unwilling to part with you. Please return and see her. Upon hearing her words, my heart ached, and I choked out, Mother, I understand. I will request a leave of absence right away. I am returning home immediately. After ending the call, I reached out to Lu Cheng, asking him to come over. Initially reluctant, he hurried over once I mentioned the urgency of the matter. Upon entering, Lu Cheng was taken aback by the redness of my eyes. Lao Zhang, what is the matter? Why are you crying? It's nothing serious, I replied. My grandmother is ill. I need to go home for a while. Please help me request a leave of absence and also transfer some funds from my account. Oh, is Grandma all right? Lu Cheng pulled out a few hundred yuan from his pocket and handed it to me. This is all I have on me. We can withdraw more from the card later. It's nothing serious, just a minor illness, I replied, rubbing my eyes. After accepting the money and counting approximately 400 to 500 yuan, I tucked it into my pocket and added, this is sufficient. You should keep the rest for yourself. I won't need it here, but if you require anything, just let me know. I'm fine, this is enough. After organizing my luggage, I prepared to leave. As for the apartment, I invited Lu Cheng to stay. After all, the rent had already been paid, and it would be a waste for it to go unoccupied. I handed the keys to Lu Cheng, who accompanied me to hail a cab. At this hour, the minibus service home had already ceased, leaving us no choice but to take a taxi, which is rather expensive, around 100 yuan for the trip, given that there are no highways. Only winding mountain roads that are both bumpy and fuel-consuming. Wherever I went, Xiao Xiaoyu followed, so she was accompanying me back this time. While packing, I contemplated whether to include her belongings, ultimately deciding to take her clothes as well. Once in the cab, Lu Cheng reluctantly said to me, Lao Zhang, message me when you get home. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. Understood. You should head back. You have classes tomorrow. The taxi slowly pulled away, and Lu Cheng receded further into the distance. Leaving Shuicheng County, we ascended the mountain roads, which were mostly unpaved and extremely bumpy throughout the journey. After 2 hours of this relentless jostling, we finally arrived home. The car was parked beneath the crooked tree at the eastern edge of the village. After settling the fare, I took Summer Xiaoyao by the hand, and we made our way into the village. As we entered, a cacophony of barking erupted from the surrounding dogs. Summer Xiaoyao, fearful of dogs, hesitated at the sound of their barks. I reassured her with a gentle, it's all right, and together we hurried towards home, hand in hand. All the lights in the village were extinguished, save for the glow emanating from my own home, where several villagers were still keeping my mother company. Upon my entrance, they all rose to their feet, and when they caught sight of Summer Xiaoyao beside me, their expressions brightened. Aunt Zhang, who lived next door, beamed and inquired, is young Feng back? Is this your girlfriend? I nodded slightly, greeting them before turning to my mother and asking, how's Grandma? My mother appeared worn and pale, rubbing her eyes as she choked back tears. Grandma's in the back room. She won't let us in and keeps calling for you. You should go see her. I nodded in understanding, then turned to Summer Xiaoyao, instructing her to wait for me. My mother pulled a chair over for her, softly saying, please take a seat, dear. Our home may be humble, but I hope you won't mind. Summer Xiaoyao shook her head and looked at me. I nodded, encouraging her to sit, and she slowly lowered herself onto the chair. I then pushed open the wooden door and ventured into the back room. Upon entering, a foul odor assaulted my senses. Switching on the light, I was taken aback at the sight of my grandmother lying on the bed. Was this truly the same grandmother who had once been so robust and healthy? On the bed lay a frail old woman, her skin wrinkled and parched, resembling the desiccated bark of a lifeless tree. My heart ached profoundly as I approached her bedside and softly called out, "Grandma, I have returned." She turned her head to gaze at me, parting her lips as if she wished to speak, yet her voice was so faint it seemed almost inaudible. I leaned closer, straining to catch her words. After an agonizing wait, I discerned her whisper, "Wind, the wind, go, go," confounded by her cryptic message. I opened my mouth to inquire further, but before I could utter a word, she abruptly sat upright, startling me into instinctive retreat. Without allowing me a moment to speak, she seized my arm with a grip that belied her frail stature. Her eyes bore into mine with a fierce intensity, filled with an overwhelming wrath. Logically, one would assume that an elderly woman in her condition would possess little strength. Yet at that moment, her grip was painful and unnaturally powerful. There was no sign of her relinquishing her hold. Rather, she tightened it further, her eyes radiating pure animosity. I was bewildered by her behavior and implored her to explain, but she remained silent. The tension hung in the air for what felt like an eternity, my discomfort escalating as pain coursed through my arm. Just when I thought I could endure no longer, she suddenly released me, collapsing back onto the bed, her eyes fluttering shut, devoid of any further movement. I rubbed my wrist, attempting to rouse her with several calls, but she remained unresponsive. Alarmingly, her complexion shifted from its previous semblance of vitality to a ghastly pallor, utterly devoid of color. In an instant, her physical state had transformed dramatically. I was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. In my desperation, I called out into the yard, and upon hearing my voice, my mother and the others rushed in. The moment she laid eyes on my grandmother lying on the bed, my mother collapsed in despair, weeping uncontrollably at the bedside. The relatives nearby fervently tried to console her, but their efforts proved futile. Grandmother had passed away just like that. They all claimed that she had actually departed long before, holding on to life solely for the chance to see me one last time. Chapter 67. To depart or not to depart. Grandmother has passed away, yet no funeral was held, as my mother insisted it was grandmother's wish. During her illness, she had grasped my mother's hand and murmured, "Xiao Chui, if I die, do not hold a funeral, do not waste that unnecessary money." After all, she was a mother-in-law, and they had relied on each other for so many years. How could my mother bear to go against her wishes? She reassured grandmother, saying, "Mother, do not speak such nonsense. You are merely unwell. We shall find a good doctor to examine you." However, grandmother retorted, "My body is mine. Do I not know what ailments I suffer? You, who married into my family, have never enjoyed a day of ease. Now that I am about to depart, I possess nothing to bequeath to you. Keep that little money for your livelihood. Under no circumstances should you hold a funeral for me. Listen well, or I shall haunt you even in death." Such declarations did not sway my mother. Grandmother repeatedly reiterated her wishes, insisting solely on not having a funeral and requesting to be buried beside grandfather. Eventually, she even threatened my mother, stating that if a funeral were held, she would not rest in peace as a spirit. I inquired of my mother whether a funeral would truly not be held. After a long contemplation, she sighed and affirmed that no funeral would take place. Thus, the customary funeral was forsaken. We lifted grandmother into the coffin, and the following day, with the assistance of our neighbors, we laid her to rest beside grandfather. After experiencing those events alongside Chunyan, I felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of burying grandmother in such haste without consulting a feng shui expert. This reckless act left me with an unsettling feeling in my heart. However, I refrained from mentioning it, as my mother has not been in good spirits these past few days. Even when she speaks to me, her smiles are scarce. It is only during her conversations with Xia Xiaoyu that a smile graces her face. Xia Xiaoyu has begun to speak, albeit with some difficulty. Yet my mother perceives no negativity in this. She eagerly engages Xia Xiaoyu in conversation, often leaving me neglected. During their chats, my mother inevitably notices Xia Xiaoyu's peculiar dental situation, compelling me to fabricate a story, claiming that the school is hosting an event and Xia Xiaoyu's teeth are props, which are cumbersome to remove and reattach. My mother remains somewhat skeptical, but insists that if there is indeed an event, I should return home early. I continue to placate her with vague assurances of departing in a few days. While my mother converses with Xia Xiaoyu, I sit by the lens port. As there are numerous inquiries, Xia Xiaoyu struggles to answer. Much of the information eludes her, and I find myself playing the role of mediator. My mother holds a great fondness for Xia Xiaoyu, often advising me to treat her kindly and refrain from any bullying. I believe bringing Xia Xiaoyu home was a wise decision, for with my grandmother's passing, she is the sole source of joy for my mother. During these few days at home, Xia Xiaoyu and I have shared a room, as space is limited. I feared that if she slept with my mother, certain discrepancies might be unearthed. My mother has not objected to our sleeping arrangements, recognizing that I am now an adult, and considering that many individuals in our community marry by the age of 17 or 18. The ordeal surrounding my grandmother has faded into the past, and after spending a few days at home, I am poised to return to school to continue my studies. After all, remaining cooped up at home is not a viable option. That night, I had intended to return to school the following day. However, my plans were abruptly disrupted by my grandmother's unexpected appearance. Indeed, she appeared in the form of a lifeless body. That morning, I awoke early, eager to make my way back to school. Yet, upon opening the door, I was taken aback to find a figure lying at my doorstep. It was my grandmother. Shocked, I hurried to summon my mother. Upon seeing her mother, my mother collapsed beside the body, overwhelmed with grief, weeping as she implored, "Mother, do you have something to convey? If so, please tell me." My grandmother remained unresponsive, yet my mother's sobs continued to echo, attracting the attention of our neighbors, who soon gathered at our home to ascertain the situation. Upon witnessing my grandmother's lifeless form, Aunt Zhang inquired about what had transpired. I shook my head and replied, "I am as perplexed as you. I awoke to find my grandmother lying here." Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang turned to my mother and said, "Xiao Chui, yesterday Xiao Feng mentioned returning to school today, and now, this morning, he finds his grandmother at the door. Perhaps she did not wish for him to leave." My mother, upon hearing this, wept even more fervently, collapsing over my grandmother's body as she lamented, "Mother, Xiao Feng will not go. He will not leave." I echoed my mother's sentiment, stating, "Grandmother, I will not leave. I will stay here with you." Strangely, as soon as my words left my lips, the furrow in my grandmother's brow seemed to soften slightly. Everyone present was taken aback, their astonishment serving only to corroborate Aunt Zhang's assertion. My grandmother, it seemed, did not wish for me to depart. The midday sky was shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, devoid of any sunlight. Seizing the moment, we lifted my grandmother once more and returned her to the earth upon the mountain. Upon beholding her grave, I was startled to discover a small hole atop it, large enough to permit a person to enter or exit without difficulty. All stood in stunned silence, unable to explain the peculiar sight before us. A singular thought emerged within me. My grandmother must have crawled out from within. Though this notion seemed utterly absurd, I found no alternative explanation to assuage my bewilderment. After reinterring my grandmother, our group hastily descended the mountain. They departed ahead of me, and I intended to follow suit. However, Xiao Xiao lingered at my grandmother's grave, lost in thought. I called to her, but she paid me no heed. Approaching her, I whispered, "What is it?" She gazed at me, shook her head, and remained silent. Yet her right hand reached out to grasp mine before she turned away. I was utterly confounded by her actions, unsure of their meaning, and my inquiries were met with silence. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Xiao Xiao abruptly halted and turned to gaze back up the slope. This sudden pause tested my patience, and I pressed her for an explanation. She stared at me vacantly for a moment before slowly articulating, "Grandma has something to say." My heart raced at the implication that my grandmother had something to convey. I stood there, utterly astonished, when suddenly a fierce wind began to howl around me, so strong that I could scarcely open my eyes. Amidst the howling, I thought I discerned a voice, one that seemed to belong to my grandmother. She was urging me go. Indeed, it was unmistakably her voice, compelling me to move. But what could this mean? As the wind subsided, I called out into the stillness, "Grandma, is that you speaking? Is it you?" The air grew eerily quiet, enveloping me in silence. Not even the faintest whisper of wind remained. I yearned for any sound, any sign that it was my grandmother responding, yet the surroundings remained profoundly still. Chapter 68. Juyong Peak, Ziyun Temple. The sudden silence instilled a sense of unease within me. Did this tranquility signify that grandmother had departed? I turned my gaze towards the mountain, my heart heavy with confusion in addition to the growing trepidation. I had intended to return to school, yet grandmother had forbidden me to do so. Now, however, she seemed to encourage my departure. What was her true intention? On the very night of my return, she had insisted that I leave, and I wondered if there was a connection between these events. Did she wish for me to vacate the village? Or was there a deeper meaning behind her words? I pondered for a moment, convinced that grandmother's statement bore some hidden significance. Otherwise, she would not have rushed to the doorstep to prevent my leaving. Yet, what could her words truly imply? This eluded my comprehension. As I contemplated, Xia Xiaoyu tugged at my sleeve and, hesitantly, suggested that it was time to depart. I nodded, casting glances back as I walked. Upon returning to the village, everyone had left after dining at my home. I had initially planned to head back to school, but my mother adamantly insisted that I stay, claiming I could leave after a while. Yet, she could not specify how long this one might be. In the evening, Aunt Zhang's son, Dahu, came to visit me. This little fellow, at merely 8 years of age, exhibited remarkable prowess with mobile devices. He had come to my house solely for the purpose of playing with my phone, engrossed until mealtime when Aunt Zhang finally called him home. My mother even prepared a meal for them, but Aunt Zhang declined, pulling Dahu by the ear as they departed. No sooner had they left than village chief Li arrived. As soon as village head Li entered the room, my mother hurriedly invited him to dine. He, panting slightly, waved his hand and said, "Let us not eat just yet. A young man on a motorcycle has arrived at the eastern end of the village, specifically inquiring for your grandmother. I informed him that she has passed away, but he insisted on meeting her family. Thus, I have come to find you." Upon hearing this, I set down my chopsticks and, accompanied by Xia Xiaoyu, rushed towards the eastern end of the village. There, beneath the crooked tree, a crowd had gathered, comprising villagers from our own community as well as from neighboring ones. Among them stood a young man, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He appeared to be in his early 20s, sporting long hair and possessing a handsome visage, with the exception of a scar running down the bridge of his nose. He was clad in a simple blue robe, a rather peculiar attire. As I pushed through the crowd, he removed the cigarette from his mouth and fixed his gaze upon me, scrutinizing me intently. The village widow, Lu, upon seeing my arrival, pointed at me and said to the young man, "This is the person you seek." At this, the young man turned his attention to Xia Xiaoyu, who instinctively stepped behind me, seemingly trying to evade his gaze. The young man remained silent, and I was the first to speak. "What business do you have with my grandmother? She has already departed. Whatever you wish to convey can be addressed to me." The young man squinted and smiled, extinguishing the cigarette but in his hand before responding, "Lu Ruolin is your grandmother? Then you must be Zhang Yifeng, correct?" I nodded slightly, and before I could utter a word, he continued, "My name is Zhang Jichao. I am here to take you away." "Take me away?" I was a bit bewildered, unsure of what he meant. Zhang Jichao seemed momentarily taken aback by my reaction, then inquired, "What? Did your grandmother not mention the connection between Juyong Peak and your Zhang family?" Juyong Peak, Ziyun Temple? What on earth were these? I had never even heard of them. At that moment, my mother and village chief Li arrived. Upon hearing Zhang Jichao's words, village chief Li was visibly excited. Approaching me, he pointed a trembling finger at Zhang Jichao and asked, "Are you from Juyong Peak? What is your relationship with Taoist Juyong?" Zhang Jichao, noticing that someone understood the context, smiled and replied, "The person you speak of is my master." Village chief Li then asked, "And how is Taoist Juyong faring these days?" Zhang Jichao sighed. "My master passed away 2 years ago." Apart from village chief Li and my mother, the rest of us were utterly perplexed, gazing at them in confusion, completely unaware of their discussion. Widow Lu then asked, "Village chief, what are you talking about? What is Juyong Peak, and who is Taoist Juyong?" Village chief Li shot her a glare, signaling her to refrain from speaking out of turn. Widow Lu, feeling rebuffed, pouted and muttered something cryptic, as if trying to incite curiosity. Village chief Li chose not to respond, but instead urged everyone to disperse and attend to their own affairs. Those with a modicum of discernment promptly took their leave. The remaining individuals were primarily from neighboring villages, and village chief Li paid them no mind. He then turned to Zhang Jichao with a warm smile and said, "Since you are a disciple of the esteemed Jiang Taoist, you are indeed a distinguished guest in our village. If you do not mind, let us converse at my home." Village chief Li was not one to speak in such a manner to others, unless they were high-ranking officials or affluent individuals. Yet, the man before him was dressed rather modestly, giving no impression of wealth or privilege, so why the courtesy? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jichao furrowed his brow as he glanced at his motorcycle, awkwardly replying, "That would be acceptable, but my bike. The roads in the village are quite poor and unsafe. Allow me the honor of riding it for you." Village chief Li responded cheerfully. Zhang Jichao nodded in agreement, unfastening the keychain from his waist and handing the motorcycle keys to village chief Li. Subsequently, his mother led the way, guiding Zhang Jichao towards their home. Xia Xiaoyu appeared somewhat apprehensive of Zhang Jichao and hesitated to follow, prompting me to walk behind her. Upon reaching the front door, I spotted two familiar figures, Lu Cheng and Zhang Shui. From a distance, I called out to Lu Cheng. Upon recognizing me, he approached, holding Zhang Shui's hand. "Old Zhang, how have you managed the situation with second grandma? I heard from my mother that she has returned." Lu Cheng inquired, and I understood the implication of his words. I nodded and replied, "Yes, she has returned, but she has already been sent back. By the way, what brings you back?" "Tomorrow is Saturday, and as there are no classes, I plan to return and take something for Xiaoxiu, allowing my mother to have a look and perhaps reconsider her opinions on my aspirations." I rolled my eyes at him in exasperation, while Zhang Shui turned to Zhang behind me and inquired, "Zhang Yifeng, who is this?" Lu Cheng instinctively began to say she was his girlfriend, but upon catching my gaze, I quickly cleared my throat as a signal to refrain. "Xiaoxiu is not my girlfriend. That title rightfully belongs to Chun Karen, regardless of her current whereabouts. Nevertheless, she remains my girlfriend. Zhang Shui is a close friend of Chun Karen. And if Lu Cheng were to claim Xiaoxiu as my girlfriend, it would certainly alter Zhang Shui's perception of me." Upon noticing my expression, Lu Cheng promptly realized his blunder and quickly corrected himself, stating, "This is Lao Zhang's cousin, named Xiaoxiu. We usually call her Xiao Xiao. She has been unwell and is temporarily staying at Lao Zhang's house to recuperate." Chapter 69. Mount Juyong. "The Juyong old Taoist, is she your cousin?" Zhang Shui inquired, her expression a blend of skepticism and curiosity, her eyes scrutinizing Xia Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoyu gazed back at Zhang Shui with a look of perplexity, undoubtedly wondering why she was being so intently observed. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Shui finally broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Zhang Yifeng, your cousin is truly beautiful, isn't she?" "Indeed, I share the same sentiment," I replied awkwardly, managing a smile before adding, "Old Lu, why not come inside? It's rather chilly outside this evening." Lu Cheng waved his hand in refusal, shaking his head. No, I'll head home first and return tomorrow." "Very well." I watched Lu Cheng and Zhang Shui depart, hand in hand, feeling a twinge of envy. I found myself pondering the whereabouts of Chun Karen and how she was faring. With a deep sigh, I led Xia Xiaoyu into the house. Inside, the food was still warm, and Zhang Jichao was seated at the round table, unceremoniously devouring his meal. Beside him, my mother wore a displeased expression. As Xia Xiaoyu and I settled down, I was about to speak when village head Li interjected, advising me to wait until the young gentleman had finished his meal before discussing anything further. The village head's overly cordial demeanor piqued my curiosity about his true identity. What manner of person was he, really? After the meal, Zhang Jichao patted his belly and burped. "Andy, have you made a decision? Do you agree to let me take him away?" Upon hearing Zhang Jichao's words, my mother's countenance darkened further, while village head Li continued to stoke the flames of persuasion, saying, "Xiao Chui, this is a wonderful opportunity. Were you still deliberating?" Zhang Jichao gestured to the village chief and said, "Old uncle, this matter truly requires careful consideration." Indeed, what the young gentleman says holds merit." As I listened to their conversation, I furrowed my brow in confusion. "Wait a moment. What exactly are you discussing? I cannot comprehend a word." "Mother, do you know something?" My mother hesitated for a while, her tightly knitted brows slowly relaxing before she finally spoke. Alas, this is my fault. Xiaofeng, I am sorry. Subsequently, my mother recounted the tale of the Juyang Peak Ziyun Temple. To understand this, one must begin from the day of my birth. On the day I was born, my father passed away. Initially, my mother believed that I was the cause of my father's demise, as the timing was too coincidental. I was born, and he departed this world. Because of this, my mother refused to acknowledge me, giving birth without even casting a glance in my direction. It was only through my grandmother's persistent pleas that she reluctantly held me in her arms. Later, on the day of my father's burial, an elderly Taoist arrived at our home. He introduced himself as Juyang, hailing from the Juyang Peak Ziyun Temple, and mentioned he had come seeking a meal. My grandmother, feeling compassionate, offered him some food. After finishing his meal, he turned to her and declared, "I never owe a debt to others. This kindness today, I will surely repay." My grandmother found this somewhat amusing, thinking to herself, "You cannot even secure a meal, yet you speak of repayment?" The old Taoist, perceiving her thoughts, merely smiled and replied, "Sister, do not jest at my expense. Juyang is a man of his word. I shall repay this kindness, since you, dear sister, remain skeptical. Let us agree on this. 18 years hence, I shall personally send someone from my Juyang Peak Ziyun Temple to escort your grandson away. Would this not suffice as a repayment for your benevolence?" Upon hearing this, grandmother was taken aback, pondering how this old Taoist knew of her grandson's existence. Moreover, she questioned the nature of such a repayment. Anger welled within her, seemingly on the verge of eruption. However, the old Taoist spoke first. "Sister, do not be enraged. Allow me to finish my words. If my calculations are correct, your grandson's father perished at the moment of his birth, and tragically, he met his end in an accident. Today's funeral surely mourns the passing of this child's father, does it not?" Grandmother gasped again, inquiring, "How does the gentleman know this?" The old Taoist waved his hand dismissively, still smiling. "In my lifetime, I possess no extraordinary talents. I merely have the old craft of fortune-telling. There are but a handful of things in this world beyond my grasp." Grandmother pressed, "What else have you foreseen, sir?" No sooner had the words left her lips than the old Taoist scrutinized her intently and declared, "Your grandson is destined for a tumultuous path ahead. He bears a heavy burden of debts that belong to the deceased. Those who carry such burdens can foresee the life and death of others, which, in theory, is a gift. However, every benefit carries its drawbacks. Should your grandson fail to acquire a skill, he is fated to become a mere puppet in the hands of others, exploited, and, should fortune turn ill, he may even be transformed into a wretched spirit after death, enduring endless suffering." Grandmother found herself at a loss, uncertain of the truth in the old man's words. To dismiss them would be unwise, for his previous predictions had proven uncannily accurate. Yet to fully accept them was equally daunting. Is there truly such an enigmatic matter in this world? After a moment of contemplation, grandmother ultimately chose to believe the old Taoist's words. She inquired of him what should be done. The old Taoist, with a serene smile, replied, "Did I not just mention? 18 years hence, the disciples of my Ziyun Temple on Juyang Peak shall come to personally escort him away." Grandmother then asked, "Why must it be after 18 years?" The old Taoist elucidated, "If I were to take him away now, would you not be left bereft of ever seeing him again?" At that time, grandmother did not grasp the full import of his words. She assumed the old Taoist was merely concerned about her reluctance to part. However, when she found herself bedridden and teetering on the brink of death, enlightenment struck her like a bolt of lightning. The meaning behind his words revealed itself. Grandmother was to have 18 more years of life, and the old Taoist wished for me to remain by her side for that duration. After imparting this wisdom, he departed. Grandmother respectfully accompanied him to the door, and as he left, he reiterated, "Remember, in 18 years, the disciples of my Ziyun Temple on Juyang Peak will come to personally escort him away. The future of the Zhang family rests upon your decisions." At that moment, grandmother did not heed his words, until the year I turned 5 and foresaw another's demise. It was then that grandmother realized the truth in the old Taoist statements. After recounting this, my mother, wiping her reddened eyes, added, "The day before you returned." Grandmother grasped my hand and told me that after her passing, the disciples of Jiang Peak's Yun Temple would surely come, urging me not to hinder them, for they would take you away. Well, I certainly shall not allow that. I glanced at Zhang Jichao and shook my head, saying, "Mother, I shall not go anywhere. I will remain at home to study and can often return to keep you company." Upon hearing my words, my mother wept even more profusely. Meanwhile, Zhang Jichao simply shrugged his shoulders, indifferent. "Whether you choose to accompany me or not is of no consequence. My purpose here is solely to fulfill a task." Before my arrival, my senior brother repeatedly cautioned me that if you are unwilling to journey to Jiang Peak with me, I shall return alone and never force you. "Very well, then I shall not go. You may return by yourself. If you wish to stay here a few more days, you are most welcome." Zhang Jichao smiled, but did not respond. Chapter 70. A glimpse of causality within the confines of the room. An unexpected silence enveloped us. My mother hesitated, while Zhang Jichao maintained his serene smile, choosing silence. Village Chief Li, on the other hand, appeared increasingly anxious. Just as my mother prepared to speak, a voice echoed from outside. Aunt Zhang was calling for me. Upon hearing her, I quickly rushed outside. Before I could utter a word, Aunt Zhang, in a state of urgency, inquired, "Xiaofeng, have you seen my Huzi?" Perplexed, I responded, "Didn't you just take him home for dinner?" Aunt Zhang, exasperated, exclaimed, "I sent him to call his grandfather for dinner, and he hasn't returned since. I've searched everywhere I could think of, yet I cannot find him." Huzi's home was a mere 3 to 4 minute walk from his grandfather's. In such a short span of time, what could possibly have happened to him? Moreover, this boy was known for his playful nature. It was likely he had wandered off to amuse himself elsewhere. Observing Aunt Zhang's distress, I reassured her, "Aunt, do not fret. He might just be off playing again." "Oh, the trouble of it all. I shall not burden you further. I will check at Xiao Cheng's home." Watching Aunt Zhang's retreating figure, I shook my head, pondering how mischievous Huzi truly was. Upon re-entering the house, my mother inquired about Aunt Zhang's visit. I shrugged, replying that she was merely searching for Huzi. Nodding, my mother continued, "Xiaofeng, why don't you accompany Xiao Xiansheng? There is nothing for you to worry about here." Noticing her inclination to elaborate, I hastily interjected, "Mother, please refrain from saying more. No matter what, I will not leave. My father is gone. My grandfather is gone. And now even my grandmother has departed. If I were to leave again, what would become of my mother? She would be all alone. And how could I bear that?" My mother sighed as she looked at me, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but unable to find the words. Zhang Jichao, sensing the moment, remained silent, maintaining his smile. Sitting there in silence felt unproductive, so my mother rose to serve them tea. As she handed over the cups, Village Headley beamed and struck up a conversation with Zhang Jichao. This old fellow seemed eager to curry favor. I abstained from the tea, as it was not to my taste. After sitting with him for a spell, I decided to retreat to my bedroom. Just as I reached the door, I abruptly halted, my legs weakening beneath me, nearly causing me to stumble. Fortunately, Xia Xiaoyao was behind me, steadying me with a timely support. Observing this, my mother assumed I had tripped and mumbled something about being grown and needing to watch where I was going. I remained silent, a wave of panic rising within me. Just moments ago, I believe I caught a glimpse of Dehu. No, it would not be accurate to say I saw him. It was merely a fleeting image, a brief flash in my mind. In that image, Dehu was floating on the surface of the river, devoid of any clothing. Just that single scene flitted through my consciousness. I took a deep breath, turning to my mother, who, upon seeing my expression, inquired what was the matter. Before I could respond, Zhang Jichao stood up, muttering, "Karma. Have you entangled yourself in karma?" I ignored his words, my face betraying my alarm as I said, "Mom, something has happened to Dehu." My mother furrowed her brow, still struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Zhang Jichao quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He fixed his gaze upon me and remarked, "No wonder you bear the threads of causality. It appears you have witnessed something you ought not to have." My mother, taken aback by Zhang Jichao's words, urgently inquired, "Xiaofeng, what did you see?" "The big tiger is dead," I stammered, my words tumbling forth. No sooner had I spoken than Aunt Zhang's voice resonated once more from outside. Upon hearing her, everyone gravitated toward the door, peering out to catch a glimpse of Aunt Zhang. She paused, breathless, and implored, Xiaofeng, please, I need your assistance in locating the big tiger. I have searched everywhere, but I cannot find this child. With nightfall approaching, what if he encounters danger? To the riverbank, I shouted, dashing away without hesitation. After a few strides, Xia Xiaoyao attempted to follow, but I turned to her and said, Xiao Xia, stay at home and wait for me. I shall return shortly. Xia Xiaoyao obediently remained in place, refraining from following. As for my mother, she wished to assist as well, yet I insisted she remain home to keep Xia Xiaoyao company. Thus, Aunt Zhang and I hurried toward the riverbank. Within a few miles of Hongye village, there was but a single river. We exited the village and ran westward, soon reaching the river's edge. Upon our arrival, we spotted several villagers approaching us, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. Due to the inky blackness of the night and the dim light from my phone, I could not discern what lay upon the river's surface. When the villagers drew near, I borrowed one of their flashlights to illuminate the center of the river. The moment the beam fell upon the water, I was left utterly astounded. Upon the surface of the river floated a figure, indistinct yet unmistakably that of Dehu. The scene was witnessed by all, causing Aunt Zhang to collapse to the ground, consumed by her sobs. I was momentarily paralyzed, my heart racing with confusion. How could this happen? How could it be? Just moments ago, I had witnessed that very image. How could Dehu be gone? I had not even noticed the sinister shadows that had accompanied him. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the beam of a flashlight suddenly pierced the darkness behind me. Someone was approaching. Turning around, I saw it was village head Li and Zhang Jichao. Observing our dazed expressions, village head Li, panting heavily, inquired, What are you all staring at? Where's Dehu? Have you found him? I pointed silently towards the center of the river. Following my gesture, village head Li fell silent, struck by disbelief. Aunt Zhang wiped her tears and, rising from the ground, attempted to leap into the water. Alarmed, the others quickly restrained her as she struggled, crying out, Don't hold me back. Let me save Dehu. Enraged, village head Li retorted, Save? How do you intend to save him? Everyone calm down. I will row the boat over. No one else is to enter the river. Anyone who dares to do so will face my wrath. Chapter 71. A fatal misfortune. Walking along the riverbank to the left, I soon encountered a dilapidated suspension bridge. The wooden planks upon it were in disrepair, and many had fallen from its precarious height in the past, resulting in frequent accidents that left no one daring to traverse it now. On ordinary days, if anyone wished to reach the opposite bank, they would resort to rowing across. The boat had seen many years, and each time I set sail, an overwhelming anxiety gripped me, a persistent fear of tumbling into the river. At that moment, village chief Li finished speaking and turned towards the bridge. I called out to him, hesitating for a moment before saying, Uncle Li, I shall accompany you. It would be unwise for you to go alone. Village chief Li paused, about to respond, when Zhang Jichao stepped forward and declared, Enough. None of you shall go. I have a method to retrieve the body. With that, all eyes turned towards Zhang Jichao. Aunt Zhang cried out, Young man, I implore you, please save my son. I beg you. Zhang Jichao nodded, saying, Annie, please rise. My assurance of a solution means I shall indeed assist you. Wiping her tears, Aunt Zhang got to her feet, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Zhang Jichao, who appeared somewhat embarrassed by her appreciation. He sighed softly, gazing contemplatively at the river's surface, and murmured, Why must I become entangled in such karmic affairs so swiftly? This matter is truly exasperating. Zhang Jichao then crouched by the riverbank, biting his middle finger until it bled, a crimson droplet oozing forth. He submerged his middle finger into the water, furrowing his brow as he gazed toward the center of the river. All the onlookers along the riverbank regarded him with bewilderment, utterly perplexed by his actions. I crouched beside him, curiosity piqued, and inquired, Didn't you say there's a way to make the corpse float on its own? Is this all it takes? Zhang Jichao nodded and replied, What? Do you not believe me? It wasn't a matter of disbelief. Rather, I simply felt that this approach seemed rather overly simplistic. Zhang Jichao countered my hesitation with a question. I forced a sheepish smile. I thought you would perform some grand ritual like in the movies. He shook his head, saying, "It's not that complicated. Do you know what I'm actually doing?" "No," I exclaimed, bewildered. "I am feeding the ghosts." Huh. His declaration left me utterly flabbergasted, staring at him in confusion. A faint smile graced his lips as he stirred the water with his finger. Clearly, he was unfazed by my reaction, as if he had grown accustomed to such bewilderment. "You heard me correctly. I am indeed feeding the ghosts. As the saying goes, money can make even the ghost grind the mill. When one seeks assistance, regardless of wealth, a small token of appreciation is necessary. The same applies to ghosts. If you wish to enlist their help, a humble offering is essential. Otherwise, why would they assist you? Could you clarify that a bit more?" "I'm becoming increasingly muddled," I implored. "To put it simply, I am performing a blood sacrifice, offering blood as a token to request the ghost's aid." No wonder he referred to it as feeding the ghosts. He was indeed using blood to appease them and solicit their assistance. Yet the surface of the river lay tranquil, devoid of any disturbance. Not a whisper of a ghost, not even a shadow to be seen. After waiting several minutes in vain, my impatience grew, prompting me to inquire whether this method would indeed prove effective. If not, I would take to the boat myself. Zhang Jichao cast a sidelong glance at me, urging silence. I rolled my eyes and crouched in silence, observing the scene unfold. Moments passed in stillness, and the group's patience began to wane. Just then, bubbles began to rise from the depths of the river, akin to water brought to a boil, an eerie sight indeed, especially under the cloak of night, causing many to recoil in fright. A peculiar smile crept across Zhang Jichao's face as he declared, "It has come." I then beheld the blood at his fingertips, forming a line that drifted toward the river center. Zhang Jichao squeezed his fingers, gazing at the bubbling water, and uttered, "Feast, feast, once you are satiated. Assist me in retrieving the body." "Hey, you old specter, do not be overly greedy. Otherwise, I shall strike you down with a single blow," I retorted. "Ah, that is it. Hurry, consume quickly, and aid me in retrieving the body. Enough already. You draw so much blood for such a trivial task. I shall soon be anemic." Zhang Jichao began to murmur to the river's surface, leaving everyone astonished, for they all understood to whom he was addressing. Who else could it be but the entity within the water? After Zhang Jichao's pronouncement, the bubbling gradually subsided, and not a ripple remained. Immediately, the lifeless body of Da Hu began to shift, propelling itself toward our direction with remarkable speed. In a short while it reached the shore, and several quick-witted villagers swiftly pulled him ashore. At the moment they hoisted Da Hu from the water, I noticed a dark mass sinking beneath the surface, resembling a tangled mass of hair. Trembling, I inquired of Zhang Jichao whether it was a water ghost. He dismissed the notion, stating it was merely a wandering spirit. Afterward, he approached Da Hu's body to examine it closely. I ventured a glance as well. Da Hu lay naked, a red string tied around his waist, his face swollen and his veins protruding like wriggling earthworms. "Oh, my child!" Aunt Zhang wept over Da Hu, her cries resonating with profound sorrow. Da Hu's father worked far away, only returning home once a year during the New Year festivities. For years, Da Hu had been Aunt Zhang's sole companion. Now, with this tragedy, how could she endure? Aunt Zhang wept bitterly, tears and snot mingling in her grief. Just then, Da Hu's abdomen suddenly swelled. The contents rose toward his chest, as if about to surge forth from his mouth. Observing this, Zhang Jichao swiftly pulled Aunt Zhang away with considerable strength. A gentle tug was all it took to lift her. At that moment, the contents within Da Hu surged to his mouth, which opened involuntarily, and a torrent of water erupted forth. Subsequently, a dark mass emerged from the mouth of the great tiger. Zhang Jichao, undeterred by its unsightliness, crouched down and pulled the mass out. This object, shadowy and indistinct, bore a resemblance to hair, yet was decidedly not hair. He discarded it aside and fixed his piercing gaze upon the tiger. Then, with a swift motion, he struck the tiger's abdomen. In response to the blow, the tiger's throat convulsed, emitting a shrill cry reminiscent of a child's voice, specifically that of a young girl. Following this utterance, The tiger clamped its mouth shut and lay motionless on the ground, devoid of any sign of life. To be frank, I was taken aback by the preceding spectacle. Swallowing hard as I inquired of Zhang Jichao regarding the situation. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the assembled individuals and coldly remarked, he met an untimely demise. Chapter 72. Conditions of Exchange. A death by misfortune? What on earth is happening? I gazed at Zhang Jichao, hoping he could provide a reasonable explanation. Zhang Jichao nodded and said, he indeed met an untimely end. You witnessed the substance he expelled from his mouth. It is known as the soul-devouring insect, capable of controlling human consciousness. As for the sounds he emitted, they were the last echoes he heard before his demise. Are there any young girls in your village? I shook my head and replied, the girls in our village are mostly around 8 or 9 years old, and the sounds earlier did not resemble those of a child that age. By the way, you mentioned that the creature expelled by Dahu is called the soul-devouring insect, but it hardly resembles an insect. Zhang Jichao explained, this insect is minuscule, yet once it enters the human body, it transforms into something akin to hair, infiltrating the various meridians and seizing control of the brain and consciousness. This insect is singular in its purpose. Once the host dies, it perishes alongside them. To simplify, is akin to a curse. If the host perishes, the curse cannot survive. This situation is indeed troublesome, involving both a young girl and a cursed insect. It is rather intricate. Has anyone in your village ever encountered practitioners of this art? The group exchanged glances, although they could not fully comprehend Zhang Jichao's words. They grasped one crucial point. Dao had been murdered. Furthermore, the elements involved were exceedingly bizarre and convoluted. As for this so-called cursed art, within a radius of several dozen miles, there had been no reports of anyone possessing such skills. I shook my head at Zhang Jichao, who then inquired, have any oddly dressed individuals visited the village? Generally, the art of witchcraft is practiced solely by the Miao people. Please think carefully. Have you seen any such figures in the past or recently? When the answer was negative, Zhang Jichao found himself at a loss. He rubbed his temples and sighed. Very well, let's first transport the body back. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang pleaded, young sir, I implore you to assist me, to help me find the murderer of my son. Zhang Jichao gently patted Aunt Zhang's shoulder, saying, Aunt, it's not that I wish to refuse you. It's just that I'm unable to help in this matter. Hearing his words, Aunt Zhang became frantic, nearly kneeling before him, but fortunately, Zhang Jichao was quick to support her. Aunt, what are you doing? She cried, young sir, he is my only son. I cannot allow him to rest in peace without justice. I beg you to aid me, to help my son. I will pay you whatever you ask. Zhang Jichao waved his hands repeatedly. It's not merely a matter of money. However, I can assist you, but I have one condition. Young sir, please state your condition. I can help you find the murderer, but this scoundrel must accompany me back to Juyang Peak. Zhang Jichao looked at me with a triumphant smile, and his request left me momentarily stunned. Was he not imposing an impossible dilemma upon Aunt Zhang? Indeed, as soon as Zhang Jichao's words fell, Aunt Zhang cast a pleading glance in my direction, perhaps reminded of my mother, and hesitated to speak. Observing Zhang Jichao's smug demeanor, I could not help but exclaim, hey, aren't you putting me in a difficult position? Besides, didn't you say you wouldn't force me to leave? Is that really coercion? Zhang Jichao shrugged. Have I compelled you? Think it through, little one. I am under no obligation to assist you. This matter is entirely unrelated to me. I found myself momentarily speechless. He was indeed correct. This situation held no relevance for him, and he bore no duty to aid us. Yet, his demand seemed rather unreasonable. After a moment of contemplation, I finally replied, very well, I agree to your terms. As long as you identify the perpetrator who murdered Dahu, I shall accompany you. Of course, while I verbally consented, in my heart I mused, by the time you uncover the murderer and bring him to justice, the decision of whether to go still lies with me. Even if I choose not to accompany you, what can you do about it? With this thought, a triumphant smile crept across my face. Unaware of my line of thinking, Zhang Jichao would surely have been furious had he known. Upon my agreement to his condition, he gestured for the others to carry Dahu back. Initially, I intended to follow them, but Zhang Jichao detained me, claiming he had questions to pose. Once the others had distanced themselves, I inquired what he wished to ask. With arms crossed and a sheepish grin, he replied, "This question has lingered in my mind since the moment I first laid eyes on you. But out of respect for your mother, I refrained from asking until now. What exactly is the problem?" I gazed at him, somewhat perplexed. "Feel free to ask. I shall not conceal anything that I am aware of. You have my word." Zhang Jichao cast a sidelong glance at me. "Where did that zombie beside you come from?" "Zombie?" Xia Xiaoyao. I paused, taken aback. How did he know that Xia Xiaoyao was a zombie? Despite my curiosity, I masked my intrigue and feigned composure as I replied, "What zombie? I don't know what you're talking about." Zhang Jichao did not take offense at my response. Instead, he chuckled and said, "You may choose not to speak, but TSK. What if I were to expose her in front of your mother? How do you think she would react? Are all of you from Juyong Peak as despicable and shameless as you? You need not provoke me. The choice to speak lies with you." Under his veiled threat, I relented. I could not allow my mother to discover that Xia Xiaoyao was a zombie. What if it frightened her? Thus, I took a deep breath and revealed the truth about Xia Xiaoyao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jichao scratched the back of his ear, nonchalantly saying, "Is Longhu Mountain really that incompetent? Unable to expel even the zombie aura?" His words implied he knew how to eliminate the zombie aura. When I inquired, he merely shook his head, claiming ignorance. I was left speechless, rolling my eyes at him. He patted my shoulder and said earnestly, "Based on what you just said, this zombie should be quite formidable. However, why do I feel she is merely a low-level zombie? Perhaps not even that. I have no idea." Previously, Chunyan mentioned something similar. Although Xia Xiaoyu appears rather foolish, the one who sealed her indeed employed the Taoist highly taboo 9 infants corpse trapping formation. I cannot ascertain the true power of this formation, but from Chunyan's words, it is evident that such an array is not something an ordinary person can wield. If Xia Xiaoyu is truly a foolish zombie, how could the other party have orchestrated such a grand formation to seal her? Zhang Jichao perceived my bewilderment and chose not to inquire further. He then coldly remarked, "Regardless of the origins of that zombie, her presence beside you is ultimately a calamity. If you accompany me to Juyong Peak, I could assist you in liberating yourself from her." Chapter 73, The Guiding Rooster. The soul of the living, let us first address the matter at hand. I gazed at Zhang Jichao, feeling a twinge of indecision within me. To be candid, had this been in the past, I might have readily acquiesced. However, after spending considerable time with Xia Xiaoyu, my emotions towards her have grown increasingly intricate. Zhang Jichao, sensing my hesitation, refrained from further commentary and led me directly to Aunt Zhang's residence. From a distance, I could hear Aunt Zhang's anguished cries. She was on the phone, conversing with a man, presumably her husband, whose voice resonated with anger, booming through the line. Aunt Zhang, overwhelmed by his ire, was rendered speechless, reduced to silent tears. At that moment, a significant number of villagers had gathered, including my mother and Xia Xiaoyu. Upon spotting me, Xia Xiaoyu approached, yet the sudden influx of people rendered her somewhat disconcerted, prompting her to quietly seek refuge behind me. Zhang Jichao, initially heading towards Dahu, halted his steps upon noticing Xia Xiaoyu's advance, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her. Instinctively, I positioned myself to shield Xia Xiaoyu, prompting a knowing smile from Zhang Jichao before he resumed his examination of Dahu. Once Aunt Zhang concluded her phone call, Zhang Jichao inquired about Dahu's birth date and time. After obtaining the necessary information, he addressed Aunt Zhang. "Aunt, could you assist me in procuring some yellow paper and a large rooster?" In response, Aunt Zhang nodded vigorously, affirming, "We have both yellow paper and a rooster at home." "Then I shall trouble you." Shortly thereafter, Mrs. Zhang approached, clutching a rooster in her right hand and carrying yellow paper in her left. Accepting the yellow paper, Zhang Jichao instructed the villagers to carry Dahu's body outside and place it before the main entrance, with his head facing the door. Though uncertain of Zhang Jichao's intentions, the villagers complied. Zhang Jichao walked to the side with the yellow paper, tearing it into a palm-sized paper effigy. He then bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the effigy's head. Whether it was a mere figment of perception, the paper figure seemed to quiver momentarily upon the blood's contact. Subsequently, he crumpled the paper figure into a ball and requested assistance in prying open the rooster's beak, into which he stuffed the paper. Initially, the rooster struggled vehemently, but upon the insertion of the paper figure, it quieted down, its gaze fixated unwaveringly upon Dahu. Zhang Jichao directed Mrs. Zhang to release the rooster. Mrs. Zhang, presuming Zhang Jichao was concerned about her fatigue, repeatedly insisted on holding it, remarking that the chicken was not heavy. Zhang Jichao demurred, elucidating that to summon her son's spirit back, the rooster was needed to guide the way, a task impossible were it to remain in her arms. It was only then that Mrs. Zhang released the rooster onto the ground. Upon landing, the rooster ambled over to Dahu's feet, tilting its head to scrutinize him. Observing this, Zhang Jichao sat cross-legged on the ground, forming a sword finger with his right hand before his forehead, and began to chant an incantation. Wandering spirits, where do they linger? The 3 souls have descended, and the 7 spirits arrive. By the river's edge, in wild places, among temples and villages, in palaces and prisons, within graves and forests, there are strange and unsettling occurrences, a lost true soul. Today, I beseech the mountain god, the general of the 5 pathways, the local land deity, and the kitchen god of the household, as I undertake my duties, intent on searching for souls, to assist in restoring spirit, as the gates of heaven and earth open, and the 1,000-mile youth comes to guide the souls. I humbly invoke the great Lord Laozi, urgent as the law commands. As the incantation concluded, an unforeseen wind abruptly surged around us, fierce enough to hinder one's vision. This tempest endured for approximately 3 minutes before subsiding. Once the wind ceased, I surveyed the surroundings, momentarily believing that the great tiger had returned. However, after a thorough glance, there was no sign of the beast. Just as I was about to inquire of Zhang Jichao regarding the peculiar situation, the large rooster suddenly crowed, drawing the attention of all present. It staggered a couple of steps, tilted its head, and collapsed to the ground, motionless. I approached and gently kicked it, but it remained inert. Lifting it up, I was startled to realize it had perished. This chicken was dead. The people around were utterly bewildered by the occurrence, save for Zhang Jichao, who narrowed his eyes, deep in contemplation. He alone could elucidate this phenomenon. I asked him what was happening, and he replied coldly, "Someone is capturing souls, and that person is within your village." At his words, the crowd erupted into chaos, villagers exchanging anxious glances and murmuring among themselves. Ignoring their commotion, Zhang Jichao strode directly towards me, snatched the rooster from my grasp, and promptly pried open its beak to extract a figure crafted from yellow paper. The paper figure, originally yellow, had now darkened to an ominous black. He glanced at the figure before lifting his gaze to the shadowy path ahead. At Jiuyang Peak's Ziyun Temple, Zhang Jichao stood here, uncertain of the esteemed figure he was about to confront. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a roof tile fortuitously fell from above as Zhang Jichao's words lingered in the air. He stared at the tile, frowning in silence. When I inquired about its significance, he replied, with an impassive expression, "The other party is warning me to refrain from intervening." His words left me momentarily stunned. Who was this audacious individual? My anxiety grew as I glanced at Zhang Jichao, fearing that he might withdraw at a critical moment, for apart from him, no one else could contend with the murderer of the great tiger. Yet, Zhang Jichao showed no signs of retreat. A peculiar smile emerged on his otherwise stoic face as he gazed into the inky night sky. I haven't fought in over a year, and this adversary has ignited my fighting spirit. I shall see whether his sinister methods are superior or if the techniques of my Ziyun temple at Jiuyang Peak prevail. I chimed in, fanning the flames of his resolve. "Certainly, you are far more formidable. He is nothing but a coward, too afraid to show his face. But, on another note, what are your plans, brother?" Zhang Jichao cast a sidelong glance at me and cryptically remarked, "You'll find out shortly." He then turned to Aunt Zhang and said, "Aunt, please prepare a few dishes for me. If it's not too troublesome, could you stew this chicken? Be generous with the spices. The stronger the flavor, the better." I gazed at him in confusion. Although he had not explicitly stated his intentions, I sensed that he harbored a plan in his mind. Aunt Zhang, undeterred by the inconvenience, carried the rooster towards the kitchen, while my mother and several women from the village promptly followed to assist. As for the men present, Zhang Jichao addressed them, saying, "Gentlemen, the matters to be undertaken shortly are not suitable for your eyes, so I kindly ask you to depart for now." "Why can't we stay?" inquired village chief Li, perplexed. "Young sir, those women are permitted to remain. Why are we not?" Zhang Jichao responded with a smile. "It is not that I wish to exclude you. Rather, what is to transpire soon is not in your best interest to witness. To put it plainly, if you were to observe what is about to occur, you might suffer minor ailments or, in a more severe case, fall gravely ill and be confined to your bed." Upon hearing this, village chief Li's expression shifted, and he chuckled, saying, "I was merely inquiring. I had no intention of staying." Chapter 74. Nurturing ghosts to kill. I gazed at village chief Li in speechless disbelief. To put it plainly, was it not fear that gripped him? As I observed their retreating figures, I beckoned to Xia Xiaoyu, indicating that she should accompany me in leaving. Yet, before we could depart, Zhang Jichao called out to me. He regarded me with a somber expression and inquired, "Where are you headed?" "To leave, of course. I have no desire to fall ill," I replied. "You need not leave. Stay and lend a hand," he insisted. "Huh?" I was taken aback and responded, "Did you not mention that staying would lead to a serious illness? My constitution is far too frail for that. They will indeed be affected, but you are different," he asserted. I sought clarification on how I was different, but he merely shot me a disapproving glance and stated, "Just trust me. Do you really think I would cause you harm?" Reluctantly, I acquiesced and remained. While my mother and the others busied themselves with cooking, I seized the opportunity to fetch 2 stools from inside. Zhang Jichao and I settled ourselves at the doorstep, each with a cigarette in hand, engaging in a quiet conversation. Recalling the strange sounds that who had emitted earlier, I queried, "By the way, you mentioned that the peculiar noise from who was something he heard before his death. Is that true?" Zhang Jichao flicked the ash from his cigarette and narrowed his eyes, replying, "Indeed, it is true." "What of it?" "But he is dead. How could he produce such sounds?" "There exists much in this world that you remain unaware of. The mere act of emitting sounds that the deceased heard in life is not so peculiar." Zhang Jichao glanced at me, noting my bewildered expression, and elaborated, "It is quite simple to comprehend. You might interpret it as who yearning for someone to avenge him. Before his demise, he must have experienced immense terror. Thus his mind instinctively recorded the sights he beheld. After death, his consciousness may fade. Yet this memory endures, at least until the 7th day, because it transcends mere recollection. It embodies a lingering resentment. The sound he emitted can be interpreted as a primal response, a manifestation of his yearning for vengeance. Once we rescued him from the water, that deep-seated resentment instinctively surged forth. I found myself somewhat bewildered, stammering, "Can I understand this as his memory possessing consciousness?" Zhang Jichao nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, your interpretation is not erroneous. In the depths of his subconscious resentment, we are perceived as his saviors, which explains the sounds he uttered before his passing." "Does resentment also possess consciousness?" I inquired. "Why do you have so many questions? Are you conducting an inquiry with 100,000 whys?" Zhang Jichao retorted, somewhat playfully. Then, as if a thought struck him, he smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I once encountered a similar incident. 2 years ago, while I was descending the mountain on business, I stumbled upon a supernatural event. A deceased individual had been brutally slain by a murderer. Shortly thereafter, his family sent him to the crematorium. However, just before the body was to be cremated, it inexplicably vanished. The staff searched the entire facility thoroughly, yet the corpse was nowhere to be found. Isn't there surveillance? Can't we check the footage? I asked, perplexed. Zhang Jichao glanced at me and replied, "You possess such intellect. Do you think they lack the foresight to consider that? The surveillance system has been adjusted, yet the screen reveals nothing but a blinding white light, obscuring all visibility. What happened next?" I inquired. Zhang Jichao, with a cigarette in his mouth, continued. "Later, that corpse was discovered deep in the mountains. The person who found the body immediately reported it to the police. When the officers arrived, no one could explain the situation, so they took the body away. However, that very day, the murderer was also located, found in the same mountainous area. I paused, astonished by such a bizarre occurrence. Zhang Jichao went on. The police had been unable to locate the killer for so long, and with the deceased about to be cremated, how could he be at peace? Thus, on the day he was to be cremated, the corpse made an escape overnight. He had memorized the scent of the murderer before his death and followed that trail into the mountains, intending to inform the police that the culprit was in that very location. But if he pursued the murderer, why did he not simply eliminate him? Are you foolish? I already mentioned this was a primal instinct, driven by his resentment. He did not rise from the dead. Where would his strength to attack come from? If no one discovered him and no one reported it, would all his efforts be in vain? No, that would not be the case. If he remained undiscovered, he would follow the murderer relentlessly until justice was served. After hearing his tale, a chill ran down my spine. Such stories are truly unsettling in the dead of night. I shook my head and sighed deeply. Let us refrain from discussing this further. Perhaps we could converse about something else. By the way, did you not just enjoy a meal at my home? Why do you seem so hungry already? Zhang Jichao shrugged and remarked. I never claimed it was meant for my consumption. I was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. Observing my confusion, he rolled his eyes and muttered, with your low IQ, why would the master even consider taking you in? He then added, before the great tiger met its demise. It heard the sound of a child, yet there are no children in your village. The one who killed it is a master of dark arts. What does this imply? I furrowed my brow, and after a moment of contemplation, I suddenly realized, are you suggesting that the sound the great tiger heard did not come from a human? Precisely. Zhang Jichao affirmed with a nod. He continued, if my deductions are correct, it is likely that someone is raising spirits to commit murder. Raising spirits to kill? I was momentarily stunned by the revelation, and, as I pondered, a certain possibility dawned on me. A practitioner of dark arts who could also summon spirits to kill. Coupled with the events in our village and those that transpired at school, it all seemed to incessantly remind me that the puppet master was drawing ever closer. The classmates from school had also fallen victim to this sinister practice of spirit raising and murder. It was entirely plausible that all these incidents were orchestrated by the same individual. Noticing my daze, Zhang Jichao inquired about my thoughts. After a brief pause, I replied, this master dark arts may be targeting me. At school, he committed murder. Now that I have returned to the village, he follows me here to kill. It is abundantly clear that he is pursuing me. Zhang Jichao was perplexed by my statement, so I proceeded to recount the events that had transpired at school. After listening, Zhang Jichao shook his head and said, hearing you say that, I actually believe they may not be the same person. Even if they are not targeting you. Think about it. If their intention was to harm you, why would they kill others instead of coming directly for you? At his words, I was momentarily taken aback, as this had been a question I had pondered for quite some time. If that person intended to target me, why had they not acted against me? Why choose to harm others instead? Perhaps that individual truly was not after me. Zhang Jichao gave my shoulder a reassuring pat and said, stop overthinking it. You will understand what is really going on soon. I looked at him, perplexed, uncertain of his intentions. Chapter 75. Cooking for ghosts, I inquired if he had any plans. Yet he remained silent. We lingered at the doorway for an extended period until my mother and the others finished preparing the meal. However, the chicken was still not ready. Aunt Zhang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, young sir, if you are hungry, please feel free to eat. The chicken in the pot will be done shortly. Zhang Jichao waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble. You continue to stew it and call me when it's ready. By the way, Aunt, do you have any incense? If so, could you fetch me a couple of sticks? Yes, of course. Aunt Zhang quickly wiped her hands and hurried to the adjacent room. When she returned, she held a bundle of incense, but Zhang Jichao shook his head, saying, that is too much. Just 2 will suffice. He extracted 2 sticks and instructed me to carry the table to the doorway. Although I was uncertain of his intentions, I complied. As I brought the table to the entrance, my mother and the others began to serve the dishes. Gazing at the bountiful spread, I couldn't help but swallow hard. The aroma was simply divine. How had I never noticed my mother's culinary prowess before? Seeing my eager expression, my mother shot me a disapproving glance and said, "Look at you, so greedy. Did not just eat at home?" "Well, I only had a few bites," I muttered under my breath. Zhang Jichao waved his hand, chuckling, "No worries, no worries. If you wish to eat, then eat. I have no objections to how much you consume, though I cannot speak for her." "Her?" I questioned, looking around in confusion. "Who do you mean?" "The perpetrator responsible for the demise of the great tiger," Zhang Jichao remarked. "Just now you heard the sound that the tiger emitted. It bore the timbre of a child's voice. Pray tell, what is it that a child is most defenseless against?" "A child?" Understanding Zhang Jichao's insinuation, I immediately responded, "Toys and food. Therefore, the reason you had my mother prepare such an abundance of dishes is not for your own consumption, but rather for that little ghost?" "Precisely." Zhang Jichao nodded approvingly. "You have finally demonstrated some intelligence. Locating the individual who bewitched the great tiger is no simple feat. Firstly, I lack their birth details, and secondly, I possess none of their personal artifacts, which precludes me from employing the divinatory methods to seek them out. Thus, I am left with this alternative strategy, to entice the lurking little ghost within the village with food. Once that ghost arrives, I have numerous means to extract the identity of the mastermind behind this scheme." A sudden clarity washed over me as I gazed at the lavish spread before us, a pang of regret stirring within. Such a grand banquet, left uneaten, would surely be a waste. Observing my fixation on the table, Zhang Jichao chuckled softly. "If you do not mind the pronounced flavor of banana, you may devour this entire array of dishes." Banana flavor? Who would use bananas in their cooking? As I pondered this perplexity, Zhang Jichao retrieved a small vial from his pocket, filled with a fine powder, and proceeded to sprinkle it over the dishes. We gazed at him in utter confusion as he scattered the powder, explaining, "Ghosts cannot interact with the realm of the living. While we consume our meals through our mouths, they absorb sustenance through their noses. However, if one were to incorporate powdered banana leaves into the food, they could partake in a manner akin to ours. But isn't that redundant? They can inhale their meals. It is not imperative for them to eat as we do." "You fail to grasp the significance," he replied. "The banana plant is associated with the realm of shadows. It is a spectral entity. Much like the phoenix tree, it easily attracts spirits. In areas where banana trees flourish, one can be certain that ghosts roam. By adding banana powder to the food, I intend to amplify its fragrance, an aroma that only the spirits can perceive. That little ghost is likely not very old and will be unable to resist such a lure. I am confident she will come." Despite Zhang Jichao's unwavering confidence, I found myself skeptical about the ghost arrival. Even if she lacked resistance, it seemed implausible that she would be drawn to food. Meanwhile, my mother and the others, upon hearing Zhang Jichao's explanation, exchanged anxious glances, their nerves taut. To them, such a notion was utterly fantastical. The thought of dining with spirits rather than humans sent a shiver of fear across their faces. I shared their concerns for my mother. After all, even the presence of those few men could have an impact, let alone that of women. I inquired of Zhang Jichao what would happen to my mother and the others. Surely, they would not be required to remain here as well. Zhang Jichao remarked that it was of no consequence and that they should simply remain inside the house and refrain from coming out. I nodded, albeit with lingering doubt. Although I was still quite worried about my mother, the presence of Zhang Jichao alleviated some of my concerns. After a few minutes passed without any sign of the mischievous spirit, I nervously inquired, "What if that little ghost doesn't show up?" Zhang Jichao cast a sidelong glance at me and replied, "Why are you so impatient? You can't rush the cooking of hot tofu, you know?" I found myself a loss for words and took a seat beside Xia Xiaoyu. After a brief interval, the chicken stew was ready, and Aunt Zhang and the others brought the entire pot to the table. Zhang Jichao instructed them, "You all should return to the room. Remember, do not come out for any sound you may hear. It is imperative that you stay inside." Aunt Zhang and the others nodded awkwardly before retreating to the house and securing the door. Once they had entered, Zhang Jichao retrieved some banana powder and sprinkled it into the pot. As the tantalizing aroma of the chicken soup wafted through the air, I swallowed hard and said, "Why not serve a little now? It seems such a pity to ruin it all like this." However, Zhang Jichao countered, "To attract that spirit, The scent must be potent. The stronger, the better. He then added, moreover, this chicken cannot be consumed, as it died from a soul-calling ritual, and eating it would be detrimental to one's health. I was unsure of the truth in his words, but they effectively extinguished my desire to partake in a meal. After sprinkling the banana powder, Zhang Jichao placed 2 incense sticks atop the rice bowl, though he did not ignite them. When I inquired about the significance of this action, he explained that it was to create chopsticks for the ghost. It is fully explained that ghosts cannot touch chopsticks, for chopsticks are often held by people and thus inevitably absorb a modicum of yang energy, which makes them quite taboo for spirits. This is precisely why, when a person is possessed, one must use chopsticks to pinch the middle finger. After completing this, the 2 of us sat at the table, engaging in a deep conversation. My mother and the others noticed that Xia Xiaoyu had not entered the house and called out to her. However, she seemed disinclined to join them, instead staring blankly at me. I offered her a smile and turned to my mother, saying, "It's all right, Mom. We are here, and nothing will happen." My mother remained uneasy, but only after Zhang Jichao provided his assurance did they slowly close the door. Once the door was shut, Zhang Jichao glanced at Xia Xiaoyu and remarked, "It's not wise to keep this from your mother. She will discover it sooner or later. I have my plans." Just as I was speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept through, not overly strong, yet it carried a chill. Zhang Jichao reveled in this breeze, a smile gracing his face. "It's here." Chapter 76. The Art of Deception. Zhang Jichao and I were seated face to face, with no extra stools at the table. A sudden chill swept through the room, and a stool inexplicably flew over from beneath the eaves, startling me into a state of disbelief as I stared at it, while Zhang Jichao exhibited no reaction whatsoever. The stool landed beside a bowl of rice, causing 2 incense sticks atop it to rise as if held by an unseen hand. Zhang Jichao glanced over and casually retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, tossing one to me before lighting one for himself. I refrained from lighting mine. I could not emulate his nonchalance, placing the cigarette behind my ear. I instinctively shifted my body towards Xia Xiaoyu. Zhang Jichao took a drag from a cigarette, exhaling smoke towards the stool beside us. Since we were here, it would be remiss not to reveal ourselves, wouldn't it? With a decisive crack. As soon as the thought left his lips, the 2 incense sticks fell onto the table. Zhang Jichao, upon noticing, reached out but to my eyes. He seemed to grasp only the air, yet he fixated on that direction and declared, trying to flee, "Do you truly believe you can escape? Still not showing yourself?" Another gust of cold wind swept through, and in the direction of his reach, a figure began to materialize. Initially indistinct, the figure grew clearer with the passage of time, ultimately revealing her true form. I was taken aback upon seeing the young girl before me. How could it be her? Chun Karen's 3rd sister? No. Chun Karen's 3rd sister was a living being, not a specter. She had once mentioned having a 4th sister, a twin to the 3rd, who had tragically passed away at the tender age of 3. Thus, the little one before me must be her 4th sister. Beholding her younger sister's presence, the diminutive one gazed upon Zhang Jichao with trepidation, as though he were the very specter incarnate. Ignoring her terrified gaze, Zhang Jichao inquired in a somber tone, "Speak. Where are those who accompanied you? Refuse, and I shall obliterate you." He raised his left hand, his index and middle fingers coalescing into a sword-like gesture. "Hold," I interjected, diverting my attention to the child. "How came you to be here? Did your sister bring you? And where is she? Is she also within the village?" My barrage of questions left Zhang Jichao bewildered. He lifted the child before him, asking, "Do you 2 know each other?" "Not exactly," I replied, shaking my head. "Tell me, is your sister in the village?" She trembled and shook her head, remaining silent. "They say ghosts are rife with falsehoods. Do you believe her words?" Zhang Jichao chuckled, his piercing gaze fixed upon her. "Lead me to your sister. Fail to find her, and I shall consign your soul to oblivion." The child trembled at his words. Shaking her head vehemently, Zhang Jichao, incensed, slammed the table. "Do you truly believe I dare not destroy you?" He formed a peculiar hand seal with his left hand, extending it slowly toward the child's head. Yet, as he was about to touch her, he abruptly retracted his hand, turning his gaze toward the winding path. Intrigued, I followed his gaze, perceiving an object hurtling toward us from the darkness. I could scarcely discern what it was. Its velocity was astonishingly swift, arriving before me in the blink of an eye. Zhang Jichao swiftly executed a hand gesture with his left hand and bellowed, "Supreme Edict," with a resounding clap. The object hurtling towards him collided with his palm, producing a faint halo of light between them. In the next instant, it was sent hurtling back, ultimately landing atop the walnut tree at the entrance. It was then that I finally recognized what it was: a doll. A doll adorned with red ink all over its face, strangely familiar, as if I had encountered it before. Upon further reflection, was it not the very doll that Shun Karen's youngest sister always clutched? This could only mean that Shun Karen herself was indeed present in the village. Zhang Jichao fixed his gaze upon the doll in the tree and casually lifted it, proclaiming, "I suppose you no longer desire this little one? Since you refuse to reveal yourself, I shall ensure her spirit is shattered. After all, you have no use for her, and she would only bring misfortune to others." From within the doll emanated a voice, peculiar and ambiguous, indeterminate in gender. "Wretched Taoist, mind your own business. You are not but a priest from a temple. What can you possibly do to me?" At this, Zhang Jichao rolled his eyes and muttered, "Has the reputation of Juyong Peak fallen to such obscurity that no one recognizes it? And what of being from a temple? Do you look down upon priests? Have you not heard that beyond the heavens there are higher heavens, and beyond men there are greater men? Who told you that only those from grand sects possess true power? Let me assure you, to deal with you, I need not even exert 2 layers of my strength. If you doubt my words, come forth for a duel. Do not provoke me. If you have the courage, come forth." With that, the doll plummeted from the tree. I paused momentarily, trembling as I inquired, What is happening?" Zhang Jichao replied, "That coward dares not reveal herself. Instead, she has taken possession of the doll to assess my strength. This complicates matters. After that encounter, she is undoubtedly wary of me. Finding her will be quite challenging. Surely she would not abandon this little one, would she?" I pointed at the small figure. "Sacrificing the pawn to protect the queen is a strategy. This little one is merely a minor spirit, hardly worth the risk. Yet, I suspect she is not the sister of this spirit. If she truly were, she would not flee so decisively." Upon hearing this, I felt a sense of relief, hoping that the newcomer was not Chun Karen. If it truly were Chun Karen, how would I confront her? What should we do next? I gestured towards the small figure. Zhang Jichao cast a glance at her and threatened once more. "You still have not answered my earlier question. Fail to respond, and I shall take action." The small figure looked up at Zhang Jichao, suddenly breaking into a peculiar smile, provoking Zhang Jichao's ire as he raised his hand to strike. Just then, a plume of white smoke erupted from the small figure, causing it to tremble violently. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Jichao hastily withdrew his hand, and a mist enveloped the area. When the fog dissipated, the small figure had transformed into a delicate little scarecrow, a needle protruding from its head. I stared at this astonishing scene, utterly bewildered. What is happening here? How did she transform into a straw man? Zhang Jichao, his face pale with anger, exclaimed, "Damn it, we've been deceived. This little rascal never came here. The opponent employed sorcery to create a false semblance, manipulating this object to trick us." After speaking, Zhang Jichao burst into laughter again, saying, "Impressive, I must admit, even I could be fooled. This is rather intriguing." He picked up the straw man, removed the silver needle from its head, and pricked his middle finger with it, causing a drop of blood to emerge. This drop of blood flowed onto the head of the straw man as Zhang Jichao formed a sword gesture with his hand and chanted, "From 1,000 miles to 100, may the 3 purities lend their power. Let the path be illuminated as I command with urgency, in accordance with the law." Chapter 77. The art of seeking. Upon the completion of the incantation, a faint yellow aura emanated from the effigy, and in an instant, this delicate little figure took flight, soaring towards the direction from whence the doll had come. Observing this, Zhang Jichao strode forward in pursuit. I was at a loss regarding his intentions, yet seeing him rush ahead compelled me to follow suit. Xia Xiaoyu wished to accompany us, but I instructed her to remain behind, leaving her with that brief command before hastening after Zhang. The effigy flew at a remarkable speed, and to my astonishment, Zhang Jichao managed to keep pace with it, even without a flashlight. I exerted every ounce of my strength to barely match his stride and inquired amidst my labored breaths about the purpose of our chase and our destination. Zhang Jichao, focused on the path ahead, replied nonchalantly, "Isn't the other party trying to lead us to them? Then we shall follow. Can we truly locate them through this effigy?" I asked, incredulous. Zhang Jichao nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, she deceived us using this effigy, and now I shall employ it to trace her, demonstrating that cunning can sometimes backfire." In the midst of our brief exchange, we arrived at the site of whose misfortune. The effigy continued its flight, heading towards the suspension bridge. Zhang Jichao and I closely followed, but as we approached a considerable distance from the bridge, the flying effigy abruptly halted and fell to the ground with a soft thud. Zhang Jichao picked it up, furrowing his brow as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. I stood aside, breathless, inquiring why the scarecrow remained motionless. He replied that the sorcerer who had deceived us was nearby, which explained the scarecrow's stillness. Upon hearing his words, I immediately became vigilant. If the spellcaster was in proximity, could they be lurking in the shadows, observing us? I scanned the surroundings but found no sign of anyone, no person, nor even a ghostly shadow. Puzzled, I asked, "Does your locating spell have a time limit?" Zhang Jichao shot me a glare. "What kind of time limit? Do you think this is a traded item that could expire?" Yet, why was the scarecrow halted here with no one around? No, the adversary must be close at hand. We should search separately. No, brother, you can't do that. We should stick together. Otherwise, I won't be at ease, I insisted. "Come on, are you scared?" Zhang Jichao retorted, but he did not refuse. Consequently, we began our search along the riverbank, progressing towards the hanging bridge. Upon reaching the bridge's edge, Zhang Jichao stepped onto it without hesitation, and I immediately felt apprehensive, urgently grasping his arm and saying, "This bridge is unsafe. Crossing it like this is perilous." Zhang Jichao waved dismissively. "It's fine. With me around, what is there to fear? Just follow my lead." With that, he advanced towards the opposite shore. Seeing him go, I had no choice but to muster my courage and follow suit. Traversing the swaying suspension bridge, Zhang Jichao exhibited no hint of fear, striding confidently ahead. I, however, could not match his nonchalance. Each step I took necessitated my grip on the adjacent ropes. Halfway across, the gaps beneath my feet widened alarmingly, nearly causing me to stumble, compelling me to advance cautiously. Zhang Jichao, having distanced himself, glanced back and, upon witnessing my timid demeanor, approached with a sigh, remarking, "Why are you so timid? Is the bridge truly that terrifying?" I swallowed hard and replied, "Is it wrong to have a fear of heights?" Zhang Jichao rolled his eyes and, taking my hand, urged me onward with determined strides. I implored him to slow down, but he paid no heed. Upon completing the crossing, my legs felt utterly weakened. Zhang Jichao patted me on the back with a chuckle. "You really can't handle this, can you? Just a couple of steps, and you're done for. Let me tell you, when I was at Juyang Peak, each day All right, I know you're impressive, but let's not digress. We should hasten to find someone before they escape." Nodding in agreement, Zhang Jichao took the lead, while I clutched my phone tightly, trailing closely behind. After a few steps, he urged me to turn off my phone to avoid alerting anyone. Tucking my phone into my pocket, I inquired whether he was certain our target was here. He admitted uncertainty, leaving me momentarily speechless, before adding that his instincts assured him the individual was indeed nearby. I surveyed the forest ahead, feeling a twinge of unease, yet devoid of options. I had no choice but to follow Zhang Jichao into the depths of the woods. After a considerable time, we emerged from the thicket to find a village not far ahead. I pondered whether it was possible for our quarry to be hiding within the village. Zhang Jichao had no intention of pressing onward. He furrowed his brow as he glanced at the lights ahead and said, "Let us turn back and explore the forest once more." "Wait, brother, have you noticed something? Why are we so fixated on this forest?" Zhang Jichao replied solemnly, "In this vicinity, this is the only place suitable for the practice of dark arts. The adversary, possessing a doll with a soul, must first seek a secure refuge. Can you identify any other safe location that would remain undiscovered by others, apart from this forest? Is it merely for this reason that you are reluctant to leave this woodland? What do you understand? Whether it be dark arts or Taoist practices, interference from outsiders during the casting is highly detrimental. Otherwise, one risks facing severe backlash. The consequences can range from spitting blood to becoming incapacitated or even losing one's life. Upon hearing his words, I too began to sense that the opponent was indeed within this forest. Thus, we traversed the woodland once more, yet still encountered no one. I found myself apprehensive of Zhang Jichao, fearing he might continue the search indefinitely. However, he did not. Having found no one after his search, he relinquished the pursuit. Taking out his phone, he activated the flashlight, and we proceeded towards the suspension bridge. Just as we exited the forest, with a considerable distance still to the bridge, Zhang Jichao suddenly raised his hand to halt me, whispering, "Turn off the flashlight and remain silent." Realizing the urgency, I promptly extinguished the flashlight. Just as I was about to inquire what was amiss, he gestured for silence and turned his gaze toward the direction of the suspension bridge. I followed his gaze and was astonished to see two figures on the suspension bridge. One of them had their back to us, making it impossible to identify, but the other silhouette was strikingly familiar. It was Chun Karen. Indeed, it was her, and I stood frozen in place as if struck by a thunderbolt. Why was she here? Just moments ago, when Zhang Jichao dismissed the possibility of her presence, I felt a sense of relief. Yet now, no, I must confront her directly. With that thought, I began to move forward, but Zhang Jichao quickly restrained me and whispered, "What are you doing? Are you seeking death?" I gritted my teeth and replied, "She is my girlfriend." Zhang Jichao admonished, "Regardless of who she is, you cannot go over there. Doing so would be tantamount to inviting your own demise." Chapter 78. The thread of cause and effect remains unbroken. No, I cannot believe that Chun Karen would harm me. I attempted to break free from Zhang Jichao's grasp, yet I underestimated his strength. Even with just one hand, he held my arm firmly, rendering me unable to escape. As I watched Chun Karen prepare to leave, I anxiously implored, "Let me go. I have matters to discuss with her. She would never harm me. You must trust me." "Absolutely not. Regardless of what you say, I cannot permit you to approach her. Release me. I have finally encountered her, and I intended to continue, but Chun Karen, alongside another individual, had already departed. Their figures gradually faded at the end of the suspension bridge, and only when they were completely out of sight did Zhang Jichao release his hold on me. Rubbing my arm, I confronted him. "Why would you not allow me to go? I had finally found her." Zhang Jichao responded nonchalantly, "Although I am unaware of what transpired between you two, given the circumstances, what would have been the purpose of your approach? Were you seeking your own demise? While I believe she means you no harm, there is still another person by her side. Can you guarantee that individual would refrain from acting against you?" "Indeed, I am here as well, but during the confrontation, I sensed her formidable abilities. Even in a straightforward duel, it would not be easy to determine a victor swiftly. Moreover, with another person accompanying her, what are the odds that we could escape unscathed? If you seek death, I assure you, I have no such desire. Can you not exercise some discernment?" Zhang Jichao's words left me speechless. He was right. I had indeed acted impulsively. My own peril was inconsequential, but I could not risk dragging him down with me. As silence enveloped me, Zhang Jichao sighed, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Don't dwell on it too much," he advised. "Do you truly believe she is the one who murdered Ahu?" I asked, lacking clarity. Zhang Jichao paused momentarily, weighing my feelings, and shook his head. "Not necessarily. After all, there is another person beside her. The true culprit could very well be that individual. Nevertheless, Chun Karen is indeed connected to this matter." At that moment, a deep resentment towards myself surged within me. I loathed my own impotence and lack of capability. If only I possessed skills akin to Zhang Jichao's, I could have directly confronted Chun Karen earlier. Sighing, a thought blossomed in my mind, to accompany Zhang Jichao to Jiang Peak and acquire some skills. Yet, that was impractical. My mother was still at home, and I could not abandon her. Subsequently, Zhang Jichao and I returned to Aunt Zhang's residence. My mother and the others had already tidied up, discarding the remnants of a once plentiful feast to the pigs, while the chicken had been thrown into the cesspit. As Zhang Jichao had mentioned that consuming the spirit chicken could adversely affect one's health. As we entered, Aunt Zhang rushed over, anxiously inquiring if we had located Da Hu's spirit. Exchanging a glance with Zhang Jichao, I resolved to fabricate a lie. Given Aunt Zhang's distress over Da Hu's demise, could she endure the news that Shan Karen had taken him away? Thus, I told Aunt Zhang that Da Hu had already journeyed to the underworld, and perhaps even now was on the path to reincarnation. Aunt Zhang, naturally skeptical, repeatedly questioned me about the truth of the matter. Each time I affirmed its veracity, a pang of guilt welled up within me. After spending some time at Aunt Zhang's residence, we departed, leaving several village women to keep her company as she tended to Da Hu. My mother wished to stay behind as well, but Aunt Zhang, considerate of my mother's exhaustion from caring for my grandmother, would not permit it. Upon returning home, Zhang Jichao and I squeezed onto a single bed, while I arranged for Xia Xiaoyu to share a bed with my mother, to ensure that she did not reveal her true nature. I repeatedly instructed her to avoid letting my mother see her teeth and to maintain a considerable distance. The rationale was simple. She lacked breath and a heartbeat, and the last thing I wanted was to frighten my mother with such a revelation. As I lay on the bed, sleep eluded me, and Zhang Jichao was similarly restless. I inquired if there was any way to save Da Hu, to which he replied in the negative. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Your young friend possesses quite an impressive background, doesn't she? She seems to be around your age." I nodded in acknowledgement, and he continued, "At such a tender age, to have attained such mastery in sorcery, she must either have a formidable mentor or be backed by a significant force." His words instinctively led me to contemplate the underworld sect, yet I quickly dismissed the thought. It was inconceivable. I steadfastly refused to believe that Shan Karen had any connection to them. My impression of the underworld sect was far from favorable. I knew them to be ruthless individuals, capable of taking lives without a second thought. The following day, we arose early, and the first thing Zhang Jichao did was to fix his gaze upon me. With a disgruntled expression, I remarked, "I am not interested in such matters, so please refrain from staring at me." Zhang Jichao shook his head and responded, "I harbor no such inclinations. My curiosity merely piqued. Da Hu has already been taken away, yet the threads of causality surrounding you remain intact. Mine have vanished, but yours not only persists, but appears to grow increasingly pronounced." The term threads of causality had often been uttered by Chun Yin, yet I had no notion of what they resembled. I inquired of Zhang Jichao, who explained that these threads resemble veins. Typically, when an individual becomes entangled in a causal relationship with a particular event, these threads manifest upon their forehead. To dispel the threads, one must either extricate themselves from the matter or resolve it. I was momentarily bewildered, blinking in confusion as I asked, "You just mentioned that yours have already vanished, yet mine remain?" Zhang Jichao affirmed, stating, "Indeed, yours have not faded. In fact, they have become increasingly conspicuous." This implied that Da Hu's affair was not yet concluded. However, he had been taken by Chun Karen. Although I was uncertain of her motives for detaining Da Hu's soul, her action seemed to signify the resolution of this matter. Did she intend to stir further complications? In response, Zhang Jichao remarked, "I do not believe this pertains to Da Hu's situation. I too became ensnared by the threads of causality related to Da Hu. Yet since mine have dissipated, it indicates that we have extricated ourselves from that predicament. What could it be if not a matter concerning the great tiger?" I inquired whether he had perhaps misread the situation, suggesting that the lines of causality upon me might not be what he perceived. He assured me that he could never mistake the lines of causality. Instantly, I found myself perplexed, pondering the implications of his words. His assertion unnerved me, instilling a sense of dread within me, fearing that further complications might arise. As the day passed without incident, I felt a measure of relief. However, Zhang Jichao insisted that the lines of causality on me had not vanished, but had become even more pronounced. This fellow seemed to take delight in delivering such disheartening remarks. Then, as if struck by a sudden revelation, he grasped my arm and exclaimed, "I believe I have unraveled the mystery." Chapter 79. The Ziyun Temple on Juyang Peak is your destiny. His sudden exclamations left me utterly bewildered, gazing at him in confusion. He remarked, "Every occurrence has its cause and effect. You and your young lady friend are likely bound by an unfinished fate, which is why the thread of causality surrounding you has yet to vanish. Yet, what does it matter if fate remains unfulfilled? She has departed. And should not the thread of causality that connects us dissipate? No, she likely has not left," I pondered. "I suspect her arrival in your village serves a purpose beyond mere intentions to harm Dahu. Did Dahu even know her?" I shook my head, and Zhang Jichao continued, "If they are not acquainted, then why would she wish to harm him? In my view, her actions likely conceal a deeper motive. Dahu's demise may merely be a fortuitous event." Fortuitous? I gazed at him in confusion. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Individuals who practice dark arts often have a penchant for soul extraction and the cultivation of minor spirits. Judging by Dahu's birth chart, his soul possesses unique qualities, making it particularly suitable for transformation into a spirit for personal use. It is probable that your young lady friend recognized this potential, which prompted her to target Dahu. However, considering her formidable abilities, it seems unlikely she would venture into your village solely for the sake of a minor spirit. Therefore, I suspect her visit harbors another objective, one that is intricately linked to you. "Wait," I interjected. "You mentioned earlier that she has not departed. Yet if that is the case, why is the thread of causality surrounding you broken? My connection to causality arises from my involvement in Dahu's affairs. However, if Dahu has been taken away, and I choose not to pursue the matter further, I can extricate myself from the situation. You must be wondering how I know that Dahu has been taken away, correct? Do you recall the conversation you had last night with your young girlfriend? If my conjecture holds true, they must be intertwined. The severance of my causal thread indicates that the formidable tiger has been taken away, while the continuity of your thread suggests that your girlfriend remains. This may sound paradoxical, yet it is not. It is likely that the individual from the suspension bridge last night was responsible for Tiger's abduction. The fact that your girlfriend has not departed signifies that her intentions remain unfulfilled, and she is presumably still in the vicinity of the village. However, I fail to comprehend the connection to fate. Zhang Jichao elucidated that the intricacies of fate are often elusive, but this is merely one aspect. The crux of the matter is that her objectives are likely linked to you, which has rendered your causal thread increasingly pronounced. Is it related to me? What could possibly concern me? Zhang Jichao's words plagued my thoughts, rendering me sleepless that night. As I tossed and turned, I incessantly sent messages to Chun Karen and called her repeatedly, yet her gray avatar remained dormant, and she did not answer my calls. After what felt like an eternity, I finally succumbed to slumber, but scarcely had I closed my eyes when a familiar voice roused me. It resonated with an eerie familiarity, resembling my grandmother's voice, softly repeating the word wind in my ear. Rubbing my eyes, I sat up in bed and glanced to the side, but there was no one there. Zhang Jichao had seemingly vanished. Just as I pondered this mystery, the wooden door creaked open. A figure entered, limping slightly. It was my grandmother. At that moment, fear eluded me. Instead, I felt a surge of excitement. I excitedly inquired of my grandmother where she had been all this time, as I had not seen her. It was an instinctive utterance. In my mind, it seemed as though she had not passed away, yet it had been a considerable duration since I last laid eyes on her. With a gentle smile, Grandma seated herself at the head of the bed, affectionately patting the back of my head as she spoke. "I haven't gone anywhere, dear. I merely found the village too dull and decided to take a stroll. Like a child who felt wronged, I lamented, 'You have no idea how worried my mother and I were about you. She hasn't had a moment's peace, consumed by her worries.' 'I know,' Grandma replied with a cheerful demeanor. 'My dear, I fear I must embark on a distant journey. I have returned this time to bid you farewell.' 'Grandma, where are you going?' A wave of panic washed over me as I clutched her garment tightly. 'Both my mother and I miss you. Can't you stay?' Grandma shook her head gently. 'My dear, I have come back to take your mother with me. From now on, you must walk your own path. Take my mother away? Why? Where are you going? Can't I come along?' 'No.' Grandma's tones suddenly turned grave. 'You have grown up, and it is time for you to stand on your own. You must accompany the young master to Juyang Peak and learn your craft well.' 'But I do not wish to go.' My words momentarily stunned her. She sighed softly, rising to the window, her gaze drifting into the vast, starry sky. Juyong Peak and the Xian Temple are your destiny. You must go, whether you like it or not. It is fate indeed. Having spoken, my grandmother cast a glance back at me, her form gradually becoming translucent. In a state of panic, I shouted, "Grandma, please don't go, don't go. Please don't go." Suddenly, darkness enveloped me, only to be followed by a blinding light. I jolted upright in bed, beads of perspiration dotting my forehead. As I wiped my brow, I surveyed my surroundings in a state of disarray. The wooden door was firmly shut, showing no signs of having been opened. Zhang Jichao lay beside me, sound asleep like a sloth. Outside, the dawn was breaking, and the roosters in the village were crowing one after another. Yet within this room, an unusual silence prevailed, allowing me to hear the rhythm of my own heartbeat. It was merely a dream. I sighed, reflecting on the dream's content, finding it somewhat amusing yet tinged with a bittersweet flavor. How could I have such a peculiar dream? Was it because I missed my grandmother too much? At that moment, Zhang Jichao slowly awakened and, seeing that I was still awake, rubbed his eyes and said, "Why aren't you sleeping in the early morning? What are you fidgeting about?" I shook my head and inquired if he could interpret dreams. He replied that he had a vague understanding but was not too knowledgeable. My heart leaped with joy as I recounted the details of my dream to him, seeking his insight. After listening, he too was devoid of sleep, rising instead to light a cigarette, taking a few puffs before stating, "There are two possible reasons for this dream. Either you miss your grandmother dearly, or she is preparing to be reincarnated and came back to see you before she departs." But why did she mention leaving with my mother? How could I possibly know? Perhaps it is merely a manifestation of your longing for your grandmother that prompted such a dream. Nevertheless, do not overreact. It is simply a dream. After all, dreams? I am not one to frequently dream, and whenever I do, it seldom portends anything good, which leaves me with a lingering worry for my mother. In response, Zhang Jichao, seemingly unconcerned, remarked, "You have not foreseen anything regarding your mother, indicating that she is quite safe." Though he spoke thus, my apprehension still lingered. However, upon rising and finding my mother, as usual, feeding the chickens in the yard, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, easing my worries considerably. Chapter 80. The voice of grandmother today, Dahu's father has returned home, which signifies that it is time to send Dahu away. Thus, we set off for his residence early in the morning. My mother, feeling unwell, chose to stay behind and asked me to convey her regards to Uncle Zhang, lest he misinterpret her absence. Upon arriving at his doorstep, we were met by a throng of onlookers, each one peering intently into the house, as if something alarming had transpired. The commotion within was audible from a distance. Uncle Zhang, known for his volatile temperament, was likely to blame Aunt Zhang for Dahu's demise. As we approached, it became evident that the two were embroiled in a fierce argument. Uncle Zhang brandished a kitchen knife, his forehead veins bulging, as he hurled insults at Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, reduced to tears, was screaming in a frenzy. Observing their tumultuous state, it was clear that, had no one intervened, a physical confrontation would have ensued. Fortunately, village head Li, accompanied by several villagers, managed to restrain them. I instructed Xia Xiaoyu to wait for me at the entrance, then ventured inside with Zhang Jichao. Upon our arrival, village head Li raised his voice to Uncle Zhang, urging, "Enough of the quarrel. The immediate priority is to see Dahu off. Lingering here is detrimental to him and of both of you." Uncle Zhang shot a fierce glare at Aunt Zhang, discarding the knife to the side. Subsequently, under village head Li's guidance, he grasped Zhang Jichao's hand and lamented, "Young sir, I implore you to assist my son in finding a residence with auspicious feng shui. I am willing to pay any sum, as long as it ensures that my son is reborn into a family of virtue, and that he never encounters a mother with such a heartless disposition." Aunt Zhang discerned the underlying implication in Uncle Zhang's words and immediately lunged at him, her hands clawing in the air. Witnessing this, the onlookers hurriedly restrained her. Though she failed to grasp Uncle Zhang, she unleashed a torrent of invective. "Is it my fault? Have you ever considered this family? How much have you brought home over the course of a year? How often have you returned? I am left here alone to raise the children and tend to the fields. Is this easy for me? Meanwhile, you live carefree, perhaps already harboring a little vixen outside, possibly having forgotten all about us. Now that trouble has arisen, you shift the entire burden onto me. Do you possess no conscience? Faced with Aunt Zhang's tirade, Uncle Zhang trembled with rage, on the verge of erupting. Village Chief Li quickly intervened, urging, could you both refrain from quarreling? What good does it do? Will shouting bring back Dahu? Seeing you like this from below, how do you think he feels? Uncle Zhang attempted to voice a response, but swallowed his words, redirecting his attention to Zhang Jichao. Young sir, regarding this matter. Zhang Jichao waved his hand dismissively. I have promised Aunt Zhang that I will resolve this issue. So rest assured. Furthermore, permit me, an outsider, to express my thoughts. The occurrence of this incident is something no one wished to witness. Yet it has transpired, and you must confront reality. Continuing this quarrel will yield no benefits. It would be far better to live harmoniously, for life must go on, mustn't it? You need not respond to me. Take your time to ponder this matter. If you find my words reasonable, then strive to coexist peacefully with Aunt Zhang. Uncle Zhang nodded softly and uttered a brief acknowledgement, saying little more. Although unspoken, it was evident to all that both were still seething with anger. However, out of respect for the deceased, the two refrained from further quarreling. Subsequently, Zhang Jichao first took a moment to glance at Dahu's lifeless form, and then suggested they assess the feng shui of the Zhang family's ancestral tomb. Only he and Uncle Zhang proceeded, while we remained at home, awaiting their return. After approximately half an hour, when the meal was prepared, they finally arrived back. Upon entering, I approached Zhang Jichao to inquire about the feng shui there, to which he replied that it was satisfactory, neither particularly good nor bad. The most significant aspect was that it was indeed the Zhang family's ancestral resting place, making it entirely appropriate to inter Dahu there. After dinner, Uncle Zhang procured a straw mat and wrapped Dahu's body within it, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he made his way toward the ancestral tomb. We followed closely behind, carrying tools such as shovels. Upon reaching the site, we dug a shallow grave at the location indicated by Zhang Jichao. Since Dahu had not yet completed his second zodiac year, it was deemed inappropriate to conduct any formal rites. He could only be hastily buried. As we filled the grave, Aunt Zhang sat nearby, weeping incessantly, her sobs resounding painfully in the stillness. Once the grave was filled and the paper money burned, we hastily descended the mountain. Zhang Jichao and Uncle Zhang led the way, engaged in a sporadic conversation while I guided Xia Xiaoyao at the rear. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Xia Xiaoyao suddenly halted and turned back to gaze up the slope. Observing her reaction, I feared she had heard something alarming, prompting me to quickly inquire. However, she merely smiled and shook her head in silence. I sighed in relief and remarked, "You nearly gave me a fright," as I grasped her hand and followed along. I halted after only a few steps, for I heard someone calling me from behind. I glanced back, yet found no one there. The voice had vanished. I initially thought it was merely a figment of my imagination and dismissed it. However, just a few steps forward, the voice resounded once more. This time, I perceived it distinctly. There was indeed someone calling my name, yet the surroundings were devoid of any other presence. In broad daylight, surely there could be no specter? It was worth noting that we were enveloped by the intimidating embrace of the mountains and woods. I paused and inquired if Xia Xiaoyu had heard it, but she simply shook her head, indicating she had not. I was perplexed. I had heard it so clearly, yet why was Xia Xiaoyu oblivious to it? In my moment of hesitation, Zhang Jichao, who had already walked ahead, called out to me, urging me to catch up. With Xia Xiaoyu in hand, I followed, glancing back repeatedly, yet this time, the calling ceased. Upon our return to the village, Uncle Zhang distributed packets of cigarettes to each of us, incessantly exchanging pleasantries. Everyone reciprocated with a few courteous remarks before dispersing. Just as we departed from Uncle Zhang's home and had taken but a few steps, I heard that calling again. This time, it called my name twice, but not in the usual manner. It was the wind, the voice of my grandmother. I was momentarily stunned. Earlier, while at the foot of the mountain, the voice had been rather indistinct, and since it had called my name, I hadn't discerned who it was. Yet now, it was unmistakable. It was indeed my grandmother's voice. I stood still, scanning the surroundings, while Zhang Jichao looked at me in puzzlement and asked what was the matter. I shook my head, on the verge of speaking, when my grandmother's voice once again echoed in my ears. In an instant, my heart raced, and I anxiously surveyed my surroundings. Zhang Jichao patted me on the shoulder and inquired once more, "What is the matter?" Turning to face him, a pang of anxiety gripped my heart as I replied, "Did you not hear it?" "Hear what?" he asked. "The voice, my grandmother's voice." "Your grandmother's voice?" "I heard nothing." "No, that is not true. I truly heard it. I genuinely heard my grandmother's voice, lingering incessantly beside me." Chapter 81. Grandmother has disappeared. The more I called out, the more anxious I became, though I could not quite fathom the source of my unease. It was an inexplicable tension that gripped my heart. Grandmother's voice lingered in my ears for about a minute, during which I stood there, dazed and scanning my surroundings. When the sound faded, Zhang Jichao, already frantically distressed, rushed to inquire what was amiss and why I remained so transfixed. Instinctively, I uttered, "I heard my grandmother calling me. Something must have happened to her." With that, I sprinted towards the place where my grandmother was laid to rest. For reasons I could not articulate, an overpowering conviction surged within me that something was indeed wrong, compelling me to investigate. As I raced to her gravesite, I was struck with disbelief upon arrival. The grave had been disturbed, and within lay an empty coffin. My grandmother's body was nowhere to be found. When Zhang Jichao reached my side, he placed a hand on my shoulder, panting heavily, and exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing running so fast? Are you trying to exhaust yourself to death? You weren't this quick when searching for that little girlfriend of yours." Before I could respond, he gazed at the open grave in astonishment and exclaimed, "Who on earth could be so cruel as to commit such an act? Whose grave is this?" "My grandmother's," I replied, prompting a moment of surprise from Zhang Jichao. He recalled the dream I had shared with him and, with a sudden realization, said, "I understand what is going on. Quickly, let us return home and find your mother." Zhang Jichao's words instinctively reminded me of what my grandmother had said in my dreams. She mentioned that her return this time was to take my mother away, which sent a wave of panic coursing through me. Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed toward the village, with Zhang Jichao swiftly following behind. Along the way, we did not encounter Xia Xiaoyu, so I inquired of Zhang Jichao about her whereabouts. He informed me that he had sent her back to my home. With Xia Xiaoyu there, I felt a sense of relief. Her presence would surely prevent any misfortune. When Xia Xiaoyu was in a state of rage, she could be formidable, and I trusted that my mother would be safe in her company. Upon arriving home, I found my mother and Xia Xiaoyu seated at the doorstep, where she was holding Xia Xiaoyu's hand and chatting amiably. Xia Xiaoyu responded intermittently, mostly smiling back at my mother. As her language skills were not on par with those of ordinary individuals, she often struggled to comprehend what my mother was saying. Noticing the state of disarray on my and Zhang Jichao's faces, my mother quickly asked what had happened. I patted my chest and muttered, "It's a relief you are unharmed." Then I continued, "Mom, something has happened to grandmother. Her grave has been disturbed." I anticipated that my mother would react with agitation to this news, at least displaying some semblance of emotion. However, she remained silent, her head bowed as if deep in thought. While she maintained her composure, I could not. In that moment, I declared, "I shall seek help from everyone." Before I could depart, my mother rose and simply said, "Do not go." I thought I must have misheard, and in astonishment, I asked, "Mom, what did you say?" My mother shook her head and replied, "Xiaofeng, do not go. You cannot intervene in your grandmother's matters." Her tone suggested that she was aware of something. I felt a surge of anxiety and exclaimed, "Why? Mom, do you know something? Have you known about this all along?" With a sigh, my mother responded, "How could I? If I had known, would I allow them to disturb your grandmother?" Yet, she urged, "Listen to me, Feng, do not seek out your grandmother. This is beyond your control." Something was amiss. My mother must know more. I wanted to press further, but as I opened my mouth, she swiftly interrupted, saying, "Xiaofeng, you are not heeding my words, are you?" Of course, I was listening, but I implored, "Mom, you must provide me with a reason. You owe me an explanation for why I should not find my grandmother." Upon hearing this, my mother hesitated, her face clouded with concern. After a long pause, she finally said, "You will learn about your grandmother's situation in due time, but I cannot disclose it to you now. Trust me, Do not inquire further. And do not worry. I assure you, your grandmother will be fine. Such casual reassurances hardly quelled my anxiety. How could I not be concerned? This was my grandmother, the one who had nurtured me through every stage of my life. I opened my mouth to speak, but my mother preempted me again, stating Xiao Feng. Tomorrow you shall accompany Xiao Xiansheng to Juyang Peak. What? My mother's sudden declaration left me bewildered. Mom, didn't I just say I wouldn't go? This matter is non-negotiable. I shall not go under any circumstances. As I spoke, Zhang Jichao pinched me from behind, his gaze fixed intently upon me, silently conveying the message. Did you not promise to return to Juyang Peak with me? Feeling the intensity of his piercing stare, I dared not meet his eyes and turned to my mother, saying, Mom, we have yet to clarify Grandma's situation. Please do not change the subject. Honestly tell me, are you aware of anything? She is my grandmother, and I have the right to know her whereabouts. Didn't I tell you not to ask? Are you disregarding your mother's words? Of course I listen, but this is different. I assent it? Upon hearing my words, my mother's expression dimmed slightly, and with a hint of sadness, she replied, All right, let us do this. Tomorrow, I will tell you. I promise. Tomorrow you will know. Why tomorrow? What? I was about to inquire further when Zhang Jichao pulled me back, smiling at my mother. Annie, you will definitely tell them tomorrow, right? My mother nodded repeatedly. I assure you, tomorrow I will explain everything. Before I could respond, Zhang Jichao covered my mouth and tugged me back to my room, shutting the door with a decisive click before releasing me. I rubbed my arm, exasperated. Why did you pull me? Zhang Jichao glanced at me, sitting on the bed with his legs crossed, continuing to ask is futile. Your mother will not divulge anything. Since she has promised to tell you tomorrow, why not simply wait for the morrow in peace? I cannot wait any longer. It is my grandmother, and her body is missing. How can you expect me to remain calm? Are you foolish? Do you not have mine? Please provide me with your grandmother's birth details, and I shall assist you in calculating whether she is still nearby. Ah, how could I forget about Zhang Jichao? He is quite an expert in this area. I smacked my forehead and exclaimed, Wait a moment, before darting to the cabinet to retrieve my grandmother's household registration booklet. Comparing the birth details in the booklet, Zhang Jichao began his calculations, his demeanor reminiscent of a scene from a film, calculating while intently scrutinizing the booklet, reciting incantations under his breath. After approximately 5 minutes of intense concentration, he suddenly ceased his actions. Chapter 82. Divination as Zhang Jichao engaged in his calculations. A profound sense of anxiety enveloped me. The process extended for 5 interminable minutes, and when he abruptly ceased his actions, my tension escalated further. I inquired about the outcome, whether he had discerned any clues regarding my grandmother's whereabouts. He furrowed his brow and shook his head, a gesture that implied she was no longer in the vicinity. Undeterred, I suggested we relocate our search. If the village yielded no results, perhaps the area beyond would prove fruitful, for my grandmother might yet be nearby. Zhang Jichao shook his head once more and asserted, There is no need to go. Your grandmother is no longer in this area. Although my own abilities were not particularly advanced, I was confident that I could ascertain the presence of anyone within several dozen miles. If my grandmother were still within this range, I would undoubtedly be able to locate her. Upon hearing this, I felt an overwhelming sense of despair as I sank onto the bed. I could not resign myself to inaction. I was determined to find my grandmother and would not surrender so easily. Rising from the bed, I exited the room, and Zhang Jichao promptly followed, aware of my intentions. Muttering in exasperation, I truly cannot deal with you. Summoning Xia Xiaoyao, the three of us hastily departed the village. My conviction that my grandmother remained close by persisted. I continually reassured myself as we traversed the landscape, searching high and low across the mountains and fields, yet ultimately, our efforts proved fruitless. Observing my unwavering determination, Zhang Jichao conducted another calculation on my behalf. However, due to the absence of precise birth details, he toiled for an extended period before concluding that the result was unchanged. My grandmother was indeed no longer in the vicinity. Upon receiving this reply, I sank to the ground in frustration, memories of my time with my grandmother flooding my mind, those fleeting moments of the past that lingered impossible to erase or forget. Zhang Jichao stood behind me, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze, and awkwardly remarked, "Well, what is going on? We'll find out tomorrow, one Tiwi?" After a moment's hesitation, I finally rose to my feet and replied, "All right, let us head back." Zhang Jichao squinted at me. "Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Didn't Tiwi agree that once the matter with Dahu was resolved, you would come with me?" Instantly embarrassed, I waved my hand dismissively. "I know, I never said I wouldn't go with you. Best keep it that way, or I might just cast a spell to make you suffer unbearably." With a huff, Zhang Jichao turned and walked away. In truth, he was merely jesting. I was confident he would not follow through with such threats. I took Xiao Xiaoyu along and returned home. My mother was watching television, and upon seeing us, inquired about our whereabouts. I chose not to disclose our visit to my grandmother and casually replied that we had just gone out for a stroll. Once inside my room, Zhang Jichao commented, "You're quite the liar, not even a hint of shame." I chuckled dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further. After spending some time at home, Lu Cheng arrived with Zhang Shui. He asked if I wanted to return to school with them. I shook my head, indicating I would not be going, but then thought for a moment and added, "Old Lu, could you help me request a few more days off? Just tell them that something has come up at home and I'm unable to leave for the time being." Lu Cheng glanced at Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Jichao, motioning for me to step aside for a conversation. We walked to the doorway, where he offered me a cigarette. After lighting it, I remarked that one should smoke less of this. Lu Cheng chuckled before inquiring, "Old Zhang, tell me honestly, who is the person staying at your house? I heard from my mother that he is here to take you away. What is the story behind that?" On the day Zhang Jichao arrived, he confidently claimed that he was here to take me to Zhuyang Peak, and Lu Cheng's mother was present at that time. I cast a glance back at Zhang Jichao, who was seated in the room, sighed, and replied, "This matter cannot be clarified in a short time. In any case, I will not go with him. Please help me request a few more days off, and I will return to school in a couple of days." Lu Cheng nodded. "That's not a problem. By the way, old Zhang, I've been dreaming of Han Siyu lately. In my dreams, she keeps asking me to save her. Do you think she's haunting me?" My heart sank at that moment. It was evident that Han Siyu had sent him a dream. With everything going on with Dahu and my grandmother, I had completely forgotten about Han Siyu and the others. I still did not know who the contractor was. And since we couldn't rescue the classmates who had passed away at school, it would be dangerous for Lu Cheng to return. I glanced back at Zhang Jichao, feeling somewhat awkward, knowing I would have to seek his assistance again. Zhang Jichao met my gaze and immediately smiled. "You need something from me?" I flattered him, "Brother, you truly have a knack for predicting things." I walked back in, with Lu Cheng following suit. Once seated beside Zhang Jichao, I asked, "Brother, do you have the ability to tell fortunes? Help my brother discern whether he is facing any imminent misfortune. What do you take me for? If you expect me to do the divination, then so be it. However, let us make a deal. Assist him, and I promise to comply with your terms, provided it doesn't involve anything as grave as murder or arson." Zhang Jichao chuckled and instructed me to extend my hand. Bewildered, I replied, "It's for him, not for me." He retorted, "If I ask you to extend your hand, then do so. Why all the unnecessary chatter?" Reluctantly, I complied, and he began to draw something in the palm of my hand, the purpose of which was unclear. Upon completion, he remarked, "If you want me to predict his fortune, that is feasible, but you must swear an oath that once I've unraveled his fate, you will accompany me to Zhuyang Peak tomorrow." I scoffed, thinking it was merely a trivial matter. A vow? What do I have to fear? In this world, countless individuals make oaths, yet I've never seen any dire consequences befall those who break them. I promptly raised 4 fingers above my head and declared, "I promise that if you unveil whether my brother will encounter any significant calamities in his lifetime, I will accompany you to Zhuyang Peak. Should I break this oath, may I be struck by divine retribution." As the words left my lips, I felt a tremor course through me, as though something within was extracted. Observing my reaction, Zhang Jichao erupted into laughter. "Very well. I have inscribed an oath symbol in your hand. The heavens have duly noted your vow, and should you dare to violate it, you will indeed face the wrath of divine retribution." Who are you trying to scare? I chuckled inwardly, pondering whether the heavens would truly remember my oath just like that. "How could you possibly know that, as you're not a deity?" I retorted, though I masked my skepticism with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "How could I ever dare to go against my oath? A true man's word is as unyielding as a galloping steed." Yet inwardly I mused, a true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Zhang Jichao snorted dismissively, disregarding my words, and then instructed Lu Cheng to reveal his birth date and time with utmost precision. Once Lu Cheng had spoken, he commenced his calculations, maintaining a fixed gaze upon him throughout the process. Moments later, he abruptly halted and declared, "You, my young friend, are indeed quite fortunate." Chapter 83. The appearance of Chun Karen, what does it mean? I inquired of Zhang Jichao, who chuckled softly and replied, "Your friend possesses a favorable destiny. From the perspective of fate, his future path will be considerably smoother than that of others, and he is destined to have a blissful and fulfilling family. However, at the age of 40, he will face a significant tribulation. Should he endure this trial, his subsequent life will flow with ease. If he falters, he may find himself confined to a life of bed rest. Is there a remedy? Indeed, by performing good deeds and accumulating virtue. Is it truly that simple?" I regarded Zhang Jichao skeptically. Simple? Perhaps not. It largely depends on the choices your friend makes. That can't be right, Taoist. If what you say holds true, I should be a winner in life, yet I have recently been haunted by spirits. How does that align with being a life winner? Lu Cheng lamented as he offered Zhang Jichao a cigarette. Haunted by spirits? How could that be? It's indeed the case. I previously mentioned the situation at our school. He has been frequently dreaming of deceased classmates, night after night, and in those dreams, they implore him for rescue. Zhang Jichao furrowed his brow and remarked, "That shouldn't be. Besides asking for your help, did they express anything else?" "Nothing. They just keep urging me to save them. That's a relief. You need not concern yourself with these matters. The absence of a karmic connection indicates they will not persistently cling to you. The dreams may simply be a manifestation of your own psyche. Here's what we shall do. Shortly, I will provide you with a talisman to ward off evil. Carry it with you to ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Zhang Jichao and then inquired, "By the way, Dao Zhang, you mentioned earlier that I would have a happy and fulfilling family. Is that true?" "Of course. Do you doubt me?" Zhang Jichao replied, No, I certainly believe you. Dao Zhang." At this point, Lu Cheng glanced at Zhang Shui, as if to communicate, "See, even Dao Zhang says we will have a happy and complete family." Zhang Shui's face instantly flushed, and she lowered her head in silence. After engaging in some casual conversation, Lu Cheng noticed that it was getting late, so he led Zhang Shui away. Before departing, Zhang Jichao handed him a talisman. I personally accompanied them out of the village, with Xia Xiaoyao trailing behind me. As for Zhang Jichao, he did not follow. When we reached the spot where the minibus was to arrive, it happened to pull up just in time. Lu Cheng gave me a hearty hug before boarding the bus. As we embraced, he whispered in my ear, "Old Zhang, I actually think Xia Xiaoyao is quite wonderful. She's beautiful and has a great figure. You might want to consider pursuing her." I pinched him, and he yelped in pain. Watching the minibus gradually pull away, I suddenly felt an odd sensation in my heart, a lingering sense that this parting might be the last. I turned a glance at Xia Xiaoyao and sighed. "Let's go home." With a smile, Xia Xiaoyao extended her hand toward me. Confused, I asked what she was doing, but she said nothing, simply took my hand and turned to lead the way. Observing her gesture, a smile crept onto my lips, and I couldn't help but chuckle. I'm uncertain of the cause, but I suddenly feel a delightful sweetness. Being led by her hand, my heart warmed. Alas, if only you were human. How wonderful it would be. Upon returning home, my mother, upon seeing me and Xia Xiaoyu holding hands, expressed her joy, saying, "You're back. Did Xiao Cheng and the others leave? Why didn't you invite them to stay for dinner? Don't they have to return to school? There's no time." That day, I posed a rather peculiar question to Zhang Jichao, inquiring whether a human and a zombie could coexist. He queried if I had developed feelings for Xia Xiaoyu. I immediately shook my head. He smiled knowingly and remarked, "Are you not aware of the separation of yin and yang? You are human, she is a corpse. How can one who embodies light unite with one who embodies darkness?" His words unexpectedly instilled a sense of loss within me. The following morning, I arose early, for my mother had promised to disclose my grandmother's whereabouts today. However, upon attempting to open the door, I discovered my mother was absent. I searched the house inside and out without success, calling out many times, yet receiving no response. Finally, I found a letter atop the cabinet in her room. The content of the letter was simple. Jiuyang Peak is your destiny. A few hastily written words caused my heart to sink. These were the very words my grandmother had spoken in my dreams. She had said she returned to take my mother away. Therefore, my mother now. No, it cannot be true. Staring at the letter, a thought struck me. My mother cannot read or write. How could she have left me a note? A person who cannot read would not be able to write. My heart sank as I instinctively realized something. Someone had been here. I hurriedly went to awaken Zhang Jichao, asking him to assist me in deducing my mother's whereabouts. The moment he heard that my mother had left, he instantly lost his sleepiness. After requesting her birth date and time, he began to calculate. As he engaged in this process, my anxiety escalated to an unbearable level. In my desperation, I suddenly recalled something. Not only was my mother missing, but Xia Xiaoyao was also nowhere to be found. I rushed to the door, calling out for Xia Xiaoyao. Yet her figure remained elusive. My concern deepened. At that moment, Zhang Jichao emerged from the room, declaring that my mother had not strayed far and was likely still within the village. Without even closing the door behind me, I dashed outside. Zhang Jichao immediately followed, and together we raced through the village, inquiring with every passerby if they had seen my mother. They all shook their heads in response, though a few kind-hearted villagers joined our search. While they scoured the village, Zhang Jichao and I ventured towards the outskirts, searching diligently. Ultimately, we spotted my mother and Xia Xiaoyao on a small hillside. However, beside them stood another figure, Chun Karen. Once again, it was Chun Karen, the woman who had deceived me countless times, now targeting my mother. In that moment, a surge of fury coursed through me. I shouted and charged towards them. Upon seeing me, Chun Karen panicked, attempting to drag my mother away. Yet Xia Xiaoyao blocked her path, revealing her fangs and emitting a low, beastly growl. Chun Karen was taken aback by Xia Xiaoyao's transformation, and my mother's expression shifted, displaying signs of fear. Chun Karen is indeed a practitioner of the arcane arts. She quickly reacted, forming a hand gesture with her left hand and directed it towards Xia Xiaoyu. Xia, I exclaimed, hastening my pace. That foolish girl. Could she possibly be a match for Chun Karen? Certainly not. She was so naive, even afraid of a mere dog. Just a moment ago, I was worried about her. But in the next instant, I was taken aback. At the very moment Chun Karen launched her attack, Xia Xiaoyu raised her right hand, and their hands collided, producing a faint glow. To my astonishment, Chun Karen abruptly withdrew her hand, stepping back several paces, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Xia Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoyu stood her ground, unscathed, her face contorted with anger as she fixed her gaze upon Chun Karen. Chapter 84. This is Destiny Xia. Are you all right? I dashed past Chun Karen without a glance, heading straight for Xia Xiaoyu. She looked at me, shook her head, and slowly withdrew her hand, the anger on her face softening somewhat. Seeing my concern for Xia Xiaoyu, Chun Karen, visibly agitated, snapped, Zhang Yifeng, who is she? How do you know her? What business is it of yours? I retorted, Chun Karen, tell me, did you dig up my grandmother's grave? Did you take her away? Where is she now? In a fit of rage, I nearly shouted these words. Previously, Zhang Jichao had mentioned that my karmic ties were connected to Chun Karen, and that her intentions were related to me. At first, I was skeptical, but now I believed it wholeheartedly. It seemed her purpose for coming here was to take my mother and grandmother away, which explained why the karmic threads surrounding me had become increasingly evident. Faced with my barrage of questions, Chun Karen stood there, momentarily stunned into silence. I gazed at this woman, whom I once cherished, and a complex mix of emotions welled up within me, discomfort, bitterness, and something else entirely. I turned my attention to my mother and asked, Mom, what's going on? Why did you choose to leave with her? Did she threaten you? My mother shook her head, her expression pained. Xiaofeng, please don't ask anymore. Karen did not force or threaten me. I chose to go with her willingly. Xiaofeng, listen to your mother. Step aside. After I leave, you should go with the young master to Jiuyang Peak and start anew. Nonsense. What on earth is happening? Speak clearly. Where's Grandma? Did you already know that Chun Karen took her away? Why did you not inform me? Why did you not prevent her? Mother, can you truly face Grandma? Can you face my father? My mother gritted her teeth and said, Xiaofeng, I am sorry. It is all my fault. Do not ask anymore. Step aside. Step aside? I let out a bitter laugh, then roared, I tell you, if the truth is not revealed today, no one shall leave. And I roar. Xia Xiaoyu bared her teeth and let out a growl. Observing this, Zhang Jichao rushed to my side and patted me, urging, calm down for now. He then turned to my mother. Auntie, please clarify the situation. If you do not explain, I will not take him to Juyong Peak. My mother hesitated, struggling to find her words. Destiny. Suddenly, Chun Karen, lacking reason, declared, This is the destiny of the Zhang family, Zhang Yifeng. Do you not wish to know everything? I shall tell you now. I took your grandmother. I am the one who killed Hu. I am responsible for the deaths of those classmates at school. All of this is connected to your family. Every deceased person is related to your clan. This is destiny. Moreover, you shall ultimately go to Juyong Peak. It is your fate, and you cannot alter it. I paid little heed to the latter statement. What truly concerned me were her revelations. I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth, demanding why. What utter nonsense regarding fate I cannot comprehend. I merely wish to understand the connection to our Zhang family. Why have you chosen to take the lives of those innocent souls? They are blameless, having been my classmates for 3 years. Could you truly bring yourself to commit such an act? Chun Karen, I implore you, let me pose one final question. The premonition I had of your demise, was that also meticulously orchestrated by you? Indeed, it was all prearranged. Thus you ought to comprehend the formidable forces behind me that you cannot provoke. Why deceive me? We have already shared intimacy, have we not? Ha ha ha, Zhang Yifeng. Are you truly so naive? Do you believe I hold any regard for such matters? From a young age, I have mastered the dark arts. My hands stained with the blood of countless lives. What I seek is power, a transcendence of existence. As for the physical form, it is of little consequence to me. I will stop at nothing to achieve my goals, and yet you, like a fool, placed your trust in me, only to be led astray. Now that you are aware of the truth, do you not feel a pang of anguish? Do you not? Ha ha! Listening to her words was akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles. As I turned around, I noticed a man with a buzz cut, his face marred by numerous scars, slowly approaching us. His entire visage was obscured by these scars, making it difficult to ascertain his age. He was clad in a black coat and walked past me, heading straight towards Chun Karen. With utmost respect, Chun Karen addressed him as father. I was taken aback. This man was indeed Chun Karen's father. He responded with a low HM, then spoke to my mother, saying, Madame Zhang, the vehicle is ready at the foot of the mountain. I kindly ask you to accompany me. My mother hesitated, casting a glance at me before finally nodding. Very well. I shall leave with you, but please do not harm Feng. Chun Karen's father nodded in acknowledgement, stating, Of course. The sect leader has decreed that no harm shall come to you or the young master. We are bound by duty and shall not defy the leader's wishes. Wait a moment. When did I say you could leave? I exclaimed, filled with indignation. As I stepped forward, Zhang Jichao suddenly struck my back, rendering me immobile. Upon witnessing this, Xia Xiaoyu attempted to confront Zhang Jichao, but he shot her a glance and coldly warned, Do not move. If you wish to keep this young man safe, refrain from any actions. Xia Xiaoyu glanced at me, reluctantly remaining still. Zhang Jichao, what is the meaning of this? I struggled futilely against his hold, my anger directed at him, utterly perplexed by his actions. Zhang Jichao, however, paid me no heed, his gaze fixated on Chun Karen's father as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Chun Karen's father chuckled softly and remarked, How perceptive. In that case, we shall take our leave. He exchanged a knowing glance with Chun Karen, who understood and led my mother away first. As for me, I found myself powerless, merely watching them depart. After my mother and Chun Karen had walked some distance, her father approached me and coldly declared, This is your destiny. Chapter 85. Deep in the Lian Mountain, Mount Jiuyang. What nonsensical fate is this? I cannot comprehend it. If you dare to harm a single hair on my mother, I will fight you to the death. I exerted all my strength, yet remained immobile, merely standing there, shouting at Chun Karen's father. Rest assured, I will not harm your mother. She is our esteemed guest, and I would not dare to touch her. With that, Chun Karen's father departed with an air of nonchalance. But my heart was filled with urgency. If he left like this, how would I find them? How would I locate my mother? Zhang Jichao released me quickly. As I watched Chun Karen's father vanish from my sight, I could not help but roar. Zhang Jichao ignored me, his countenance dark as he gazed in the direction my mother had gone. After a moment, he patted my back, allowing me to move. I turned around, ready to chase after my mother, but Zhang Jichao blocked my path. I was bewildered by his sudden allegiance to Chun Karen and her family. Step aside. That is my mother, and I cannot allow her to leave with Chun Karen. Zhang Jichao grasped my arm and said, Enough of this commotion. It is futile for you to chase after them now. They have already gone far. Furthermore, do you even know who they are? I do not care who they are. If they dare to touch my mother, I will fight them. Fight them? Ha! You are truly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Let me tell you, your little girlfriend is most likely affiliated with the underworld sect. Do you have any idea how deep their roots run? Rushing into the past now would be tantamount to courting death. If you perish, who will come to your mother's aid? Have you ever contemplated this? But do you expect me to watch helplessly as my mother departs? What do you propose instead? To venture back and meet a grim fate? Do you still wish to save your mother? Can you not engage your intellect? I sat in silence, gazing at Zhang Jichao, my heart brimming with resentment. With a sigh, he placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, saying, Enough, do not fret excessively. According to what that individual just stated, your mother is not in immediate danger. If they intended to harm her, they would not have approached her so courteously. But what is their true intention? I do not know, yet I cannot shake the feeling that your mother is aware of something significant. Have you not noticed? She appears quite willing to accompany them. If my conjecture is correct, it seems that the leader of the underworld cult shares a connection with your mother, though the nature of that connection eludes me. How can you be so certain of their relationship? Firstly, your mother left of her own volition. Secondly, that person mentioned that the leader of the underworld cult forbids them from causing harm to you and your mother. This implies a familiarity. Otherwise, why would he extend such courtesy? It is impossible for my mother to know these people, I insisted. That cannot be. But if she does not know them, why would she willingly follow Chun Karen? Chun Karen's father even addressed her with great respect as Mrs. Zhang. I was left utterly bewildered. What could this possibly mean? The only one who could provide clarity was my mother, yet at this critical juncture, she remained silent. Zhang Jichao stood beside me and said, Enough. Do not overthink. Before you lies two paths. One, return with me to Juyong Peak, and in due time, you may seek your mother in the Mingjiao. The other, remain in the village and await her return. The choice is yours to make. I did not rush into a decision. After a moment of contemplation, I inquired, Is the Mingjiao truly a formidable cult? Zhang Jichao shook his head. It remains unclear. No one has ever seen the leader of the Mingjiao. This cult emerged only in the past 2 years, initially causing quite a stir, but then it vanished without a trace. Nobody knows where they went or where their headquarters is located. There are numerous rumors about the leader. Some say he is a prodigious youth, while others claim he is a centenarian. Which, if any, is the truth remains a mystery. Is that so? As I listened to Zhang Jichao's words, a resolution began to form within me. I gazed towards the direction they had departed, filled with a sense of yearning. One day, I would personally penetrate the depths of the Mingjiao and bring my mother back. One day, I would unravel the truth behind it all. I refuse to remain the fool kept in the dark. One day, I shall prove my worth and make Chun Karen regret her actions. My relationship with Chun Karen has always been shrouded in ambiguity. I could not discern whether we were friends, foes, or something else entirely. Years later, Chun Karen would ask me, Do you hate me? I replied, I have. She then queried, Did you ever love me, even just a little? I answered I did. At first sight, I felt an affinity. Later, when you held my hand, affection transformed into love. That day, in a daze, I returned home with Zhang Jichao. The villagers inquired whether I had located my mother. I nonchalantly replied that I had, and expressed my gratitude to each of them, who refrained from probing further. That afternoon, Zhang Jichao and I departed. He had arrived on a motorcycle, and As we were leaving, village chief Li came to see us off. Zhang Jichao addressed him. Uncle, please take care of my motorcycle. I shall return in a year to retrieve it. Village chief Li was puzzled by his words and did not seek clarification, merely smiling and stating, I will certainly be here when you return in a year. Then you shall understand my meaning. Subsequently, we boarded a minibus heading to Juyang Peak. On the bus, Xia Xiaoyu sat beside me, resting her head on my shoulder as she drifted into slumber. Zhang Jichao sat at the front, and I inquired why he intended to retrieve the motorcycle after a year. He replied that it was a secret, not to be divulged. Thus, I refrained from further questioning. Holding Xia Xiaoyu's hand, my heart was a tumult of emotions, a bittersweet sensation. I glanced back at the familiar path. When would I return from this journey? Ultimately, Hongya village is the place where I grew up, and I felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, I had no choice, perhaps as my grandmother mentioned in my dreams. Juyang Peak is my destiny, an inevitable journey. What I did not anticipate was that, in the end, the one who would stand by my side would be Xia Xiaoyu. This foolish zombie. I grasped her hand and softly declared, with this departure, you have become my family, my soul family. In our region, there exists a place known as Lianshan, a name that resonates with its very essence, as it is surrounded by towering mountains. The peaks are so elevated that from the base, one might feel that standing atop them would allow for a touch of the heavens. Juyang Peak, one among this majestic array, is relatively modest in height compared to its counterparts, yet it still commands respect. After a journey of over 4 hours aboard a minibus, we finally arrived at the borders of Lianshan, and upon disembarking, we were compelled to venture on foot into the depths of the ancient forests. Chapter 86. Feng Xiao Xiao. I carried a modest amount of luggage, merely a suitcase containing garments for both myself and Xia Xiaoyu. Upon disembarking, I noticed a narrow gravel path leading into the mountains. With one hand grasping the suitcase and the other holding Xia Xiaoyu's hand, I diligently followed behind Zhang Jichao. As we ventured deeper, the ground became increasingly damp. The forest in the mountains was vast, with towering trees and lush foliage that rendered it challenging for sunlight to penetrate. After walking for a while, we came upon a small pavilion. Zhang Jichao gestured towards it, suggesting we take a brief respite before continuing our journey. During our pause, I inquired about the remaining distance. He calculated the time and, raising his index finger, replied, we should arrive in about an hour. Regrettably, I lamented the fact that had I ridden my motorcycle here, I would not have to exert myself so much. How could one navigate the winding mountain roads on a bike? I exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at him. You can't possibly mean that you descended to Hongya village on a motorcycle. Zhang Jichao nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed, what's so strange about that? I found myself momentarily speechless, raising a thumb in admiration for him. After resting for a few minutes, we resumed our trek. A short while later, I asked him if it was truly all right to bring Xia Xiaoyu along. He assured me that it was not an issue, explaining that the individuals at Ziyun Temple were not antiquated relics, unlike traditional Taoists who were often rigid and solely focused on exorcising demons. His words alleviated my concerns significantly. After more than an hour of walking, we finally beheld Juyang Peak. This peak bore a distinct character compared to the other mountains. At its base, there was a pavilion housing a well, accompanied by a bamboo structure nearby. Zhang Jichao informed me that the well was their sole source of water, and the individual residing in the bamboo hut by the pavilion was the designated guardian of the well for Juyang Peak. The disciples of Juyang Peak were few in number, totaling no more than 20. Their purpose for being here was not the pursuit of Tao, but rather the cultivation of the heart and spirit. Each member had clearly defined responsibilities. Some would clean the temple in the morning, while others descended the mountain to fetch water, and some would wash clothes and prepare meals. I inquired, perplexed, do they receive a salary for their daily toil? In this world, who would undertake such labor without compensation? Zhang Jichao shot me a disapproving glance and replied, they are here to cultivate their hearts and nurture their spirits. It's futile to explain further. When you have experienced more, you will understand that money is not of paramount importance to people. But without money, how do you eat? I questioned. Zhang Jichao gestured towards the surrounding forest, stating, "This woodland abounds with wild vegetables, and on fortunate days, we might catch a few rabbits. Thus, we have never had to worry about sustenance." As we approached the pavilion, Zhang Jichao first greeted the occupant of the bamboo hut. Inside was an elderly man, perhaps in his 60s or 70s, dressed in simple attire. Upon peering inside, I noticed numerous Taoist robes hanging in the room. After exchanging a few words with the old man, we began our ascent up the mountain. The path from the base to the summit was a narrow, muddy trail, arduous even for walking, let alone cycling. I found myself questioning whether Zhang Jichao was deceiving me. Upon reaching the summit, a dilapidated temple came into view, and I wondered why it was described as such. The plaque on the door is shrouded in dust, rendering the inscriptions nearly illegible. Flanking the entrance, two stone lions stand sentinel, remarkably lifelike in their demeanor, though they too are coated in dust. Upon entering, I beheld a number of individuals clad in Taoist robes in the courtyard, varying in age from those in their 40s to youths in their early 20s. They were engaged in cleaning, and I found it perplexing that they neglected the thick layer of dust at the entrance while maintaining the courtyard's pristine condition. As we approached, they greeted us warmly, addressing Zhang Jichao as senior brother, regardless of their age. Zhang Jichao responded with a smile and led me toward the rear courtyard. He briefly explained that the front courtyard was designated for those seeking spiritual enlightenment, while the rear was intended for our accommodation. Upon entering the rear courtyard, I was taken aback by the stark contrast. The pristine front yard was overshadowed by the rear, where a thick layer of fallen leaves carpeted the ground, and several trees stood bare. Beneath one of these trees lay a man, his long hair cascading down to his shoulders, rivaling Zhang Jichao in length. He cradled a long, broad sword in his arms, soundly asleep against the tree trunk. Despite the loudness of our footsteps, he remained undisturbed. Beneath the tree, Zhang Jichao picked up a leaf and cast a sidelong glance at the man perched above. He flung the leaf casually, which soared through the air like a dart aimed at the man. At that moment, the man unexpectedly rolled and fell from the tree, startling me. Who could withstand such a drop from that height? Yet, he managed to land on his feet, opening his eyes to glare coldly at Zhang Jichao, exclaiming, "Boring." Zhang Jichao chuckled and remarked, "Old fellow, I return, and you do not even extend a welcome? How inconsiderate." The man merely huffed in response, remaining silent as he clutched his sword and strode towards the front yard. This individual exuded an air of arrogance, presenting an aura that rendered him almost unapproachable. Zhang Jichao clicked his tongue and muttered, "What a show-off." I inquired about the man's identity, wondering if he too sought to cultivate his mind and spirit. Zhang Jichao shook his head, stating, "He is a friend of my senior brother, having been here for over a year. He often wears a sullen expression, as if someone owes him a fortune. Furthermore, he is not fond of conversing and has few friends. Aside from my senior brother, who can exchange a few words with him, no one else can draw near." At this juncture, Zhang Jichao added with a grin, despite his demeanor, "He possesses a rather amusing name that starkly contrasts with his character." "What name?" I asked. "Feng Xiao Xiao." In truth, it wasn't so bad. Seeing that I did not laugh, Zhang Jichao commented, "You truly lack a sense of humor." I refrained from further conversation, instead becoming lost in thought as I gazed in the direction Feng Xiao Xiao had departed. This individual evokes a peculiar sensation within me, yet I am unable to articulate the exact nature of this strangeness. I inquired of Zhang Jichao whether Feng Xiao Xiao possesses remarkable abilities. Zhang Jichao shook his head and replied, "I cannot ascertain the depth of his prowess. Despite having lingered here for quite some time, I have seldom witnessed him in action. Moreover, the sword he cradles has never been unsheathed. He merely holds it close, indulging in pretense, appearing impressive yet ultimately ineffective." Subsequently, Zhang Jichao guided me further inward, leading me to a row of rooms. He directed me towards the central chamber, and upon opening the door, a cup suddenly flew out from within. Chapter 87. Chopping firewood, Zhang Jichao raised his hand to catch the cup, and before he could utter a word, an elderly voice resonated within. "Remember to knock before entering next time." Zhang Jichao chuckled and stepped inside, while I carefully held on to Xia Xiaoyu, treading lightly behind him. The room's decor was rather sparse, featuring a bed, a table, a bookshelf, and a few stools. Seated at the table were two individuals, one clad in a tailored suit and the other in a simple Taoist robe. The man in the robe was an elderly gentleman, nearly 60, while the man in the suit appeared to be in his 40s, evidently seeking assistance. Zhang Jichao approached the table and kicked the long bench, which promptly came hurtling toward me. I caught the bench, set my suitcase aside, and gestured for Xia Xiaoyu to sit first. However, neither of us dared to take a seat, perhaps out of trepidation toward strangers. At that moment, the man in the suit stood and remarked, "Gui Yi. If that is the case, I shall take my leave." The elder, referred to as Gui Yi, chuckled warmly, replying, "Travel safely. I shall not see you off. Concerning my matter, I shall ensure that someone visits within half a month." "Thank you, Gui Yi." The man in the suit bowed slightly and turned to depart. Beside me, Zhang Jichao playfully urged me to sit at my leisure, dismissing any need for formality, before addressing Gui Yi once more. "Shi Xiao, I have brought the person you requested." "Shi Xiao?" I was momentarily taken aback. Was this elder's master also Taoist Juyong? If so, did that imply he and Zhang Jichao were fellow disciples? Yet the age gap seemed rather vast. The enigmatic elder squinted at me, and I felt quite uncomfortable under his intense gaze. After a prolonged silence, he chuckled and remarked, "Your master was indeed correct. You are truly a talent with great potential." "Of course. How can my master ever misjudge someone?" I replied, though I couldn't help but overhear Zhang Jichao interjecting, "But this kid seems a bit foolish. His intelligence is lacking." Before I could respond, the enigmatic elder continued, "Do not take offense. Zhang has a penchant for banter." "Wait a moment, senior brother," I interjected. "He shares the same surname, Zhang. So from now on, you cannot refer to me as Little Zhang anymore." The elder glanced at Zhang Jichao, but chose not to engage with him further, turning his attention back to me. "Since you are here, consider this place your home. Do not be shy." I expressed my gratitude profusely, and he remained silent, subsequently instructing Zhang Jichao to arrange a room for me. Throughout this interaction, he never mentioned teaching me any skills or formally accepting me as a disciple, though I contemplated inquiring about this matter. As my purpose for coming here was to learn rather than merely to visit, the words lingered on my lips, ultimately swallowed down when Zhang Jichao shot me a look, signaling me to follow him outside for conversation. Dragging my suitcase out of the room, I eagerly asked Zhang Jichao, "When will I be accepted as a disciple? When will I be taught the arts?" Zhang Jichao walked ahead without turning back, replying, "Let us not discuss that for now. Come with me." He led me to a relatively tidy room, advising me to make myself comfortable, as I would be residing there from now on. "And what about Xiaoyao?" I inquired. "She'll be coming along with you," he responded. I silently tidied up the room, placing my suitcase beside the bed, and then inquired, "So, when will you allow me to apprentice under you?" Zhang Jichao replied, "Wake up a little earlier tomorrow morning. I will make the arrangements for you." Upon hearing this, I refrained from asking further questions. After making the bed, Zhang Jichao departed, cautioning me not to wander off, assuring me he would come to call me when it was time for dinner. Given my unfamiliarity with this place, where could I possibly go? Once he left, Xia Xiaoyao and I sat on the bed, lost in thought. "When do you think we can go to the underworld to find my mother?" I murmured, glancing at Xia Xiaoyao. She did not respond, but instead gave me a thumbs up, encouragingly stating, "You can do it." I wish to strive as well. Yet such aspirations cannot be fulfilled merely by wishing. They must be achieved step by step. Moreover, the abrupt transition to this unfamiliar environment left me feeling somewhat uneasy, and I found myself reminiscing about my days at school. I took out my phone, glanced at it, and finally gritted my teeth to turn it off, tossing it into my suitcase. From this day forth, I resolved to diligently practice, aspiring to reach the level of Zhang Jichao as soon as possible, and then seek out my mother. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Zhang Jichao finally returned to summon me for dinner after I had lingered in the room for quite a while. Dinner was served in the front courtyard, where a canteen was located. Upon entering the canteen with Zhang Jichao, I discovered that everyone had already begun their meal, which consisted of remarkably light fare. Devoid of oil, a bowl of plain white rice, and a pot of boiled cabbage. It was that simple. I served a bowl to Xia Xiaoyu and then led her to a corner. Upon noticing this, Zhang Jichao hurried over with a bowl in hand, inquiring if I was unaccustomed to the food. Indeed, it was an unfamiliar taste, yet the thought of mastering a skill made me endure it. Observing my struggle, Zhang Jichao offered reassurance. "It's all right. Tomorrow I shall venture down the mountain to procure some game." "No need, I can manage," I replied cheerfully, shoveling a few mouthfuls of rice. After our meal, I guided Xiaoxiaoyu back to our quarters for a rest. The anticipation of apprenticing the next day filled me with excitement. However, when morning came, it seemed Zhang Jichao had no intention of taking me to seek the enigmatic Master Gui. Instead, he brought me to the front yard and instructed me to chop firewood. I was utterly bewildered and shook my head, saying, "Brother, I came here to learn a skill, not to cultivate my spirit." Zhang Jichao glanced at me and said, "Do you know what the most important aspect of cultivating the Tao is? It is the cultivation of the heart. If you cannot control your state of mind, you will not grasp the principles of the Tao. Even reading the scriptures will give you a headache." Though I did not fully comprehend this, I refrained from further protest, determined to prove my capabilities. Approaching a pile of dry branches, he asked me to wait a moment before turning to leave. 3 minutes later, he returned wielding a kitchen knife. "Here, use this to chop." I took the knife, incredulous, and exclaimed, "Are you joking, brother? How can I chop with a kitchen knife? Is that not acceptable?" Zhang Jichao snatched the knife from my hands, squatted down, extracted an oval tree trunk, and without hesitation, brought the knife down decisively. With a sharp crack, the knife descended, and the trunk was instantaneously cleaved in two. I was rendered speechless. Is this even possible? Allow me to give it a try. I seized a kitchen knife, selected a smaller trunk, and aimed for its center before striking down. With a resounding thud, the blade penetrated, yet the wood remained unbroken. Doubt crept in, and I swung repeatedly, but to no avail. Zhang Jichao, observing from the side, shook his head and chuckled. "This endeavor cannot be achieved through sheer brute force. Every task has its nuances. As for those nuances, you must discover them on your own." With that, he turned and strolled away. I persisted in my attempts, yet despite several strikes, I was met with failure. Just then, an elderly janitor approached, a smile gracing his face. "Your method is flawed," he remarked. "Splitting wood is an art in itself. Hold the knife by the very end of the handle. This will conserve your strength. Above all, allow inertia to work for you. Maintain a tranquil mind, harmonize your breath, and unify your sight and movement to ensure your vigor remains abundant." Chapter 88. Cultivating the mind, following the elder's advice. I attempted the method he suggested, and indeed, I found considerable improvement. However, my hands were merely less fatigued, while the firewood remained unyielding. Observing my struggle, the elder chuckled and reassured me. "Take your time. If you adhere to this approach, your hands shall not become overly sore or weary." With that, he resumed sweeping the ground, while Xiaoxiaoyu kept me company as I continued to chop wood. After what felt like an eternity, I finally managed to split a piece of firewood. Yet, upon attempting the next, I found myself once again thwarted after considerable effort. Noticing my predicament, Xiaoxiaoyu effortlessly took the wood from my hands and split it into two with remarkable ease. Afterward, she bent down to gather the remnants. I understood her intention to assist, but I was reluctant to depend on her. I gently grasped her arm and shook my head, understanding my sentiment. She set down the wood and stepped aside. After a morning of labor, I had barely accomplished a tenth of the task. During lunch, Zhang Jichao approached me, and upon witnessing my meager progress, he could not help but express his bemusement, saying, "You truly are lacking. Even the disciples in our front courtyard surpass your efforts. Rome wasn't he built in a day?" I consoled myself with that thought. The meal today was slightly better than last night's. There was an additional pot of potatoes. Although they were boiled, which was acceptable, yet the absence of even a hint of chili left me with little choice but to swallow it down. After the meal, Zhang Jichao instructed me to accompany the disciples from the front courtyard to fetch water. Among those joining us was Feng Xiaoxiao. While we descended the mountain, each carrying 2 buckets, the elder who had taught me to chop wood approached, engaging me in light conversation. I responded intermittently, mindful that some matters were not suitable for discussion. "By the way, uncle, what kind of person is Brother Feng? Why doesn't he speak to any of you?" I asked. observing Feng Xiao, who was walking ahead with his head bowed, not uttering a single word. The old man chuckled and replied, "This young fellow is quite peculiar. Despite his lengthy stay at Ziyun Temple, I have yet to exchange a word with him. He usually resides in the back courtyard, sleeping, and seldom interacts with others. Remarkably, he has never smiled since his arrival. Nonetheless, he possesses a good nature. Although he shuns socializing, he is always eager to assist. Whenever a disciple requires help, he promptly lends a hand without a second thought, and after the task is completed, he walks away without acknowledging their gratitude. What is his purpose for being at Ziyun Temple? Is he here to cultivate?" Upon hearing the old man's words, my curiosity about him was piqued. Not quite. It is said that he is a friend of Gue Yi, having arrived at Ziyun Temple a year ago alongside him. When he first came, he was burdened with a heavy aura and a volatile temperament, but he has improved significantly over time. As we reached the foot of the mountain, a disciple was tasked with fetching water, and we could simply carry it up. Initially, I did not perceive the weight of the task. I ascended the mountain in one breath, without pausing. The old man, sweeping the ground, cautioned me that such a pace was detrimental to my health. I smiled and assured him that I was fine. Thus, I made several trips back and forth until the water tank in the temple was filled. Afterward, I went to chop firewood. Throughout the day, my activities consisted solely of chopping wood and sweeping. As the day came to a close, and after dinner, I escorted Xia Xiaoyu back to our quarters. Not long after lying down, a knock on the door interrupted the quietude. Upon opening it, I was surprised to see Feng Xiao standing there. "Brother Feng, do you have something to discuss?" I was rather astonished that this fellow sought me out. Feng smiled without uttering a word, handed me a box, and then departed. I cast a bewildered glance at him while holding the box, and only after he had walked away did I open it, discovering it contained medicine, specifically patches meant for application on the body. I was perplexed by his intentions. After all, I was not injured, so why was he giving me medicine? Nevertheless, recognizing the good intentions behind his actions, I decided to keep the medicine and went to bed. The following day, upon awakening, I felt an overwhelming sense of soreness throughout my body, particularly in my shoulders. As I began my work, Zhang Jichao inquired whether I had applied the medicine. In a state of confusion, I asked what medicine. He rolled his eyes and replied, "The medicine I asked old Xiao to deliver to you last night. You worked so hard yesterday that you didn't feel it then, but how do you feel now?" "Oh, now it made sense." I smiled wryly and explained. He handed me the medicine and left. I had no idea what he meant. I even wondered if he had delivered it to the wrong person. Zhang Jichao paused for a moment and said, my mistake. Had I known, I would have personally delivered it to you. Don't take it to heart. That fellow is just like that. Never speaks much. You'll get used to it over time." I shook my head in response, indicating that I didn't mind. Though Feng was a bit peculiar, he was genuinely a good person. In contrast to yesterday, my performance today improved significantly. I had discovered the secret to chopping wood. I followed the advice of the old man who sweeps and focused on mastering the proper technique. After finishing the wood chopping, I proceeded to fetch water, and today I was wiser, not exerting myself as intensely as I had the day before. After fetching water, I proceeded to sweep the floor and then continued to chop wood. My life unfolds in this repetitive manner every day. Initially, I felt a tinge of annoyance, especially as I observed the ever-growing pile of firewood. However, after about 10 days, I grew accustomed to it. I gradually realized that chopping wood, fetching water, and sweeping the floor indeed cultivates a sense of tranquility. Take chopping wood, for instance. At first, I was impatient for results, and no matter how hard I tried, the wood would not split. Each unsuccessful attempt only heightened my frustration. Yet, as I learned to employ certain techniques, I discovered that the task was not as arduous as I had imagined, and my mindset improved significantly, allowing me to remain calm. Master Gue observed me from a distance, nodding in satisfaction, and remarked to Zhang Jichao beside him, "This child is quite commendable." Zhang Jichao replied, "Indeed, he is quite good, but he has yet to master the control of his mindset. The art of controlling one's mind can only be grasped through personal experience. In a couple of days, regarding Mr. Yang's matter, you should take him along." "Are you certain?" He continued, "A flower in a greenhouse, no matter how beautiful, cannot compare to one that thrives in the wild. Do you understand? True enough. Very well. I shall take him with me then. As I observed the two whispering in the distance, a frown crossed my face as an ominous premonition lingered in my mind. Another day passed. After returning home, I lay down for a brief rest. Suddenly, I noticed that Xia Xiaoyu beside me had fallen silent. Turning to look, I found that the silly girl had drifted off to sleep, with 2 tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Gently wiping away her tears, I whispered, "Just hold on a little longer. This way of life will not last much longer. Once we find my mother, we will uncover the truth of your origins, and perhaps we can even help you find your family. Certainly, the likelihood of that is rather slim." I was uncertain whether she had overheard my words when, all of a sudden, she grasped my hand. I presumed she had awakened, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that she remained deeply asleep. The following morning, Zhang Jichao arrived early to seek me out, mentioning that the enigmatic master wished to meet with me. In that instant, exhilaration coursed through me, as I contemplated the prospect of finally being able to learn from a mentor. Chapter 89. The Trial. After completing my morning rituals, I led Xia Xiaoyao, alongside Zhang Jichao, to Gui's chamber. Upon reaching the door, Zhang Jichao halted Xia Xiaoyao and remarked to me, "You may enter alone. We shall await you outside. I will return shortly," I assured her, giving her shoulder a gentle pat before stepping into the room. Inside, a faint aroma of incense lingered in the air. An image of a celestial master, unknown to me when it was affixed, adorned the wall. Gui, holding 3 sticks of lit incense, bowed before the image and subsequently placed them into the incense burner. Having completed this ritual, he turned with a warm smile and said, "Make yourself comfortable." Feeling somewhat anxious, I found my gaze fixated on the celestial image and casually drew a chair to sit at the table. "This is my master, Taoist Jiuyang," Gui Yi casually explained, noticing my intense focus on the image. Throughout his life, he vanquished evil spirits and demons, earning the respect of all wherever he ventured. In his youth, he often proclaimed that all malevolent entities in the world deserved to perish. If they were demons, none would be spared. Thus, none of the malevolent beings that crossed his path survived. However, this relentless pursuit has burdened him with an ever-increasing weight of karmic retribution. Even the mightiest of individuals cannot withstand the ravages of time. In their twilight years, they become vulnerable. The accumulated karma significantly diminishes his spiritual prowess and drains his vitality. Perhaps this is what is termed retribution. When he passed away, he specifically instructed us to bring you to Juyang Peak. I am uncertain whether this course of action is right or wrong, nor do I know if it may bring you harm. The path of cultivation is endless. Without a precise goal, one may easily lose their way and face irreparable consequences. Therefore, do you still wish to pursue the path? Yes, I replied without hesitation. The enigmatic elder squinted at me and inquired, "Why? What compels you to learn?" I paused to reflect, to save my mother from the underworld sect. "I can assist you. I can bring your mother back. In that case, you need not toil tirelessly to master the arts of cultivation. But I still want to prove myself. Is proving oneself truly so significant?" To be honest, I was uncertain. After a moment's hesitation, I shook my head. Initially, I intended to assert that it was important. Yet upon further contemplation, I could not definitively claim its significance. The elder seemed exceedingly pleased with my response. "Do you know the difference between flowers nurtured in a greenhouse and those that grow wild? The flowers in a greenhouse are exquisite, meticulously tended to by human hands. In contrast, wildflowers grow untamed, lacking such care, and may appear less beautiful. Yet, I find a certain affinity for wildflowers, for they have weathered storms and basked in the sun's rays. They possess a resilience far superior to that of greenhouse blooms." You are correct. However, understanding a principle is meaningless without practical experience. The elder sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and savored it thoughtfully. "Do you remember that man who was here on the day you first arrived? Are you referring to the gentleman clad in a suit? He approached me that day to request my assistance, and I promised him that in a fortnight, someone would personally descend the mountain to pay him a visit. Tomorrow marks the deadline, and you shall accompany Xiao Zhang. Am I capable of this? I am utterly ignorant. My presence would only serve to burden Zhang Jichao further. The enigmatic elder chuckled, saying, "If you do not believe in yourself, how can you accomplish anything? Very well, I shall join him tomorrow." Initially, I intended to inquire about the matter of apprenticeship, but thought better of it, for they must have their own arrangements. Upon exiting the room, Zhang Jichao inquired about the situation. I offered a wry smile and replied, "The enigmatic elder has asked that I accompany you down the mountain tomorrow." Zhang Jichao nodded and grinned. "I understand. You need not work today. Take the time to rest, and I shall lead you down the mountain tomorrow. Let me tell you, opportunities to descend are rare. Cherish this chance, and we shall enjoy ourselves for 4 or 5 days before returning." Enjoy myself? That thought had not crossed my mind. After breakfast, feeling restless, I ventured to the front courtyard, where the disciples were busy preparing ingredients in the kitchen. I followed suit to lend a hand. Naturally, Xia Xiaoyao accompanied me to the kitchen. A disciple named Su Wei waved at me from the door, saying, "Zhang Xixiao mentioned you need not work today. It's all right. I have nothing else to occupy my time and cannot remain idle." In the past, with a mobile phone at hand, the notion of idleness was foreign. Now, without it, I find myself quite bored. Su Wei, this lad, often sought my company for conversation while working during this period. As time passed, the two of us became quite familiar with each other. While I assisted Su Wei in sorting through the wild vegetables, he suddenly inquired, "Old Zhang, may I ask you a question? Is this young lady your girlfriend?" He had long wished to ask, but felt hesitant. "You are mistaken. She is my cousin," I replied. "Oh, come off it. You two are sharing a room," he exclaimed. "How did you know that?" I asked, surprised. "That is of no consequence. By the way, I heard you are descending the mountain with Brother Zhang tomorrow." I nodded, and he immediately chuckled. "Do your best. It has been quite some time since Xian Temple has accepted a true disciple. You are destined for great success. Do not forget about me." I offered a wry smile, but chose not to respond. During dinner that evening, they prepared several additional dishes and added more oil to the meal. Zhang Jichao remarked, "This is my first mission. I deserve a proper celebration." In truth, I felt it unnecessary to make such a fuss since this descent relied heavily on Zhang Jichao. I was merely a bystander and couldn't fathom why the enigmatic Master Gui insisted on my accompanying him. However, there must have been a reason behind his arrangements. The following morning, I descended the mountain with Zhang Jichao. Xia Xiaoyu did not accompany us, as Zhang Jichao had forbidden it. He stated that with Xia Xiaoyu present, even if the task were completed, I would gain no benefit. I asked Xia Xiaoyu to wait for me at the temple and, before leaving, shamelessly requested Master Gui to keep an eye on her. Master Gui, being a good-natured person, readily agreed without a word. It took us over an hour to reach the roadside as we made our way down the mountain. As I stepped onto the road, I noticed a black sedan parked by the side. Standing in front of the car was a man in a suit, the very individual who had conversed with the enigmatic gentleman that day. Upon seeing us, the suited man approached with a broad smile. Zhang Jichao extended his hand for a handshake, and before the man could utter a word, he declared, "Get in the car. Let us find a restaurant to dine." The man appeared momentarily taken aback. I anticipated a surge of anger, yet to my surprise, he chuckled amiably and replied, "Very well, young sir. What would you like to eat?" Zhang Jichao pondered for a moment, unabashedly listing a multitude of dishes with his fingers. The man's expression shifted, but he refrained from protest, entering the vehicle and driving while listening to Zhang Jichao enumerate the dishes. Growing weary of the incessant listing, I closed my eyes and succumbed to slumber. It was but a brief interlude before Zhang Jichao roused me from my rest. Chapter 90. Good and evil will ultimately be rewarded. The path of justice is often fraught with hardships. Have we arrived? Where's this place? As I opened my eyes in a daze and peered outside, I found myself surrounded by vehicles and throngs of people, with towering skyscrapers all around. Yet, this did not seem to be Shui County, a place I had become quite familiar with. "Shui, Shui," Zhang Jichao exclaimed. He opened the car door and stepped out, as a man in a suit led us toward a restaurant that appeared to be tastefully decorated. The two attendants at the entrance seemed to recognize the suited man. Before he could approach, they hurriedly opened the door and greeted him with bright smiles, saying, "Boss Yang, are you here for a meal?" The suited man nodded and replied, "I brought these two brothers to dine." Please serve all the signature dishes. If they're not satisfied, have your boss come to see me." The attendants exchanged glances with Zhang Jichao and me, their eyes reflecting a sense of envy, before cheerfully responding, "Of course, Boss Yang. Please, upstairs as usual." "Indeed." The suited man nodded. "Hurry with the dishes, I am pressed for time." After giving his instructions, he led us to the third floor, which housed 3 elegantly adorned private rooms. We chose the middle room, and once seated, the suited man politely inquired about our drink preferences. This time, Zhang Jichao was not excessive. He merely ordered a bottle of cola, stating that he did not consume alcohol. When the cola arrived, he did not rush to drink it. After a while, the dishes were brought to the table. Once everything was laid out, a plump woman entered the room with a beaming smile. "Ah, I was wondering who was so extravagant. It turns out to be Boss Yang. What brings you two here today?" The man in the suit responded with a smile. "These two are my friends. We have urgent matters to discuss, so we won't trouble you any further." The implication was clear to anyone present. It was a blatant dismissal. The plump woman, not one to be easily fooled, understood the hint and merely offered a polite smile before exiting. Once the woman had left, the man in the suit turned to Zhang Jichao. Before he could speak, Zhang was already savoring a small crayfish, exclaiming, "This is delightful. Quite impressive, Boss Yang. I presume you dine here often?" The man in the suit chuckled. "I come occasionally. You may call me Brother Yang, and let us keep it informal." Zhang, while sucking on his fingers, mumbled indistinctly, "All right, I shall address you as Brother Yang. By the way, why aren't you eating?" "Please do. It would be rather awkward if we were the only ones indulging." "Awkward? How could I possibly perceive any awkwardness?" Brother Yang replied dismissively, "I've already eaten. As long as you're enjoying yourself, that's what matters. If it's not enough, I can have them prepare more. Indeed, let us have more of these. If we can't finish them, we can always take the leftovers," Zhang shamelessly proposed. Brother Yang had intended his comment merely as polite conversation, unaware that this fellow would be so brazen as to accept. Faced with a request, he reluctantly agreed to order a few more crayfish. After the waiter had taken the menu and left, Brother Yang turned to him and said, regarding my matters, "Ah, this dish is genuinely greasy." Before Yang spoke further, Zhang Jichao interrupted him. It was unmistakably intentional. I fixed my gaze upon him, sensing that something was amiss. This was not his customary demeanor, and I surmised he was concocting some scheme. Zhang Jichao pulled out several tissues to wipe the grease from his wrist, then inquired, "Brother Yang, what do you think of Xian Temple?" "Brater Yang extolet define." Beyond divine, I can think of no other descriptor. Over a month ago, I encountered the enigmatic Lord Gui on the street. He had advised me that if any misfortune befell my family, I should seek him at Jiuyang Peak. Regrettably, I had dismissed him as a charlatan at that time, even scolding him harshly. Yet, the magnanimous Lord Gui bore no grudge against me. 2 weeks later, calamity struck my family. My daughter inexplicably fell ill with a peculiar ailment. Despite numerous hospital visits and consultations with various private doctors, none could remedy her condition, and some fled in terror upon witnessing her symptoms. Just when I found myself at a loss, Lord Gui suddenly came to mind. Clinging to a desperate hope, I began inquiring about Jiuyang Peak, discovering that few knew of its whereabouts. I persistently asked everyone I encountered, and by a stroke of fortune, I finally located the place. Do you not wonder why my senior brother instructed you to wait for half a month? Zhang Jichao mused, sucking on his fingers with an air of indifference. Brother Yang replied, "Lord Gui possesses remarkable foresight. His actions are undoubtedly driven by reason, and I see no need to question them." "Huh, Brother Yang, I suspect you have discreetly commissioned inquiries about Jiuyang Peak, have you not?" "Ah, young sir." Yang sighed after a moment of hesitation. "You cannot blame me. After all, I cannot toy with my daughter's life." Zhang Jichao suddenly chuckled. "Enough of that. I was merely jesting with you, and yet you seem quite anxious. Now, please tell me more about your daughter's symptoms. The clearer you are, the better." Young nodet. About 2 weeks ago, my daughter attended a classmate's birthday party. She returned home quite late that night, and I scolded her. In a fit of temper, she retreated to her room and ignored me. Initially, I thought she was merely sulking and would soon emerge, but to my surprise, a whole day passed without her coming out. When I went to apologize, she refused to open the door. Eventually, no matter who called her, she remained silent. Fearing for her well-being, I forcefully opened the door and what I saw. At this point, Yang's hand trembled around the cup. I swear, I have never witnessed anything so horrifying in my life. My daughter's, her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were covered in hair, and that hair emitted a foul stench. I was terrified and rushed her to the hospital, but even there, they could not resolve such a matter, could they? Zhang Jichao replied with a smile. Do you know why my master asked you to wait for half a month? Let me enlighten you. It was to ensure your daughter experienced profound torment, to make her understand regret. Yang was left bewildered by Zhang Jichao's words. Remaining silent for a consi, Zhang Jichao smirked and said, Brother Yang, you are a good man, having accumulated considerable virtue throughout your life. However, all your benevolence has been squandered by your daughter. Have you ever taken the time to observe her life? Do you know what she's been up to? Well, I must admit, I have been so preoccupied with work that I haven't had the opportunity to pay attention to these matters. Precisely, Zhang replied. Let me put it this way. Your daughter's current situation is entirely of her own making. Remember this. Good and evil will ultimately be repaid, and the righteous path in this world is fraught with trials. Chapter 91. The 7 apertures emerge after uttering these words. Zhang Jichao ceased to engage with Brother Yang, adopting a demeanor of indifference as he busily filled his bowl with dishes. Upon hearing Zhang Jichao's remarks, Brother Yang fell into a contemplative silence. Over the years, engrossed in his work, he had seldom returned home, leaving the household matters entirely to his wife. In his memory, his daughter was a well-behaved and endearing girl, occasionally exhibiting a touch of temper. At merely 17 years of age, what mischief could such a young girl possibly commit? After a prolonged silence, Brother Yang hesitantly inquired, Young sir, what does this mean for the situation? Without lifting his gaze, Zhang Jichao assured him, Rest assured, since I am here, I shall assist you in resolving this matter. Although your daughter has erred, she has also endured suffering. Fate is predetermined, and your daughter's life should not be dictated by others. Thank you, young sir. Brother Yang repeatedly expressed his gratitude with fervent nods. Do not thank me yet. By saving your daughter now, she will still face the consequences of her transgressions in due time. After this ordeal, you must keep a close watch on her. Should she remain unrepentant, she will inevitably find herself departing this world before you. Brother Yang understood all too well the implications of such a statement. Internally, he resolved to be more attentive to the circumstances at home, recognizing that a child at such an impressionable age should not be indulged excessively. From Zhang Jichao's extensive discourse, I gleaned a general understanding. It seemed that Brother Yang's daughter had brought this peculiar affliction upon herself. Yet, we had yet to meet. How could he possibly know? As noon approached, Brother Yang took us to his home after we exited the restaurant. His residence was not particularly opulent, falling slightly short of my expectations. Given his expensive attire, one would assume that his home would be exquisitely decorated. However, upon arrival, I found it to be merely a 2-story house, with decor that was quite ordinary, blending in with the surrounding homes, neither extravagant nor conspicuous. We parked the car at the entrance and honked twice, prompting a young woman to emerge from the house. She appeared considerably younger than Brother Yang, who was in his 40s. She seemed to be in her 20s. Had it not been for her husband's return, I might have mistaken her for his daughter. Closing the car door, Brother Yang cheerfully introduced her as his wife. He then turned to her and mentioned, These two are esteemed individuals from Jiang Peak. By the way, how is Lily? Sister Yang responded that Lily was as usual, showing no signs of improvement, and then smiled at us, inviting, Please come in, gentlemen. Zhang Jichao remained silent, merely nodding subtly as he walked inside with his hands clasped behind his back. I followed closely behind him. Upon entering the doorway, I was immediately struck by a chill. Although the weather outside was pleasant and sunny, the interior felt inexplicably cold, devoid of warmth. Zhang Jichao sensed it too. He furrowed his brow and inquired, When did your home become so cold? Brother Yang pondered for a moment and remarked, My daughter began suffering from this peculiar ailment a day after it started. That night, she slept soundly, but we were awakened in the middle of the night by a chill. During this period, we must keep the air conditioning on at night. Otherwise, she cannot sleep. Oh, Zhang Jichao replied nonchalantly. First, take me to see your daughter. Shouldn't we prepare something? Brother Yang inquired, momentarily taken aback. Prepare what? Zhang Jichao also hesitated, failing to comprehend. Brother Yang responded, aren't we supposed to bring tools to exorcise the evil? For instance, yellow talismans or peachwood swords. Zhang Jichao shook his head, saying, I haven't brought any of those. Let's first see your daughter. Do not delve into other matters. Since I am here, I have my own plans. If you do not trust me, I shall take my leave. Wait, young sir, that is not what I meant, Brother Yang quickly retorted. Proceeding to the second floor. My daughter resides upstairs. It is too cold downstairs, and I fear she might catch a chill. Although it is also cold upstairs, it is comparatively warmer. Upon reaching the door of the room, Brother Yang added, Young sir, you should brace yourself for my daughter's appearance. Spare me the details. What tumultuous storms have I not witnessed? Brother Yang gritted his teeth and opened the door. As the door swung open, a wave of putrid odor assaulted him, nauseating enough to provoke his stomach. Zhang Jichao, however, merely shook his head and entered as if unperturbed. I adjusted myself at the entrance before slowly stepping inside, yet I could hardly endure the pungent odor. However, out of respect for Brother Yang, who is still present, I refrained from any overt actions. Otherwise, I would have truly considered stuffing my nostrils with tissue. Within the room lay a pink bed, adorned with pink sheets and covers, exuding an abundance of youthful charm. Yet, the occupant of the bed seemed entirely out of place amid such decor. It is not to say that the girl on the bed was unattractive. On the contrary, she was quite beautiful. However, the condition of her body was alarming. The girl, clad in a pink nightgown, perhaps she was fond of the color, was exceedingly thin. To describe her in 3 words, skin and bones. Her emaciation was compounded by the unnaturally long hair that sprouted from her orifices, enveloping her entire form. Is it possible to cut this? I inquired, suppressing my disgust. Brother Yang shook his head and replied, We tried cutting it once before, but upon cutting it, it bled. Bled? This can bleed? I felt a shiver run down my spine. Such a notion was utterly incomprehensible. Fetch me a pair of gloves. Zhang Jichao squinted for a moment before addressing Brother Yang. Brother Yang nodded repeatedly and hurried downstairs to retrieve a pair of gloves for Zhang Jichao. Once donned, Zhang Jichao gently grasped the hair protruding from the girl's nostrils. Perhaps it was merely my imagination, but I felt as if the strands were writhing, as if striving to liberate themselves from his grasp. After observing for a moment, Zhang Jichao suddenly yanked on the hair with considerable force, causing Brother Yang's daughter to be lifted upright, letting out a muffled groan. Yet, throughout the ordeal, Brother Yang's daughter remained in a deep slumber, her eyes firmly shut. Sir, is my daughter all right? Zhang Jichao's sudden movements startled Brother Yang, prompting his anxious inquiry. Rest assured, she is not in mortal danger. With a pat on his hands, Zhang Jichao removed his gloves, adding, These strands of hair, though they appear to emanate from her orifices, are not as they seem. At this juncture, Zhang Jichao abruptly changed his tone, instructing, Let us descend, procure some warm water for me to wash my hands. It seemed as though Zhang Jichao bore a burden too heavy to articulate, as he refrained from divulging further details at a pivotal moment. Brother Yang and Sister Yang, filled with concern, chose not to press him further upon noticing his resolve to withhold information. Once downstairs, as Zhang Jichao washed his hands, I took the opportunity to inquire if he had discerned anything amiss. Chapter 92. The Emanation of Life and the Scatter of the Soul Curse. In the restroom, Zhang Jichao shook his damp hands and, after drying them with a towel, cast a glance at Brother Yang and his wife in the living room. They were engrossed in conversation and remained oblivious to our situation. Zhang Jichao then remarked before we arrived here, My senior brother mentioned that Boss Yang's daughter was suffering from retribution, which led her to this dire state. Yet her life was not meant to end. However, judging by the current circumstances, this is not retribution at all. It is evident that someone is meddling. I wonder who this young girl has offended, as her adversary is undeniably ruthless. Had we arrived a few days later, she would have met her demise. So much for her life not being meant to end. I was left speechless. Zhang Jichao continued, You know nothing. Our arrival means she is not destined to die, right? I think I understand my senior brother's intention now. He did not send us here to save the young girl, but rather to protect the one who is targeting her. What? Why? I was instantly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the enigmatic words of the ghostly elder. The adversary bore a grudge against the Yang family, but had only targeted Boss Yang's daughter, leaving the couple unharmed. What does this signify? It dawned on me. You mean to say that the animosity lies with Brother Yang's daughter and not with Brother Yang himself? That seems to be the case. The specifics elude me. From this maneuver, it is clear that the opponent possesses considerable skill. If they wish to annihilate the Yang family, it will be a trivial task. Yet, they refrain from doing so. The reason? Perhaps they do not desire to harm innocents and wish to ensure that grievances are addressed appropriately. Either he intends to torment the Yang family slowly, step by step, or something else. However, neither scenario benefits him. Conversely, if he slays members of the Yang family, he will bear karmic burdens, suffering torment in the afterlife. Therefore, rescuing the young girl is akin to saving the perpetrator from themselves. What exactly did you discern earlier? Why did you halt mid-sentence? Indeed, he chuckled softly. The girl is not afflicted with an illness, but rather poisoned by a venomous curse. As Zhang Jichao spoke, he cast another furtive glance towards the living room, ensuring the Yang couple remained still. Before continuing, as you witnessed, her orifices were filled with hair. This hair, though appearing to sprout from within her, is not what it seems. It is not hair, but a type of venomous curse known as a soul-scattering curse, according to the scriptures of the Purple Cloud Temple. These curses infest the human body, drawing upon its essence and vitality for sustenance and growth. Initially, they emerge from the orifices, but after a period, they breach the skin across the entire body. At that juncture, the soul-scattering curse no longer merely absorbs essence and vitality. It begins to devour flesh and blood until the afflicted is reduced to a desiccated husk, whereupon it consumes their very soul. That is exceedingly cruel, is it not? I felt deeply disturbed upon hearing this. Zhang Jichao remained silent. Emerging from the lavatory, Yang anxiously inquired as to what Zhang Jichao had discovered. Zhang Jichao did not reply. Instead, he settled onto the sofa, stretched his neck, and declared, "I am weary. Might I repose for a brief slumber?" Yang, feeling momentarily hesitant, inquired, "Young sir, can you truly manage this? Please clarify with a single statement." Upon observing Zhang Jichao's nonchalant and evasive demeanor, Yang's wife was immediately filled with irritation. Yang stood silently to the side, clearly siding with his wife. Zhang Jichao yawned and replied, "Whether I can or cannot, one must attempt to discover the truth. I have already stated that if you do not trust my words, I am free to depart at any moment." Yang subtly tugged at his wife's arm, casting her a pointed glare before cheerfully suggesting, "Young sir, please do not take offense. My wife is merely overly concerned. There are vacant rooms upstairs. Why not rest there for a while? Once you are refreshed, we can proceed with our business." Understanding the situation, Zhang Jichao nodded in satisfaction. Initially, Yang intended to arrange 2 rooms, but Zhang only requested one, even suggesting they share the space. Although uncertain of Zhang's intentions, I sensed he had a plan brewing in his mind. Once in the room, I posed a question, but he remained silent. Eventually, growing impatient with my persistence, he simply stated, "You'll understand tonight." Perhaps due to the air conditioning, I lay on the bed for a while, basking in the warmth, and gradually succumbed to sleep. When I awoke, I was unaware of how long I had been asleep. It was only when Yang knocked on the door that we finally roused. He had come to summon us for dinner, and upon descending the stairs, we were greeted by a table laden with delectable dishes. However, during the meal, Yang's wife's expression was far from pleasant, and the reason for her discontent was obvious. What had initially been anticipated as the arrival of 2 masters had turned out to be merely 2 inexperienced youths. Indeed, one should not judge a person by their appearance, nor the vastness of the sea by mere measurements. She offered us a courteous welcome, yet what antics did Zhang Jichao engage in? Upon entering, he merely cast a glance at the patient and, without uttering a word, prepared to retire for the night. If he wished to sleep, so be it. But what sort of attitude is this? The family has invested their resources in his presence. only for him to dismissively declare his disbelief and threaten to depart at any moment. How could Sister Yang endure such indignation? She was stifling her frustration with no outlet. In stark contrast, Zhang Jichao indulged himself without a care, feigning ignorance of the situation. This left me in a state of discontent. I yearned to elucidate the circumstances to them, yet I hesitated, fearing I might disrupt Zhang Jichao's intentions. Thus, I found myself caught between the two, utterly unsure of my role, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Faced with Sister Yang's grim visage, I found it impossible to maintain the nonchalance exhibited by Zhang Jichao. As the meal concluded, Sister Yang forced a smile and inquired, "Young sir, we have dined and you have rested, should we not?" Zhang Jichao, nodding indifferently, interrupted, "Do you have a cigarette? Allow me to smoke one before we proceed." Yes. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Jichao had consented to take action, and Brother Yang felt a surge of excitement, hastily offering him a couple of cigarettes. A post-meal cigarette, akin to a divine indulgence. Zhang Jichao chuckled. "This cigarette is quite potent. Do you know it is rather expensive?" Observing his uninformed demeanor, I couldn't help but sigh. After taking several puffs, Zhang Jichao suddenly sprang from the sofa, turned his gaze toward the window, his expression sharpening as he declared, "It has begun." No sooner had the words left his lips than a heart-rending wail of anguish echoed from upstairs. Zhang Jichao cast aside his cigarette and sprang from the sofa, making a beeline for the upper floor. Witnessing this, the three of us hurriedly followed suit. Upon entering the room of the daughter of Boss Yang, the stench intensified, and as I stepped inside, a wave of nausea washed over me. I had just eaten, and it was a relief that I had not yet succumbed to vomiting. Approaching Zhang Jichao and leaning over to glance at the bed, I was taken aback. On the girl's face, hair had begun to sprout, albeit just a few strands. Yet the sight was utterly terrifying. Chapter 93. The repugnant sorcery, a dense mass of black hair, resembling a patchy surface from afar, enveloped the girl's entire face. The girl in bed had awakened, yet her eyes remained obscured, rendering her gaze indecipherable. "Lily, how are you feeling?" Yang, her elder brother, inquired with evident concern as he settled at the edge of her bed. With a muffled groan, young Lily managed to utter in a frail voice, "Dad, I feel unwell." The young Master Yang directed a pleading look towards us. Zhang Jichao nodded, his gaze cold as he regarded young Lily, nonchalantly stating, "Do we have a fruit knife? A kitchen knife will suffice if not." "Yes, I shall retrieve one." Yang's sister-in-law hurried downstairs to fetch a fruit knife for Zhang Jichao. Upon taking the knife, Zhang Jichao instructed them to step aside, then opened his palm and made a swift incision across his hand. Instantly, a crimson stream of blood welled forth from the wound. Merely witnessing it caused me discomfort. Zhang Jichao was indeed a man of resolve on the bed. Young Lily's mournful cries grew increasingly louder. After struggling for a while, she suddenly fell silent. "Lily, Lily." Brother Yang called out several times, but there was no response from young Lily. Panic surged within him. "Little master, is my daughter all right? She won't die." Zhang Jichao replied bluntly. Just then, young Lily sprang up from the bed, her hair, which had sprouted from her lips, darting towards us like a dart. With remarkable reflexes, Zhang Jichao seized the black hair, using his injured hand to do so, causing the strands to be instantly stained crimson with the blood oozing from his wound. A plume of white smoke billowed from his grasp, and then young Lily collapsed, utterly motionless. The long hair sprouting from her orifices seemed to recoil in fear from Zhang Jichao's blood, utterly powerless in his grip. Although young Lily lay on the bed, the strands of hair were entrapped in Zhang Jichao's hand. He twisted his left hand, wrapping the hair around his palm, and with a forceful tug, he hoisted young Lily up, pulling her lips apart as the roots of her hair were tugged. This allowed us a clearer view of what lay within her mouth. At just one glance, I could not help but rush to the door and retch. A wave of nausea and terror washed over me. Young Lily's lips were overgrown with hair, yet her mouth itself remained unaffected, resembling that of an ordinary person. Beneath the roots of her teeth, including the roots of her hair, there writhed several large, corpulent maggots, particularly those nestled at the base of her teeth, glistening with saliva as they squirmed back and forth. After heaving a deep breath and expelling the contents of his stomach, he felt a significant alleviation within and slowly made his way back to his room. Brother Yang and the others were equally repulsed, with Sister Yang retching even more violently than he had. As for Brother Yang, although he did not vomit, his face turned a sickly shade reminiscent of liver. "Sir, what on earth is happening?" Zhang Jichao, releasing the hair he had been holding, replied with a stoic expression. "It is nothing. Your daughter has offended a formidable individual and has thus been afflicted by a curse. Several maggots have perished within her body, leading to this infestation." "What shall we do?" Brother Yang inquired urgently. "Sir, do you possess any means to extract these maggots?" Zhang Jichao shook his head. "It is uncertain. The methods employed by the adversary are highly sophisticated, and I cannot guarantee victory against them. Regardless, we must attempt to address the situation." As he spoke, Zhang Jichao gently lifted the strands of hair protruding from Yang Lily's nostrils, revealing more writhing maggots within. He showed no reaction, his countenance remaining unchanged. Upon inspecting her nasal passages, he proceeded to examine Yang Lily's head, scrutinizing her eyes and ears, only to discover the same unsettling sight wherever long hair sprouted. There were several plump maggots. "Is there incense?" he inquired. "Fetch me 3 sticks of incense." Brother Yang nodded fervently. "Yes, I shall retrieve them at once." After descending the stairs and engaging in some activities, upon returning to the room, Brother Yang held a dust-covered incense stick in his hand. Zhang Jichao took 3 sticks, ignited them, and placed them in the crevice of the window. He then turned to Brother Yang and said, "Brother Yang, you all may leave. My companion and I will remain here to keep watch." Brother Yang, somewhat uneasy, inquired, "Young sir, my daughter is not in any mortal danger, is she?" Zhang Jichao shook his head and reassured him, "Do not worry. While I am here, she will be safe. Please leave. If you stay, it will hinder my work. There are many things you should not witness, as it would not be favorable for you. Do you understand what I mean?"